We are just about ready to rock and roll. Megawatt.
Oh, can't wait to see this one. These guys yesterday running those lap times within tenths of a second of each other. About 8 or 9 guys in this class were really laying down some heaters yesterday, pulling over, watching each other a little bit, letting each other go by. It almost looked like a 250cc national qualifying session, dude. I mean, I'm serious. It was something yesterday.
Guys, apparently the hotbed of 85cc 10 to 12 racing is Rhode Island. 2 riders from the smallest state in the Union, Rhode Island, pumping out these 85 10 to 12 riders.
Yeah, but you know, you look at Wyatt Bass, Cole Blecka, those guys. It was all strategy yesterday. You could see them. There were some mind games going on. There were some different rhythms. I mean, it was absolutely incredible yesterday.
I'll put Seth Dennis in the mix there.
Oh
as well.
yeah, absolutely. Seth Dennis, and that guy's a cornerstone in the class, and he's going to be tough to beat off the start. He got a
Vincent
tough draw
way out there. Good Lord.
But I can tell you, when that gate drops, that number 93, he's going to be in this thing right from the very beginning. And let's see.
Riveting radio, folks.
It is riveting radio right now. Finney, Dudley, you already mentioned him. So
yeah, we're just kind of going some of the heavy hitters coming in at 90 pounds that are still heavy hitters in my book. Look down the starting gate. I believe we're about ready to go racing. Oh, look at that, a KTM rider. I believe that is Dennis on the inside of the 93 machine. I know he's in the mix. It looked like the number 17 of Cannon Hargrove out of Kemp, Texas, home of underground motocross.
And Dennis right there hot on him, the number 93, just going to the inside. Look at this. Hargrove holds the inside going in to the 10 Commandments.
Dennis brings the speed on the outside, and I believe he's already out front now. Seth Dennis. Whoa, they almost touch handlebars. And Dennis says, thank you very much. I'll take control here. I got it from here.
Dennis had it in his mind. He was gone. That's the bottom line. When they made contact, he was not going to shut off. He had already made up in his mind. And Hargrove had nothing to do but surrender the line. But look at this. Wow.
Just send it. Little Seth Dennis is, in fact, sending it.
Look at this pack right behind them, though. I know we're only half a lap into this thing, but holy cow. These are all kinds of contact.
The number 99.
All the elbows banging that I'm seeing. Are you seeing that contact? Unbelievable, man. I mean, those guys were 3 wide, and they're just touching each other here and there. A little bump, a little pinball.
Jockeying for position. Wow. The number 99 of Aiden Bailey having some problems there. Our Jamestown, Rhode Island native there having some issues, though. It's Seth Dennis around the big beach there saying hello to the Monster Energy folks there, giving them a great show as he's worked his way around. Cannon Hargrove. Let's see it, Seth Dennis. This kid has moved around. The family is all in on the racing. They lived in Tennessee, Florida, California, whatever. Takes the riding to the next level. Here comes Seth Dennis, and he's got company. We are not done. Cannon Hargrove on the inside, almost with the pass. Everybody going after Seth Dennis.
Wow,
there are 4 riders
under fire right now. You're correct, Kevin Kelly, coming out of the Bermuda Triangle. Dennis tries to slingshot it. Hargrove hearing none of it.
Right beside him. Does Hargrove have what it takes to make the pass? Yes, Hargrove gets around Seth Dennis. And here comes Clark Robbins and Grayson Townsend. What a battle. They're going to come out into view here. And there he is. Hargrove gets around him. Everybody's gotten around him. We've gotten the number 62 of Clark Robbins around Dennis as well.
Holy shnikes. I got to tell you, Hargrove pulling the throttle cable out of that gas right now. Look at it on the rear fender, elbows down. Coming through there, getting all the traction he can get. Look at that, not even sliding forward, riding that outside rail, finding all the traction he can.
Hey, watch where Dennis, he goes outside.
Look at this. Yeah, Dennis now going to try to pull the move, Kevin.
This is where he made the pass last time on Hargrove, but he's got some work to do because he's trying to get back around Clark Robbins, which I think he's done on the inside. He rides a wide bike, does Seth Dennis.
I don't think Robbins gave it to him, to be quite honest with you.
I will not be giving you this line, little ripper. I'm going to pronounce Lizzle. It's not Lil. Pronouncing the T's and the L and the E. Clark Robbins on the 62. Clark Kent Robbins went into the phone booth, says, I'm going to pass you you'll get caught up in this cape of mine.
Yeah, Dennis now sitting in that 3rd position, and he's starting to feel the heat from the 79 machine right now.
And the Deacon. the Deacon of Doom, Deacon Dino back there lurking just behind Seth Dennis. Here comes Dino, the number 19.
Max Shane pick up a bunch of spots now, fighting it out in that number 4 position.
There's a lot of guys battling here, it looks like. So your leader and Cannon Hargrove, Seth Dennis not the leader anymore. Hargrove now starting to open things up. Dennis just under the attack of everybody. The entire class going after Seth Dennis.
Looked like the number 30 as well in there.
I thought that was Vincent Way, but not calling his name just yet. Let's get a top 10. Vincent Way just outside. He's in 14th. It's Hargrove out front, Robbins, then Dennis, Townsend, Dino, Dudney, Lawton, Hummel, Colley, and Wells running our top 10. So much movement going on here. Hard to keep up with everything. And now Clark Robbins going after your leader, Hargrove. There's Robbins on the 62 machine.
Robbins had a crazy line coming out of Bermuda Triangle there.
So Seth Dennis off the racetrack. He's outside the top 5 now, guys. Yeah, there goes Dennis. He's in about 8th now. So all kinds of problems for the number 93 of Seth Dennis. But we are watching Clark Robbins and Cannon Hargrove throwing down just outside of the mechanics area. Robbins with some good lines. He's stringing together some excellent lines as he's reeled in your leader, Cannon Hargrove. Working their way now down towards the 10 Commandments. What do you do here? Do you go inside or do you go outside? Hargrove goes outside. Robbins follows him, as does Townsend, Dino, and Dudney. All the big players now moving their way towards the front of the field. Waiting for Vincent Way to jump inside the top 10. He's done it. He went from 14th to 10th on that lap on the 27 machine. So Vincent Way clawing his way into this. And the battles are just everywhere right now. The triple jump by that young man. It's a risky move there.
So out on lap number 3 right now. All kinds of shakeups as we look inside that top 5. I got to tell you, early battles going on. Getting that advantage, trying to get out front. They want that clean air, Kevin. They want that clean vision. But I got to tell you, those were aggressive moves in the first couple laps. Because I got to tell you, if any of those moves really went wrong, somebody's in the dirt with that kind of contact.
Yes. Cannon Hargrove has fought off everyone that's come up to the rear bumper there. Hargrove on the 17 gas machine, still leading, I believe, as they'll pop into view. Center portion of the racetrack coming around this big Polysport sweeper. And who wants a piece of him? He's fought him off. He's like, winner stays. There's the 17. He's still out front. Clark Robbins still second. Looking at our third place rider, going to be the 40. Can't make it, that number out.
Is it the 40? Is it Dudney?
No, the number 19. Nope, it is the 40 of Caden Dudney. Picks up 3 passes on that one. So Cade Dudney now on the move into the number 3 spot. The 87 is 4th. That's Grayson Townsend. Can't keep up. These guys need to pick a spot and stay there for a minute. So we are now 3 laps in. We'll reset here. Cannon Hargrove out front, Clark Robbins, Caden Dudney, Deacon Dino, Grayson Town, Chase Lawton, Nathan Hummel 7th, Max Shane 8th, Cody Wells 9th, and Vincent Way rounds out your top 10. Clark Robbins now is going to have to deal with Caden Dudney, and Deacon Dino. That push is coming back. The battle for the 3rd place position here. We're 12 minutes and 50 seconds here. We're backing this thing down. So we're approaching the halfway point here in this 85 class, the 10 to 12 limited class. And Hargrove has been the guy here. He made that pass and he's not looked back, but we'll see for how long. That's Clark Robbins. He's under the attack of Caden Dudney and Deacon Dino on the 19. Dudney has gotten around and into the number 3 spot.
Yeah, look at Dino too. He's on the charge right now. He's putting in some good laps. He's trying to get that Husqvarna in the mix.
They're right into view now. There's the number 17 of Hargrove. And then that crazy battle with Robbins, Dudney, and Dino on the inside. Dino, no move there.
Oh!
Deacon Dino now into the Bermuda Triangle. That last turn,
There you go. Made the move.
He made the move, you're right. So Dino gets around Dudney.
He was on that rear fender, feet up. He actually changed lines mid-turn through the Polysport Beach.
Well, there's
turn.
plenty of room to do it out there.
Absolutely. I think it was even intentional.
So your leaders coming through and beyond the mechanics area. Cannon Hargrove just looking forward. Cannot help what's going on behind him. That three-way battle with Robbins, Dino, and Dudney.
Dano's bringing it right now.
He's going after our second-place rider, Robbins.
Absolutely. He's tossed out the rope. He needs a tow right now, and look at this. Now we got a three-way battle, but the man on the move, Deacon
Check him out. He's going to go inside. Dino going to try to go in, sneak around Robbins. Robbins rolls up right beside him, has a little more momentum, but that's all about pressure. He's putting pressure on Clark Robbins, our second-place rider. But look out. Don't sleep on Cade Dudney. He's right there with him. One mistake. There's Dudney. He's working on Dino.
Dano still, you know what? Absolutely got to give it to Dano, man. He's trying everything. That guy's sandwiched right now. He's going inside, outside. But Dudney, man, he's taking some of that heat too as well. He's trying to apply the pressure. Holy shnikes, this is a burner right now.
So it's just this yo-yo. You got Dino on the 19, Dudney on the 40. He looked to be the fastest guy for about a half lap. And then Hargrove, or Robbins, excuse me, just under serious pressure by both these kids.
Oh, Dudney gets hung up on the inside right there. Gets one of those deep inside ruts, catches a foot peg, slows him up.
Go.
And here comes Dano again on that rear fender through the beach.
Too wide. That number 62 just riding a wide bike right now. Excellent line choice by Clark Robbins. He grabs that 9-foot deep rut there. You lose his whole helmet. He pops back into view. Right here in front of us, Megawatt, our leader, has already cleared the right hand with the Polysport sweeper. But watch your guy. Here comes that weird line you were talking about. The inside-outside move there.
It's absolutely insane. That thing's going to work. He keeps going at it. There he goes to the inside of the Bermuda Triangle. Can he close him off? No. Loses some drive. Might lose two position here. Nope. Able to gather it back up is Dino before Dudney can close that gap. The benefactor here, though, is Hargrove. While these guys are battling, he's just exiting the premises right now.
You guys do that.
Stage left.
Look behind the billboards as they run over Mike Treadwell's face. The Mike Treadwell braking bumps. They pop back into view, a three-way battle, and it's still Dudney and Robbins and Dino all slugging it out. There's Robbins
Dino gave
first.
up a spot.
He did.
Yep.
Dudney got him back for the moment. Oh, and it is now Dudney in the number 3 spot.
Wow, great racing. Drifted right over, took control of the line. Never. Oh, and look at
Inside.
this.
Oh, he stands him up.
Oh.
Dudney with the pass was who goes down in the 10 Commandments. Oh, let's go back. So Cade Dudney on the 40. A 2-for-1 special goes around and into the number 2 spot around Clark Robbins, Megawatt.
Wow, I got to tell you, that was intense, and that was a do-or-die move right there. If you missed that one, you were off the track. That was incredible.
So here comes the man on the move now, the number 40 of Caden Dudney. He came around last lap in 4th. Now he's in 2nd, but we know that could change in a blink of an eye.
Absolutely. In this battle we have going on right here, Dino's still not out of this thing. But I got to tell you, they're starting to separate each other. They're starting to separate from each other a little bit of single file now, a little bit of follow the leader going on. The intensity of those last 2 laps, it's hard to keep that up
I got to tell you,
laps. And as you said, running down, we're 5 laps in, about 7 minutes to go in this one. And I got to tell you,
hey, Hargroves was 5 seconds out front. He is no longer there. He is less than 3 seconds. Hargrove comes around right in front of us on the 17 machine, and Cade Dudney sees blood, smells it, tastes it, blood in the water, blood in the dirt, whatever it is.
When all that action happened in the Commandments, I was just getting ready to say, Hargrove doesn't have this thing in the bag just yet because these guys are pushing each other.
Yeah, plenty of time, 7 minutes to go. Hargrove both feet off the pegs here as he comes past us, and the man is coming. The number 40, Caden Dudney. The man, he's what, 11?
Yeah, but look at his lap time.
Yeah, he's coming. A 2:07 to the 2:12. Wow, 5 seconds quicker was Caden Dudney, and he did it while battling, passing, blowing kisses to the Monster Energy girls. All of that stuff's going on while he is racing. Multitasking master. 2.5 seconds, the gap between your leader, the number 17, on the gas going into the 10 Commandments, Cannon Hargrove, and he's got Caden Dudney now. Inside move there, shortens up the racetrack. Caden Dudney says, I'm not going to settle for second. He is on a mission right now.
I like Dudney's willingness to take a bad line. I'm telling you right now, wherever he comes to a
He's
rider,
making it work.
whether it's a lap or this or that.
It's less than a second now.
Absolutely. And
yeah, I saw him working outside to outside. That's what it takes.
Yeah, and that's playing into his advantage right now. He's been able to shorten the real estate. He's been able to shorten that gap big time.
Yeah, we're about to have a battle for the lead here with about 6 minutes to go in 85, 10 to 11. There's your leader. Cannon Hargrove won an early battle with Seth Dennis to lock that spot down. He was checking out. But Caden Dudney making some passes, going from about 5th to 2nd, and he's lurking back there now.
Yeah, he got caught up with a lap rider, couldn't do one of the triples there. Around the big sweeper, there is your leader. We're watching the 17 bouncing his way through there. He's dragging the number 40 of Dudney right with him, Megawatt.
Yeah, Dudney not letting go. He sees that rear fender. He's got a lock on it. And plenty of time left in this in 5 minutes. Probably next time around get that 2-lap board. But I can tell you right now, Dudney's working on something. He's taking a couple looks, Weege, coming out of Waterworks, and plus leading into the switchback over there, the S-turn. I can tell you, he's taking a couple peeks. You get it well enough times, you're going to get a drink sooner or later. And he's got time, but you can't do it if you don't make a run at it.
Dude, they're a second apart now. They're 1 second apart. There's your leader. There is the 40 right behind him. This is going to go down now.
Keep your eye on them as they come through these S-turns over here and head for the 10 Commandments. They get there. That's where he's been working at him.
What's up?
So they'll pop out.
We got a good battle. Go ahead, Kevin. This is going to be good.
Picking up our leaders coming out past the mechanics area. What do you say on the pit board at this point? Like, there's nothing. Just go, 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 go.
Yeah, I don't think you put faster. I don't think. That's
all I got.
That's where we're at. And look at this. Here he comes, using that inside line, Kevin.
10
Trying to
Commandments.
make that track as short as possible. And I tell you what, he's finding some good spots out there, trying to smooth this thing out. We can see it starting to get really rough, but look at this. Here we go, closing right back up again.
You got to give it up to Cannon Hargrove. He has taken all comers. He has been really tough out front. And Dudney is throwing everything at him. He's opened it back up to about 3 seconds now. So he has responded for sure. Your leader, Hargrove, somebody wrote something on a pit board, and he listened to him.
They didn't let anybody else see it, just him.
Just him. Then pulled it back real quick. We don't want the
Exactly.
competition getting our secrets here. All right, we're getting close to the end of this thing. It says 3 minutes, so it's got to be the 2-lap board thereabouts if they're running 2-minute lap times. Around the big sweeper, around the Monster Energy stands over there, the big left-hander. And we'll pick up Cannon Hargrove, who has been very, very solid under the attack. The 2-lap board is out, and now we'll see the white flag this time around. Middle of the racetrack. Pair of big, high-flying jumps. There's Hargrove. He touches down first. Dudney's going to give it one more shot. He is regrouped. Caden Dudney is going to go after our leader one more time. Dudney swings around the outside. Hargrove shortens up the racetrack on the inside. He's on the gas, the number 17 machine. Last turn, that's where you can pick up your leader, the 17 of Hargrove. One more to go for the 40 of Caden Dudney. There's Hargrove. There's Dudney again. He's responded. He's coming. One more time around. Does he have enough to do it?
I can't believe how relaxed Hargrove looks right now. That guy is cool, calm, collected. Just doing another lap, Kevin.
Yeah, just another day of the office.
Yeah, just putting in another lap. And I got to tell you, the style, everything, just like it looked on lap number 1, the guy's fresh. I haven't seen a real bobble out of him.
That's
but
a good point.
The action behind him has just been insane.
Fast and furious, coming out of the trees. Head down that freeway that takes you to the 10 Commandments. Into the right-hander, leading you into the 10 Commandments, the number 17. It is Cannon Hargrove. Let's give you a top 10. Hargrove, Dudney, Robbins, that's your top 3. Deacon Deno, 4th. Chase Lawton, 5th. Landon Gibson is 6th. Grayson Townsend, 7th. Max Shane, 8th. Nathan Hummel and Vincent Way has been locked in the top 10. He's stayed at the number 10 spot. White flag lap here. Final moments. About a minute's worth of work to go here for the number 17 of Cannon Hargrove. Fighting around lapped riders, fighting off other riders to take over the number 1 spot Hargrove looking good.
You know, when we take a look right down to the last lap, these guys both on the 209, just that gap, you know, not able to close it, kept it the same for about 3 laps. You know, it just, hats off to both of those guys.
Hey, and if you're Caden Dudney and you've got the leader right 2 seconds in front of you, you got to feel good going into motos 2 and 3.
Absolutely. That puts you in the driver's seat, to be quite honest with you. That number 2 position solidifies your chances right there.
So just about 15, 20 seconds worth of work remain for the number 17 of Cannon Hargrove out of Kemp, Texas. He is 13 years old. He is on his way to a moto win at Loretta Lynn's. Your winner, the number 17. He is pumped. Cannon Hargrove with the win. He fought that one.
That was hard-earned.
Great work for Cannon Hargrove.
Absolutely.
And all the kids, top 5, they were all back and forth.
Dudney, what he learned in that moto is going to be so valuable going into the next 2 races. Holy cow.
Love it.
Robbins, the same thing. Everything he picked up on throughout that moto, absolutely incredible. Those guys going to be here for a battle in the next 2, definitely.
So we are getting things sorted out on the podium. Here's your top 3. It's Cannon Hargrove, Caden Dudney, and Clark Robbins. They round out our top 3 as everybody's getting under the tent, grabbing some water, throwing the bike on the stand. You finish top 10, you go under the tents there. That's a big deal just to make it. As Jason Wygant gets ready to say hello to our whole shot winner and our top 3 here in the 85 10-12 limited class.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Another podium for me. I've got a perfect week going so far. We'll hand out the gold medal. He's got the podium goggles ready. He's got mom and dad here. This is a big one. Everyone trying to make a name for themselves in these mini cycle classes. And he got some heat late in the race and he responded. Let's hear it for Cannon Hargrove. Well, they were coming for you, man. You didn't let them get to you. That was good riding under pressure. What was it like?
It was pretty scary. I actually got the whole shot, and so I was out front the whole time, and I could hear them, but I never saw them. But I was just like kind of getting a little squirrely at the end there, trying to push harder. But man, that was awesome.
You gotten a gold medal here before?
I've never been under the 10.
What? You've never been top 10?
No, sir.
Wow, what's the difference this year? Do you know what changed?
Just put in a lot of work and just got a lot faster.
No doubt. What a story going here. Who do you want to thank, Cannon?
My mom, my dad, Quick's Moto Ranch, Matt Cleveland, Brennan, HB, Factory Connection, MC Creative, Altus, everyone else I forgot. Oh, LSR, everyone else, thank you.
Cannon Hargrove, everybody. Big breakthrough gold medal moto win. Awesome. That's what you love to see. Had never finished in the top 10 in a moto here before, and now he's got a gold, and he's aiming for a title. We'll bring up 2nd and 3rd place as well. This is some great racing in this division. You can hang out, Cannon. We'll let you take the bike off whenever you're ready. Caden Dudney ended up with the silver medal, and Clark Robbins 3rd. Let's hear it for our silver medalist, Caden Dudney. Come right here to the center. Yeah. Come right over here. Great racing, man. You even made it close for the lead. Are you happy with that moto?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. How did it go? You had a big battle to get where you got.
Didn't get such a good start. I just worked my way up there and I pushed. Just tried to stay smooth and
Who do you want to thank?
my mom, my dad, Office Motorsports for my racing, Scott Goggles, Alpine Stars, Motor X, Pro Taper, everything else. Everybody else I forgot.
Caden Dudney, everybody. All right, good job, Caden Dudney taking 2nd. We're looking for Clark Robbins, who took 3rd. Yeah, there we go. The Vuvuzelas are out. Let's talk to our third place finisher, Clark Robbins. How about that, man? It was a tough battle. Had to earn that.
Yeah, the track was rough. It was hard.
You proud of getting third place in this group?
Yep.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Sabamex, Traction, Scott. I think that's really it.
Let's hear it for Clark Robbins, third place. All right. And Cannon Hargrove, by the way, is your whole shot winner. We'll give him the check from Stasek. Hey, Cannon, come on up. We'll take your picture with the big check, and I'm going to send it on up to the tower.
Thanks a lot, Jason Wygant. Up here in the tower, we got a special guest this morning. One of our Loretta Lynn's Apprentice Next program members, Gage Dunham. Gage been hanging out with us all morning up here. Came in a little early, did his homework last night. And I got to tell you, Gage added some nice comments there just a little bit ago during the race. You had some interesting observations. You know a lot of these guys. How cool is it to be up here watching it from this side?
It's unbelievable. I mean, last year I won the title on the 65, and then just seeing it from a different view, it's a whole different. You can see so many more different lines where everyone is going, and I think you can just see so much more and see a different view. Because you can see what your parents are going through. It's just funny, but seeing your friends just race and hanging out, I think it's awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, the perspective you're talking about, you never imagine things looking like this because you're always down there looking across the handlebars.
Yeah, I mean, you always have that pressure, and you like this morning you guys were talking about how like what's going in their minds, and you're thinking about one corner, and next thing you know it, but then when you come up here, you just see so much more. So yeah, it's awesome.
Looking forward to being able to add some input to it. Looking forward to maybe doing some race call if we get to that point later in the week.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, we're pumped to have you up here. Gage Dunham hanging out with us, part of our Loretta Lynn's Apprentice MX Next program, and I think you're going to do just great, Gage. Looking forward to working with you a little closer, and we're going to progress as the week goes on, and definitely I think we're going to get you on this mic.
Thank you. Thank you for having me up here.
Awesome. Kevin Kelly, who's coming up next? What we got going on, buddy?
Well, let's see. A lot of fast kids on dirt bikes. I can guarantee you that. All right, let's have a look. Set the table for you here. Race number 5, Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15. So they're on 85cc machines. They're between the ages of 13 and 15. If you are new to motocross racing, try to explain some of these classes to you. So the number 11 is going to be Braden Johnson out of Orlando, Florida. The 12 is Miles Monty out of Vista, California. Anthony Hill out of Pura Bush, New York on the 13 machine. Alvin Hillian, he'll be a player here, the 14 out of Visalia, California. Noah Voss, I love your water, out of Montclair, New Jersey on the 15. Storm Hawks, this kid can pull a whole shot. His dad helps run the Glen Helen facility out of Yucapa, California on the 16 machine. Kay Johnson, he is a player here out of Hideaway, Texas, a Yamaha Blue Crew rider. Landon Gordon, part of that Landon and Revin Gordon trio there. Or his dad is a racer as well out of Atascadero, California on the 18 machine. Jonathan Yelton on the 19 out of Butler, Kentucky. Tyler Millette on the 20 machine out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. He'll be on a Husqvarna. Jessen Turner on the 21 machine out of Kemp, Texas on the KTM. Nathan Abbott comes to you from Thousand Oaks, California on the Gas. Vinny Balacina on the 25 machine. He'll come aboard that Husqvarna out of St. Louis, Missouri. Austin Parker out of Visalia, California on the KTM 26 machine. 30 is Kyler Hatch out of Clive, Iowa on the KTM. The 31 is Christian Garrison out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania on the KTM. 32 is Liam Olaf on the KTM. That is Joe Olaf's son, former motocross bad dude back in the day. Oak Hills, California is home for him. 34 is Reese Wheaton out of Irwin, Pennsylvania on the KTM. Logan Mortberg on the 37 machine out of Pearson, Florida on the KTM. Kai Burge on the 38 machine out of Summerville, South Carolina on the Husqvarna. Braxton Watson, 41 out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma on the Husqvarna. Thomas Wood, 43, calls Cairo, Georgia home. You know what that means. He's probably running around at MTF or GPF aboard that KTM. Riley Bussey on the 44 machine out of New Berlin, Wisconsin on the KTM. Luke Fauser, he is a former Loretta Lynn's national champion. He will be tough as well on the 46 Orange Brigade KTM rider out of Pennsylvania. Thor Powell calls Cairo, Georgia home as well. He's an MTF GPF native there, no doubt, on the Kawasaki. Will Campbell out of Jaden Series out of Granite Falls, Washington. The 52 is Jaden Gomez out of New Jersey on the KTM. Connor Cook on the 60 machine out of Marion, Virginia. He's on a KTM. Dominic Stallings, he'll be a player here. Huntington, Maryland is where he calls home. The 67 is Carson Milliken out of Surprise, Arizona. He's on a KTM. The 69 is Greer Moore out of Randallstown, Maryland on the KTM. Blake Presby out of Ohio. The 72 is Gavin Betts. Jeremy Fapani, he is going to be a player here. Austin Winsler on the 77 machine. Nathan Orr on the 81. Will Campbell out of 80 on the 82 out of Cairo, Georgia. Jaden Palmer on the 84 machine. Nicholas Stefnik on the 87 machine. Cade Bradley, Cohen Jackman, and Trip Carr round out your field. The gate is down. We are racing, and the KTM rider blasting out to a hole shot. Holy cow, that is the biggest start.
Thomas Wood.
Wow, laying wood to these boys. The 43 machine. He's got a Kawasaki rider flanking him, though. And he's coming in a hurry, sweeping around the outside. Who is that young man?
Looks like Landon Gordon, the 18. Looks like he's trying to make that move around
New
the
leader.
outside.
Kawasaki rider. I don't know if Landon's not. He's on a KTM. That's a 58. I don't think Drew is in this one. 58 machine, 50-something, the 50 maybe. Yep.
Yeah, I think that might be Thor Powell out front now, the 50 machine.
For the moment. Now he's been displaced. He's back in the number 2 spot. So 3 different leaders in 3 straightaways,
back
folks.
to Gordon, back to 18. Yeah, absolutely. Landon Gordon now back to the front. Oh, look at this. Powell coming under attack by the 43 machine.
Yeah, that's Thomas
Wood. That was your whole shot winner. Look at this.
Come on, guys. Make your mind up here. There's the 17. He'll jump in the mix there as well. The Blue Crew rider, Cade Johnson. Great start for Cade. He will be a player. Where is Fowler at? Where is Alvin Hillian? Where is Jeremy Fapani?
Looked like that might have been Riley Buss in the 44 machine. And again, looking for that 46 of Fowler, trying to get a location on him as they come around the beach for the first time, starting to sort each other out. Wow, 4 wide coming through the beach there on these 65, mini senior machines.
Good Lord, they continue to come through. The racing is hot and furious here. But your leader now, we are back to the number 18. Powell trying to remount. Thomas Wood back in the number 2 spot. We have completely flip-flopped the top 3 twice now.
Absolutely. There's been 6 passes on the first lap in the top 3. So 2 lead changes. And, here we go. Powell to the inside right now. Can he get past Wood?
Woo!
No.
He might. He's close now, yes.
Wood holds that inside line.
Can he switch it up and go inside?
Get the drive. Yeah, going down. Wow. Holy cow, Kelly.
Goes outside. Thor Powell just sweeps around the outside, trying to work it around the 43, and he's done it for the moment. And then he sweeps back around.
Wood got lucky there. He stuck the front end, Kevin, slowed him down. Thor basically had the pass made, man. He grabbed a handful and was able to remount.
Here is your top 10. In the number 10 spot, Nathan Orr. Luke Fowler in the number 9 spot. Gavin Betts, 8. Logan Mortberg, 7. Dominic Stallings, 6. Here's your top 5. It's Cade Johnson, Alvin Hillian, Thor Powell, Thomas Wood, and Landon Gordon.
I got to tell you, Hillian, keep your eye on him. We're talking about Powell and Wood right now. That guy in the 4th position right now, Hillian, look at him. He's trying to make a move as well. He's trying to, and all over top of Powell, makes the pass, puts himself into the number 3 right. That was aggressive.
The hair
made it work. Contact, throttle, everything involved in that one, buddy.
Alvin Hillian with the hair, though, it's flowing into the face.
That's racing.
Thor Powell, get some.
Exactly. And look at Wood, man. Wow, what a handful. He railed that corner. I think he was dragging the handlebar through that middle line. Absolutely incredible. Take a look at your leader, though, man.
Landon Gordon, he did so much winning at Mammoth. I'm not sure that always translates, but he won probably 10 motos up there on the mountain.
You know what? If you can win there, you can win most anywhere. The locals, we say, have a big advantage there, but the guys that come from out of town and win at Mammoth, a lot to be said for those guys. And look, as they work up over the peristyle.
Hillian is working on wood. He is coming the heat. He's trying to lay the wood on Hillian, but he's not having it.
Back in front of us.
Hey, when he takes his helmet off, Jason Wygant, I want your impression. He looks identical to Jason Anderson. Alvin Hillian is Jason Anderson at age 12. Spitting image. The jersey completely untucked, all of it. Got the mustache. Rides for Team Fried. I made that up, not really, but he does look like him. There it is. In the number 3 spot. Yeah, Hillian is 3rd on the white machine. So coming back in the view here, we're picking up our leader. Gordon is just checking out, folks. 2 seconds, and he's leaving that battle behind him with Wood and Hillian, and Thor Powell right behind him on the 40 Kawasaki.
Oh, Powell not going away by any means, but the man on the move, Hillian. Hillian turned a 205 last time. Wood turned a 207. Hillian needs to find the line, and he's searching right now. When he does, trust me, he's going to pull the trigger. When he makes that happen, he's going to pull a gap. He's going to go to the outside slingshot right now. Can the 14 make it happen on Thomas Wood?
Woo! He's coming. He's side by side. He triples right past him, and he doubles, comes up short, and gets past, though. So that last triple, he triples and tries to triple again. That didn't work. Just splitting the ruts there. Wood. Hillian going to follow him right there behind him as we follow him with the drone here on Racer TV. Landon, Revin, and his dad won a ton of motos in the vet class, all of them. They won about 21 bears between all three of them. The most bears we've ever seen given away to a family. Yes, they had to ship the bears home.
Whoa,
so keep your eyes
flop.
on Luke Fowler. He's back in 7th. He turned a 207 in traffic. He is I believe, 2-time Loretta Lynn's champ, so he will be a player. He will get in the mix here. Where's Kate Johnson?
And we've seen
5th.
We've seen Fowler come through the pack before. We've seen him get bad starts. We've seen him run to the front. And guy's definitely in shape. Guy has the speed, and already up into that 7th spot. Real early into this one, only 2 laps in, 14 minutes left on the clock.
And it's not going to be easy. You're just picking off guys like Dominic Stallings, Cade Johnson to get up into that top 5. So it's not going to be an easy road to hoe for Fowler. And it looks like the number 43 of Thomas Wood is setting his sights now on our leader, Landon Gordon. Powell and Hillian, Powell and Hillian are going at it. Thor Powell has gotten around Hillian.
Yeah, Powell hit the reset button on lap number 2. Here we go on lap number 3.
Oh, look at that, the 46, and there is Fowler. He's now up to the number 5 spot with the leaders in his sights.
Yeah,
he's gotten around Johnson and Dominic Stallings like nobody's business.
We could have almost predicted that. Like you said, the passing gets a little tougher the further you get forward.
Wow.
But with that pace, we see the lap time that time around. Fowler turned to 207. Hillian ahead of him at 209. The leaders turned to 205 with a clear track.
Yeah, let's see now. Can Fowler match those lap times? If he can get into the top 3, he'll be a player overall for this championship. Luke Fowler's a kid that came all the way out to Mammoth 2 years ago and figured that mountain out. It's tough, man. All the East Coast guys struggle up there, but Luke was able to sort it out by the end of the race.
Yeah, his pop runs a good program. They're cool people. Mom's really dedicated to the whole program as well. Love him to death. And Fowler, man, you get that guy in the mood, you get him in the zone, and things start to happen. But look at Thor Powell.
Oh! Hillian, look at that! Hillian says there's only room for one of us on this racetrack, and Powell responds and passes him back.
Holy cow. Off of the track, around the stake. Hillian had the pass made. Powell said, no, nothing for free here, bud.
Thor Powell's not going to be pumped with that pass at all.
No.
You may see some he's a big kid.
Look
Is that
at him
K-Dub on a
rear.
Kawasaki?
Both feet up on the rear fender, through that corner wide open. Here comes Powell on the attack. Look at him flexing that bike.
Yeah, we're watching the number 14 of Alvin Hillian on the TM. Hillian says, I'm going to ride this TM. You can take that Kawasaki, and let's see what Thor Powell has to say on the inside. And he makes the pass back.
Textbook.
Wow. And there's a motorcycle that's about to is on fire somewhere out there. Do you see the smoke screen? Good Lord. There's not enough oil on the property to keep that thing running.
Look at this race coming right to us.
He uncorks the big triple, does Hillian, and it's still not fast. Powell is right there.
It's still not enough to dispatch of Powell. Look at this, they touch again. These two are going to
Powell's
be
done with that. Yes, the best race on the track right now is the 14 of Hillian on the TM. And Powell on the
comes up
Kawasaki.
short.
All right, here
Look
comes
at
Powell
this.
on the inside. Hillian going to take it around the outside. No dice there just yet. Inside, outside. The best battle on the racetrack is Hillian and Powell for 3rd place.
And Powell decides to try to keep it wide there at the last second. Cost him a little bit of time, but going to hold it on. Loves these outsides. Watch him get to the rear of that bike, find some traction. Not enough, though. Hillian on point right now, hitting his marks. And look at this, a fantastic drive into the 10 Commandments. Triples right in the middle.
He triples.
First time I've seen that.
Hillian tripling through the 10 Commandments. It goes wide to get that momentum. Goes 3-3 and then doubles out. And Thor Powell, all the while, his lines and his jump patterns work just as well.
But it looked so unorthodox. Powell's lines just did not flow. The bottom line, he was taking any line to keep the battle alive.
There's the battle for the number one spot now. Landon Gordon and Thomas Wood battling out. Great battles for first and third. They are almost side by side out front. The 18 of Landon Gordon has company around that big sweeper megawatt.
Yeah, Flash Gordon. Oh, Flash Gordon better be careful right now. That thing's starting to dance, rear end, skating around, tapping around, and sure enough, here comes the Wood. The number 43 wants to go to the inside, uses that big, deep rut, can't make it happen. Gordon bringing it right down in front of us, and here it comes right now. Wood wants to dive to the inside. Can he make it happen from down low like that? Wood takes control of the race line.
All right, we go outside with our leader. Wood tries something about midway through that turn. No dice, though. The number 18, we are about 9 minutes to go, so plenty of time for this thing to boil over. Hillian has cleared Thor Powell. Powell is solid in fourth.
Look at the attack right now.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Behind the billboard. It is a drag race, Jason Wygant. You are correct. Thomas Wood giving that KTM everything it has. Landon Gordon putting in perfect laps right now on the Husqvarna. By contrast, looks extremely smooth, and Wood just charging, hammering the KTM through the bumps.
All right, let's see what happens here. Gordon going to sweep it around the outside. Wood says, I'm going to go inside, put a little pressure on you. No dice.
Getting to that point of the day already. Extremely tough down there. You're getting a hook on the bottom of that rut. You're getting some chatter in the middle. Got to use that slingshot if you're not close enough to make it happen. Got to keep that distance.
Hey, you got to like what Thomas Wood is doing, though. He's not following Landon Gordon. That's the preferred race line. It's all over the place. Now, pick one of 45 ruts here. He overshot 3 ruts just in.
Big mistake there. Cross-rutted coming off of that jump.
Wow, he's still jumping across ruts right there. What is happening
all
there?
The while keeping the throttle pinned as we make these mistakes. So,
never seen a double rhythm section through ruts. Like he jumped 2 ruts. So now Gordon can take a little bit of a breath now as he's pulled out maybe a second or so over our second place rider, Thomas Wood. Hillian has finally gotten rid of that pesky Thor Powell.
Yeah, when you took a look, Gordon and Hillian had similar styles. They had the line. They were very smooth. And, man, Wood and Powell, they were charging. They were just beating the bikes through the bad lines, whatever. And this thing far from over. 5 laps in, almost 8 minutes to go in this thing. 7.5 minutes to go right now, Kevin. Lots of time left in this one.
This has been a great year. We talked about Cooper Webb's ability to adapt when a track changes. And these kids are kind of picking up on that, too. They're moving around the racetrack looking for a fast lap, a fast line here and there, and stringing it all together. And the kid that's doing the best job at that right now, it looks to be Landon Gordon.
Yeah, because when we take a look at these drone shots, you're definitely seeing some different developments back here behind the billboard.
It ain't over yet. No, as I say that, Thomas Wood says, shut up, I'm not done here.
And again, look at just beating the bike around. You know, Gordon come through, took the preferred line, got in the rut, brought it through. Wood just bounced it through all the ruts.
We're right. We got another race showing up here, folks. The 18 of Gordon jumped into the number 1 spot. Looked like he was going to kind of run away with it, but Thomas Wood said not so fast. Wow, it looked like he had the pass going again.
And from the inside, that's going to be nearly impossible.
Wood's able to triple
out.
He did that last lap. Problems for both of them. Thomas Wood has that in his back pocket. I would save that one. That's a good line right there. Tripling out is so quick from the inside.
Yeah, he's been setting a couple things up, but you know what? I didn't think that inside could make it happen. And when you use that triple as an exit, that's kind of a game changer right there when the guy triples in. So.
Wow. Deep into the race here, 6 minutes to go. Thomas Wood is all about winning this moto. He's got Landon Gordon directly in his sights. He's about to take the shot.
Here
the inside. They're side by side. Gordon has control of this next 2 turns, but can he just sweep around the outside? He's fighting him off. They are still side by side. Landon Gordon has a not preferred line. There it is.
Game over right there. Thomas Wood rails the outside. Landon makes a huge mistake going into the inside, almost brings the bike to a stop, and that just allows Thomas Wood to slingshot past. Right now, about 6 bike lengths in that one corner.
I think that's all that Landon Gordon could do. He probably knows that's just sheer speed. Let it go. We got two more motos to fight this out.
Absolutely.
Not going down. I've got to think the white flag is getting, or the 2-lap board has got to be getting close to coming out. So everything finally settling down. I think this is kind of close to how they're going to finish, barring any unforeseen circumstances.
Look at Hillian turn a 2:04 though with a couple laps left. The fastest guy in the track in 3rd place. Exactly.
So we are watching here as the clock is starting to wind down. The overhead shot shows you the gap there, the 43 of Thomas Wood on his orange KTM, the Husqvarna of Landon Gordon, trying to keep him in his sight. Any little mistake, Gordon's still there. He's less than 2 seconds, so he is definitely there, going to keep the pressure on. One mistake by your leader, a lap rider holds you up in a rut for just a half a second, and Landon Gordon could capitalize. There he is right there. He's directly in front of him, not even 2 seconds. Around the big beach turn there by the Monster Energy viewing deck.
All right, I got to believe they're going to pick up the 2-lap card this time around, Kevin. It's not out yet, so I believe they'll get it this time. So still plenty of racing to go. 2 complete laps as the guys come through the beach, round to that Yamaha Para-style.
So Landon Gordon's kind of doing his homework now. He sits behind the 43. He's not going away. He's picked up on those lines.
Absolutely.
And he's right there. One lap rider holds him up, and we've got problems. He's 5 bike lengths back behind our leader.
And we've seen one bobble, one cross rut, exactly what that leads to. Now look at this. He's going to come low down through the beach right now, right in front of us. Closed up some distance there as well.
That's where he got past, though, so he made it work this go-around. So they're getting ready for this big right-hander. All the ruts, just take your choice. They both go inside. That rut is going to be unrideable here in about another 15 minutes.
Yeah, the gap's starting to open right now, Kevin.
Coming around the big Polysport sweeper, we will pick up our leaders here in just a moment. There's the 50 of Thor Powell. They already just... I think we were watching the screen and we weren't sure where they were on the racetrack. We were a little confused there. So I was expecting them to come right around
here.
I
was too. There's a little delay there. We're looking out the window.
We got the pendant here. Look at that. There's a little bobble going into the 10 Commandments. Now we got new life for Landon Gordon. He's side by side with our leader. So again, Gordon, new life. It's not over yet. That's what we were talking about. He sat back there, looked for a mistake, a rut, some sort of a bobble there, and he is on top of our leader again.
Just split those lappers like they didn't exist. Look at this. Here comes Gordon, going to make a charge for it. Gets a good drive. Now it's just mano-a-mano. Now they cleared the lappers. And here we come down, going to pick up the white flag, I believe.
Yeah, we're in Storyland. The 43, 2 bike lengths separates Landon Gordon. He pulls a tear off. This guy's got the briefcase out. He's going to work. Coming out of Storyland, the bright yellow helmet, the 43 of Thomas Wood, calls Cairo, Georgia home. And new life for the number 18, the Husqvarna rider of Gordon on the inside. 2-lap board is out. Gordon is now side by side. He's got a lap rider in front of him. Can he make it work? Oh, and he's side by side again. Check him out.
It doesn't get any better than this.
He jumps into a rut.
Wow. Use the braking bump to jump into the rut. Here we go, right in front of us, coming around the Polysport pond into the big right-hander.
Oh, he's not done yet, folks. The 18 of Landon Gordon. He is going after Thomas Wood around the outside. He'll switch it up. He'll try to go outside again. 2 heavyweight boxers here in this 12 to 15 class. One more lap to go. All the marbles right here. The 43 of Thomas Wood. There's Gordon right behind him.
Gordon throws a jab. Wood responds with a gut punch right down behind the billboard.
Now it's all about choices. Gordon's going to go hard on the inside here. And he follows your leader.
Wow.
So he's got to be smart here. All about line choice. Gives up a lot of time right there.
Yeah,
I don't like that inside there.
No, he pulled over, thought the inside was going to be shorter, but that bump was absolutely huge. Gave up about 3 bike lengths.
But now the lap rider kind of holding up your leader. So again, the 18 got to be smart, got to capitalize right here. Does he go inside? Does he go outside? Your leader goes inside. Gordon follows him going into the 10 commandments. Who can clean it best? Gordon is really good through here. Can he triple out?
No, but he does get the inside line. Can he make it work this time without sticking that foot side by side? He makes the pass.
I believe that was a lap rider. I was excited too, but I think our leader's
right
just in
ahead
front
of
of him.
Man, oh, man.
Oh, I was
Kevin,
excited too.
Me too.
I feel your enthusiasm though. So our leader, the bright yellow helmet on the KTM, the number 43.
I can't believe guys wear the same gear and ride the same
Why would
bike.
they do that? They
Can't
shouldn't
believe
allow
it.
that. It makes it hard for us. So I believe the final lap here, the 43 of Thomas Wood, has had to fight so hard to keep Gordon behind him and to get around Gordon. Around the big beach one last time. And there's the number 18. He comes into view one more time. Landon Gordon not going to go down without a fight, folks.
And I got to tell you, Gordon's sitting in great position here. First moto, second. Oh,
Looking for a
at
bobble.
Wood. Yeah, absolutely. All it's going to take is one bobble. Less than a quarter of a lap to go. Here they go, Kevin.
Airing
Right in
it
front
out.
of us. Bring it home.
Yeah, here comes Thomas Wood one last time. He's got to clean these next 2 turns. Wood on the KTM. One more turn remains. He will get the checker flag here in just a moment. Thomas Wood. One double and another one. And he has got the hand off the bars. Thomas Wood, you earned that moto win, my friend. Great ride for Landon Gordon. He will finish up second. And Alvin Hillian, Thor Powell, and Luke Fowler will round out your top 5. We're not done with these 2 kids yet.
Oh, no.
I love it.
No. Let me tell you something. Thor Powell going back to the pits right now, going to rethink a couple things.
Alvin Hillian, yeah.
Absolutely. Going to rewrite this race in his head as well, believe it.
And there's a look at your finishers. It's Thomas Wood out of Georgia, California rider Gordon and Hillian top 3. Powell and Fowler round out your top 5.
And we mentioned that's what it takes, that top 5. After that first moto, that's exactly where you need to be. And I got to tell you, take a look at those names in the top 5. Fowler, Powell, Hillian, Gordon, and Wood.
Woo, I'm tired just announcing that thing. Good Lord.
Well, that was a heck of a battle all the way down to the final lap. Can't say he did not earn this gold medal. We'll hand it on over. Man, that is as hard-earned of a moto winner you're going to get. Had to battle his way to get to the number 1 spot. Had to deal with pressure once he was there. Let's hear it for Thomas Wood. Dude, is that one of the best battles you've ever been in?
Oh yeah.
How did you hang on?
Well, I had 27 Gothic. I was way outside, greased it, and just held up hands. And yeah, I'm up here, and it's amazing.
Have you gotten a goal before? I know we've seen it in the podium. Is this your first moto win?
Never got a goal before.
Congratulations. Who do you want to thank for it?
I'd like to thank Trolley Designs. This new gear is sick. FC Suspension, Ride Dunlop, Links, FMF, and everybody, 100%, and everybody else. Thank you very much.
Thomas Wood with a gold medal in Senior 85. Thomas Tiger Wood, we call him. Great job. Big battle. We'll bring Landon Gordon on up for the number 2 spot. And Gordon and Wood, what a battle all the way to the end. That was a fantastic race. We'll come down to the front. Silver medal, nothing to be ashamed of. Great battle. Here, come on out to the front. Let's hear it for Landon Gordon. Dude, that was a battle. What was it like being in that one?
Yeah, I was looking for the 2 laps to go, white flag. My arm started to tighten up.
You got more for the next moto then, right? You probably get loosened up.
Yeah, get massaged, and then we'll be back.
Who do you want to thank, Landon?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, my mom, dad, brother, sister, Monster, Pro Circuit, JMC Motorsports, Fly, 100%, Rattle Syndicate, everybody else, thank you.
Let's hear it for Landon Gordon, second place. All right. Thanks, Landon. And we'll take our third place finisher, Alvin Hilliam, getting it done. And he was in a big battle as well to get that third place position and the bronze medal. Able to hold on for it. TM rider, let's hear it for Alvin Hilliam. Hey, that was good. You were in a battle too. What was that like?
It was pretty good, and I made a couple mistakes, which set me back, and then I just had to stay there.
Potentially better in the next couple of motos, you think? Got some things you can work on?
Yeah, definitely.
Go for the gold. Who do you want to thank?
Mika Metals, the Twin Air Filters, Silver Hill Suspension, State of Ecos, Monster, DM, Night AMX, and OGs. Yep.
There it is, Alvin Hilliam, hard-earned third place in 85. Good job, everybody. All right, that'll do it for our podium. We'll send it back up.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. Coming up next, Senior 40 Plus. Senior 40 Plus, next class on the gate. Wow, talking about a burner, that last one, holy cow. Lead changed 3 times, top 3 changed 6 times on the first lap, and contact all the way through that one from start to finish. Giving the track a bit of a drink right now, making sure that we get that start surface absolutely perfect. Going to make sure it's fair for everybody, get the best traction we can get. And again, Senior 40 Plus just about to blast off here in a moment. Got some riders needed at the office right now. Jonathan Shear, Taylor Sanchez, Chris Schultz, Marcus Lacker, and we need a, let's see, a light blue Grom owner. If you've got a light blue Grom and you're missing it, we need you at the office as well. And Jacob Garcia. So Jonathan Shear, Taylor Sanchez, Chris Schultz, Marcus Lacker, Jacob Garcia, and the owner of a light blue Grom. You are needed at the MX Sports office. All right, under perfectly blue skies today, just a bit of cloud cover. Going to move in later this afternoon. Not going to see any kind of precipitation for a few days as per the radar, so going to be ideal conditions. Just about 81, 82 degrees as we move into the later stages of the day. So not going to have that typical mid-90s, that 100-degree heat that we see here down at the ranch. Looks like later in the week, maybe to close things out, might be getting into that 90 range on Saturday for our finals. But the rest of the week looks to be just like today, absolutely beautiful. As the team takes just a moment to straighten out a few things on the course, want to thank some of our fine sponsors that help put this thing on. And as you know, it takes a lot of help, folks, to put on an event of this magnitude. And of course, leading the charge out there, Monster Energy, of course, really first and foremost out there, title sponsor of this event this year at the ranch. Of course, the Monster Energy AMA National Motocross Championships. Next, Parts Unlimited and Thor Hilton Beatty, the Godfather, and his entire team down there underneath the Thor banner. Those guys bringing the new 2022 gear sets out. They look fantastic. Got some new patterns down there, some new colorways. Rocky Mountain ATV MC, of course. Torch and the guys down at Oakley. Torch leading the charge down there at the Oakley O Rolling Lab. Go check out all the latest styles down there. Got some great deals. Got apparel, got footwear, got anything you need down at Oakley. Polysport, MX versus ATV, VP Fuels, Arma, Stacy, Makani all day long. Suzuki, Kawasaki, Honda, Cobra, KTM, Yamaha, Husqvarna, all our major manufacturers on hand down here at the ranch. Last night got to take a look at the new 2022 Cobras, and I got to tell you, impressive mini bikes to look at. Look like hand-built works machines that they are, okay? Everything from the master cylinders, the calipers, the bodywork, the cylinders, power valves, everything trick on those little bikes. And a far cry from some of the mini bikes that a lot of us rode as kids. The opportunity to go out and spend some time with Sean and the guys last night at Cobra was priceless, and you need to go out and check out the new offerings, the 2022 model lineup from Cobra. Right now, going to take a look at our entrance in the Senior 40 Plus class. Going to start with Jimmy Jarrett. He's coming out of Star, Idaho. He's riding a Carly Cycle KTM Rob Floth on the Fly racing machine out of Kuna, Idaho. Edward Walston. He's on a Brewer Cycle KTM. Jason Rich comes out of Meridian, Idaho. He's riding for the Abundant Life team. Abundant Life RV on his Kawasaki number 12. Shane Fenwick comes out of Chatsworth, Georgia. He's on the SYD Racing Ezra Lusk Motocross Academy machine. Andy Matthau, he comes out of Sabatus, Maine. He's on a EJP Racing Artworks Race Tech Husqvarna. Michael Mercer out of Cincinnati, Ohio. He's on that number 18 Kawasaki, sponsored by Team Green Kawasaki, Moto Extremes, and Remertz. David Espinoza rides the Richard Pierce at-will machine. That's the number 19 KTM. Jeremy Parsons, coming from Berkshire, New York. He's on the Pro Action Suspension KTM number 20. Jeremy Tiffany, coming out of Stanley, New York. He's on the CL Enterprise Suzuki. Sean Nutt from West Chazy, New York. He's on the ADK MX track. Husaberg. Chad Kokenair, coming out of my neck of the woods, Hedgesville, West Virginia, has the Tomahawk MX Moto member Kawasaki machine out there, number 24. David Dishman from Auburn, Georgia. He's riding the Dunlop Fly 100% Honda machine. Ben T. Graves wears number 26, coming out of Chesterfield, South Carolina, on the Club MX MX Tech Yamaha. Jeremy Shuttlesworth from LaBelle, Florida. He wears number 27, riding that Whiskey Throttle Racing Husqvarna. Corey Altazan from Denham Springs, Louisiana. He's got the Alliance Construction KTM number 29 machine ready to go. Donald Letty from Saginaw, Michigan. He's riding that Yamaha machine number 33, sponsored by JP Speed and Scott Goggles. Steve Schoen out of Bloomington, Minnesota, on the number 38 Yamaha, sponsored by Tucker, Rocky, and Answer. Justin McCloskey, he comes from Oswego, Michigan. He's on the 41 Husqvarna. Shea Tariq comes out of Austin, Texas. He's on the number 43 Yamaha, sponsored by O'Neill. 60 helmets, 100%. Tony Wink, our buddy from Wiseco and Pro X, out there on the number 44 Honda machine. Edgar Fodish, he's out of Scottsdale, Arizona. He's on the Gas number 45. Ryan Ragland from Brock, Texas, sponsored by Stasic 7 Bell FMF, on the number 46 ride. Brian Gordon from Escondero, California. He's on the JMC Motorsports Husqvarna number 47. Jacob Rodowitz, he comes from Port Orange, Florida, and he's on the Husqvarna number 49. Chris Hunter from Swarthmore, PA, on the Team Green Kawasaki machine number 50. Kobe Sharp from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, sponsored by House of Kawasaki. Brooke Fluker coming from Jonesboro, Arkansas, on the Team Dirt Bike Mike KTM. Tony Robinson from Findlay, Ohio, on the S&S Landscaping Suzuki. Joe Buskirk, Hannah City, Illinois, on Buskirk Tree Service Husqvarna. Selby Haller coming in Andalusia, Alabama, on the Team Sakai KTM. Tim Zebro out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, on the Zebro construction machine. Tressa Rao comes out of Big Sky, Montana, on the Rao Designs Honda number 70. Frank Eckel out of Clyde Hill, Washington, on the 72 machine. Ronnie Ford from Paducah, Kentucky, on the Nash Motorsports Husqvarna. Christopher McMillan out of Sturgis, Michigan. He's on the Honda number 89 machine, sponsored by Fly Racing 100% and Champion Power Sports. Justin Rao from Big Sky, Montana, on a Rao Designs bike. And Sofa Brand Gear on the number 90 KTM. On a Reno Facelli from Williamstown, New Jersey, on a Goodfellas Racing Honda number 91. Randy A. Lawson on the Kawasaki number 92. Chris Swanee from Ringgold, Georgia, on an Enamel brand Kirk Cycle Honda number 93. Rodney Horrocks from La Plata, Maryland. He's number 98 on a Rodney Services Bump Sticks Yamaha machine. Steve Nelson out of Clovis, California, on the 52 ride, and that's it. The gate is down on our Senior Plus 40 machine. Looks like that Kawasaki may have the whole shot. Wow, riders going wide, blowing through the tough blocks there as they work their way through. Who are we going to give it to? The number 2 out front right now, that is Jimmy Jarrett. We talked about him just a moment ago. Kevin Kelly and I did out of Star, Idaho, one of the guys to keep your eyes on, and he just showed you why with an early hole shot. Working the way into the 10 Commandments. He's got company right now. Taking a look right behind him. That is the number 18, Mike Mercer. Michael Mercer coming out of Cincinnati on the Team Green Kawasaki machine. Riders starting to stack up just a bit as they come out of the Commandments. Working their way back into the shadows now, into Storyland. When they come out of Storyland, they'll pass through the waterworks. And I got to tell you, Jimmy Jarrett, he's going to be dangerous when you give him any kind of room to work out front. Michael Mercer, we've seen him many times over the years, the mercenary. He comes here to do work. He puts in the time. He makes it happen. He's currently sitting in that number 2 position. Riders going 6 wide, making the way back out of Waterworks back there. Going to head the way through the beach the first time. Look at this group of riders. Yeah, looks like we got flagged off. Looks like we're going to restart this one here. I noticed Jarrett and him started to slow up and still have a rider down here in the first turn. So going to reset this one and start it over one more time. Hey, while we get the gate reset, while we take care of our injured rider here, our downed rider, we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break for just a second. Be right back with you when we get the gate reset. All right, just a few moments here. Going to get everything reset. Going to make sure the safety of our riders, of course, is first priority. I want to make sure everybody is attended to properly. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead, take just a moment, allow the riders to work their way back down into the starting area. Of course, get the gate reset on our senior 40 plus. Coming up next is going to be our 65 7-9 limited. 65 7-9 limited. Going to be in the staging area right now. Behind them will be our 250C, that is race number 8. 250B limited, race number 9. You guys should be in pre-staging.
They look brutal, man. Those are the nasty, scary ones right there. That'll be all right.
All right, looks like getting everything taken care of here in the first turn and making sure that our downed rider gets the best attention possible, the proper attention. And as we said, we have full medical services on site right here, right now. So we want to make sure that we do have proper attention and proper care for all of our athletes this week.
All right. All right. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, dude.
Well, Megawatts finally making our way back down here, and as we get set to go, tough break there with the incident taking place here, but as you pointed out, safety is of the utmost importance here. Just want to remind folks as we roll through this day, we've got plenty of great things going on. Don't forget, if you haven't checked out the schedule, be sure and do so, but make sure that you note that there is a change in the schedule tonight. The Cobra dinner that was scheduled for tonight at 7:30 and the Dr. Kevin Elko, world-renowned sports psychologist seminar that was scheduled for last night, they flip-flopped that. They did the Cobra Moto dinner last night. Tonight is Dr. Kevin Elko as we talk about the sport of, the psychology of the sport, which is once you reach a certain level, sometimes that's where it needs to go. And actually, I think at any level, it's a good opportunity to help mold yourself, not only on the track, but off the racetrack. And the idea of the sports psychology helps put, I think, things in perspective. So I think everyone will be doing themselves a big, huge favor. You'll be doing yourself an injustice if you don't turn out moms, dads, you might want to go out, take the kids out with you. Maybe the kids just want to go by themselves, but somebody should go. And even if you're not an athlete, it might not be a bad idea to go check it out, because I mean, just knowing these certain things and these aspects that they utilize in sports psychology could be very beneficial in your programs across the board.
Rodney, it's a growing trend. It's a popular trend in all kinds of sports. Several top golfers, some F1, Formula One drivers. You can only imagine how they have to be on point at the speeds they travel. Stick and ball sports, like I said, golf. It's been a popular trend over the last few years, and I believe the application into motocross will be extremely helpful and useful. And even though we announced yesterday as much as we could, a few people didn't hear. I got to tell you, get there early tonight, because there were several people showed up last night, ready for the seminar, and it's going to be packed tonight. That's at 7:30, so I recommend getting there maybe a quarter till 7 o'clock for sure.
No doubt. And the amazing thing is, I've seen some of the most elite athletes. You wonder why are they off their game or whatever the case may be, and oftentimes it's their minds are elsewhere or someplace else, and they need to learn to focus. And these types of situations and folks out there like Dr. Nelko certainly afford that opportunity and possibility.
Got stuff on the list all week. Not only Dr. Elko this evening, like we said, that's coming up at 7:30. But we've got all kinds of programs every night this week. What we're going to do, though, we're going to take a quick break here and get right back at it, Rodney.
That's right. We'll be back for more live coverage of this 40th annual running of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's right after this.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
It is crazy what you can do if you're willing to get dirty.
¡Vamos! Los chiflados de la moto es que somos. Vamos a disfrutar con las ruedas marcadas. Ven, ven, gas, gas, gas.
No one comes close to KX in winning. Only KX has more Supercross and Motocross race wins. And only KX has more championships than any other manufacturer.
4 straight overall wins.
The numbers don't lie. Introducing the new Kawasaki KX450 and all new KX250 motorcycles. The bike that builds champions.
Hi, my name is Andrea Lieb, the director of On Track School. How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
Booth now and find out what it takes to become one of these elite heroes. For 45 years, FMF Racing has been all about fun and passion. We all share when we throw a leg over a motorcycle and experience everything that brings. From late nights working on bikes, camping with your family and friends, to winning championships at the largest amateur national in the country. FMF is family moto first. We embody all of this. This is a lifestyle we all live, and we love it. And we show up each year to support the sport and the families that have made us who we are. So stop by FMF and see what we have in store for fun. Come join the FMF family, the Flying Machine Factory, since 1973. For 4 decades, the Kawasaki Team Green program has assisted Kawasaki riders in winning more AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships than any other brand. Kawasaki Team Green provides unparalleled factory support to all riders, industry-leading racer rewards, racer support programs through local Kawasaki dealers, and most importantly for those racing here at the annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships in Loretta, Lynn, Kawasaki Team Green technicians are on hand with Kawasaki genuine parts for KX motorcycles and technical support and racing tips.
Hi, my name is Andrea Lee with On Track School. An exciting donation was made to our school by Ken Roxon. We have a 4-crossbone jersey donated so that we can raise money for a scholarship for a student in his name. Ken was one of our presenters at On Track School, and we're just so grateful for that. So come to our booth, get some raffle tickets, because that's going to be a hot prize for sure. We're also just wanting to tell our riders to have a great week. Stay safe, and you're all winners for being here at the ranch.
Rocky Mountain ATV MC is proud to support Loretta Lynn's and racers everywhere by being the primary source for off-road gear, parts, and accessories. Rocky Mountain ATV MC backs their fellow riders with great deals and a huge selection, free shipping, and some of the most helpful staff in the industry. Rely on Rocky Mountain ATV MC from start to finish. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready. Killed it. As the official retailer of the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross Championship, Moto Tees carries every piece of merchandise for the event. The company's extensive inventory includes everything from t-shirts and hats to coffee mugs and replica model dirt bikes. Check them out in Sponsor Village. Weisco has been producing industry-leading pistons for more than 75 years. From standard forged replacement pistons to the performance-focused Racer Elite line, Weisco has every rider covered, whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke. Check out Weisco.com.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment, whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends. Professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
A lot of hard work goes into keeping things simple. We do the heavy lifting. When you're out there, you want everything to simply work. And everything around you is anything but simple. There's no need to overcomplicate things. We build our machines tough to outmuscle the outdoors and keep the adventure going. Introducing the new Kawasaki Teryx KRX 1000 ES side-by-side. Your world, your adventure.
Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Retailer. Distributor. Manufacturer. Product developer. Parts tester. This is what we do. But who we are is something much simpler. We're riders, like you. 100% employee owned and operated, a company built by riders, entirely for riders. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
If you have Little Rippers, you've had to have seen Stasic Bikes by now. We have created bikes and experiences that allow kids to develop sooner and empower them to define their own ride. From learning to ride or sharpening skills, the Stasic promise is accelerated growth.
My kids learned to ride on a Stasic.
We ride Stasic. We ride Stasic. We ride Stasic.
Well, here at Langston Motorsports, we all ride.
We ride Stasic. My kids ride Stasic. Jake rides Stasic. We ride Stasic.
My kids ride Stasic.
We ride Stasic.
Whatever path your family chooses to take, it's going to be the ride of your life.
Racing Parts Connecting Rods are the preferred choice for OEM quality crankshaft rebuilds at an affordable price. Double forged from genuine Japanese steel, ProX Connecting Rods truly define ProX's reputation for reliability and performance. So head over to the ProX booth and check them out. Being the best in your sport requires peak performance from your body and the proper nutrition before, during, and after riding. Arnold has created a complete line of nutritional supplements formulated specifically to help athletes at all levels realize their maximum potential and utilize not only the best ingredient combinations but clinically proven functions. Arnold nutritional supplements have undoubtedly achieved best-in-class formulas. All products are sport certified and tested. More than 166 AMA Pro Supercross and Motocross championships, and more than all the other tire companies combined. In addition to accommodating every Pro Motocross and Supercross championship pro for 12 years in a row, Dunlop riders at last year's Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross Championship won 32 of a possible 36 titles. That gives Dunlop a win record at Loretta Lynn's that nobody can touch. In the past 7 years, Dunlop riders have won an incredible 241 out of 255 possible championships at Loretta's, including winning every title 2 years in a row. Kinetic Gasket is the exclusive gasket of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's. Kinetic Gaskets are the industry standard for championship-winning teams across multiple disciplines of professional and amateur power sports. While you're at the ranch this week, make sure you stop by the Kinetic display to cool off and take a break as the racing action and the temperatures heat up. Visit with Kinetic's experts around the race. That's the best facility technology. Kinetic is also the largest sponsor and sport industry For more information, log on to Kinetic.com. Kinetic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Welcome back to Loretta Lynn's and the live coverage here on RacerTV.com of the 40th annual running of the Monster AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship here at the Dude Ranch. And of course, as we roll into our 40-plus moto. We're going to be restarting that coming up here in just a few moments. If you're just joining us live online, we had about a half a lap or so into the 40-plus class, the senior 40-plus class, race number 6. And they decided for safety purposes to go ahead and red flag that race. And they've taken every precaution, obviously, for safety. And we're just about ready to resume racing here in just a few moments. Our injured rider is going to be transported off here in just a few moments, and certainly our hearts and prayers are with he and his family in hopes that everything will be okay. Kicking off the senior 40-plus class, we saw Star Idaho's Jimmy Jarrett on a KTM, formerly of Ohio, and a former top GNCC racer taking the early lead in this class. It's been several years since we've seen Jimmy in the racing realm as far as off-road is concerned, but back at it here in the Motocross Stage 44. Again, making the move to Star, Idaho just a few years ago. So we'll see once we drop the gate on this one whether we can resume in that or if things will be changing for the folks. Hey, when you folks get hungry for some real food, the folks from the Colton Steakhouse are on site with hand-cut ribeyes, scratch-made sides, and a bunch of other great stuff. They're in the red building with the wrap around the porch. Stop up there and pick that up. I think that's the when you head up to the pavilion area up there. It's been called a number of things over the course of time. So they are in the red building with the wraparound porch. Up there at the Grub House, I guess you could say. Well, joining us here in the tower right now is Lindsay Shelton. I'm like, all right, correct me here. Is it going to be Lynn? And I knew, but for some reason you caught me off guard there. Welcome back to Loretta Lynn's. I saw you coming up the steps there yesterday. I didn't have much of a chance but to say hey as you were coming up and I was going down, but just good to see you back out here. How's things going?
Amazing. I love being here at Loretta Lynn's. Every year is just a special year, and every year just gets bigger and better. And you know, now I'm here with the USMCA, the U.S. Motorcycle Coaching Association, and you know, our presence here is awesome. MX Sports, their involvement with our association and believing in our coaching association is huge, and it doesn't go unnoticed. We're really excited, so all coaches are welcome to attend our dinner tomorrow night at Loretta Lynn's, her house. It'll be tomorrow night at 6:30 or whenever you get done racing, so please stop by tomorrow night at Loretta's house.
Yeah, and that's pretty interesting. We got a lot of coaches in the house. I mean, we got several that are set up around the facility, but there are so many other that are here in the tents and the motorhomes out there camping with their teams and the riders and so forth. I mean, that's probably going to be a pretty big deal, isn't it?
Well, it's huge, and you know, coaching plays such a large role in this racing. I mean, you are who you are a lot of times because of who's coaching you. You know, they help with so much on the bike, off the bike, and you know, to get involved with a coach is awesome. So what we've been doing is we're promoting getting connected with a coach on motorcyclecoaching.org. You can type in your zip code. We call ourselves the Uber of motorcycle coaching. So it's pretty awesome. We're in our 5th year of existence, and it's only growing every year. Just yesterday we announced our partnership with Fox Racing. So really exciting to have our first gear sponsor, and you know, to introduce the safety of not only being on the bike but being dressed safely is such an important aspect of riding and staying healthy. Yeah,
it is. I mean, you know, it's really neat how far the science of racing a motorcycle has come. Even since you were racing a motorcycle, I mean, it was all about nutrition and how fit you were and how far you could push yourself and how far you could you could dig deep in the heat and things. And I mean, it's changed so much even since then. I mean, it is a science with the heart rates, with I think that's as much as anything, in the diets and everything that come along with it, but the psychology of the sport with what we're going to be having tonight. But you know, and the coaches all need to be aware of this, and you guys at motorcyclecoaching.org offer a lot of great tools for the coaches out there, and you help bring coaches together with riders. I think that's neat. Now, what if I'm a motorcycle coach and I'm not real familiar with, I mean, what do I got to do to be eligible to come to be a part of that here this week?
So any coach is welcome to come to our dinner. We want to explain more about the USMCA and where we're going. Right now we're developing a motorcycle coaching app. That'll be a really cool thing, so we're going to be talking more about that. We have all the support from the major OEMs, and they want to be more involved with getting more kids on bikes for the first time and offering learn-to-ride opportunities. So, you know, we have a lot of things that we want to show coaches, that we have a lot to offer to be involved with our coaching association. And, you know, honestly, it legitimizes our sport, and that's our main purpose for being. So in order to be a USMCA coach, you have to pass a national background screening, which really goes a long ways for parents. That's a very important thing. You go through an abuse and prevention course. You are CPR first aid certified. You go through sport safety training, so you know how to detect and handle concussions, heat illness, cardiac issues. And then the bottom line, you know the core fundamentals of coaching, and you can verify your coaching ability by supplying us with a couple of references of people that you've coached. I mean, it's a great organization, and I cannot wait for more people to be involved and to legitimize us.
Yeah, right. How long has this motorcyclecoaching.org been actually available, something that's been going on?
5 years. So 5 years. And, you know, the story behind us is really awesome, too, because I had no idea, but in order to be considered a USA sport, you are required to have a coaching association affiliated with your sport. So for us, like, we're making huge strides in our industry. We're making a huge difference. Like, we're supplying a coaching association to the sport of motorcycling to legitimize it and to grow it. And that's awesome.
That is huge, and that is monumental in our sport. I mean, you look back over the history of things, you know, I mean, if this would have been something that would have been available and knowledgeable and known back in, say, the 80s, I mean, the ATCs, the three-wheelers, you know, probably wouldn't have had the issues that they would have had, because we could have had that fork, you know, that core fundamental safety training, I think, at all levels from the dealership right on up. You know, I mean, that's something that needs to be done, and that's something that needs to be stressed in our sport. I mean, what people, you know, they say they realize and don't, but I don't think they actually realize until it smacks them in the face how, honestly, you know, how much risk there is involved in motorcycle racing. And until something comes up, you know, if you haven't especially been trained properly, you know, and you find out something later on that could have helped you out, you know, you're always kicking yourself in the tail. So these are good things to have, and this is something that we need to be pushing, I think, throughout the entire amateur racing organizations. I mean, whether it be American Motorcyclists Association or some other organization, or you know, an unaffiliated association, I think all tracks, everybody should be involved in this motorcyclecoaching.org.
So we're really working at the local level now. So we have a lot of local tracks that are having banners that promote motorcycle coaching. We're getting involved at the local dealer level. We're getting, you know, postcards promoting motorcyclecoaching.org, getting connected with a coach at the local dealer level. So we're making strides. I mean, we're just, you know, we're super small, but we're doing our best, and we're trying to make a difference. And, you know, coaching is never going to go away, and let's be honest with that, especially in this sport. Everyone's going to need coaching at some level. Look at the pros, they still have coaches. So it's never going to go anywhere. So if we can just legitimize it and keep it growing, I only hope for the best.
All right, once again, motorcyclecoaching.org dinner and presentation coming up again.
Yep, tomorrow night at Loretta Lynn's house. We'll start talking at 6:30. Dinner will be around 7. So, you know, if you have somebody in that 50cc class at 5:30, just come on up afterwards, and we'll get plenty of information out to you, and dinner.
All right, Lindsay, please come back up. I actually started to put you and your sister, I started to call you Brinzy.
Hey, it goes together, Brianna and Lindsay. Yeah, no, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Well, glad to have you here, and glad to have you a part of such a great and awesome organization. Again, motorcyclecoaching.org. If you're a motorcycle coach, have interest in wanting to be and explore that idea, we certainly invite you down tomorrow night, 6:30. They'll start speaking about it. They'll have dinner at Loretta Lynn's house. And do you guys have a booth here by any chance that they can stop by?
No, we don't have a booth, but you are more than welcome to stop by our USMCA coaches tent. I'm actually set up Creekside. I have flags set up, USMCA flags. I'm more than welcome to answer any questions, and, you know, I'm walking around all week either in a motorcycle coaching shirt or a USMCA shirt. So, you know, stop me, let's talk. I'm a very open and bubbly person. I love to talk. So
easy to talk to, for sure.
Happy to answer any questions, and happy to help get you started in the journey.
All right, thank you very much, and glad to have you a part of Loretta Lynn's. You are becoming a part of the woven fabric of this thing, and celebrating 40 years here at the Dude Ranch. Looks like we're getting a little closer to ready to resume racing here in the Senior 40-plus class. Again, second drop of the gate for these guys after an incident there in the starting first turn. One of our riders actually haven't gotten any information as to who it is. Hopefully, again, like I say, they're going to be all right. But, man, what a great medical team and staff that we have here. We've got a hospital on site, as we have in years past. So, you know, these guys knew right away that this might be something that, hey, we need to get this guy someplace else. So they took the time right there and did that. And, again, safety is of the utmost importance here at the Dude Ranch, and this AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship finale. So it looks like everyone is finding their way back to their positions here as we look across the landscape at Loretta Lynn's, and we look down onto the starting line. Our riders are back into position behind the start gates as they ready themselves for the start sequence to begin with the 2-card, of course, and then, of course, the drop of the gate and getting back into this racing action. Glad to have you folks here trackside this week at Loretta Lynn's, one of the biggest turnouts I think I've ever seen. I drove down, they were talking to me yesterday. George Murphy comes up to me and he says, hey Rodney, he says, we're having a little trouble. It's a little bit scratchy out in Area 6. I said, Area 6? What is Area 6? I said, I didn't even know there was an Area 5, and Area 4 is kind of new whenever you look at the big picture of it all. It's, you know, within the last 5-10 years or so, but, you know, Area 4 always seems like a big thing to me. But Area 6, yeah, we're way out past the rodeo arena, and they are stacked in every place you can put one out there. Gate track down on this one as we are off and rolling. The Stasic Stability Cycle Hole Shot Award will probably go to the 78.
I got to tell you, we had a quick shift in there. I think it might have been the 78 machine. I got to tell you, I have to see that one again, to be honest with you. Those guys came by almost side by side.
That's Ronnie Ford that was on the 78, if nothing else. But actually, Chad Gokenauer, Kawasaki rider out of Hedgesville, West Virginia, the number 24 ride, will get credit for the Stasic Stability Cycle Hole Shot Award according to timing and scoring. Gokenauer again out of West Virginia. He's on a Tomahawk MX Moto member and MX tire backed machine.
Yeah. Chad's actually a friend of mine, owns Tomahawk MX over there in Hedgesville, sponsors a bunch of kids that race down here. You'll see Tomahawk MX.
Yep.
That's what that is. It's a track, not a school, and spends a lot of money out of his own pocket. And here he is, mid-40s out here, grabs a hole shot for himself, trying to lead the first lap. But congratulations to him. But taking a look out there.
His age says 73 here.
Well, no, that's how old he looks. That's how old Chad and I look. We both look 73. Like I said, great guy, does a lot for the kids, and pumped that he was able to get a hole shot here. Looks like he might have surrendered that lead. That might be the number 2, Jimmy Jarrett. I'm not sure. Looks like a single-digit bike. We're going to find out right now, Rodney, as they work their way through the sand.
Whoa, man, that leader, I bet he number 11 out front right now is a rider over-jumping it. Looked like that infield camel jump. Ed Walston out of Pine Tops, North Carolina, on the Brewer Cycles Tag MX suspension, liquid skins, designs, and a Cherbys backed ride.
And Walston gives it up to Jarrett right at the finish line. Holy cow.
Jarrett taking over the lead. Now, he'd gotten the hole shot in that first start, but looks like he's right back to where he wanted to be. But look at this, Walston trying to fire back as we go around that world-famous billboard here at Loretta Lynn's. And that's not even Walston, that's Rob Floth in that.
Oh, yeah, Flock up there.
Floth out of Kuna, Idaho on a Fly Racing Grizzly Motorsports Team Green X brand backed ride.
And look at that. Floth, Walston, Jason, none of those guys strangers to the ranch by any means. And off the track, that was Floth right there. Looks like he's in danger of giving up that position to that number Walston. Now he takes it back from Walston again. Walston makes a mistake down on the inside, that number 11. Kokenauer slips back into the number 6 spot, but I believe he picked up one more spot while these guys were battling again. In the meantime, Jimmy Jarrett said, see you, fellas.
I'm watching Chris Hunter right now, that number 50 Kawasaki, making his way up from 4th place now, trying to work on 3rd place as they head through the 10 Commandments. Looks like we might have Hunter now moving up and challenging for that now 3rd place position, I believe, away from Robbie Floth as we round our way through what we are calling the red zone before we get to Storyland here pretty soon. So, and I'll tell you a little bit more story about the red zone when we come when we get a little further into this race. But nonetheless, right here we got riders going through Storyland and now out on the big sweeper, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we're heading out through here and back into the heart of this racetrack, and they're still dicing it out for these 3, 4, 5 place positions right now.
Rob Floss slid that big Kawasaki in there, almost came to a stop. You watched him re-grip, went wide open.
He just made the pass. He just made the pass over the infield tabletop.
Keep your eyes on this guy. This guy's intensity level's off the charts right now, man. This guy's trying to make it happen early, dude.
Down in the Bermuda Triangle, as we found out what that one was like last year, and here we go. Lap number 2 in the history books. Jimmy Jarrett still out front in this one. A little more comfortable lead from a .084 to a 1 second lead over Rob Floth now, the number 7, who gets around Ed Walston, and so does Chris Hunter now up to the number 3 position.
And Hunter running a 2:08, matching Jimmy Jarrett, a 2:08.8 for Jimmy Jarrett. Chris Hunter a 2:08.8 as well, so he's matching the pace right now. If he can close that gap just a little bit, going to be tough to do when you're running the same speed and you got Rob Floth in between you.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rob Floth back there, and Jimmy Jarrett knows it as he looks around his shoulder to see who's coming, and he sees the number 7 and that number 50. I picked up on the number 50 of Chris Hunter last lap at about this time in the lap. Just before this, I saw, wow, that guy's really starting to move. He's picking some lines, and he's having to take some unorthodox lines, and it's still paying off. Look at this. Here he goes up side by side. He's got the inside advantage now on Floth for that second place position, and Chris Hunter now takes over second as we exit the red zone into Storyland.
Wow, Hunter just brought that thing to the inside, squared it up, took the shortest way around, but I got to tell you, it's going to be tough to just dispatch a Floth. He's not going to go away by any means. Again, cutting those quick lap times, looking a little further back. Andy Mathau, he's running a 2:09. He's as much as 2 seconds quicker than the riders ahead of him. He's trying to make some passes right now. If he gets up there and we get him in that lead pack, the top 3, man, this thing could bust wide open.
I'll tell you, it's going to be endurance, I think, for this top 3 between Jarrett, Floth, and Chris Hunter. These 3 all have the speed right now, and I know Jimmy Jarrett used to have the endurance coming from the Grand National Cross Country Series, 3 hours of battling. But Moto, obviously, a little different animal, as everybody knows, than what Woods Racing is, but we know the level that GNCC racers race at also.
Double J's a bad dude, man. Jimmy Jarrett's as tough as they come, and it's hard for me to believe I caught him looking over his shoulder right there.
Wow.
You know, that tells you about the speed and the intensity level.
Floth.
Look at our battle.
Yeah, Floth takes that outside coming out of the Bermuda Triangle. He rails that and makes the pass back on Hunter as we head over the Tunnel of Love now and in front of the billboard. We got that battle for second place continuing to heat up. This might be saving grace for Jimmy Jarrett up there right now because he's starting to see a little bit of comfort. It's nearing the 3-second mark there. And Andy Mathau, the number 15 Husqvarna, like you called it last lap, here he is up in the number 4 spot. And he's starting to reel these guys in that battle for second, so we could see a 3-way shootout for this real soon.
Yeah, look at it. There he is in the picture right now, man. He is all over right now. He wants to become part of the big picture. Look at this, gobbling up acreage as they come into the S-turns right there.
Jason Rich might be another rider to keep an eye on. He's running in the 2:10s right now. He was running back in 6. See him battling with Ed Walston as they made their way through the 10 Commandments there and get that sorted out for themselves as we check this battle. It is starting to settle in some, but not so much up front. Jimmy Jarrett's back under pressure. Chris Hunter has pulled the trigger out there and really reeled in the number 2. That 3-second near gap he was enjoying coming from behind the billboard has certainly shrunk up now.
Yeah, I'm watching a different race because I didn't see anybody starting to settle in, Rodney. It looked like it for a moment. You're exactly right. And then all of a sudden, when you get the next camera shot, the next corner, wow, the distance is half.
Right. The intensity is at peak level right now. We are 3 laps deep in this and working on lap number 4. Man.
That's called steering with the rear right there, buddy.
Check this out. 2 by 2. They're coming in first and second and third and fourth. There's a major battles going on, and they're both within the same camera shot several different times. Just ahead of this battle we're watching on Racer TV right now is the battle for first.
And Jimmy Jarrett's sitting down getting it done. Holy cow, under fire right now. And that number 50 machine, Chris Hunter, he's relentless right now. And it looks like, as you said, the gap is about stabilized in that top 4. But when you look at Jason Rich now, he's made that move. Walston now in that number 6 spot. He's one of those guys that each and every year, he's one of those staples in this class. Ed Walston, you're not going to get rid of that guy. You're not going to drop him easily by no means. Mike Mercer now, he's moved himself back up into good position after this restart. He's now in that number 8 spot, so he's sitting in a top 10 spot right now.
Well, Jason, I don't know what's going on with your mic. It's not working again for whatever reason.
Practice.
It's called practice. Well,
the legendary RF off, the most dangerous words in microphones.
I was just trying to get the play-by-play. And I had to steal your batteries because we're out of batteries up here. So
RF working on my mic.
You take my mic.
Lee Walston is running in the number 6 spot. Ed Walston comes up here and says, hey, if I'm in the mix, if I'm in the top 10, you call my name. Lee Walston. And I'm like, how long have we been calling you Ed? And he's like, 10 years. I'm like, okay.
So is that an effort to trim the fat, lean out, save weight on the name?
Yeah.
It's all down to
now. It's from Edward to Lee.
The Shimoda Swole finished by a 1,000th of a second. If you trim the name, maybe that pushes him forward a little bit.
Less letters.
On the jersey. Yeah.
I was going to say it might save some weight on the jersey. Who knows? If he wears a first name.
The limits these guys will go for an advantage. Cut my name by 3 letters, boys.
A couple other cool stories here. So Chris Hunter, it's my old buddy from New Jersey, used to race A-Class here, led some motos, retired. He raced pro for a year or two, became a computer programmer, started racing downhill mountain bikes.
Oh, right on.
And about 3 years ago, got a dirt bike again.
Here I am.
Said, this year, going for Loretta's, and here he is running in the number 2 spot.
So he gave up dirt bikes, got a real job so he could afford dirt bikes again and start racing
good
again.
Point, good point.
Awesome.
Making a lot more money now.
That's how it works.
Yeah. And it's funny, I always joke, his last race was Steel City, like, say, 03 or something, and he's battling for points. He got 21st, and this guy, Justin Brayton, got him.
Got 20th. Those points.
And that was his last race.
What could have been? He could have been the Justin Brayton.
He could have been the Justin Brayton if he just stuck with it. I think he's doing okay as a computer programmer. Running in the number 2 spot there on that number 50 Kawasaki, Chris Hunter.
One day we're all going to work for the nerds.
Yeah, the
keep that in mind. One day we're all going to work for the nerds, Jason.
Teach your kids to code. It's the new factory work. It is.
It is. It's the new production line.
Yeah. That's blue collar work these days.
Yeah, coding is now assembly work.
Right. So Jimmy Jarrett. Hey, it was really funny. So Chris Kiefer won this title last year. Hurt his knee, wasn't able to qualify. I saw one of the very first comments was Jimmy Jarrett, thank you.
Nice.
Yeah.
No love lost there.
Yep.
Well, yellow flags are out right in front of us here.
These guys, they're pretty good sportsmen about it in this class. Hunter's keeping Jimmy Jarrett honest.
Hey, matches the lap time, 2:05s. Every shot that Jarrett's in, Hunter's in it with him.
Listen, that's just happened over the last lap or so. I mean, he's closed that gap gradually. He's back up there. He's within striking distance. I even told Rodney, I can't remember the last time I saw Jimmy Jarrett take a look over his shoulder. That's a bad dude, okay? No,
doesn't normally need it.
No, by no means. Interesting.
Not Chris Holtner, it's Chris Hunter.
Chris Hunter, yes.
Takes a great photo, though, Chris Hunter does.
He is trying to hunt down Jimmy Jarrett. Yeah, Chris out of New Jersey, races at the old Englishtown Raceway Park. Like I said, pretty good with the downhill mountain bike skills as well.
Look at the line choice. He went across. I watched him over a single. He jumped over 3 ruts, just launched it out and said, screw the ruts. I'm going to jump over all of them.
I got to tell you, that has become a very popular technique now. I mean, cross jumping and that kind of thing.
Just don't do it with a guy beside you.
And it's just unbelievable.
So we got about 8 minutes to go here as we watch Jimmy Jarrett and Chris Hunter. Dude, I got to tell you, there are years we've talked about it where some years you're like, every 4, 5, 10 races have got a good race. Been a bunch of good races to start the day off.
Oh, my goodness.
Andy Matthew in 3rd is actually closing. There he is on the number 15 behind the billboards. He is closing on Hunter now for the number 2 position.
Yeah, look at his lap time. 2:06 matches our leader.
Yeah, he actually had a 2:05.5 on lap 3. Passed 4 riders on lap 3. Mathau did to put himself up there.
And you see Hunter starting to make the mistakes. Fatigue might be kicking in. Here comes Matthew on the outside. They're going to split the lap rider into the 10 Commandments. Watch Matthew on that number 15.
There they are.
Closing in on 2nd place.
And all 3 of them in that shot, he'll triple out. And here comes Matthew. Oh, and he says he's going right now, Jason.
Yeah, no hesitation there. Momentum did the work, had a great line, had the drive, and you know what? The rest was schoolbook, textbook.
He's got a red easy button on the handlebar to win. Easy pass.
That's the John Force button.
You get 3 of those. You get 3 of those a moto.
John Force button.
Easy.
Like the Ivan Stewart Nitro button. Who knew? So now the question is, can Hunter, who's moved back to 3rd, hold on for a podium? Can have Rob Floth about 8 seconds back at the number 4 spot. I guess I'll head down to the podium for this one. It's Jimmy Jarrett trying to put the finishing touches on it. You run that single digit, you know you're a bad dude. That means he got 2nd in this class last year. JJ working on a moto win.
Doesn't matter the shape of that digit. They all look like targets. When it's a single digit, they all take on the look of a bullseye.
Point.
Here we go, taking a look at the surging number 15 of Andy Matthew. Matthew, is that what we're calling him, Matthew? Matthew, yeah, we'll go with that. There he is, the number 15. Aboard that Husqvarna here as we work our way towards the finish. You're watching the live RacerX TV, RacerTV.com coverage here. The drone following him to a hot mic swipe. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
That was
Didn't even miss a beat.
That was impressive. And what's impressive here is the number 15. He's coming. And he's got the number 2 in his sights. He's 3.8 seconds back, lap rider there as we watch him go over the tunnel of love. Does he have enough time? Matthew is charging.
There's 5 minutes left, 5.5 minutes left in this thing, Kevin. I got to say, probably next time around, I'm going to see that 2-lap card. So we're looking at maybe 2.5, maybe 3.5 laps left in this thing.
Or 4.5 or 8.5.
It just depends on how you count and how slow these guys ride.
Right. That's it.
So that'll determine the number of laps.
We could be here all day.
That's Rodney's fault.
Depends on how that math works.
We're going to be here until 7 o'clock.
Math is not our friend, Rodney.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We could be here all day.
Going into the 10 Commandments, looks like this is his strong suit. Matthew was able to triple out. There he goes. It's a good move there on the 15 Husqvarna.
Yeah, he was making up a lot of time early. That's how he made those passes early in this moto, was through the 10 Commandments.
Number 89 just shot all the way off the racetrack and then squared it back up, went back over the tunnel of love. I just saw him surging out of my view here. You know, as we talk about, as we run through this first set of motos, we will remind you, like, hey, why did this guy get such a bad start? Well, you know how they put him on the gate. It's by the pin draw or the spoon draw. So second and third motos, we put you on the gate based on your moto finishes. So if you're watching back at home, you're wondering, why did this guy select gate number 500 million on the outside? Well, that's the only one that was available.
You know what impresses me most, though, is when the guy that comes to claim the Stasic Whole Shot Award says, yeah, I got 40-second pick on the gate, I had to go to clear the outside. I just said heck with it and just pinned it.
I guess right.
And I wonder what makes him not want to pin it on the inside.
Yeah, like,
you know, it's more important to pin it.
I think it's a little less scary maybe to sweep around the outside.
Oh, I think so.
That's coming from me because I'm such a sissy.
Right.
I'm thinking outside all day long. I don't want nothing to do with the inside. That means I got to deal with a bunch of guys. Not doing it. I can make up some reason. Oh, I missed a shift, Dad. That's why. I always had great excuses.
I actually tell
out of my tire on the starting line.
I told my son, I said, go to the outside. My son goes to the inside every time.
He's a man.
Well, the first time he went to the outside. Every time since he's gone to the inside.
And he knows you've never raced a motorcycle.
So why would he listen to you?
Well, he knows I don't. I'm just telling him that so he don't get hurt. But he's like, no, I want to get the lead.
He will trust your microphone selection, though.
I guarantee you that.
He will do.
I hope, maybe not.
Set the sag on this microphone for
buddy
me, Dad.
Chance.
So there is the number 15. We continue to watch Andy Matthew. Andy 5 seconds back behind our leader, the number 2 of Jimmy Jarrett. Last year's second place runner-up to Chris Kiefer. The Kawasaki of Chris Hunter back there in third. He's still in championship contention. Right there in the shot there, just behind our second place rider. So one little bobble and our third place rider Hunter would be right in the mix as they go into the 10 Commandments. You can see them. They're right there. There's the 15. There's the 50. That's second and third.
That's ridiculous. And another guy that looks like he's just been working on, Michael Mercer in that number 6 spot now.
You're right.
That guy, it seems like he's made a lot of passes and is in 6th place right now.
10,
you know what I mean?
That's how you fight, and you what is that? You salvage here. You make the best out of a bad, crappy moto.
You bet.
14th in the first turn. Keep clawing, man. Keep clawing.
You know, and a lot of times, I mean, if you just like you say, you just keep doing it. The war of attrition. If you've got a good steady pace, it pays huge in the end.
Yeah, that's what I will say. If you know you're fit, you can say, all right, I'm not going to panic. I know my fitness is there. The last 3 laps, I can scoop up 6 or 7 spots here when these guys' tongues are dragging in the spokes.
And it comes back to the science and everything we were talking about earlier, you know, from the training aspect, keep the heart rates from spiking, and the psychology of it, which, you know, that you can learn a lot from Dr. Kevin Nelko tonight at the arena. Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, you put it together. I know it's kind of throwing it all together, but I mean, this is a great opportunity for you to learn this kind of craft, I believe.
I couldn't agree more, Rodney. Absolutely. There's a lot of science and psychology behind. I mean, everybody on the gate, they're fast.
Right.
So how do you differentiate yourself from the rest of them? It's all up here.
All honesty, have they offered that type of service and that type of classes to you guys as firefighters and first responders and stuff?
Oh,
Has that been part of your program?
We're too dumb. No, they don't want us thinking. They say, run into that fire. If you make me think about it, I ain't going into that fire. Are you kidding me? Me going in? There's people running out of here. What are you talking about?
It takes a special breed.
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they want us to keep our head on a swivel, be smart about things. We're like, the ceiling's collapsing on us like, hey, I'm going to be a hero here. No, I'm not. I'm not jumping that triple late in the moto when I haven't jumped it at all, kind of thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yep. Precisely.
But popularity has gained in, like I said, a lot of top golfers. It's become known that F1 drivers, they have a personal mental guy.
No
they
doubt.
have a personal
mental
doctor,
coach.
So you bet.
That's mom or dad for the first 15, 16 years of motocross. Sometimes that's good, sometimes
And
it's
you
bad.
hope that they had a coach.
Nope, they didn't. Life was their coach.
White flag waving. We'll see the checkers coming out this time around for our leader, Jimmy Jarrett, as we follow him around here in the closing moments of Moto number 1. And what could be looking at that number 2 on his machine, turning to a 1 at the end of 3 motos if he runs good motos after this. That's for sure. I tell you what, like you said, it's a target, but one that Jimmy has kept moving all moto long.
What is that? Heavy
absolutely.
is the head that wears the crown, and he wants a shot at it. Beautiful, right?
I love that. I love that.
Prophetic, dude, right? I love that too, yeah.
So, well, the yellow flags are out. He's got to tiptoe through the tulips here one more time around here on the number 2. As we watch the number 2 of Jimmy Jarrett. Can he get this moto win? That's going to feel good, Rodney Tomlin.
Yeah.
You ever won anything? You ever done anything at that level?
There was a hot dog eating contest one time at the county fair that felt like it might have been at this level, but probably not.
So you're equating winning at the highest level of amateur motocross in America to a hot dog eating contest.
Well, that's as close as I've gotten.
Let's have a look, folks. The number 2 of Jimmy Jarrett will take that checker flag. That feels good right there.
Yes, it does.
That feels good. Congratulations, Jimmy Jarrett. Chris Hunter in the hunt, dude. He's still got a shot. He'll finish second. Jason Wygant's old buddy from Jersey on the number 50 Kawasaki. And let's look at our third place rider. Lee Walston makes the pass. We're not going with Edward anymore. He said, I'm going to do it. It's Lee Walston is now third. How about that?
No, he comes across the line in second.
Third, too, wasn't it?
And Andy Matthew moves into what happened to Chris Hunter.
Oh, he's slipping back. So Walston goes all the way to the number 2 spot. Jason Wygant is frantically trying to rewrite what he thought were going to be the podium scores there. So it's now going to be Jarrett, Walston, and Matthew. 1, 2, 3. Tough break for Hunter as he has a problem on the last lap. Finishes 5th. Still in the hunt, though.
Yep.
As the Hunter.
So Rob Floth, good battle for him, man. I tell you, I got to say, really good 40-plus moto number 1. Michael Mercer, a rider that I'm familiar with, doing well, finishing up in that 7th place position behind the number 12 of Jason Rich. Justin McCloskey out there finishing up in the number 8 spot aboard the 41. Chad Gokenauer, who got the whole shot, finishing 9th aboard the number 24. Honorino Facelli rounds out your top 10, and then just quickly Chris McMillan, Ronnie Ford, Donald Letty, Joe Buskirk in 14th, Tony the Tiger Robinson out of Ohio in 15th, Jeremy Parsons, Ryan Ragland, Chris Swaney, Tony Wink from Whitesco, and David Dishman rounding out the top. Now, I know I've got a personal connection with Tony. Actually, when I first started announcing back in the early 90s, he was a B rider in the 1890s when I first started announcing. Tony Robinson was a part of the Ohio County Fairs Championship that I worked with, and got real acquainted with he and his family. Great people, man. Great people. But we'll be heading down to the podium where Jason Wygant has got things set and ready to go to talk to, our old buddy from the GNCC series, and now here from Loretta Lynn's top of the podium, Jimmy Jarrett.
One goal only. Turn that number 2 into a number 1. Jimmy Jarrett starting it the right way. Let's hear it for our moto winner in 40 plus. All right, Jimmy, I know you were having some fun on Instagram. Chris Kiefer not racing this year. Are you stepping up? Are you working even harder to try to get this title this year?
Yeah, last year I just came with some friends to have fun and ended up doing pretty good. And I thought, man, I might as well give it one more shot. And they changed the rules and bumped all those guys out. So I'm like, well, I even got a better shot now. So, put some motos in at home and riding with some buddies, and came here and just see what happens.
little pressure now after the first moto went this well. How's that work?
That felt good. I've never won here before, so that felt pretty good. And I don't know how the guys finished behind me or who, but we'll take a look at it and back tomorrow.
Who do you want to thank, Jimmy?
Definitely Carl Cycle, Pro Circuit, Dunlop, Contiguous Graphics. Those guys helped me out a lot. I mean, my family flew in late last night, and they're here. My daughter, she's never been here before, my girlfriend. So, this is what it's all about, having fun and with your family.
All right, let's hear it for him. JJ, Jimmy Jarrett taking the gold. All right, good job, Jimmy. We'll look for our second place finisher, and I think Lee Walston was taking third there at the end. That got crazy. In a big battle, Chris Hunter and a couple other riders looking for our second place finisher. Come on up. Well, I think the name change helped. We've been calling him Edward Walston for years. Second place, silver medal in the moto. Let's hear it for Lee Walston. Come on over here. How did you get second? We saw you like seventh.
I don't know. I just had to ride around the lap that they red flag. The guys were just going crazy, dude. I got T-bone. My ankle's probably the size of a volleyball now. But I just said, get out there and ride around and see what we can do. And a couple of guys made it easy. They fell over. But I won't let them back by either. So.
Who do you want to thank, Lee?
My dad. He's my biggest fan, my mechanic. Brewer Cycles, been with him for 30 years. Liquid Skin Designs, Tag MX suspension, more paint and wallpaper. NSF Racing, Tony Pitcock. I don't know if you guys know him, but he builds an awesome motor. I got 34 gate pick and pulled the whole shot that second moto. So he builds a motor, NSF Racing, look him up. A Cherby gear, X-brand goggles. Dan Lewis, my trainer. It's a bunch of people that helped me get here. It ain't just me.
Not about it. All right, good job. Lee Walston taking the silver and putting himself in contention. Got the bum ankle now after that first turn crash, but he was able to tough it out. We'll look for our third place finisher to come on up.
Race number 7 down on the gate. Set the table, let you know who these riders are. Where
we got it. We got it official. It is Matthew for sure. It is Matthew for sure. We got it right. All moto. Let's hear it for Andy Matthew taking the bronze. That was a battle, man.
Yeah, it was tough. I had 40th gate pick, and I almost got into that pile up in the first start, and I hope it's okay. It was a pretty gnarly crash. So came out better in the second one, and got to thank Mike Trello, Keith Johnson, Nate Turner, all giving me advice down there for that restart. So it was huge. I got a decent start, and I just picked my way through the ruts and stuff, and had a huge crash 2 laps ago. Overjumped the triple going back to Storyland and just exploded off the bike, but luckily the bike was okay, and I'm pretty good. So I got up and finished third, so I'm pretty happy.
Persevering. You want to thank some people?
Absolutely. EJP Racing, Artworks, Race Tech Suspension, FXR, just a ton of people behind me. My girlfriend Karina here, my son Cruz is out here. It's his first time here, he's 3, so he's pumped to see everything and everybody, so just happy to be here.
Andy Matthew taking third. Let's hear it for him. Good job, Andy. That's going to do it for 40 Plus. We'll be back on track with some mini cycles.
There you go, race number 7, 65-7-9. Thanks, Jason, and congratulations to our winner, Jimmy Jarrett. Here we go. The number 4 of Braden Comerford comes to you from Fort Lauderdale, Florida on the KTM. The number 11 of Easton Graves is a Walker, Louisiana native on the KTM. Tegan Andrews on the 13 out of Lytle, Texas. 14 is Braxton Babcock out of Liberty, Kentucky on the Gas. Husqvarna rider comes to you from Temecula, California. It's Braxton Meats on the 15 machine. Blake Bradish on the 17 out of Columbiaville, Michigan. The number 18 is Jeffrey Drysdale out of Evansville, Indiana on the KTM. Gage Brown on the 19 out of Cypress, Texas. He's on a Cobra. Tatum Michaels out of Asheville, North Carolina on the Cobra. Alex Campigli on the 22 machine out of Valley Springs, California on the Gas. Carter Gray, 23 rider out of St. Clairsville, Ohio. He's aboard a blue Yamaha. The 25 is Noah Simons out of Niles, Michigan. He's on a Husqvarna. Centertown, Missouri is hometown for Cohen Chilton on the 27 machine. Brayton Craiglow is on the 29 machine. He is out of Spring Break Central. That's Panama City, Florida on the Yamaha. Austin Keller on the 31 machine out of Orlando, Florida. Deegan Miller's on the 34 machine out of Parker, Colorado. He's on the Husqvarna. 35 is Carson Whitman out of Lakeville, Minnesota on the KTM. Jax Williamson on the 37 machine out of Madera Ranchos, California on the Husqvarna. Camden Scoggins on the 41 machine out of Lebanon, Tennessee. That's KTM. Jaden Smart, 42 out of Berry Creek, California. He's on a Cobra. Nolan Ford, 44 on the number plates. He's out of Fairfield, California. He's on a KTM. Colt 45 Martin's on the number 47, so close, out of Talladega, Alabama on the Cobra. The 50 is Maddox Timmerman out of Visalia, California on the gas. Keiki D. Fino out of Ben Salem, Pennsylvania is on the KTM, 51 on the number plate. 53 is Elliot Boshier out of Cornelius, Oregon on the gas. 55 is Ryder Dorigo out of Corona, California. He's on the gas. Hannah Jameson comes to you from Henderson, Colorado, the number 58 on the plates aboard a KTM. Nolan Murphy out of Warrenton, Virginia is on the Yamaha, number 64. Cash Kane, no relation to Wes Kane, on the 67 out of Amarillo, Texas on the KTM. Jackson Vick on the number 70 out of Highland Village, Texas is on the gas. Diego Gross is on the number 71 machine out of Purcell, Oklahoma. Aboard the Cobra. 72 is Lane Willis out of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee on the KTM. Carson Sanders is on the number 74 out of Milan, Michigan on the gas. Jake Hall comes to you from Linden, Washington aboard the KTM, the number 77. Easton Kirby is on the 80. Comes to you from Spencer, West Virginia on the KTM. Tace Morgan on the 81 machine out of Lehigh, Utah on the gas. Travis Schneider on the 82 machine out of New York on the Cobra. Bryce Dane Howard comes to you from Owensburg, Pennsylvania on the KTM on the number 85. Bucky Carvasic on the 88. Owen Malone 91. Gavin McCoy 92. And Wyatt Patak is the final rider out there on the number 94 machine. Who got the whole shot? Woo! Barely got that one in, boys. Cobra rider in the mix of it. It's the 31. Who is that? That is Austin Keller out of Orlando, Florida. He got the fast pass in Disney World, and no, it's Jaden Smart is who they credit with, though.
Yeah, Smart had a good line to the inside, but I have no idea.
It is the 81. It is the 81 now of Tace Morgan out of Utah. So we've already had 19 lead changes. Getting wild, getting a little woolly here.
So far, we've got save of the day right now.
Wow, rider going down on the 8th commandment.
Wow, another one came clear off the track. Wow, where did he come from, Connor? Did you see where he even come from? Holy cow, he come from behind that tough block. What I saw. Wow, this one's hot and heavy early in this one.
Though, is credited with the whole shot. I don't even know what's going on out front because we've had 9 different leaders. Is that the number 53 now leading? And that would be Elliot Boshier out of Oregon.
All right, while these guys sort yourselves out, we've got the second member of our Loretta Lynn's Apprentice MX Next team right here, Connor Troyer. Connor, you've been up here for a couple motos now. You've been watching some of the chaos. It's a totally different perspective, I'm sure. Normally looking at it from the infield, maybe across the handlebars, a totally different view. What's it feel like being up here in the tower and watching this thing come together?
Oh man, it's the real deal being up here, seeing how this all goes together. It's definitely a different perspective on things, and I've done some announcing at fair races, but this is a whole nother level up here. So.
You look like you're pretty comfortable. You've made some great observations out there. What have you picked up on a little bit of monitor use maybe and that type of thing to add to your repertoire to improve your skill levels a bit?
Absolutely. The screen up here is super helpful. 1, with the live moto. We usually have it on the leader where the battle's at. And then 2, watching the lap times. That's super helpful and something to definitely note while they're out there.
Yeah, the lap times, as you mentioned, that's critical. And you hear us harping on the lap times. It lets you know gap. It lets you know time gone by. It lets you know what's capable of how many laps are gone, how many positions need to be picked up. So interesting observations. Over the next couple days, you're going to sit back in this. We're going to pick up the duties a little bit. And later in the week, probably going to give you an opportunity to call some racing. How about it?
Absolutely. I'm excited for it.
Awesome. Connor Troyer, appreciate you. Great job, bro. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, man. Definitely.
All right, Tace Morgan out front on the number 81 out of Utah. Let's see if he can hold on to this thing. Not many guys have been able to lead this thing wire to wire. He's got the Oregon native, Elliot Boshier, in the number 2 spot. That's a great picture. Woo! All right. So Tace Morgan still holding on, the number 53 of Bosher. Second, Braden Comerford is third. There's the number 70 of Jackson Michael Vick. And the number 19 is Gage Brown. Wow, up into the top 5. He's made some passes here, folks. So the number 19 is on the move. I believe he's inside the top 5. That's Gage Brown on that Cobra. So keep an eye on him. He's coming. The bright yellow machine. Wow. It's easy to pick him up. He was 8th last time around, but he's on the hunt, boys.
Charging those braking bumps. I mean, shoving that little machine in there. And I got to tell you, not letting off the throttle once. And look at this. Getting aggressive. 70. Getting aggressive to that inside, Kevin Kelly.
Yeah, he's got Jackson Vick just in front of him. We'll pick up our leaders as they go into the last turn. And it's Tace Morgan for the moment. Bosher is second on the 53 machine. No, we flipped. Yeah, it is Tace Morgan. Excuse me, on the 81. Whoa, second place rider goes for the triple after the finish line. Elliott Bosher had that bike 12 o'clock in the air and was barely able to hold on to it. And the number 19 of Gage Brown goes for it as well. That's a high-risk reward move. There's the battle for the lead there, the 53. Can he make the pass? Bosher is on the hunt now.
Hey, I've been waiting to call this my whole life. We got gas. Two gas bikes battling side by side.
There's so many
Morgan
gasses. Gas. All right, so on the inside, the 53 of Bosher putting the pressure. Wow. Not able to double, has to roll in, then he starts doubling out. Now 81 can sense he's got to get over to the right and shut that door. Put the deadbolt in there, Megawatt.
Well, I can't believe what I'm watching right here. I got to tell you, Bosher, again, he's trying to throw everything at him he can. You see he's still going a little wider, not following, trying to stay out of that roost. Knows that he doesn't have quite the pace that Morgan has right now. Once he clears him, that may change. But I got to tell you, Bosher has his hands full right now. Morgan making very few mistakes.
That might have been the 50 of Maddox Timmerman going down just behind these guys. He was definitely on the charge.
Yeah, he tucked the front in one of those ruts. So he'll be up pretty quick, but early in the race probably loses 3-4 spots.
Is that Bigfoot footage here we're watching? Yeah. The Zapruder film here as we go to the Zapruder film here as some of this race here. Back and to the left. If you watch his head, it goes back and to the left. Hey, I knew you'd get it. You're a Texas guy. You're a Texas guy.
Yeah,
a little JFK reference there.
Yep.
Well, the magic bullet here making the pass.
Ehab like that one here in the tower.
Tace Morgan, though, is your leader.
That was a good battle for a moment, but he's managed to shed the pressure, at least for about half of a lap. But you have the feeling it's going to come right back to him. Bosher in second, getting close again.
There's a mom out here that's super pumped on this race right now. Or she's on fire. One of the two. So we might want to have EMS crews look at that lady there. She is fired up. There's the 55, though. Now Ryder DeRigo under the attack of the 4 of Braden Comerford. In fact, DeRigo's on the hunt for Comerford. That is for third. So Timmerman slips back a spot or two now. The leaderboard should change a bit. There's the 50 of Timmerman just behind those kids.
But look at Morgan and Bosher again. Here we go. Reset it again. Oh, that's DeRigo right there we're looking at. Yeah, there he comes.
The 55 and the 4 DeRigo has gotten around Braden Comerford.
It looks very similar to the 2 gas up front, the gap. You know, those guys are riding just as close as 1 and 2. Yeah.
Timmy Ferry always in the way here, blocking my view here. I can't get around the guy just like that 92 Supercross championship he won. Just right in the way here, just enough to get the win. All right, Comerford going back at the number 55 of DeRigo as they get into the 10 Commandments. And there is the 50 of Timmerman coming into play.
Wow, pulled that thing back in. That thing got sideways, took a bad hop right there, and never let the throttle off.
It's kind of unusual to see these little 65s dancing on those deep ruts. They typically say, I'm not going to go out there and mess around with that. But look at the kid. The number 4 of Comerford is just playing in the deep sand. He's from Florida. He has no problem with that.
Listen, these kids are riding the edge right now. They're tempting fate. Got to keep those feet on the pegs. Got to stay out of that deep stuff, and they're going right for it in order to make the pass.
And here, that is the number 50 of Timmerman. It's going to be 3 wide. Timmerman's going to get Comerford, And Timmerman now goes from 5th, and I believe he's going to make the pass on Dorigo. He's right there. Timmerman has no problem with the ruts. Look at that. You don't see that very often. Everybody else says, I'm not messing with those ruts. So Dorigo now going to have to fight off Timmerman as he gets around Comerford. Right in the sand. He's got his flip-flops on, those new Alpine Star flip-flops. He's from Florida. No problem there. No toe protection either. Those are still toe flip-flops, though. So they are doable here on the race bike. Nothing. You got nothing for me, Megawatt. I'm sending this stuff out there.
I'm just waiting for the next one. I mean, you're on such a roll right now.
No, I just react. Give me something. I don't even know how to reset this, Phil. They've changed positions so many times, and this lady's on fire again.
Somebody lit her again.
The race comes to us here.
Her back up.
She's coming. This lady is hyped up. There, she's hanging over the fence. She's going to need Tommy John surgery after the cheering there for Ryder Dorigo. She is hyped up. Tace Morgan, Elliott Bosher now your leader. Tace Morgan second, Dorigo, Comerford. That's all changed. Forget that.
Look at this battle.
I can't even keep up. Look at this nonsense.
Unbelievable. We got identical gear, too, making it a little bit tougher.
Oh, that's awesome. They're going to
really... Cobra rider, Gage Brown, trying to make moves.
He's on a yellow bike, though. That helps.
That does help. Thank you for riding a different color bike.
That's Comerford. And then
look at that slingshot pass. Comerford made it happen around the outside.
Wow, that was commitment right
sorry,
there.
Gage Brown made the move.
Yeah, Gage Brown. And that was commitment. He had that set up in his head. He knew he was going to go for it, get it or not. You know,
he came out of the turn wide open, and whatever happened after that, oh well.
Let it happen.
See what happens.
So now we're watching Braden Comerford on the 4, under fire from Gage Brown on the 19 as we go to the long short shoot. Dude, I'm telling you what, Gage Brown is on a mission right now. Oh, Comerford almost tucked the front. Gage Brown going to get down to the inside. Here are the 10 Commandments.
Wow, Brown showing the racecraft right now, showing the knowledge beyond his years. The guy under fire, I got to tell you, Comerford needs to pay attention right now. Any mistakes by him, and Brown is going to blow right by. And look at Brown not giving up on those insides. He knows that line is rougher. He knows there's a bump in there. He knows there's a hook in there, but he can't follow right now. Impressive.
Yeah, pulls the boot off the peg. He doesn't carry. Makes the pass on Comerford.
There it is.
Kind of, sort of. I don't know. Is it done yet? They've been side by side.
Call it a pass right now.
It's good now.
Absolutely.
And Comerford now coming under the attack of another KTM rider. I believe that might be Timmerman on the 50.
Yeah, I believe that's Timmerman now.
Make your mind up. What do you want to finish? Third, second, first? Help us out here.
Brown be a flip-flopper.
Brown
stick with the position.
Fantastic job, though, for two laps. He was committed to making that happen.
That
had one or two spots.
Yeah,
had one or two spots. He was going to keep going for it. And sure enough, as you can see, once he did clear him, able to pick up some distance and make a little gap between them.
All right, who is that young man behind him? So there's Brown. Who knows? There's a pass. Comerford got past too.
That might be Maddox Timmerman.
Yep.
I see the red gas cap. So I think that's who went down, had the tip over.
He's coming back.
He's working his way back forward. This is a battle now for the number 5 spot.
Gonna need a fire extinguisher on the fence line here for that lady. She is hyped up on those kids. Here they come. Brown, Timmerman, and Comerford now. The 19 Cobra of Gage Brown jumping that triple. Wow, nobody doing that one. Just a couple kids doing that.
Coming up on 8 minutes. 8 minutes left in this one with 5 laps in the books. And right now, Bowsher out front.
That's about pretty attention span of these kids anyway, so they know they've timed these laps down.
Yep. Bowser out front, very much uncontested for last half of this one so far. But I got to tell you, so impressed with Brown on that number 19
lap time,
machine.
Though. Tace Morgan was 4 seconds quicker that time around.
Look at this battle. Ryder Dorigo on the 55.
Whoa, what
How did he hold on to that one? Made the move and then almost swapped and threw it away. Dorigo, that is 3rd place right now.
What a save. Lap traffic now.
Again, just grabbed a handle, never shut it off.
Yeah,
when it started to swap, you never saw his arm move.
Grip it and rip it.
Grip
it with your knees and rip it.
With your little baby knees.
He did.
There is Brown. He is now under the attack of Timmerman again. So he was the hunter. Now he's the hunted. Inside, outside. There's Dorigo. There's Brown. And there's Timmerman in that order.
Elliott Bowsher, long gone now, out front. Got a 3.5-second lead over Tace Morgan. So we follow these battles. Ryder Dorigo 3rd. Gage Brown on the number 19. There on the Cobra. He is 4th. And Maddox Timmerman is top 5.
I got to tell you, it looks like Timmerman doing the work. I mean, Timmerman just throwing everything at him he can, moving the bike side to side, trying to move the bike for better position. But I got to tell you, Brown just solid as can be. Brown just doing work out there.
So there is your leader, pops into view. I believe it's still the 53 of Elliott Bolsher, who's able to clear some of the lap traffic. And now Tace Morgan trying to make his way through. There is the 53 coming around the sweeper. The inside, he just about goes down. He's bouncing through the roller there.
There have been some saves. Yeah, you've been some saves in this. When you tuck that front end in this deep stuff, when you're talking about 14-inch wheels, you know, that's a tough go out there, Weege. You got braking bumps twice as big as your wheel.
Yeah, we just had a 40-plus 450 bike, moto, and now we're out here on 65. So hard to replicate these conditions anywhere else. Obviously, your local track will have big bikes race a moto before 65s, but the track's not going to get this rough and this rutted. We watch Tace Morgan here, the number 81. Man, every time you see a rider, you see the back end stepping out, and they do not lift. Boucher, your leader.
That's mental, too. I will promise you that, Weege. You, at a young age, you learn to leave it on. That's a big advantage because the instinct is grab the brake, shut it off. And when you see these top 4 or 5 guys swapping, never letting off, they got an advantage early.
Absolutely. They learned the hard way.
Yep.
Hold that throttle on. I'll tell you what, Morgan is closing the gap on your leader, the 53, Elliott Boucher. He's catching him now. So look at the gap. He's almost gone now.
One little 65 bike lane. It's tiny. It's right there for the lead late in the moto. Boucher has to look over his shoulder, and Morgan's right there, Megawatt.
5 minutes left on the clock, Kevin, and like you said, the distance is now next to nothing. Believe we're going to see the 2-lap card as the leaders come around this time. Here they go back through the trees.
It's not 3 seconds like the monitor says. It's 2 bike lengths, so it's about a half a second. Shorten up the racetrack. The 81 is coming. Tace Morgan is taking a shot. He might have done it right there on the inside. He's inside again. Who has control of the inside line? Morgan's going to go for it with that ginormous rut's not enough.
Yeah, that ginormous rut is exactly what slowed him down. He didn't have an option though unless he wanted to follow and just gave up a couple bike lengths right there. But look at this. But, oh, my goodness. Well, look at the rear end dancing around on that.
That is the 81 out front.
That's
the 53.
Morgan. Yeah,
the 53 now is second. So Elliott Boucher has dropped back. The 81 now takes over the point. So late moto surge by the 81 of Tace Morgan. Morgan coming around the big sweeper, the number 81 gas machine. The 53 is now in second. So a big change of events here. Gas running 1 and 2. I mean, it's deep into the moto. Here he comes. Can he hold on? The 81 gas of Tace Morgan. 2-lap board is out. So Tace
should be picking up the 2-lap board this time around.
The next go around. Okay, so next lap when the leaders come through, they just passed in front of us. So the time about to expire, 3 minutes or so to go before the 2-lap board comes out. And Tace Morgan now in control. Elliott Boucher is second. Dorigo Timmerman and Gage Brown round out your top 5. 2-lap board is out. So white flag will come out. The white flag will come out.
Right.
Next time around for this young man on the gas, the number 81 of Tace Morgan. It's been a back and forth slugfest with these guys.
Like you said, gut punch, chin punch, jab, uppercut.
3 points, hole-in-ones, field goals, you name it. Any way you can score.
Power play.
Yes. Whatever sports reference you can identify with. This kid is doing it. Goal from the cheap sheets. Cheap sheets, yes.
Any way you look at it, Kevin, it's been a gas.
Yeah, it has been
any way you look at it.
Hey-o. All right, white flag here in the 65, 7, and 9. Today has been good, man. The racing has been, hey, how you doing? Fantastic. He's coming in. That big head of hair is coming in for you. He's going to stick his head in here and say hello to Megawatt. Tace Morgan's going to say hello to Jason Wygant. All right, so the 53 is going after our leader one more time. The 53 of Boucher has 1 bike length separating himself and Tace Morgan. So it's not done yet. The 81 has serious pressure from Elliott Boucher. Right in front of us, 2 turns to go. So Morgan gonna have to fight him off for 2 more turns. Morgan made the pass last lap, and now Bosher trying to pull off some last lap magic. And here they come for the checker flag, and it's going to be just barely the 81 of Tace Morgan. Barely holds off Elliott Bosher.
Man, I got to tell you, Kevin, there's so much to look back at on this moto. Only two
really
riders check in so far.
Here's the battle for the number 3 spot, the final podium spot. And who's it going to be? It's going to be Dorigo barely holding off the number 19. You're right, man. It's hard to even keep up with this.
I got to tell you, when we try to recap this one, that's just going to be a blur.
Race is not over.
Four riders in now. This thing is far. We got another battle coming for this 5th, 6th, and 7th place.
Thought that was a white flag lap. We're going to keep racing. Well, I'm calling the race like it's over, but we got another lap now. I give up. Can't see anything. Your leader's coming through the 10 Commandments. The 81 of Tace Morgan. We need a young kid with good eyes to make these calls for us, Rodney Tomlin. White flag.
I used to be that kid at one time. When Irv Braun and Tim Cotter were in this position.
Yeah. Be the eyes and ears of us here. I think we have a new leader. Good Lord. Elliott Bosher. No, there's the 81. Okay, thank you. Tace Morgan is your leader. This is, in fact, we have confirmed the white flag lap. We are very professional here, Rodney Tomlin. Everybody at home's going, you moron.
It doesn't get any more professional.
My name is Jason Wygant, so I apologize for all the arrows in that race call.
Jason, you sound like that Rodney Tomlin guy, too.
Oh, yes, no doubt.
Tomlinson?
Yeah, that Rodney Tomlinson guy.
I ran into him the other day.
How's this last lap battle shaping up?
Well, it's the third last lap of the race.
I got confused here, too. We're going 9 laps in on this one.
What are we doing? But yes, it looks like Tace Morgan has sort of, kind of settled in.
9 laps we're going to do in this one. A little bonus time.
Extra, yeah. We went into extras here, the 12th inning.
Well, I'll tell you, the battle for second still waging on as they went into this final lap. .348 was the difference between Ryder Dorigo in the number 3 spot and Elliott Bosher in the number 2 position. So lap time's actually a little better for Bosher. It looks like he might, if he can push a little better lap time this time around, unless it's over. It is. Bosher gets it. Ryder Dorigo ends up finishing third. There it is. And that changed on me. Either that or my eyes totally jump lines or something like that. But anyways, Tace Morgan, Elliott Bosher, Ryder Dorigo, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, let's get you.
And we head down to Jason Wygant, who is ready to celebrate on the podium.
Yep, there it is. Ryder Dorigo's bike pulling in here, the impound area in 3rd. Elliott Bosher, a great ride for 2nd, had the lead for a while. It was really fun to watch this. And by the way, we're going to call this the gas podium. 3 gas to sweep the top 3 spots, led by the gold medalist. Man, and he is tired. I think they had to do an extra lap in that moto the way the flags worked. Let's hear it for our gold medalist, Tace Morgan. Great job, Tace. That was a good battle, man. Are you tired?
Yes.
Did you think you could get it done? You were catching the leader. You get excited when that happens?
Yeah, kind of. I was just out of breath at the end.
You still got the win. Can you do it again and get this championship?
Yep.
Who do you want to thank, Tace?
I want to thank my mom, dad, both my sister, my try, fly, Armex, factory connection, throttle therapy, my motor builder, II, Dank Construction, Makani, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for Tace Morgan taking the win. Good job. We're going to look for Elliott Bosher. That'll be 2nd place. Thank you, Tace. Looking for a silver medal here from Elliott. She wants a picture. We'll get you in 1 sec. There you go. Hold on. Hold up the gold. Be proud of the gold. Hold up the gold. Get a picture of that. That's the big deal right there. And nothing to be ashamed of here. Taking second place, leading some laps. We'll move closer to the center. Let's hear it for Elliot Bauscher. Do I have it right? Is it Bauscher?
Yeah.
All right. How was that moto? You had the lead, had to deal with pressure. It was a good battle. What was it like?
It's just tough.
This track is tough. Competition's tough, right?
Yeah, it's really deep out there.
Who do you want to thank, Elliot?
I'd like to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out there. My mom, my dad, JMC Motorsports, 60 helmets, 100%, fly racing, everyone else, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Elliot Bauscher, second place. And he'll be ready for more in Moto number 2. I think Ryder DeRigo was able to sneak in there for third, and we'll bring Ryder on up. Let's bring Ryder DeRigo up. We'll go back to the center. Sight lap underway for our next class. Bronze medal right here. Let's hear it for Ryder DeRigo. That was a crazy moto, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I got a pretty good start. I passed a couple people in the first lap. A couple people went down, and then I just rode my race. Gage bounced right on my bug, but I held him off.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Mom and Dad, Gas, Trolley Designs, FMF, 100%, Alpine Star, Method, Race Wheels, and that's it.
Ryder DeRigo, bronze medal in 65. Jaden Smart got our hole shot. I'll give him a Stasic hole shot award if Jaden's around. And I'll send it back up to the tower. But Jaden Smart, if you're around, we got a whole shot. There we go. All right, I'll send it back up to the tower. One sec. Let's give it to Jaden Smart, your Stasic Whole Shot Award. Hey, real quick, who do you want to thank, Jaden? I know the moto didn't finish the way you want, but good start. And you're still smiling. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, Dad, OG Goggles, Fox, Rhino Power, 60, OG Goggles, Justin Costello from State Farm, Papa John, Dunlop, and everybody else. Thank you.
Jaden Smart, your Stasic Whole Shot winner. All right. We've seen him up here in this podium many times. I'm sure he'll be back. Let's send it back up to the tower.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jason. Our specialized sight lap underway here as the 250C getting set to roll next. It's the number 11 Husqvarna rider from Seminole, Florida, Lee Barney's TLR Performance, Brap Savage, Verified Graphics, and Tampa MX will be Chalice Stiers. Number 12 out of Dallas, Oregon will be Gas rider Gage Ripplinger on an AOE REP suspension back ride. 13 of Drayton Smith out of Spicewood, Texas on the Husqvarna HP Race Development back ride. 14 of Kason Pinkston out of Kaufman, Texas on a Performance Factory back Yamaha. The number 15 of Aiden Babin out of Gonzales, Louisiana on a Team Saki back KTM. Chase Myers de Hera out of Castro Valley, California on a Black Hills Power Sports back Kawasaki. Number 21, Devin Ruth out of San Diego, California on a Motormatic Racing back KTM. Tyler Moore out of North Fort Myers, Florida on a Clean and Care Husqvarna. Coleman Ross riding the number 23 from St. Mary's, Idaho on a CDA Power Sports KTM with the number 24 of Wyatt Fields from Windsor, California on an Agrian Supply backed Yamaha. The number 26 of Elk River, Minnesota's Kyle Sand on a Paradise Motors backed Husqvarna. The number 28 of Alex O'Rourke out of Old Tappan, New Jersey, A1 Hydro backed Yamaha. Race Hernandez out of Golden, Colorado on a G-Force Power Sports back Husqvarna. The number 33, Devin Eaton out of Williamston, South Carolina on an Amsoil Husqvarna. Tyler Montgomery out of Calamasa, California on a Pro Circuit back Kawasaki backed ride. It'll be the number 36 out of Belton, Texas on the Munn Racing Husqvarna of Wyatt Navarro. Number 37, Austin Speltz out of Buffalo, Minnesota. The number 38 on the Wheels Power Sports KTM out of Plainfield, Massachusetts will be Cody Beckwith. Number 40 is Dylan Grubaugh out of Redding, California on an SP Contracting backed Honda. Brandon Nolan, the number 41 out of Cream, New Jersey, on an Engelwitz Motorsports back KTM. Tabby Brewer on a Pro Circuit Kawasaki out of Hobbs, New Mexico. Brandon Bolino out of Essex, Illinois, on an Owen Sports Motorsports back Yamaha. The number 44, Brian Prouty, he's out of Carlsbad, New Mexico, on a KTM. Aaron Cape out of New Hudson, Michigan, on a Dr. Force back Yamaha. Number 50, Bradley Marshall out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri, on a Letco back KTM. The number 52 of Caleb Hagan out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky, on a Mom and Dad back KTM. Peyton Crisp out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, Foothill Motorsports backed Honda. Thomas Berry out of South Dennis, New Jersey, on the number 56 Dunlop Tires backed Honda. Then Jesse James out of Milford, Utah, on a James Farm backed Honda. The number 70, Evan Galera out of Austin, Texas, on a Moto D KTM. Ryder Colvin out of Las Vegas, Nevada, on an Edge Power Sports KTM. Ross O'Connor out of Fikesville, Massachusetts, out of Fairview MX Yamaha. Also Christopher Schroeder out of Baroda, Michigan. Great White Customs KTM. Cody Cook out of Valley Springs, California, on the number 81. Connor Dawkins, the number 86. Colin DeLarco out of Lake Mary, Florida, at the 87. Brandon Kruger, as we are off and rolling through the first term. Julian Wolhick, Seth Billingsley, Brady Ware, Blake Grindstaff, and Harley Jeffers rounding out the field there. Jeffers on the number 97. Race Hernandez out of Golden, Colorado, the number 31 ride, will pick up the early lead and whole shot in this one. That rider brought to us by G-Force Power Sports, FAF Graphics, and Fox Racing. In the 250C novice class riders, these riders' first trip down to the ranch as they make their way around this facility now.
Yeah, Race Hernandez finds himself with that Stasic Hole Shot Award, man. And he has got some company here, Rodney. Oh, whoa, rider down, look out. Watch out, head on a swivel. Man, that's a bad place to be, Rodney.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Trying to get it. That was one of the front runners. He was one of the guys
62 machine, maybe?
battling up front there.
Yes, let's throw numbers out there to scare all the parents.
Well, there was no 62, so no one got too worried about them. Yeah.
All right, looking for our leader, and a very comfortable lead. He does, in fact, have the KTM rider with the orange helmet, I believe. Your leader currently. Yellow flags are out, though.
Yeah, 23 is your leader right now on the track. That's Coleman Ross from St. Mary's, Idaho, on a CDA Power Sports Duke Ross Trucking and Flow-backed KTM ride. As Kevin put it, KTM rider with an orange helmet.
There you go. Is that Devin? Nope. I'm not going to guess.
Oh, up front, it's the 23. We've already guessed that. It's Coleman Ross.
Colton Ross.
Coleman. Yes. Back in second place, that's your early leader, the guy that grabbed the hole shot, the 31 of Race Hernandez out of Golden, Colorado. He's still holding on to a top position, but the 33 machine of Devin Eaton, that's the guy you're talking about out of Williamston, South Carolina. He's moving up through the pack right now, Kevin.
He's on the hunt. I feel like there's a couple of 252 strokes running around. Are you hearing that?
I hear that.
I hear that. I hear what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying, but I hear those bikes on the track too, so that's kind of interesting.
So this is 250C class. Coleman Ross, your leader. He's gotten around your hole shot artist, Race Hernandez. And the lead bunch going in and out of the 10 Commandments now. So Coleman Ross going to be credited with leading a complete lap now if he can hang on to this thing.
Well, I'll tell you, just like in any good first lap, this 250C class does not disappoint. The riders really nose to tail are very close. A lot of position jockeying and changing going on lap number one. They start to settle in a little bit, or should, in some positions anyway.
They haven't listened to us.
No, at all. And I like that. I'm glad they aren't settling in because it's made it very interesting. At the end of one, it was Ross Hernandez, Devin Eaton in third, Colin DeLarco in fourth, Alex O'Rourke.
That is one of our second or third place riders that went down. So trouble for the 31. Oh no, Race Hernandez.
Yeah.
Is down on the ground. He's picking up change. Somebody dropped some quarters. He wanted to scoop that up.
O'Rourke back in the number 5 spot. That's Alex O'Rourke. Dylan Grubaugh, the number 40 with 6. Chase Meyer DeHera in the number 7 spot. The 8th place position, Brandon Bolino. 9th place was Brady Ware. 10th place, the 52 of Caleb Hagan. And don't be surprised to see some change. I see names like Blake Grindstaff, Case and Pinkston, for some reason, those names standing out to me, and I expect to see them.
You probably saw him there.
Yeah.
Number 40 of Dylan Grubaugh picking his bike up now. So Dylan was running 6. He's down on the ground. So they're not listening to you, Rodney. They're all shaking things up, keeping you on your old toes.
Well, I'm glad of it, my friends. Keep me feeling alive. That's what we like about Loretta Lynn's and the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship as we roll through the first day of the 40th annual running. Coleman Ross still out front, up to second now at the expense of the 31. Is Devin Eaton, the 33 machine, in second. Alex O'Rourke in the number 3 spot now.
Eaton is right there as they head into the mechanics area. Eaton can see your leader, the 23 of Coleman Ross. You're going to have company here in just a minute, my man. Devin Eaton is on his way over. Your mom's making dinner, and he's going to be eating at the front of that table here very soon.
And he's coming back for seconds.
Oh, yeah. No, he's not going to be happy with seconds. He's going to get first. He's coming into the 10 Commandments, and he's got you right now. In fact, you better look out because Alex O'Rourke got the memo as well, and he's on the way over as well on the number 28 Yamaha.
Well, we're going to have a full dinner table, it looks like, coming up here.
Open up the leaf, honey. All the boys are coming over. Get the big table out here. We got company. So it's Ross, and for the moment, Devin Eaton and Alex O'Rourke. O'Rourke is putting the pressure on Eaton.
We're using the good Chinaware tonight.
Oh, we're breaking out the good Faberware.
Wow, this is a good one. Again, it's been gate drop after gate drop. Oh!
Second place has a problem. Gets all discombobulated in the ruts there, has to dab, and he'll drop back to 4th. So now the push is coming from the 28 of Alex O'Rourke. And here comes O'Rourke with that crazy color gear there on the inside. Everybody's kind of making a hard ride on the racetrack. He gives the pass right up to O'Rourke.
Yeah, he just swapped out there pretty wild just to keep it up on 2 wheels. That was pretty impressive. So O'Rourke basically getting 2 gimmies by mistakes made by the riders ahead of him right there.
Yeah, he's going to eat right off your plate. He's taking something off yours. A little off yours. Hey.
I want that leg.
I will get it.
On your plate.
On your plate. So
and that biscuit.
So all of the dinner analogies are flowing right now. So Devin Eaton now will take over the number 1 spot on the inside. He's being stingy. But look out, here comes the number 33 of Devin Eaton. He's not going away. He's back in 3rd. He's already made 1 pass, back up, and he's now challenging for that number 2 spot. He wants to get around the KTM of Coleman Ross.
Wow, so this one heating right back up. Brandon Bellino not far out of the pace of this one. Chase Meyer DeHara in that number 5 spot. Around the billboard, they're all nose to tail. Wow.
I can't keep up. So there's Eaton, there is Bellino, and Ross, and they're 3 wide. Sort that all out, Rodney.
Kason Pinkston's up there. He was outside the top 10. Remember, he's like 12th, 13th place. He's up to 6th place now.
Yeah, remember, he won earlier in the 125C class, Kason Pinkston.
There you go. And Julian Wolchik, I think he was outside the top 10. He's now up to a 7th place position now. Grace Hernandez, he's dropped back to 10th after the whole shot and battling for the lead there on the first couple laps.
Hey, and check it out. The fastest 2 laps that time around was Kason Pinkston and Julian Wolchik in the number 7 and 8 spot, or 6 and 7 spot.
And Cody Beckwith also, he had a 2:08.559 there as well.
Wow. So 3 guys back in 6th, 7th, and 8th. So that's the push. So by the end of this moto, you're going to have 3 guys all slugging it out for that last turkey leg.
Yeah, that number 17 machine under all kinds of pressure there. Chase Meyer DeHara out of Castro Valley, California, under all kinds of pressure. Pinks and Wohick and Cody Beckwith right there in the hunt.
All right, so this is absolutely not over. It's Alex O'Rourke on the number 28 Yamaha, the FXR gear. It's easy to pick him out, but he has got company. He's got Devin Eaton maybe back on him again.
That's Eaton. The 33 machine is right back there.
Eaton, and there goes Eaton now. Is he going to hold him off? No, that's the 43 of Brandon Bellino. So Bellino now comes from 4th right here on the blue Yamaha. He is challenging for the lead, Rodney.
Oh, wow.
Come on. Help us out here, man. You guys are moving too fast.
No doubt. Wow.
And look who's in 3rd. The number 14 of Kason Pinkston. He was in 6th. He's now in 3rd. He won the 125C class early in the morning. So here comes that push. We were talking about it.
Wow, he was running top 15 at the end of the first lap, up to 6, now up to a third place position, 2.156 seconds back. O'Rourke and Bellino were just 3/4 of a second apart. We're having a three-way shootout past Billboard now on the backside.
What is happening? The 28 under the attack of the 43 there of Brandon Bellino now. And you're going to see Kaysen Pinkston jump into camera shot here in just a moment. A wild, wild moto here in this 250C class. Here comes Pinkston on the 14 machine.
Wow.
He's got a moto win under his big belt now.
Now watch, these guys, I think O'Rourke and Bellino have got their own battle going on. I don't think that they even have a clue that Pinkston's coming at the fever he's coming at. Oh, down goes your leader.
Wow. O'Rourke goes down, and Pinkston will go into the number 2 spot.
So that changes things up. Now Brandon Bellino is left to try to defend that first place position off of a hard charging Kaysen Pinkston. Good thing there, O'Rourke seems to be getting up under his own will, so that's a good thing.
Pinkston is coming if you use your tombstone reference, and he's bringing hell with him. Here comes Kaysen Pinkston on the number 14 Yamaha. Wow. Here we go.
Yeah, so here's a replay on that right there. Here he comes coming down. And
everything's going good. Then his head hits the handlebars, and he goes down.
Yeah, just kicked up, just hit that.
But what's incredible, his first thought, get up, get the bike, get moving, let's protect myself, but I want to win this race. He had thoughts of still winning this thing.
Yeah.
There's Pinkston. Is he going to go? Oh, and he goes into the lead. The 43 of Brandon Bellino stalls the bike. What is happening on this moto?
It's a 250C moto, you know. And what's crazy? Let's say I'll put this out here right now. The guy, even none of the gold medal winners may not even be overall winners, and maybe even a guy that doesn't even finish on the podium will be your overall winner when this is all said and done.
Well, I'm going to say hello to one of our apprentices here. What is your name, ma'am?
Cassie Thibodeau.
So, Miss Thibodeau, you've been watching this race. She was giggling watching the race. It's like it's silly.
Yeah, this one has a lot of action in it. There's no doubt about that.
So keeping up, like I'm not even going to try to keep up with it. If I see it, we call it, but it's been hard to even follow.
Hard to follow, but these guys are doing a good job out there. It's nice to see the lead swap and see the guys, despite going down, battling back up through and doing the best they can to get a good finish here and try to be consistent throughout the week.
Look at that. And the consistency is kind of hard in the C class. It's not normally a staple here, but the guy that's been consistent so far, he's got 1-1 scores today already in the 125 C class and now the 250 C class.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are always preparing physically to get into these races, but I think that mental piece and making sure to come into this prepared and be ready for anything. If something goes wrong, fight back and just finish what you can.
I think she is prepared. She sounds good. In your face, Ronnie Tomlin.
Oh!
Give her your mic.
Here you go. I'm so sorry. No, let me point this out first. Gage Ripplinger, the Ripper, really got it in his name. There's no doubt. Up to third place, fastest lap on the track at 2:08.199 on lap number 4. No, it's not over.
Not over.
He's 3 seconds behind, running about a 4-second faster lap than Bellino. Now, Bellino did have that little mishap there where he stalled it out.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he'll get back down into the 2:09 range, but I'm sure that gap is closed up on him
there he is.
as well. And there it is, yeah.
Ripplinger on that gas, the number 12 machine. He's got our second place rider right in his sights, just in front of them, Kaysen Pinkston. So this thing is so far from over, Don. I just called you Don Calling. Don, my man, Don Tomlinson. Donnie Tomlinson.
It's okay, Ronnie.
Wes
Mikey.
Wigan and Don Tomlinson. And
Mikey Watson.
and Jeff Megawatt. I can't even keep up with your name, much less the kid leading. I do know he won the 125C class earlier in the day. There he is, Kaysen Pinkston. And here comes the Ripper. Gage Ripplinger has your second place rider, Bellino, right there in front of him. Listen to that, Pinkston on the 125.
Yeah, I think he is. Oh, down goes Ripplinger.
Goes down. So the 125 of Pinkston, he won the 125C class earlier, rides the same bike in the 250C class. Impressive.
Bermuda Triangle. Even though there's no deep rut there this year, it's still taking its toll.
Always going to be.
Yep. So things change back up a little bit. Bellino getting a little bit of pressure relieved of that, as it's now a 7.062 second gap between second and third place. But don't count out Gage Ripplinger just yet. We've seen him make some pretty quick gains there a few moments ago, and he has had the fastest lap on the racetrack so far today.
Rodney, check it out. Here comes the 43 on the inside. Bellino side by side. Oh, and Bellino goes down. What a rough couple of laps for Bellino. He stalls the bike. He goes down. But I don't think he's even hardly going to lose a position. There's third coming into view, and Bellino will get back up in second. So 1 minute remain here. Closing stages of the 250C class. A real yawner here, huh?
Yeah, these are the ones we always try to avoid watching, because they're so boring like this,
Right. Wow. This one has been radical, man.
There's not a race that I don't care to announce anymore. There was a time where you could say, oh, man, I really don't want to necessarily have to announce that one. And I'll admit it, but nowadays I don't care. Any race, I'll take it.
I'll take it. Rodney will take it.
I love them all. They're all good.
Here they come around the big sweeper, the 125 here in this 250C class. Case and Pinkston looking at going 1-1. What a day this kid is having.
That is. And
that's a moto wins in two different classes.
And coming in here as basically a rookie to Loretta Lynn's, and to be able to pull off wins like that. I mean, knock I mean, in the C class, 2 classes, consistency like that, but to knock the nerves and the anxieties and everything out of the park like he has is just amazing.
Yeah, in a sea of 250Fs, this young man scratched and clawed his way right up to the #1 spot on a 125cc Yamaha, and I believe that race is over. That is it.
Yeah, that's
Jason
it.
Pinkston will take the checker flag, and with that, 2 moto wins on the day, 2 gold medal wins for this young man here in these 2020 Summer Olympic Games
wow.
here in Tokyo.
Blake Grindstaff, who took a while to get rolling up to the #4 spot as he gets around Colin DeLarco in 5th. Now, Blake Grindstaff was another one of those riders that was outside the top 10. He was 12th, I think, at the end of lap #1, but here he is 4th at the end of the moto. Colin DeLarco in 5th, Julian Woljic in the #6 spot. Devin Eaton holds on for a solid top 10 in 7th place.
Did anybody not crash in that moto? I believe Pinkston might be the only guy.
Right, right.
You stalled it, you tipped over. There's crazy. There's a lot of good stories. Jason Wygant will get to sort this one out. That was a wild one. We look forward to hearing from our top 3, Pinkston, Bellino, and Ripplinger, as they now make their way down to talk to Jason Wygant. Jason, checking his phone, his text. Everything's good there. The wife's happy back at home. Good to go, bud. Well, the microphone is off.
Alex O'Rourke, by the way, finishing.
What did I say
back.
when I said RF off? The nightmare scenario when you're holding the microphone.
That's like the Netflix, Are You Still With Me?
Yeah, have you fallen asleep? Well, how about this? 2 for 2. 2 gold medals already. Let's hear it for Cade Pinkston. Here we go. Did that give you confidence, that previous moto, to get the gold? Did that help? What was it like winning and then winning again?
It feels good. A lot of hard work has been put in for this.
Hey, how much is the track change in, say, like 3 hours? Does it feel totally different or the same?
Oh, yeah, it's way rougher.
Who do you want to thank for putting in this work and getting you to this position to maybe win 2 titles?
Lord up above for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Performance Factory, Matt Cleveland, Quicks Moto Ranch, Fly Racing, Alpine Star Boots, Scott Goggles, Berm Lords, Shock Socks, Shane Garcia, Rhino Power, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Cade Pinkston getting it done for the 2nd time today. All right, we will look for our silver medalist. As Kevin and Rodney were saying, it was a great battle in this one. And we'll get him out from under the tent. Brandon Bellino is our 2nd place finisher. We're looking for him on the 43. And the Ripper, Gage Ripplinger, was 3rd. Let's look for our 2nd place finisher. It's C-Class. It's first podium appearance for a lot of these guys. No, not your mic, not your mic, just you. They're learning the ropes too. There we go. Here it is, folks, our 2nd place finisher, Brandon Bellino. Right here in the center, looking good. Man, that was a battle. Tell me about your moto.
I mean, I got a decent start, had to work my way back through the pack and all. But overall, it was good moto. Made a few mistakes, stalled the bike, got started back up, and then Went down in the beginning of 10 Commandments, but got that back up, finished moto strong, second place, which is really good. Super pumped to be here.
It's got to be a confidence booster to have some trouble and still get second. Got to feel good about that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Who do you want to thank, Brandon?
My mom, my dad, all my family, the man above, investmentsolutions.com, Owen Motorsports, Get Sideways, B&M Racing, FXR, all of them I can't think right now, but thank you guys.
Let's hear it for Brandon Molino, second place. Hold that silver medal, be proud. Good job, Brandon. Congratulations. Yes. Nice to meet you up here. And we're looking for the Ripper, Gage Ripplinger, who will be our bronze medalist. Come on up to the stage. And as they were talking about up on the tower, it's great battling throughout. Pinkston was able to get away eventually, but these podium spots, man, the Ripper and the rest of the crew really battled hard. Let's hear it for Ripplinger taking third place. How'd you get that done? It was quite a battle.
I just kind of went for it, tried to be smooth, and just pick good lines and go.
Got even more? Do you learn something? Get even better as the week goes on?
Yeah, triple in the back, bigger, but other than that, yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, J Whipple Max, AEO Power Sports, Hayacre Racing, REP Suspension, Fusion, Thursday Night, Moto District, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Gage Ripplinger taking third place. All right. And Race Hernandez was your Stasic Whole Shot Award winner. If Race Hernandez is around, we'll let Race take the photo with this Stasic Whole Shot Award. They're handing out Whole Shot Awards in every class. Race, I think, had some problems early in that race. But Race, if you're around, make sure you pick up a Whole Shot check before you head back to your pit area. Okay, I guess that's going to do it. Highly anticipated class. I see some yellow backgrounds. That means B class up next.
That is right. Race number 9, 250B Limited. We'll give you the rundown. The number 11 is Brock Walker out of Joshua, Texas. The 12 is Parker Ross. Comes to you from Harold, California. Ty Lapierre is number 13 out of Lanesboro, Massachusetts. The 14 is Matty Jorgensen out of Pompano, Florida. 16 is Paulino Francisco out of San Jose, California. Antioch, California brings you the number 17 of Jarrett Finch. Elizabeth City, North Carolina is home to the number 18 of Peyton Jackson. Jared Gummison comes to you from Olympia, Washington on the 22 machine. James Momberg on the 23 out of Boulevard, California. Westport, Massachusetts is home to the 24 of Grant LaFrance. The 26 is Kyle Wise out of Modesto, California. He'll be aboard the Kawasaki. Travis McKean is on the number 27 machine out of Middleton, New York. Appleton, Wisconsin is home to Jordan Beast and the largest head of hair on anyone's head here at the ranch on the number 28 machine. Julian Balmer on the 29 machine out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Havasu 30 is, I know that. The number 30 is Dayton Briggs out of Riverside, California on the gas. Chase Yentzer has already got a moto under his belt. Finished top 5. 31 out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania on the Suzuki. Patrick Murphy on the 35 out of Clinton, Iowa on the Kawasaki. Winchester, California. That's home to Dakota Bender on the 39. The number 40 is going to be tough to beat out of Lake Park, Georgia. Gage Linville on the Yamaha. Fort Dodge, Iowa is home to the 42 of Deegan Hep. Jaden Clough on the 45 machine out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota. Crosby, Texas is home to the 46 of Charles Tolston the 4th. Ethan Day, the 47 machine out of Twin Lake, Michigan. Plainfield, Massachusetts is home to the 49 of Taylor Beckwith. 50 is Larry Reyes Jr. He will be in the mix out of Houston, Texas. Brady DeYoung on the 51 machine comes to you from Hamilton, Michigan. Liberty Hill, Texas is home to the 52 of Dominic Boucher. 54 is Nate Mason out of Canton, Georgia. 56 is Lewis Callow out of Australia. The entire country. He's from the whole country. 65 is Christian McCauley out of Morganton, West Virginia. Aiden Dickens on the 67, and we are underway. 250B class. Let's go racing. I believe a yellow machine right there in the hunt. It's got to be Chase Yentzer on the 31, but sweeping around the outside will displace him. Yentzer slips back to the 3, the 29 now.
Julian Balmer.
Julian Balmer with that whole shot. Can he hold on? Here comes Yentzer back on the inside. The 14 on the KTM in the mix there as well. That's Matty Jorgensen. That's a soft J if you're keeping score at home. Matty Jorgensen on the 14 KTM. Balmer in the mix there on the 29. Chase Yentzer in the hunt as well. That guy jumped off of the racetrack. I just caught that. And here comes the Kawasaki rider coming in the view as well. Patrick Murphy in the hunt there as well on the Kawasaki. What do you got, Rodney?
I was just going to say, watching Yenser back there in that third place position, I think Chase was a part of the apprentice program there the last couple of years that we were doing here in at Loretta Lynn's, and it was one year he was injured, so he did the apprentice program. I think he was one of the first years, actually, so good to see him back out on the track.
Yep. There you go.
I remember working with him at Daytona and a few other places, as a matter of fact. Look at that 14 machine. Good start there for Matty Jorgensen.
There you go.
Yeah, he's working his way up through the pack. I think.
Where is Gage Linville? Gage, oh, there he goes. Balmer uncorks that big triple there. They all step down from the heavens and land right here. Man, this track is getting so rough. Haven't seen too many dozers running around out there, Rodney Tomlin.
You sound like
Rob. I've only known you for like 20 years. What is wrong?
Rob Bidas does the same thing. Calls me Tomlinson.
It's dumb, but I know your name, Rodney Tomlin.
John Ayers does it as a joke. He always says Rodney Tomlinson, and then he smiles real big. Of course, John and I got a really good. I like John. John and I is good people, man.
So let's check in with our top 10. Travis McKean in the number 10 spot. Aiden Dickens is 9th. James Clough is 8th. Gage Stein in the number 7 spot. Jordan Beast is 6th. Patrick Murphy is 5th. And Matty Jorgensen, Clough, Yenser, and Balmer round out your top 5 to 45. Putting the pressure on Yenser. He's going to make the pass. That's James Clough. Yes, James Clough is into the number 2 spot.
I'll tell you, we've watched these kids grow up through the ranks as well, and to see them at this level in the 250B class, it's always exciting and loving to see how, each year treats a different rider in a different way. Like we said, Chase has been battling back from injury, it seems like, the last few years, but he is finally on point and on target here in the 2021 season. Clough back there as well on target himself as he made the pass on Yenser. We got Matty Jorgensen, Patrick Murphy, Jordan Bees, Gage Stein, James Clough, and Aiden Dickens, along with Travis Mecking. These are all riders we've watched grow up from the 50cc classes, and they've all been battling like this since that time.
Man, a disastrous first lap for the number 40 of Gage Linville. He is 24th. He set the fastest lap time in the B class yesterday, and Gage is buried in 24th. So he has got some work to do. All that training at MTF, he's going to have to take the gloves off. You're going to square up and punch guys in the nose to get past them.
Well, that's what all that training that you do, it is for the purpose of getting out front and being the fastest rider and trying to run away with it. But there's also that aspect.
Not all the motos are like that, so they replicate that kind of thing right now, and you can do it.
You got to come from behind. You got to race from behind, and these guys are accustomed to that. 156.602, Julian Bomer.
He is inside close to the top 10. I'll bet you money. There he is coming into the last turn, the number 40, one of your fastest riders here yesterday. Keep your eyes on this young man, Gage Linville. He will come in just outside the top 10. So Linville will be 17th. He's passed about 7 riders in that one lap.
Wow, he's turning a 2:02 in all that traffic right now. Parker Ross has got a 2:01 in that traffic as well, and Larry Reyes is working up. He's back in 10th right now, also turning. Look at that, Nate Mason, a 1:59 back there in the 9th place position right now. Those are almost leader times right now.
Yeah, a sub 2-minute lap time while battling, and there is a look at Gage Linville. He's just going around guys at a record clip there. Watch him go as we pick up the footage there of that MTF rider. He was a title contender and still can be, but he's got to make passes immediately.
Well, right here, they say your races are won on your worst days, and he had probably one of the worst starts that he could have come up with whenever it came to a start here at Loretta Lynn's. Obviously, it could have been worse, but no matter what the case, he's making the best out of it, making hay while the sun shines, so to speak, as he is just trying to work his way through this pack. And he's got a long time to get it done. Right now he's still looking at just under 15 minutes, so there's no need for him to panic, other than he does need to get to the front at a good, consistent pace as quick as he can to at least try to alleviate some of the pressure. It's cool that they've
actually picked him up and kind of were following the progress of the number 40. We want to check in with Julian Balmer here in a bit, but it's cool to check in with the number 40 of Gage Linville, a absolute title contender here. He's got some work to do.
Yeah, he certainly does, but he's making it happen right now. 17th at the end of lap number 2. I'm going to put him up, like you say, up near a top 10. There's the 67 machine. That's the 11th place rider just ahead of him right now as he's trying to work it.
He's picking them off 6 or 7 a lap, dude. He was in 24th, 17th, and he's just now in about 11th. Now look at him jump that triple. He has 4 guys right in front. He'll square one up. There's one pass for Gage Linville. Now he's going to go right at the next pack of riders. He'll go around the outside. There's another one. Gage Linville is on the hunt. The terrible towels are out for Gage Linville. He's on the move.
Wow. So a score him right now, Gage Linville checking in a 13th place position. I'm going to tell you right now, it's already at 12th and maybe up to 11th.
Fun to watch the progress. It's cool to see these guys have to slug it out. And like we said, at MTF, they don't just let you go run away with motos and have nice little solo ride days. They start you behind, make you work your way through there. I know Brian and Colleen have, worked on this very scenario. Like, let's say in the event you get a crappy start, you're going to have to fight your way through. They work on those passing techniques. Here we go in the 10 Commandments, and he's got some fast guys he's going to have to work through now.
Yeah, the walls are going to be starting to be put up, and they're going to be a little tougher to climb. There's no doubt about that. But Linville, on the pace that he's running right now, is...
Was that him that went down?
I believe so, yeah.
Tossed it away right there. Oh,
man. A lot of momentum slowed down now. Now the big thing is, can he get back up to speed and back up to pace? Because again, even with that, it's not the end of the moto. It's not the end of the championship yet for him, I don't believe.
It'll be like 54 more passes he's going to have to make.
I'm trying to make it seem a little better. No, Bulmer up front. Jaden Close still in that number 2 spot with Matty Jorgensen in 3rd. Chase Yenser in 4th. Now Gage Stein is 5th. Patrick Murphy in 6th. Jordan Bees after 3 in 7th. Nate Mason in 8th. James Clough in the number 9 spot, and Larry Reyes in the number 10 spot. Then it's Parker Ross, Dayton Briggs, Gage Linville, Aiden Shive, and Aiden Dickens rounding out the top 15.
Look at these guys in this rough racetrack. That's back to the number 14 there of Jorgensen. They kind of yarded the rest of the field. There is the 77 machine. Hey, yeah, we're looking way back in the field there. That was Casey Bernard back in 22nd. So a lot of talented guys buried back there in the field. Jade Clough with that 156.1 on lap number 3. That's quick. This is a rough and tumble man's motocross racetrack. Jason Wygant, they would not allow you out there. Not man enough to even race. They'll check the DNA, the composition of your blood. They would realize, nope, need that blood sample. You're not man enough here.
Yeah, but I got a plan. I'm going to go hang out with Doug Duchette from Team Green.
Good point.
Make a man out of me.
Yep.
Learn all the manly stuff that a mechanic like him knows how to do.
Come back next
Technical
year.
services at Cowie. And reapply.
To be a man.
And say if I'm man enough to announce this moto.
Let's see your man card. Not
see
quite
your man
enough.
card. So Balmer has the lead. Julian Balmer, I think I've asked probably 5 straight years on the podium. How do you pronounce her name? I forget every year.
Balmer.
We'll maybe find out again. Man, you see the 29 greasing a triple into that corner way over the front of that Husqvarna. Whoa, and then almost threw it away in the sand. You got Jaden Clough hunting him down from 2nd place on the number 45.
Yeah, Clough was a little quicker last time around with that 156 to Balmer's 157. So things looking good right now for the all-white machine there, the number 29, as he touches down as they drop down from the heavens there in that jump. That's what it looks like from us, because our vantage point, there's a ginormous tree, and they just jump out of the top 4 of that tree and smash down to the ground.
Yeah, it looks like they just get dropped out of the helicopter.
There's Wes Kane parachuting right here into this racetrack.
Julian Balmer will get a lap time here. Yep, closing up. Another 7/10 quicker. We watched this battle. Matty Jorgensen on the Yamaha, and Chase Yenser, who had a podium earlier today, has caught him from 4th. So this is our battle for 3rd and 4th. We got Gage Stein 5th, Patrick Murphy 6th, Jordan B 7th, Nate Mason, James Clough, and Larry Reyes rounding out your top 10. So good battle here between Jorgensen and
Gage Stein.
Yenser. Oh, Stein.
Yeah, that's Gage Stein, I believe. Or, yeah, well, no, he's on the Yamaha. Pardon me, you are right.
Yeah,
that is Chase
Stein
Yenser.
And Yenser battling it out 4th and 5th.
So Yenser off to a good start this moto. He has been under fire and pressure, it seems like, every lap or two. And we've seen him as high up, I believe, in 2nd place at one point, dropping back to the number 5 position right now.
Yeah, he comes off the gate good. He did that in the first moto earlier in the morning in the 450B class, and now here he is again in the hunt on those Bar X tuned machines there.
He's got the mental fortitude. When we first started this next apprentice program, we had him at Daytona, and he got the David Iser dress down.
Oh, wow.
And
You
when
need to
David
hear
Iser
this.
of DMXS Radio wants to tell it to you straight,
You're getting it.
how you can pick up your game, you will hear those words.
The painful, you need to hear this truth.
Yes.
You want him on that mic. You need him on that mic.
So our buddy David Iser, your co-host at DMXS, he broke in Chase Yenser as an announcer at Daytona, I think last year when he was out injured.
Tough love, man.
Yep. Now he's back on the motorcycle. He probably is like, I'm getting back on the bike. Because I do not want to deal with that Iser guy in the announcer's tower ever again.
The miser Iser. He's tough. Jeez. So there's the 29 of Balmer. Jaden Clough creeping up there. Got some time here. 8 minutes to go. Maybe you can wear him down. Just grind on him. It's a mental test here, as we'll find out later on. What's the gentleman's name we're going to speak to tonight? We're going to hear speak.
That is Dr. Kevin Nelkos.
Kevin Elkos.
Elkos. Yeah, Elkos.
Yeah, situations like this where the psychological sports psychology, the mental training comes in because our leader is about to have some pressure. Jaden Clough keeps closing. Now, he didn't close as much the last time around. He made up 0.7 of a second 2 laps ago. Now he's made up about a little over 10, 1.4. So he's getting closer, but will he run out of time? Will get him?
Sir, is that what you're saying?
Closer. Well, now it's even
very
closer.
close.
Now we're down about 3 bike lanes.
Yeah, we're just actually past the halfway point of this one. I mean, we're at 7.5 minutes still to go in this moto, so there's still plenty of racing to go.
You know, and we've watched this a few times. I call a race, it's like 2 seconds back, and then the track is so ruddy, you'll see them drag a rut, drag a foot. Next thing you know, now we got a race. It happens.
It literally just happened to
It
our
happened.
leader. Balmer goes down.
He is cussing me out right now. The announcer's curse. Thanks a lot. Take the pin out of that voodoo doll, you jerk.
So now, Jaden Clough to the lead. Well, we were about to have a battle. Didn't need to make the pass.
No,
Thank you very much.
Well, here comes a look at it. Drags that front end and just loses the front end, Jason Wygant.
Yeah, you got to get that leg out front, obviously. He knows it, but it's hard to replicate and execute every single time, especially in these gnarly ruts.
Man, he looked right at the tower at you for whatever reason.
You did it. That was you, bro.
He thought it was you,
That
though.
was you. We don't have photographic evidence, just voices. We'll have to have voice replication software.
Technology there.
Which announcer put the hex on him?
So,
Jaden Clough down in the lead.
On that 45 machine now, can Matty Jorgensen make a run at him? I don't think so. He's 14 seconds back, so they have kind of run off from the rest of the game. That's a good place to be if you're Clough. I think Balmer might have gotten up and still maybe managed that number 2 spot.
They had a big gap. So, yeah, he might have been able to, and that's not a big deal. 1 position for the overall. He might be just fine if he can hold that second-place spot. Jorgensen still 3rd. Stein out ahead of Yenser, 4th and 5th. And Nate Mason, Patrick Murphy, Jordan Dees, Larry Reyes, and Parker Ross.
So, if you're Gage Linville, how tired are you? You've already crashed once, bad start. You've been charging. He's back up to 12th. We should reset here. We might have picked up another spot as we work on lap number 7.
Well, what happens is we see it all the time. Those first couple of laps, pack is close together, make a lot of passes. And also, obviously, the further you go into the top 10, top 5, those riders are faster, not able to make up as much time. So Gage Linville up to 10th. But the passes are not coming in bunches any longer, and that usually is the way it goes. As Clough gets away. Yeah, Balmer was able to hold on. He's still in the number 2 spot on the 29.
Only 3 seconds now. There was 14 seconds back between himself and Jorgensen, so he's going to have to work now. Blood in the water there for Jorgensen. He sees Balmer, might try to capitalize on that. There's the number 40 again of Gage Linville as we check in with him. He has to look all the way to the end of the 10 Commandments before he sees our 9th place rider, Parker Ross, on the gas, the number 12 machine. So again, no need to panic, but man, if you can get inside the top 6 or 5, then now you can start thinking about that championship again, maybe with a little help from some other guys having some bad motos. Gage Linville, all he can do is just control what he can control, ride his own race, that cliche. Like, whose race are you riding?
Somebody else.
I'm going to ride Rodney Tomlin's race here. No, ride your own race.
No, you don't want to do that.
We get it. You're going to ride your own race.
I would love to ride, hey, I'll take like Dylan Ferrandis' race.
I would ride that race all day.
I would love to.
Yeah.
but you got to ride your own race.
So there's Balmer in second. There's Jorgensen, blood in the water there. He's feeling it on the KTM. That is for second place. And there is Linville as we continue to watch him, but our leader's coming across in front of us with about 4 minutes to go here in moto number 1 of the 250B Limited. I don't know what it's limited to.
Well, live and rolling, the 250B limited class has certainly been a lively one. We had a lively one in the 250C class leading up to this one, and this one hasn't been without its excitement either as we roll through this.
That's the battle we're watching right there with Balmer and Jorgensen. That's a soft J for those of you keeping score at home. Matty Jorgensen on that number 14 KTM pops the tear off, and he's got Balmer right in his sight.
That doesn't even sound like a soft J. That's more like a Y.
Jorgensen. Is it? It might be Jorgensen. Why not? There is Jorgensen. He's going at it. KTM rider's just taking a face full of roost there from Balmer. There's Balmer. Check out the drone footage. Flying right alongside in stereo. We step down right, and Jorgensen just about clips the drone. Love that shot. So he's got new life, man. He was getting beat handily by Balmer, but the fall kind of changed the rhythm there, and Balmer trying to fight off the guy he was 14 seconds out front of moments ago.
White flag out in this one. One more to go as they come by the finish line. And Matty Jorgensen on the move right now as he continues to battle Balmer for that number 2 position. Headed through the first turn region in the whole shot forest, which has changed up quite a bit since we were here just a year ago. Changed for the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross National Championship. And heading into the 10 Commandments. So the short shoot is no longer a short shoot. It's a long shoot. Long short shoot.
There's the 45 checking in with our leader, Jaden Clough. Didn't even really have to make the pass. The leader goes down. He zips right past him, and a very uneventful pass for the 45 of Jaden Clough.
Yeah, so I can imagine it was still pretty exciting for him.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you're going to hand that to me? I will.
Thank you very much.
I will take that. He'll hand the baton off.
So he'll take it up to the podium and show Jason Wygant and trade it for a gold.
Oh, wow.
Unless he drops it. Now, we
do that.
The checkers haven't flown yet, so he can still. But an 8-second lead right now over Balmer and Jorgensen.
Comfortable, very comfortable.
Yeah. Great ride for this rider. He's also posted the fastest lap time of the moto at a 1:55.532. That was on lap 5, so at about the midway point, he was running his fastest lap times. But of course, as time has gone on, we've seen him wane down now to just over the 2-minute mark. So with that being said, he's had a little bit of breathing room and comfort zone for a couple of laps now. So let's give him a chance to do that. Last turn heading in and ready for the checker flag. Jaden Clough takes the win here in Moto 1 of the 250B limited class at Loretta Lynn's. The battle for second waging on as they come by nearly side by side. I believe that was them, if I'm not mistaken, in second and third. That's Matty Jorgensen. Balmer 2.3 seconds back. And then Gage Stein, the number 70, some 10 seconds or so back in the number 4 spot. Chase Jenser holding on to a top 5 position. You see that solid ride there for the 31 Suzuki out of Pennsylvania. By the way, those folks have got a pretty good big race coming up September 11th and 12th. I believe at the Dublin Gap up there in the heart of Pennsylvania, literally right in the middle of the state, and they're going to be like giving away a Cobra, like 50cc racing is going to be the big thing on Saturday. Then they got like a $6,000 pro purse on Sunday. It's going to be a big day, a big weekend of racing for those guys. We're going to head on down to the podium where Jason Wygant gets things sorted out with our top 3 overall and our Stasic Hole Shot Award winner.
Kawasaki folks are pumped on this one. Matty Jorgensen, by the way, digging deep to take that second place spot. That happened on the last lap, that pass for the number 2. Well, we had the joke going. The whole moto kept closing on the lead, and our leader went down. Oh, hey, we've been told this before. It's Clough. Clough, yeah. Think back to 2020 and probably even 2019. So good job. You got the Team Green ride, the number 45, taking the moto win and making passes to do it. Jaden Clough. Dude, you're putting in some hard laps, and then the leader went down. But that was a deep to get this one, man.
Yeah, I got off to a pretty okay start. Made one little mistake, but other than that, I just started reeling them in. I made a couple mistakes where getting closed back up. Pull away from me a little bit, but I just kept trying, and eventually it fell over. And I ended up coming out with the win.
All right, Jaden, who do you want to thank for it?
I'd like to thank my dad, everybody at SSR Training Facility, FXR for hooking me up with this awesome gear, Youngman Tires for hooking me up, 100%, 60, MX Max, Hardline MX, JM Racing, Vortex Pistons, EBS, fine-tuned suspension for helping me out, Crazy Power Sports, Kawasaki, Team Green, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, Jaden Clough with the moto win in the Limited B division. We'll get Matty Jorgensen up here at the number 14. Hard effort to take second. Just kept digging, didn't give up on it, and turned a third place into a runner-up ride. So let's bring the 14 on up. He's got the silver. Let's hear it for the 14. Come on down to the center, Matty Jorgensen. Hey, that was a good ride. You could have settled for third, but nope, you wanted more.
Yeah, I felt pretty good. Had a good start. Made a mistakes in the first 2 laps.
Proud of that?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Who do you want to thank?
My brother, my mom and dad, stopped at the border, Ryan, Jennifer, Matt Toth, Matt Michelle, Dunlop, MX Tires, Scott,
Matty Jorgensen, your runner-up. And Julian Baumer taking third on the 29. We'll bring him on up, had the lead for a little bit. So we'll bring third place on up to the podium and hand out a bronze. We've got track maintenance going on right now. It's a little bit of extra time. So we're looking for our third place finisher. He's coming. Yeah, we solved it. Pretty sure it was a 29 with that whole shot, and indeed it was. Let's hear it for our third place finisher. All right, Julian, the last name. Help us again. It's about the 12th time we've asked you. Beaumer. We're that much better. All right, Julian Beaumer, take us through the moto. I know you probably wanted the win. How'd it go?
It was good. Just got up to a good start, got the whole shot, and sprinted the first couple laps, pulled away a little bit, and then I just started riding tight, making some mistakes. Got a little tired and made a little mistake, fell over, and just tried to hold it on from there.
Probably will be looser in the next motos, though, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Julian Beaumer, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, dad, my brother, my amazing girlfriend, the whole JMC Motorsports crew. They put in so much to get us here, and Thor, Mika, WP, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, Julian Beaumer taking third, and your Stasic whole shot. That's going to do it for the Limited B class. We'll be right back.
Rocky Mountain ATV MC is proud to support Loretta Lands and Racers everywhere by being the primary source for all outdoor gear, parts, and accessories. Rocky Mountain ATV MC backs up fellow riders with great deals and a huge selection. and some of the most helpful staff in the industry. Rely on Rocky Mountain ATV MC from start to finish. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready. Kill it. As the official retailer of the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross Championship, MotoTees carries every piece of merchandise for the event. The company's extensive inventory includes everything from t-shirts and hats to coffee mugs and replica model dirt bikes. Check them out in Sponsor Village. Wiseco has been producing industry-leading pistons for more than 75 years. From standard forged replacement pistons to the performance-focused Racer Elite line, Wiseco has every rider covered, whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke. Check out Wiseco.com to find pistons for your bike. KTM is very excited to be a supporter of the 2021 Los Angeles AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn Ranch. Congratulations to all the ready-to-race KTM ranchers who made it to the ranch this week. We are very proud of your accomplishments. In return, please make sure you stop by the official KTM Trackside Support Center to grab your KTM gift. And feel free to ask our KTM Trackside Support staff.
And welcome back here to the Dude Ranch, trackside, if you will. And, of course, getting set to roll with more of the AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. Thanks again to Monster Energy. Our beasts are being unleashed here this week as going for our national championship. 65cc 10 and 11 coming up next. We got 26 Carson Wood from Zephyr Hills, Florida. 28 Grant McDonald out of Fountain Hills, Arizona. The 30 Oscar Joseph from Zanesville, Ohio. The 31 Steele Kelly from Anderson, South Carolina. 32 Knox Lewin from Hopkinton, Iowa. The 33 Marcus Trujillo from Amarillo, Texas. The 36 Cash Peterson from Ryder, North Dakota. The 38 Tanner Dorman out of Kurt Hoskin, New York. 39 Aiden Zing out of Marietta, California. 41 will be Mason Brown from Littleton, Colorado. The 44 Wyatt Duff from Lexington, Kentucky. 47 Amarai Arnold out of Marietta, California. 50 Travis Johnsmeyer out of Fleshman's, New York. The 52 Cole Blecka from Colorado. 53 Logan Webb from Pelkin, Illinois. We got the 58 Darren Pine from Montgomery, Texas. Also the 61 Caden Finch from Elbert, Colorado. 65 Reese Seba from Hesperia, California. The 68 Landon Walters from Latana, Texas. 71 Trenton Burton from Russell Point, Ohio. 71 Griffin Afala out of Middletown, New York. 73 Timothy Scott from Hagerstown, Maryland. 82 Kane Markin from Boise, Idaho. The 87 Ryder Ellis from North Fork, California. The 92 Davey Collins from Blanchard, Oklahoma. The 94 Kevin DePino out of Salem, Pennsylvania. The 96 of Chase Dashell out of Fairfax Station, Virginia. The 97 Maverick Gish from Purcell, Oklahoma. And the 99 of Hunter Porco from Barberton, Ohio. And that is your field of 42. Ready to take off this starting gate here at Loretta Lynn's. 65cc 10 and 11 once again, race number 10. Anticipation building here as the 2 card is up. It goes to the 1 now. The card will go sideways as those revs will intensify. The gates will drop and the race will be underway.
Rodney, I got to tell you, yesterday's practice session with these guys almost looked like a moto. There was strategy being used. They were watching each other, scoping each other out. But right now, look who's out front. Get the exact number here as they work their way through. Of course, that Stasic hole shot award. Wow!
Man, that's some big jump bumps.
Look at that launch in. It is the number 26 machine. Thought that's a
Compound Fly Racing OG goggles, Dunlop FMF back rider.
Look at the size of those braking bumps now in just 2 motos, Rodney. Those things have absolutely doubled. These guys are going to start using those as a rhythm section leading into the 10 Commandments. And look at this, 6 bikes wide. I think we might see 7 right there, 7 bikes wide across the 10 Commandments on lap number 1 out of this 65cc 10 to 11 limited.
Plenty of places to go, especially for these 65cc riders as they make their way through the red zone into Storyland now. And Carson Wood trying to maintain the lead in this one, but Wood's going to have plenty of company coming out of, well, a host of different riders, I believe, in this particular class. Again, watching these kids grow up through the 50s into the 60s now, and watching them sprout their wings and stretch their legs all at the same time as they make things happen, moving up to the ranks.
Wood was starting to get a challenge there as they came into the waterworks, but man, the fighting was just the technique to get that bike back on the ground and to find that bike was determined. That young man is fired up. He has 1 point on lap number 1. He knows get out there and make it. That mentality, so everybody believes that same thing right now, but he's putting it to good use as they work their way back around the Polysport Pond for the first time. We'll get a full update on timing and scoring. Interesting to see. Yep, Wood definitely going to rail that outside. I believe most of the top, probably 6 or 8 right now, are going to be able to single file that around the outside. Somebody's going to have to get down in that rut if they want to have to make a pass sooner or later. And man, oh man, that's going to be a gamble on the 12-inch wheels. Believe it. That is Jonathan Getz Jr. on that number 22 machine. No stranger to the ranch. That guy's had great success here in years past. Of course, so has Wyatt Duff, Cole Blecka, Aiden Zing. All the usual suspects are in this one right now. Wyatt Thurman sits in that number 6 spot. Sam O'Leary rides in 7th. Maverick Gish parked by him a little bit earlier this week. Maverick running in that 8th spot right now. Callan Staggs in number 9 position with Ryder Ellis in 10th. And look at the challenge we've got going on. I believe that's for the 3rd position. That's Wyatt Duff. And man, look at that. That is the 39 machine, Aiden Zing. He is absolutely on the move right now. Yellow flag leading into the long short straight. And here we go through the 10 commandments. Look at this. This thing just getting started, Rodney. I gotta tell you, this one's going to be a tough one to sort out. There's going to be, holy cow, passes going on right now. I'm going to believe that was Blecka making a move right there, and might have been on Wyatt Duff. I'm not sure. A little far out of the vision range. Here they come right now. Take a look at who's on that Yamaha. That is Wyatt Thurman on the number 18 machine. Thurman was putting some big moves on it, looked like through the 10 commandments. Now he's put a little gap between himself, and I'm going to guess that's Sam O'Leary and Maverick Gish. Up and over that big tabletop. Now, man, here we come into one of the most challenging sections for these 65s. Beach back there leading into the Yamaha Parastyle. Thinking, oh my goodness, look at the size of those braking bumps. Who was that? Was that, I believe that was Aiden Zing, just left the throttle on. Steered with the rear right there, homie. Send the rooster tail and let's go. Back around, our leaders coming down in front of the Polysport Pond one more time. Now we'll get a correct reading. That is Carson Wood, of course, on that number 26 machine, still out front. Jonathan Getz Jr. not challenged yet in that 2nd spot. They have separated themselves from the pack. The racing starts right now with Cole Blecka going into that 3rd position. Wyatt Thurman now in the number 4 spot. Wyatt Duff getting shuffled back. Aiden Zing now in the number 5 spot. Maverick Gish moves up into the number 6 position. Sam O'Leary now in the 7th spot. Darren Pine checking in. Travis Johnsmeyer showing up now inside the top 10, as well as Landon Walters and Grant McDonald.
I'll tell you, an exciting 2 laps of racing we've seen in this class as well. Megawatt, as we continue to watch these riders try to get it all sorted out. That 97 of Maverick Gish we're keeping an eye on right now, and rightfully so. 2:23 lap time. We've seen him a little faster than Zing ahead of him at the end of lap number 2, and quite a bit faster than the gas of O'Leary, who was behind him right now. So we'll be watching out and see what's going on. But the fastest guy on the racetrack, according to timing and scoring, the 22 of Jonathan Getz in the number 2 spot at the end of lap number 2.
Those aren't the first time those words have come out of our mouth. Jonathan Getz has been the fastest guy down here before in years past, if I remember.
Yeah.
And I told you, yeah, he was one of the guys to keep an eye on. And all these guys, like I said, all the usual suspects in this thing, all these guys racing up through the years together. And I got to tell you, it shows. You can see the strategy. You can see the racecraft. They know each other. They know where each other are going to go. And I got to tell you, this thing is going to be tough. Carson Wood and Jonathan Getz trying to definitely put a lot of real estate between themselves and the rest of the pack, which they've already done.
Yeah, they're 10-plus seconds right now. When you look at the big picture, they're turning 2:16s. Everyone else basically in the 2:20-plus on that. So they're 4 seconds a lap faster. In theory, you can say at least 6-7 seconds is what's going to separate second to third if it stays consistent here on lap number 3 as we wrap this third one up. Our leaders out here near the Polysport Pond and the big sweeper turn right now, making the hard left-hand turn through the Bermuda Triangle of last turns, and Carson Wood checking in now at the end of lap number 3 out front. A 2:14 lap time, even faster, a 2:15.890 for Jonathan Getz as he's now 3.6 seconds back, but that's the fastest lap, the 2:14.760 now. We'll see if Maverick Gish and those boys back there buried in the pack can match that lap time as Carson Wood really stretching his legs out there on lap 3.
Yeah, actually put a little gap on Getz that time around as well. Opened it up. And it's interesting. We always talk about these sprints. We always talk about, getting out there, being aggressive. The first couple laps, Carmichael would tell you, man, you get in there, you grab a handful, and you get at it, okay, for that first 2 laps. Gives you the opportunity to maybe, get some breathing room, have that clear vision. If that doesn't happen, there's 3 to 4 other guys that are desperate. They have to do the same thing. Now they need to get up there at it. And I got to tell you, it's going to be a big, big advantage for Carson Wood at this point.
Just scanning through the results right now. Looks like riders after this third lap and working on lap number 4 really starting to fall into somewhat of a pace. You're seeing some gaps out there. We've got a battle going on just outside the top 10 for 12th. Darren Pine, Grant McDonald, and Brody Moss. They were within a half second or so, those 3 together, battling for 12th, and that gave a little bit of breathing room, I think, there for Reese Seba, who at one point was seeing some pressure from Darren Pine, but now he's got that battle caught up. But also keeping an eye on the 65 of Reese Seba as he is only about 3 seconds behind Wyatt Duff, your 10th place ride, and was about 2 seconds faster. So that battle should start to be heating up as far as top 10 contention is concerned here in Moto number 1.
So far this morning, Rodney, there's been a couple runs through the pack. There's been some real salvages in my book. Some guys getting 14th, 15th place starts, bringing themselves to the top 5, keeping themselves alive. Let me tell you, to me, the cutoff's that 5 in Moto 1. If you want to be alive in that championship, that number better be a 5 or lower. Okay, that's how that needs to be. And we've seen it several times this morning by looking at the lap times, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
When you're 3 seconds, 2 seconds faster than the guy ahead of you, and there's plenty of time left.
Look what's going on the screen right now. We were watching Sam O'Leary, the 13, in the 8th place position. Travis Johnsmeyer, Wyatt Duff right there as well on the 44 machine. We've seen him just a moment ago, and it's all getting mixed up here.
Wow, and Duff just come through, took 2 ruts, just jumped over top on 2 ruts. I don't know if that was by design or not, but man, he made it work. That was impressive.
So keeping an eye out here as these leaders make their way into the final closing moments of the lap, and that big sweeper turn there around the Polysport Pond. The Thor sweeper turn is really developing that race pace that we oftentimes recognize. But man, I tell you, here on the race day number 1, it is really starting to develop quite a bit of that race pace that we generally see midway through the program. But today, certainly getting its work in after yesterday's practice and after 4 laps of racing. Carson Wood, Jonathan Getz, Cole Blecka, Wyatt Thurman, Maverick Gish, your top 5. And they motor their way now down behind the billboard as they continue to wage this war.
Rodney, we've got all the ingredients, the best riders in the country. Perfect weather out there today. Track conditions just unbelievable and will be all day long. I mean, this is the kind of racing we're going to see when you put all those ingredients together.
Right, and that's now Wyatt Duff up to 8th place. Remember, he was 10th, and we were talking about that. Sam O'Leary, who was in the position, has now dropped off the 10th on the 13, and Reese Seba, the 65 machine, in the 9th place position. So there's been a little bit of a change-up going on there. So we continue to watch Wyatt Duff. The only thing is, Landon Walters ahead of him on the 68 machine, a little bit faster. If he can match that pace, those two might be able to work up through the pack together as we're going to try to keep an eye on the 44 of Duff throughout this moto, I think.
But Jonathan Getz just threw down a 2:13 on lap 4.
Wow. In
Are
second
you joking me?
Yeah, that just clicked.
Okay, let me tell you something.
Almost a full second faster than Carson Wood's fastest lap.
Pull that the next 3 laps and see how that works for you.
Well, there went a 2:14.892, so he slowed down by a full second right there. The gap now 2.9 seconds, about 0.5 of a second faster that lap. A half second was Carson Wood on lap number 5. And as Cole Black and Wyatt Thurman, Maverick Gish, Landon Walters, Wyatt Duff, Reese Seba, and Sam O'Leary battle and head their way toward the finish line region as we are at basically the midway point of this race. Megawatt, we'll see how things are sorting out for that. And then we got another apprentice that we've got up here in the tower with us.
Next in line, it's our man Kevin Amo right now in our Loretta Lynn Apprentice MX Next program. Kevin, you sat up here for a couple motos. You're up here listening to Kevin Weech, the legendary Rodney Tomlin himself. A little bit different perspective for you, I'm sure, but what stood out to you watching this thing monitor style with these youngsters in this moto right here? What really did you notice about the action on the field that you can take away and add some input to the fans?
I tell you what, seeing you guys dissect the TV screens for lap times, oh my God, you guys going back and forth, crazy, absolutely crazy. I did not expect this at all.
Timing and scoring is a big thing, isn't it? When you can see the gap, when you can see the live timing, and that actual score is coming up right away, now you're comparing the fast lap with the last lap and that type of thing.
Just like racing, announcing's a science too.
Yeah, but it adds another dimension. It adds another element to that live action on the track.
Yes, it does indeed. I mean, like I said, I can't believe it.
Kevin Amo next in line right here in our Loretta Lynn's Apprentice MX Next. He's going to hang out tomorrow. They got another homework assignment. You guys all had homework to do last night, huh?
Yeah, we did some homework. I mean, I guess I could do a little bit more homework now, but
doing a great job. And probably the next couple days, we're going to let Kevin get in here, try his hand. We're going to call some motos together, and we're looking forward to that. So thanks a lot, Kevin.
I appreciate it.
Awesome. Kevin Amo, next one in the line for our MX Apprentice.
If nothing else, he's got a good name for announcers because that's going to be an easy one to
yeah.
Kevin Amo with the call.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll find all kinds of nicknames for that,
too. Yep, that could be a lot of fun. Kevin, you could be the next Kevin in the tower. You know what I mean? We could get rid of the other Kevin. No, I don't want to do that. I'm just kidding. We could add 2 Kevins.
That's it.
Yeah.
Always room for another one. Hey.
Wow, Getz is out front. I don't know what happened to Carson Wood. I don't know what happened to Jonathan Getz, but his lap time, I was watching, and I didn't see, and I was talking with him, and I don't know what happened on that lap, but Getz went from a 2:13, 2:14 lap time to a 2:22. Carson Wood, the 26, went to a 2:34 lap time, so obviously a little tip over or something. The gap between first and second now is 10 seconds. Back to third is another 8-9 seconds, call it now.
Yeah, continuing to watch. Now, you see the 22 coming through right now. Getz that was having some issues right there in the Ten Commandments. Don't know if that bike might be a little bent. If they possibly got together, we definitely didn't have that on camera. But like you said, both of them dropped that time dramatically.
Well, we'll be watching a little. Oh, wow. That can't be. Did Maverick? Yes. No. A 158.473 is what we've got for Maverick Gish on that lap time.
Now
65. I am going to say that might not be a legitimate lap time for whatever reason.
Exactly.
Well, that's timing and scoring. John Daines' equipment doesn't fit.
No question, John Daines. It's science.
But I believe it's still Cole Black of the 52 is actually in that number 4 position out there. We'll get the official countdown and everything on that. And it could be as simple as a thing that maybe his transponder stopped working and they entered it in and did it at the wrong time, and it makes the time look a little different. But whatever the case is, we'll know more here in a lap or so. 65, 10, and 11, lap 6. We have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Imagine we probably are in the 2-lap board region or getting close to getting that 2-lap board being presented to these riders as they make their way around for the conclusion of another lap of racing here. And there is the 22 machine as he checks in by the finish line. 2-lap board does come out there. So he gets the 2-lap board, gets cruising now at 2:24 lap time, a 2:19 lap time as Carson Wood. Now these guys are caught up in some lap traffic, and that could have I think presented us a little bit with some changes out there as well there on lap number 6. And Carson Wood now 4.2 seconds back as he clips off 5 seconds. And I'm going to say from basically just trying to get through the lap traffic, Getz trying to get through Carson Wood, maybe a little bit easier to get through for him, and he was able to bridge that gap by about 5 seconds. Cole Bleck is still your 3rd place position aboard the 52 as anticipated. Wyatt Thurman in the number 4 spot. There's I believe Aiden Zing in the 6th place position. We're going to get the I think official position now for Maverick Gish as he'll be checking in with us in just a moment. But that's Aiden Zing, the 39 machine with the 2-lap board out. Reese Seba, wow, up to 6th place. This kid that's the one I think that we need to watch. We put a lot of focus on these other kids up front, but and we watch Wyatt Duff and we watch these guys go at it back there. But there's the rider I think we need to be watching is the 65 Reese Seba.
And listen, we talked earlier, salvage, survive. There he is. He knows he needs to get up there. If he wants to be in this thing in the next 2 motos, got to have a 5 up there. That 6 probably, we can manage that and make that work too as well. But man, he's absolutely driven himself all the way up into that number 6 position.
Pretty impressive as Landon Walters holds on the 7th now aboard the 68 Gas. Wyatt Duff is 8th. Darren Pine in 9th aboard the 58. And Travis Johnsmeyer rounds out your top 10. Then it's Logan Webb, Timothy Scott, Grant McDonald 13th, Jackson McCarty in 14th. Sam O'Leary, whom we were watching battle for one of those solid top 10 spots, is now back in the number 15 spot. That's what the heat of battle can do for you. Ryder Ellis in 16th, Parker Shields in 17th, Mason Brown checking in 18th now. Brody Roddecker in the number 19 spot. And looks like Davey Collins rounds out your top 20 there. And I don't know what happened to Maverick Gish, but looks like he's going to drop out of that top 20 right now. And he was running a solid top 20 there at one point in the moto, in the early part of the moto. But we're in the waning moments of the moto, if you will.
I got to tell you, I think Gish finally took a small look sideways, not over his shoulder, took a small look sideways across the track. That guy's been on a mission. He's been focused. Just absolutely incredible to watch his ride through the pack here today. Got a fairly good start, had some good battles, had to work his way into the front, and once he's done so, he has put in some tremendous laps.
Wow, Jonathan Getz in, Carson Wood in 6.5 seconds. They have 22, call it nearly 23 seconds over 3rd place Cole Bleck. And I tell you that's happened in the last couple of laps. I mean, they had a big lead, but it wasn't that big. I mean, that just goes to show you the push that they're still putting on. Cole Bleck, obviously, I'm sure he saw, well, I'm not going to be able to get much further ahead. I don't have a lot of pressure, save myself. And I'm sure these kids have got other motos and other things that, other rides that they're going to have to be concerned about. So probably a good move on Cole Bleck's part, especially if he wants to reserve a little energy for another moto. But a 3rd going into moto number 2 in this 3-moto format is a great place to be sitting if he can hang on to this one.
Something small I see, Wood had to lead for a bit, got past, stayed right on Getz, made a small bobble, but closed that gap back up to 6th. Absolutely stayed on it. And that's tough to do once you've lost the lead, and then you start to get a little gap out of that 3, 4, 5 second range. Really tough to focus and keep racing forward. Man, that's exactly what he's done right here. He has not let this race get away from him by any means. He stayed in it to the best of his ability right now. 1 or 2 small mistakes, but still turning that 2:20 at the end of this race.
Well, 2:13.890, I believe, is going to get credit for the fastest lap of the moto. Jonathan Getz doing that on lap number 4 at the midway point, basically, or nearing the midway point of this, and he turned consistently good laps like that. Got into some lap traffic. We saw that obviously Carson Wood having some issues out there with it as well, as he lost about 15 or so seconds out there. Jonathan Getz lost about 10 seconds on that lap. Was able to get the lead and take that to the checkers and the win in moto number 1 of the 65cc 10 and 11-year-old class here at the 40th running of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. Jonathan Getz just unleashed his beast, just plain and simple right there.
Hey, there's no other way to put it, Rodney. I mean, that's the analogy. He absolutely did. And I'm looking at these classes we've had this morning. 85, mini senior. Let me tell you something. The intensity level's off the charts, dude. You normally look for super mini. You normally look for open pro sports. You normally look for classes like that for that real intensity. Let me tell you something. We have seen more elbow rubbing this morning than we have in 2 years down here at the ranch. I will promise you on these opening laps.
And
the aggression, the willingness to hang it out. It has not been seen in the last couple of years. Yeah, you've always got that guy willing to do that. But I'm telling you, every class has had 10 guys rubbing jerseys, elbows, grips. Impressive today.
The hunger is certainly alive, and they are chomping at the bit. And I tell you, one rider that chomped at the bit, got himself a big bite, is Jonathan Getz, who stands by with Jason Wygant on the podium.
Absolutely, man. That was, just as you were saying, Megawatt and Rodney, great battling throughout that. Hey, Jonathan Getz turns out with the gold and the moto win. Let's hear it for the number 22, Jonathan Getz. That was pretty crazy moto. Tell me about it.
He didn't pull on me that much, and I stayed at the same distance behind him, but then he fell and I passed him.
That was late in the race too, right?
Yeah.
How's this feel?
Good.
Who do you want to thank, Jonathan?
My mom and dad, Tutu Graphics, FMF Fly, Evans Antifreeze, Mika Metals, Flow, 100%, Tutu Graphics, MX Tire. I think that's it.
There it is, everybody. Jonathan Getz with the moto win and the gold. All right, we'll sort out the rest of this podium in a moment. All right, couple of awards coming up for our second place finisher, Stasik Whole Shot Award. And the silver. Come on up, let's hear it for the number 26, Carson Wood. All right, Carson, great job. You can come on to the front of the stage here. Tell me about that moto.
It was good. I got the whole shot and I was doing good, and then I kind of slid out and I lost all the seconds.
Be back for the next one to get the gold?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, OGs, FX, Dunlop, Moto X, Spider X, Brian, and whoever I forgot. Thank you so much.
Carson Wood taking second place. Let's hear it for him. All right. Yeah, that was a fun one to watch. You know, you'll see some battles with these boys as the week goes on. Carson Wood will be back to try to get a moto win. Bring up our bronze medalist. Every year we have to check to make sure we got this last name dialed, and we do. Cole Blecka taking third. All right, Cole, tell me about your moto.
Well, my game pick wasn't too good. Drew 42, so yeah. Then just got a good start. Run my laps, and I came here with the bronze.
Awesome. Hey, that's pretty good. You're third out of the 42. You got to be happy with that.
Oh yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Cole?
I'd like to thank my family, Answer, Asterisk 60, Dunlop, Nihila, Zine Graphics, FMF, and everyone else that supports me. Thank you so much.
There it is, Cole Blecka, third place. That's our podium for the minis. We'll go back. More mini cycle action coming your way.
Hey, thanks, Weech. Man, we have got a good one coming up next. We have to say that about every single moto here today. Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. Man, we've already seen a lot of these riders in 85 class earlier, but Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. Jaden Series out of Granite Falls, Washington. He's on the number 51 KTM for Squeery's Racing. Robert Sousey out of Omulgee, Oklahoma. He's on a Tulsa Power Sports KTM machine. Dominic Stallings, Huntingtown, Maryland. He's on a Stallings Racing KTM on the number 66. The number 67, Carson Milliken, comes out of Surprise Arizona, and he's on a Desert View Windows KTM. Number 69, Greer Moir, comes out of Randallstown, Maryland, on a Schaefer's Motorsports KTM. Blake Presti wears the number 70 from Cambridge, Ohio, on his Bonsai suspension KTM. Jace Coy from Grand Terrace, California, rides a Pro Circuit Racing KTM with the number 71 on it. 72 is Gavin Betts. He's from Clifton Park, New York. He's on a Big Top Reynolds KTM. Jeremy Fapani out of Scottsdale, Arizona, riding for the Orange Brigade. Bell helmets at 100% on the number 75 machine. Austin Weinshire coming out of Junction City, Ohio. He's on the Fly Racing Bonsai suspension KTM number 77. Nathaniel Orr out of Newcastle, Oklahoma, rides the JDT Consultant Raynard Mods Husqvarna. Christian Garrison from Langhorne, PA, on the Callahan MX Schools MKS Motokicks KTM. Liam Olaf comes from Oak Hills, California, riding the Twisted Development Pro Circuit KTM number 32. Drew Adams from Chattanooga, Tennessee. He's on the Kawasaki Dunlop Monster Canvas machine with the number 33. Reese Wheaton from Irwin, PA, riding the Wheaton & Sons MX Tire Sokol Performance KTM. Austin Schaefer from Hammer, South Carolina, on the KTM of Lumberton SOB MX Tire machine. Logan Mortberg out of Pearson, Florida. He's sponsored by Mom and Dad, DeLand Motorsports Viral Goggles. Cal Burge from Somerville, South Carolina. He's on a Munn Racing O'Neill Aero Husqvarna. Danny Reed from Payson, Utah, on a Throttle Therapy Vertex Homes EKS brand KTM. Braxton Watson from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, on the Troy Lee Designs Husqvarna. Thomas Wood out of Cairo, Georgia. Troy Lee Designs Factory Connections KTM. Riley Buss from New Berlin, Wisconsin, on the Rob's Performance Bel-Ray Oil machine. Luke Fowler from Midland, PA, on the KTM Orange Brigade KTM. Thor Powell on the Kawasaki Team Green Fox Pro Circuit Kawasaki out of Cairo, Georgia. Braden Johnson out of Orlando, Florida, on the EBR Performance machine. Anthony Hill from Farrar Bush, New York, on the Roberts Towing machine. Alvin Hillian from Visalia, California, on the Interactive Mortgage TM. Storm Hawks from Yucapa, California, on the Pro Circuit Global Pro MX KTM. Cade Johnson from Hideaway, Texas, on the NSA National Sheriff Association machine. Landon Gordon at Escondero, California, JMC Motorsports Monster Army Husqvarna. Jonathan Yelton from Butler, Kentucky, on the Bonsai Suspension Mica Metals machine. Tyler Molay on the number 20 out of Port St. Lucie, Florida, on his Bell Helmets Bulletproof Threads Husqvarna. Justin Turner from Kemp, Texas, on the number 21 KTM. Cody Harrington out of Clinton Township, Michigan, on the OG Optics Magic Racing number 22 machine. Nathan Abbott out of Thousand Oaks, California, on the Fox Racing X brand goggles Gas. Mason Jaquir on the Southwick, Massachusetts, out of Southwick, Massachusetts. He's riding the P27 Off-Road Canning Speed Establishment machine. Vinny Bolasina out of St. Louis, Missouri. He's on the big St. Charles Novik Gloves Husqvarna. Austin Parker from Visalia, California, on the Mica Metals Lusardi Motorsports ride. Will Campbell out of Cairo, Georgia. He's on the number 82 KTM for Fox Moto and FCS Suspension. Nicholas Stefancic out of Bartlett, Illinois. He's riding for Junior Jackson Racing Championship Parasports and Scott, on the number 87 Husqvarna. Cade Bradley from Kingman, Arizona. He's on the O'Neill Factory Connection KTM number 88 machine. And Cohen Jackman out of Saratoga Springs, Utah. He's riding the Fast Company KTM with the number 94. That's our mini senior 12 to 14 class going down the starting line right now, making sure all the final adjustments are made, getting ready to see that 2-card go up here in just a moment. I got to tell you, many of these riders we have already seen earlier today, and this is going to be a carbon copy, an absolutely carbon copy of what we've seen earlier, Rodney. We are in for a race. 2-card is up now. We're just about to go racing on this 12 to 14 mini senior 1.
Not sure my heart can take another one of those.
All right, gate is down. Rodney headed for that Stacy Cole shot. Who's it going to be? Oh, man. Looked like it might have been Brayton Johnson on that number 11 machine, but holy cow, there was a lot of bumping and grinding going on in there.
Carson Milliken will get credit for that on the number 67 machine. Yeah.
Oh, there's the 11 outside, so he did just get pushed a bit wide.
67 dropping back a few spots, it looks like. Got a surprise, Arizona. I was hoping to get the whole shots just so I could say surprise. A lot of riders off the track coming through the 10 Commandments section there, is trying to get it all sorted out. As we pointed out a lap ago in their 65, or excuse me, a race ago in the 65 cc's, we saw some of those riders, 7 riders wide coming down through the 10 Commandments. Now into Storyland. Backside of the racetrack, things are really starting to heat up in that first and second place position, and then a real tight one between third, fourth, and fifth, and then of course 6, 7. They're all tight through that top 10 as they come around now for this first lap complete.
So did I see the number 18 now into the lead?
May have.
That would be Landon Gordon if that's the correct shot I got right here. I believe it is. So Landon Gordon working his way into the lead early in lap number 1.
Long line of speedsters. Great Uncle Flash.
Yep. Absolutely.
Using the speed force out here. Here we come into the heart of this one. Look at this. They are nearly side by side coming into this Bermuda Triangle of last turns. It's still up for grabs as to who's going to be your leader. Gordon trying to make things happen out there, but not going to happen. Not this time around. It's going to be Luke Falzer, then Landon Gordon. Falzer's had a pretty phenomenal week this week, and well, anytime he goes, he has a phenomenal time. But also ran into some folks that were the Cottages, I believe, down to see Mr. Falzer here this week. Big Billy and Little Billy, which both boys are pretty big boys from the PA.
No secret, I've got a relationship with the Falzers. Had a relationship with the Falzers for years. Love the kid, love the family. They got a good mindset about it. I like the way they approach their program. And Luke, like you say, anywhere he goes, man, he can be a threat. I know he got, I believe, a 5th earlier in his other moto. I believe that was the 85 division. But right now, it's all about the number 46. Landon Gordon had a pretty good lead as they come through the beach. And Luke started using some inside lines, and out front he goes. But look at Drew Adams. Drew Adams really starting to put some burners in right now. Looks like he has picked up the pace quite a bit. And look who's right behind him, Thor Powell.
Right, Thor bringing the hammer with him. It looks like the number 50 in 4th. Braden Johnson back in the number 5 spot. Logan Mortberg, Alvin Hillian in 7th. Dominic Stallings in 8th. Greer Moore, the 69 in 9th. And Carson Milliken rounding out your top 10. That was the rider that got the whole shot, and you see how quickly he got shuffled around. Liam Aloff. Did they say he was the son of Joe Aloff, that was a former pro motocross rider himself, and obviously a graduate here from Loretta Lynn's? I think they did. 72 Gavin Betts is in 12th. Jaden Searles in 13th. Nicholas Stefanik in 14th. Jonathan Yelton in 15th. Nathan Abbott in 16th. Cade Bradley 17th. Kai Berg in 18th. Tyler Mollett in 19th. Jesse Turner rounds out the top 20. That was after the end of lap number 1. And there'll be a lot of changes coming around here at the end of lap number 2. And here they come now. Not change in the front, as Luke Falzer once again holding on to this lead out there, as he's got landed back to the number 2 spot. Drew Adams and Thor Powell should be coming around next, and they do, but the gap has opened up a little bit. And now Powell feeling pressure, I believe, maybe coming in from Hilliard.
Yeah, that gap has definitely gone to the advantage of Drew Adams. He's going to put his head down now. He's going to go after Gordon. He can see him. They're in the same section. He definitely knows where he's at. Right now, though, the camera back on the number 46 machine. Luke Falzer just railed that berm. I mean, never let the throttle off. That's how you corner.
Well, I tell you, the track has got some distinctive lines. There's no doubt about it. This is a rough racetrack, and whenever the camera starts indicating that it's a rough racetrack, you can only imagine how rough it really is. The camera never actually does a hill climb or a rut justice on television, I don't think.
Ever. You look at Mount Martin on TV from Millville, you look at Mount Martin, it's a pretty steep hill. You know,
right.
Yeah, go walk it. You can you can lean forward and touch the hill in front of you.
Right.
Okay,
and it
that's
doesn't look like that
is.
on TV by no stretch. But here it is. Luke Fowler making this place look as smooth as a highway around it, but he's still got Gordon, Adams, Powell, and Hillian coming around. Powell looks like he might have shaken, or did Hillian get around? I think he might have shaken Hillian. Hillian was riding the TM. Right ahead of him, Powell is Adams on the 33, and that Husqvarna of Landon Gordon is ahead of Adams right now in second.
Yeah, so we kind of see the pursuit of Adams right now. He's chasing Landon, but man, oh man, look at this.
Powell.
Oh, Thor just pushing that bike beyond his limits right now. You can see that thing flexing through the corner. Off the track, on the track. I mean, Powell going at it right now. That was a costly one right there, though. He gave up about 3 spots.
Yeah.
Or about 3 bike lengths.
Yeah, and Thor Powell getting to be pretty big on that bike. I know I've been watching him ride a lot this year in GNCC. He's been riding a lot of Grand National cross country racing and has been winning some overalls and vying for overalls. And at the level and speed that he's racing at out there, you know, I'm going to tell you right now, he's got the fitness level out here. So if he can keep this pace and keep that pressure being applied, if Drew wavers any toward the end of this moto, Powell's going to be able to just capitalize on that, his speed and endurance in the end.
Yeah, he's a big, strong kid. Like we said, we know he puts in the work. We know he can do the GNCCs. And he's willing, you can see, to push the bike. He's willing to cross that line to catch Adams right now.
And he's used to riding across that line out there in the woods amongst the trees. And he's got a little wide open spaces out here, so it could be a little more interesting. Look at this. Fowler now may be starting to feel some pressure from Landon Gordon. Gordon was 1.5 seconds back. They turned nearly identical lap times a lap ago. But I believe this gap may be starting to tighten up a little bit as Gordon really seems to be a little more aggressive here on lap number 4.
Yeah, it looked like Fowler might have tucked the end. When we were talking about Thor Powell, it looked like Fowler might have tucked the front end just a bit there, stood the bike up. And I can tell you what, Landon Gordon saw that, no doubt, and tried to capitalize on it.
Well, Alvin Hillian, the fastest rider on the track on lap number 2 at a 2:08.096. Hillian now solid in 5th. About 5 seconds back. We saw him that last time around with a 2:14, so I'm going to guess he made a mistake. And with a lap time like a 2:08, almost flat on that, I'm going to say watch out for 14. The number 14 might be a rider that we see toward the end of the race that we might not have been expecting to see. So I'm just putting that out there right now.
Well, there's a good point. When you look at that lap time, and also we saw a lot of these kids earlier in the day also talk about the desire to push forward. We know that out of the number 14, so want to keep an eye on that 5th place position. Here they come back around the beach. And Fowler and Gordon just about the same gap as last time around, of 1.5 seconds. Might be about a second right now. Gordon might have been able to shave a little bit off of it. Take a look at those lap times.
Yeah, just under a second, 0.951, a 2:08.955.
Gordon was faster.
Yeah. A 2:08.31 by 0.6 of a second.
Yep. I thought Fowler tucked that front end. He was able to close back up on him and not able to stretch it back out in that last half a lap.
Adams and Powell going at it. They're running in the 2:10 range, about 1.5 to 2 seconds off the pace of Fowler and Gordon. The gap now just under 7 seconds between second and third, but don't let that fool you. The pressure is still being applied by Powell. Dominic Stallings about 11 seconds back with Logan Wartburg in 6th. There's Alvin Hillian now in 7th, 1 second back. So it looks like the fast rider on lap number 2 has really that must have been all he had. At least he must have made a mistake, and whatever it is taking the wind out of his sails. But how about Jeremy Papani?
Yep.
Lap number 2, a 2:08.090. And Papani, the 75, is an 8th place ride right now. He's about 3/4 of a second behind Hillian, so we should see him get around Hillian, turning a 10-second faster lap. He's 5 seconds faster ahead of Mortberg and 4 seconds ahead of faster than Dominic Stalling. So I can expect to see him battling for 5th real soon.
Yeah, there's 10 minutes left in this one. When you're that much quicker than the positions ahead of you, we're still early into this thing. 4 laps, so he's not going to be battling lap traffic as well as the riders.
Oh, wow. Speaking of battling, this is back at it again. Landon Gordon has pulled that gap to basically kneel. 0.951 a lap ago. He was 0.6 of a second faster. I'm going to say he might be even a little faster than that as he gets nearly underneath. They were side by side coming into the heart of this racetrack now and into the rollers, or excuse me, into the sweeper section, the Thor sweeper right around the Polysport pond, and they're going back and forth right now. Bowser back to the 2nd place position as they come out of the final turn. They're side by side. Who's going to get credit for the lead on the lap? It's going to be the 18 of Landon Gordon making the pass and now making it stick as they head over the tunnel of Lost Love and into the billboard section of this racetrack.
Yeah,
they lost their love right there.
Yeah, those guys.
No love lost love, whatever. But the tunnel is it's over.
Absolutely used.
Heartbreaker right there.
The absolute edge of that track at the finish line. Fowler not able to triple into the lost tunnel of love.
Fowler, Adams, wow, 0.175. That's how. I mean, that's how close they were coming through there. But when they went over the tunnel and made that right-hander turn, it almost become pushing close to a second that Gordon was over Fowler. And you can see right now as they come out of the 10 Commandments and head through the red zone. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. What we got to talk. We got a flagger that has been working here for nearly 20 years. I'm going to tell you that right now. 15 plus years. Every year, Red, who is a local guy, comes here. You know who I'm talking about, Red the Flagger. He comes here. He comes about a month before the event starts, and he stays until it's over and everything's picked up and cleaned up. Sleeps in a tent on Boone Hill. That's where he wants to be. He has his own tent, sleeps on a tent in Boone Hill, showers in the shower houses, but that is what he does. And, man, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, whether it's raining, whatever the case may be. But Red has been flagging at the end of the 10 Commandment sections for 15 years or so. So now it is known as the Red Zone. Yeah, so there you go.
Dig it. That's status, bro. Okay.
He's from the Waverly, he's from Humphreys County. He is from Humphreys County, yeah. I'm not sure where exactly, but somewhere in the county. He does not commute.
No, when he says we're going to camp at Loretta's, he means we're going to camp at Loretta's. Get it?
So
looks like that might be Jaden Series pushing his Kawasaki off the side of the track over there. Not sure. I believe that might be the 51 machine. Having a rough go of it. Whoever that. Oh, that's not the 50. That's Thor Powell.
Oh, no.
To be honest with you, looking at the gear, I think that's Thor Powell pushing.
Yeah, I was going to say Hillian back up to 4th. Where did the number 50 go?
Yeah, that's Thor Powell when I look at the gear now.
Yeah, he's dropped all the way back to 37th place position right now. What a heartbreaker there. But ain't got enough for what that boy can throw at it, I guess. Going to need to get a stronger motor builder on that one. Now, I tell you, this kid, he really is. He puts those machines through the ranks, and he pushes them to their limits. And we saw that there in that moto with the racing that he was doing and the battling that he was doing. So take nothing away from Thor Powell. He may be out of this race, but that doesn't take him out of contention any time that the gate drops.
No, and he's going to bring that thing. He's going to push it himself up through the finish line, and not going to take any outside assistance. Got his head held high, doing it with pride right now.
And, the kids do that, and you see that, and oftentimes that comes from GNCC. You see that right there happen a lot in GNCC as well.
Just stopped and took a water from the spectators, splashed his face, and, here he comes to the finish line pushing his own bike.
That's pretty impressive.
Dude. Yep.
How about it? Put a round of applause for Thor Powell right there, folks. He really gave us a great ride. And certainly a lot of heart and a lot of effort. Heartbreaker for him that he likely won't get a championship in this mini senior class. That pretty much probably seals the deal on that. But he can certainly win our hearts before the week is over, that's for sure.
Right now, Landon Gordon, last time around, a 2:07.9 to the 2:09.8 of Luke Fowler. Drew Adams putting that number 33 up into the 3rd position right now. He turned a 2:10.3. Alvin Hillian still turning quick laps. And Fapani, look at Fapani. He's still down in that 2:08 range. So he's got a little bit of time left. The gap, how far back to him? He's only a second and a half back, so he stands to pick up a possible couple positions here.
He's been the fastest rider nearly on the track almost the entire moto out there, turning those 2:08s in amongst all that traffic. He got a bad start, and he has had to be trying. He's been trying to work his way up basically since the drop of the gate. Look at that, an 8.8 second lap time. Nathan Beerbaum, man, he's really throwing it out there. So a little different, but no, I think that still. That Fapani has the fastest lap at a 2:08.090. No, actually, Luke Bowser has got a 2:07, and Landon Gordon on lap 5 kicked off a 2:06.795 in the heat of their battle, so they really picked it up quite a bit. These kids really know how to find some speed whenever it's necessary, it looks like.
Absolutely incredible, and like you said, now, not as hot as we've seen, but starting to get a little hotter, getting into noon hour, getting into the 1:30 hour is what we're getting into, the afternoon hours. And these guys holding up well. Seen some, oh my goodness, who was that? Somebody laying right in the middle.
14?
Might possibly be.
That was Alvin Hillen down.
Yep, wow. It was. Fapani almost tangled up with him as he comes by. Could have had 2 of our top 5 laying in a corner right there.
So Fapani going to pick up that 4th place spot. Hillian losing a couple of spots.
And we were talking about Fapani coming. He was running that 2:07. We were talking about him being on the move. There's that small mistake that he capitalized on. He put himself in good position.
Did not lose any time at all.
No.
Having a battle. Looks like it was the 66 of Dominic Stallings, who also has gotten around Alvin Hillen. So Hillen loses about 3 spots, I'm going to say, after that tip over. There he is on your screen in the number 14. Landon Gordon, Luke Bowser, Drew Adams, still your top 3. Drew Adams coming through traffic for that 3rd.
I think we're looking at a 2-lap board that'll be turning to a white flag next time around, or we'll be getting the 2-lap board here in just a few moments. Looking at our leaders out front now, the 18, Landon Gordon. Last time around, a 2:07.5. I mean, these are some blistering fast lap times. Here late in the moto right now. Bowser drops to a 2:10 that time around. Landon Gordon on lap number 8 sees a 2:09. 2-lap board is out now. We were expecting that 2:09, 2:10, 8 for Luke Bowser. The gap now 6.7 seconds. It's amazing how quickly it goes from nose to tail, basically, and side to side by side, to a 6.7 second gap. But I mean, that just shows you the intensity level they're riding at, because any little miscue, bobble, it costs you.
And later in the race, as you can see, the pace has picked up a little bit. They're a little more spread out. That might not be the case. Everybody's running faster earlier in the race, but right now, late, you can see the difference, the gap. It just builds and builds.
Have you not been impressed by that, though? I mean, the lap times, you expect to see the lap times faster, but whenever they're coming out and they're posting some of the faster lap times in the middle and toward the end of the lap time, that right there is showing me that this science of training is really working for these kids.
Absolutely, and you got to look who's training these kids today. Everybody from Johnny O'Mara on down, training these kids, teaching them racecraft. Everybody, every past champion out there has some riders in their camp.
So Landon Gordon, one more lap to go when he comes around this next time. And real quick, just want to remind the Coaches Association dinner coming up tomorrow night at 6:30. Was talking with Lindsay Sheltema up there, or up here just a little bit ago. She came up and I was like, oh my gosh, is it? And then I got her name mixed up and I called her and her sister's name mixed together.
Yeah.
But anyway, Lindsay was up here, and she's been a big part of Loretta Lynn's, racing in the women's class. She was a part. She did a lot with the Arena Cross Series and promotions with that and so forth, the AMSOIL Arena Cross Series, and now working with the Coaches Association, the U.S. Coaches Association. Is something that's coming together. And she said, basically for any sport to be accredited as an actual national sport, it has to have a coaching organization. That's what we got. So Checkers going to be your white flag coming out now, and Checkers will be coming out soon, as the white flag is out on this one now. 9 laps down. Gordon and Fowler still about 8 seconds apart. They're cruising now at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's so impressed by Gordon here today. So composed late in this thing, showing a lot of maturity, great racecraft. Fowler as well, pulling that thing together, maintaining a nice gap over Adams there. Adams putting himself into podium position. Papani right now, wow, we've seen him throw down some of the fastest laps of the day. So this thing's going to be wide open through the next 2 motos, Rodney.
For sure. And as we look at the schedule, I believe, see, that is, I should say, what we've got on the track right now. Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. That's going to bring us to an intermission. We're going to have a little bit of track maintenance going on. We're going to get a chance to meet with a few folks up here in the tower. Also, I believe our friends from On Track are going to be coming up here in just a few moments. We'll be talking with a few of the students. Of course, Andrea Lee will be up here. Katie Benson, who we know, she'll be up here. Jack Chambers will be up. Colt Martin will also be up. We'll be talking with them. Talk a little bit about past and present and all that good stuff. And there, speak of the devil, she doesn't even have horns. I shouldn't call her a devil.
Saying I'm a bit of a rebel.
Rebel. The hat proves it. I like the hat. That's a rebel hat. You know, that's funny to hear the superintendent basically of On Track School say, I'm a rebel. Of course, we are at Loretta's, right?
Yes.
All righty, so we're coming around for checker flag coming up here in just a few moments. White flag is out. Going to see Landon Gordon, Luke Fowler, Drew Adams going 1, 2, and 3, barring no changes. But man, what a ride for Jeremy Fapani. You can't take anything away from that. Working his way up to the pack into a 4th place position, turning some of the fastest laps of the race while buried deep in that pack as well. Equipment going out on the track, that usually a pretty good signal that checkers are out, and they are. Gordon, Fowler, and Adams checking in with those 10 laps in. Papani, Mortberg, Alvin Hillian in the number 6 spot. Dominic Stallings in 7th. 8th place, Nathan Abbott. 9th place, Thomas Wood. And Braden Johnson should round out your top 10, and that'll be your riders we'll find at the underneath the tent down there that will be impounded. They impound the top 10 riders. It's a pretty cool thing. I heard one of the riders this morning say, I've never even been under the tent. He won the moto, and he said, I've never even been under the tent. And, you know, and I recognize that name. We've said that name so many times, and to think that he's never even been under the tent, I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. It was one of our mini riders.
Yeah, I think it was in the youngest 85cc division, Cannon.
Yeah.
Where he had never been under the, I'm like, is this your
Cannon
first
Hargrove?
gold? Yeah, that's right. I'm like, it's your first gold. And he's like, I've never been under the tent, which means top 10. And won the moto.
Wow,
and
that's
a tough class.
Ryan Dungey-esque almost.
That's
there.
right.
Absolutely. Cannon Hargrove with a moto win. Landon Gordon working on a moto win. He has had a fabulous year. Landon was lights out at Mammoth. He won tons of motos there. As we get ready to send it down to Jason Wigan, he's got the number 18. And Landon Gordon, take it away, Jason.
That's right. His great year continues. He's got a gold medal. Let's hear it from Landon Gordon. All right, Landon, how'd you get that one done? Tell me about it.
I got off to another great start. Fozzer went by me. He was putting some laps in, and I just stayed right behind him. And he got tired, and I countered that, and I made the pass.
Anything you can even improve on? Are you thinking of stuff every time you're out there to get better as the week goes on?
Yeah, I still got some mistakes that I need to fix and better lines, but yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord above for keeping me safe, my mom, dad, brother, sister, everybody watching back home, James Motorsports, Monster, Dunlop, Mika Meadows, Throttle Syndicate, Fly, 100%, Alpine Stars, Pro Circuit, everybody else, thank you.
There it is, everybody. Landon Gordon taking the win. All right, that was good stuff from Landon. We'll bring Luke Fowler on up, who took the silver medal. And Landon will get to celebrate there with his crew. They're going to get one more photo. Okay, could be a week-long championship battle here. This rider keeping himself in position for it by picking up the silver medal. Let's hear it for Luke Fowler. All right, Luke, tell me about that one.
Yeah, I had 22nd gate pick, and there wasn't any to the left, so I went very inside gate. I came out of there good, got tucked up the inside, came out like third, battled with Landon for a little bit. He ended up getting me like 4 or 5 laps later. I got a little bit pumped up, and we'll work on it.
Who do you want to thank?
KTM Orange Brigade, my mom, my dad, Dave Kilgore, Toilet Designs, Pod Knee Braces, Thrill Seekers, Pro Taper, Lynx, and Jimmy from Brap, 100%.
Okay, let's hear it for Luke Bowser, second place. All right, good job, Luke, and we will bring Drew Adams up, third place finisher, matching up with the 3-3 on his bike. So Drew Adams, a come from behind effort. We'll see what he can do in the second moto if he gets a little bit better start. Third place, Drew Adams. Did you have a bad gate pick? You had to work your way forward a little bit. How'd that go?
Yeah, I picked 25th gate pick, but I got pushed out on the start, so I had to work my way up. And I just tried to, I was really consistent in that moto. I mean, I may have had a few mistakes, but other than that, I felt like I rode pretty good.
All right, who do you want to thank, Drew?
I'd like to thank my mom, dad, Jesus for keeping me safe. Monster Energy Kawasaki, Team Green, Team Dunlop Elite, Pro Circuit, Mount Walker's Mutts, Compound for always being there when I need them, and Ivan Tedesco for helping me out leading up to this race. Maximal Oils, Canvas MX, Ronald Lapoto, Michael Lee, they're always hooking me up with some dope stuff. Alpine Star, Ethica, that's it.
Let's hear it for the 33, Drew Adams. Third place. We made it. We made it to intermission on our first day of racing here at the 40th annual Monster Energy AMA International Motocross Championship at Loretta's. We'll be back up at the tower in a moment. We've got some cool stuff for intermission, and we'll be racing in a bit.
Alrighty, thanks a lot, Jason. As we roll through this intermission and into intermission, seeing a lot of track prep and re-prep and resurfacing going on in some areas, water going down, some of the track being left in its current state of affairs, and see what happens for it throughout the rest of the day. Going to be pretty interesting for sure. So we are joined in the tower now by some friends here from on-track schools, and of course our coach and staff member that joins us here today. I like to call her you might call her the principal, you might call her the superintendent. I don't know what would that necessarily equal out to be, but she's the kind of the person that I look to whenever it comes to on-track schools, and she's been out there spearheading this effort and talking about this for so many years. Andrea, you know, it's really cool. We were just watching the interview there just a moment ago. Young man talking about, you know, thanking his sponsors, and he wanted to thank Michael Lieb, who is, I guess, his coach, right? That's your son, right?
No, Michael Lieb is the owner of Canvas MX, and he sponsored his gear, and I was happy to see him mention him, so that was cool.
Okay, so, well, anyway, Andrea, that is pretty cool, but having that affiliation, and I think that's pretty cool. But, I mean, going back to the point I'm making, your son is kind of what inspired you to create what we've got going on here with this on-track school. To put it in a nutshell, you didn't like the way the education system was going. Obviously, it was tough being a person that traveled around, did a lot of different racing and things like that. To get a quality education, not necessarily it was tough to do it, but it was tough to coordinate it with the school authorities. And, you know, whenever you're missing school, they don't like that. So you didn't like what you saw in homeschools, where there were a lot of kids that were already getting out of the normal ordinary school, and they were doing their own homeschool programs. But you also noticed that, hey, that's not working. They're not getting the quality education that they deserve. So I've got to find a way to fix this. And you took it upon yourself, basically, and have created this on-track school, and to me, helped a lot of kids. I'm getting goosebumps talking about it, but helped a lot of kids get an education they probably would have never gotten had it not been for you. Even Jeff Emmy.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Education was very important to our family, and I know it's important to a lot of folks out there. And I wasn't okay with taking a packet and doing some worksheets and trying to study on the road and really being disrespected because we rode motorcycles and not understanding, you know, this elite, prestigious event that we were all training hard to go to.
So that's really awesome. And with that, you guys are located here at the facility if folks want to stop by and check out what's going on, right?
Yeah, we're right next to the pavilion. You can find us at On Track School and Instagram. Find out what's going on this week. I brought up Katie Benson, Caden Braswell, and Colt Marshall to say hi to you. And our alumni, Shelby Benson, is our events coordinator. So I wanted you to see some of our amazing kids.
And hopefully, and we'll get a chance to talk to him. Katie, real quick while we're on this sighting lap and these guys are checking things out, tell me a little bit about what your experience has been like with On Track Schools.
I'm very grateful. My parents chose to put me in On Track just because I got to balance out my training and riding and, you know, schoolwork. And I could get all my schoolwork done, and I graduated a year early, actually. And it's just so nice. Now I'm in college, and thankful to On Track, I got to start college early too.
And the thing about it is, it's a quality education, and like you say, you're starting college already, so that means that obviously you're getting the education you need, right?
Yes, the teachers are amazing. Everybody at On Track is so amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Katie, for being up here. Jack Chambers, I know you two probably the same story. Who we have? Kaden. Well, I'm looking at the Caden Braswell. I'm sorry, you kids grow up so fast on me. But anyway, Caden, you two a big. I mean, this has been monumental, I think, in your program.
Absolutely. I'm going into my last year of high school, and I could not have done it without On Track School. From Miss Ashley, Justin Boyd, Miss Tasha, they've kept me balanced in a well-regimented, consistent program over the last 3 years, and I'm excited to graduate this year.
How old are you?
17.
Wow, so that's cool. Well, congratulations to you, Caden. I'm happy that you got the education, and you get to focus on, are you going to college, or are you going to just focus on the racing for a while?
I'll focus on racing for a little while, but I might go get my psychology degree.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. And what's your name, buddy?
Colt Martin.
Colt Martin. I do have, I think, nope, I don't even, yeah, Cole Martin. Yeah, Colt Martin. I do have the right name on you, buddy. So how long you been in the program?
This is my first year starting on track.
What grade are you in now?
I'm going into 5th.
So you've been a part of the normal school system then, right?
Uh-huh.
Tell me what you think the difference is, and do you like it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be better going on track because it'll help my riding way more.
Help you riding way more, but it also helps you study. I know you want to focus on your riding, but the cool thing about it is you're going to get focused on your education. You don't even realize. But Colt, congratulations. What class you riding this week?
65, 7, and 9. I've done one moto already, and I got to do on my mod the next one.
All right, buddy. We'll be watching for you. Good luck, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, Colt Martin out of the On Track School. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, I'm sorry, man. I really am. And so thank you very much, Andrea. That's okay. Andrea, thank you very much for bringing them up, and we appreciate you being a part and bringing On Track Schools to the world of action athletes. It's not just motorcycles. They do it for all kinds of folks. So there you go. We are getting ready to go racing. Pastor Chuck LeMaster from the GNCC Racing Nation. What are you doing here, man?
I came to say hi to you, man.
Well, I'm glad to have you. It's good. It's always nice when your pastor comes in and says hi to you like that.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. I see that you're busy. Beautiful day for racing, and man, we got some good racing about to come up here in the next 2 minutes, don't we?
Yeah, it may be even less the way things are going right now, and I believe we're going to kick it up with the with the Masters 50+ class, race number 12. So we lost a little bit of time this morning. But we've been able to make up a good portion of that. We were scheduled to start things back here at 1:30, and we're about ready to do that. I believe we got motorcycles that are making their way back to the gate. We're going to take a quick break on the RacerTV.com. We'll be right back after this, and stick around. More of the 40th annual running of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship from Loretta Lynn's.
Type 1 control, I'm on target 1%. That's all I needed.
One-time Costa Rican champion on the number 60. I'm not kidding about that. Tim Flippy on the 61. Terry Bidlack on the 65. Michael Keller, 67. Shad Ecklenberger on the 71. Darren Sheelan on the 75. Chad Charlo, 85. John McLemore, 88. Matt Powers, a 91. Troy Asmani, 92. Donald Rice, 93. Christopher Oplinger, 98. Steve Nelson, number 99. We are done. We've got it in there. And here we go with the plus 50 class. I see Barry Carson. He's in the mix there. Don't see that 150 of Jeff Emig. I know he wanted to get that whole shot. It's Tim Filippi on the number 61 that gets credited with the whole shot. So it's Tim Filippi, number 61. Try to write that down for Jason Whitegate so we can talk about that later on. That is Tim Filippi with the whole shot. And we are up and running. Barry Carson there. There's Kevin Walker on the 23. There is the number 13 Kawasaki ride. Billy Fosnock out of Illinois now. He'll take a shot at leading this thing. So let's keep our eyes on Adrian Robert, Jeff Emig, Kurt Nicole on the KTM, Kevin Walker. There's Billy Fosnock out front. Good Lord, it's a who's who. So many talented riders here. This is like just go back to 1993. It's the plus 50. Masters,
No way.
50 plus. Yes, Fosnock.
No way.
Yes, way. You're old. Get used to it.
Oh, man.
There's Kurt Nicole just behind there, looking for the number 47.
Yeah, I feel old seeing Jeff Emig out here in this class. When he said he was 50 years old, so does he.
I remember seeing Billy Fosnock out here in like 93.
Right. Wow.
It's crazy. So there's Fosnock leading on the Kawasaki. Where is Filippi on the 61 Yamaha? He might have slipped back just a bit. That might be the Adrian Robert, the 21-time Costa Rican champ. Maybe on the Kawasaki. He was featured in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition per Davey Coombs. He wasn't in a swimsuit, but just actually in the episode or the edition of that one. There is the number 16, Keith Johnson, in the number 2 spot. Kevin Walker. There's Emig in the number 4 spot. Jeff Emig on that 150. He comes into view there. Good Lord, the names, I can't even keep up with just the...
Did you see Johnson hammer that thing going down in?
It's go time.
Trying to look at him. Wow.
He's got Emig right on him now. Emig now working on Keith Johnson, the New England legend. There he goes on the inside. Johnson not going to give it up just yet. Keith Johnson and Treadwell over the Treadwell braking bumps. Those are his face. So it's Fosnock out front. Keith Johnson in the number 2 spot. Jeff Emig, Kevin Walker, Adrian Robert, Barry Carson, Kurt Nicole. The world champ in the number 7 spot. He just, all he can muster up is a 7th place ride. This is fantastic. Some incredibly talented guys out here. Fosnock, I was telling him, I remember him in 93 racing here, I believe, at Loretta's.
Well, I also remember the very first year I came here, which was 20 years ago, Emig and Kevin Walker battling for titles, and here we are on the same racetrack battling again.
Nothing has changed.
Yep. Fosnock right now feeling the heat. Got Keith Johnson and that giant skull battling him out for the number 2 spot. And here comes Emig right in there, sticking a wheel in on Keith Johnson to try to take second. Can Emig make it happen on the 150?
Couldn't quite stick it. Johnson might have went 3-1 right there with Fosnock having an issue. There goes Johnson, the white gear, the green bike. He will take over the number 1 spot.
Not for long. Inside line's going to work for Fosnock. Oh, and Emig splits him
How did
down
he
the
do
middle.
that?
He's going to take the lead.
Emig's going to go from 3-1.
Emig gets a twofer. That's a BOGO right there. Buy one, get one free.
No doubt.
Using that technique, and he actually split the riders.
And then Fosnock says, no, I'll take over the point. Who is going to lead this thing?
And then you're still looking at Walker back there. Robert.
That's the 21-time Costa Rican champ. Whoa, Emig comes to blows there with Keith Johnson from Mass,
comes out on top of that battle.
Wow. Whoa, the leader goes down. Everybody has to check up.
Emig out front now. Emig gets the lead. He's got clear vision and clear track on that 150. Going to be a big factor with the motivation of the 150 machine. He's going to be able to keep the revs up, keep the momentum up. Here he goes.
Well, I think, the biggest disadvantage, I'd say, with the bike is making passes.
Right.
And he got the lead handed to him there, so that helps. Lap time, obviously, it's not as fast as 450. The lap time it's not the best bike. But making passes is an exceptional drawback, and he doesn't need to do that any longer.
But now he has line choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Wherever that 150 works, he can go now.
So it's up to Keith Johnson.
He's going to bunt in a minute. You're going to have to bunt.
Yeah,
Laid out a bunt, little drag bunt.
Steel sign.
Megawatt's in this tower. He's not. His back is to. He's not even watching the race. He's talking to you.
Face.
He's
just
in
letting
your
me personally know what's going on out there.
All right.
So Barry Karsten has inherited third. Tough break for Fosnock, who had the lead. Look at this. Kevin Walker and Barry Karsten, they battled it out all week last year, and they're doing it again.
Taking money out of his Suzuki contingency is
Don't
Kevin
do that to
Walker.
Barry. Don't do that to Barry.
Don't you do it. Kevin Walker on the 23. It's so weird seeing him on a Suzuki.
Yeah, long-time Yamaha guy. Here he is all the way around the outside. Walker on the 23 into the 10 Commandments while Jeff Emick tries to get away from Keith Johnson.
Karsten's not going straight at all. He went left and right like he's trying to fend off somebody on a boxing match here.
Hey, all the legends running the number 2. Remember Jeff Stanton on the number 2, Jeremy McGrath, Brian Villapoto, and now Barry Karsten running the number 2 because he was second in this championship a year ago. Looks like Walker coming in, not running the number 1.
He passed the torch off to the oldest guy. It's normally the other way around. You pass it off to the younger guys.
Yeah.
Barry's like 84. Here, Barry, keep this thing going.
Look at Keith Johnson, Kevin, keeping Jeff Emick honest in the number 2 spot. Emick in the lead here in the 47.
Dude, I know you talked about it not being the best bike, but I think if you can get up close to the front, it might be a great bike to ride. If you're comfortable with it, it's light, it's nimble, kind of work your way through.
I'm just saying the big disadvantage is trying to make a pass.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Anytime you set up a pass, exiting the corner, they just go right by you.
Correct.
Now that he's got the lead for pure lap time, he might be okay. And you saw how hard he was working to try to get those guys.
He knew that very thing. He must have listened to you. You guys sat back last night and talked about all the strategies.
I told him, Jeff Emick, how to make it happen. Karsten gets cross-rutted in that corner. Walker's coming back on him.
They come back into view now. We can pick up our leader in the finish line turn. He's one of the best dressed guys here. Typically, Jeff Emick, right? Always on point.
Yeah.
Gear
On
is dialed
point.
in. 47 shift. Right, he is up and over the tunnel of love. He is loving what's going on right now. He's bringing Keith Johnson, and Johnson knows these are long motos. There's 3 of them. I'll stay here in second all day long, see what happens in motos 2 and 3.
Walker got all kinds of squirrely coming out of the Bermuda Triangle down there. Emick, though, just got the flow going on. Look at the technique that guy's using. It looks like Jeff Emick 25 years ago. So
perfect form.
Absolutely. Look at him.
Doesn't look old. Like you think of a guy like Jeff Emick's 50, you think, okay, elbows down, sits down a lot. Doesn't really look cool on a bike. No, that dude looks awesome. Yeah, he just started leaning in the turns. He said Buddy Antonez finally called him out. He goes, dude, you're just now up to speed where you're leaning the bike over in turns. Antonez called him out. Yeah, that's what Jeff told us. No, during this process of ramping up to racing. No, he was just saying during this whole run-up to getting ready, you just weren't cornering like you normally do, and now it's good to see you finally there, your progression for this run at Loretta's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we know that one.
But, again, here's a good example. Take a look at the technique right there, back by the waterworks, I believe. Yep.
His traditional number 47, if he could run the 747, he would do that probably. Always in the right place, the right time on the bike. Doesn't look frazzled or feet off the pegs.
It doesn't look like he's working. Watch it. As he stands up there, it almost looks like he's letting up to cruise a little bit. And then all of a sudden, he just hammers a corner. And
man, the bike was bouncing just then.
2006, last time Emick got a title here at Loretta. So we've gone 15 years. Doesn't seem like it's that long ago, but here we are, 15 years. That's a big deal when Emick decided to come back and race after his professional days. Like
Did he ride the Pro Sport as well that year?
What's that?
He rode Pro Sport and the Vet plus 25
He would always do
class.
that, yeah. He'd race one class just to test himself against the best in the biz, and then one age class.
Well, he told us that bike was fast. He told us he had the motor, and I got to tell you, when you hear it come out of those corners down there, it has no problem getting on the torque curve and pulling itself out of the rut.
Yeah, he said Jamie from Twisted Development. It seems like if you want a fast bike, that's where you go. The Twisted Development guys are dialed in. They work on all the top motors, and that sounds cheesy, but anytime I hear anybody talk about motors, it's Jamie and the boys at Twisted Development. So there he is. Look at the line choice there. Just a few inches over further was Emick. He's always in a little bit different spot there. He's pulling our second place rider, Keith Johnson. Don't go by the stats you see on the TV screen. We know Johnson's in the number 2 spot. Where is Kurt Nicole at? Kurt is up to 4th. So he's starting to move on up a little bit with a 2:14. But Emick with a 2:08.
It's absolutely impressive. And again, that's the technique. That's making it look easy. That's letting the bike do the work, not fighting the machine. The bike's a good bit lighter. Obviously has more than enough power to do all the obstacles here, so no place to really use that 450 power in a drag race because we keep talking about the short straightaways here. So
yeah, so the 45 class will feature Mike Brown and Ryan Hughes. So we'll add those guys to the flavor there. So Brownie's just a few months away from being 50. I think Hughes, same deal. So next year, the plus 50 class, just stay home. If you're 50, Jeff Hemming, Ryan Hughes, Mike Brown. Sounds like 1996 at Steel City, just slugging it out.
Right.
Not really, but Billy Fosnot was leading this thing, so why not? You don't have to be a factory superstar to get in there and bang it out, or a world champion. It helps.
Yeah,
it does help.
To say the least.
A 21-time Costa Rican champ, swimsuit model. I don't know.
Those stats will work.
21-time anything. If you've done anything 21 times, that's pretty impressive.
Spelling bee winner, 21 times.
All right, so Johnson, dude, he is right there, right in front of us. He is zeroed in on Emig here. There's Emig behind the lap rider. There's Johnson, 3 bike lengths back.
He's picked it back up. Again, the advantage goes to Emig.
Yeah, we're not done.
He's going to have just a little bit better vision. He's going to be able to have the better line to try. Whoa!
That guy just about flew off the right of the screen there. Number 67. It was not Robbie Raynard either. There's Emig. So 4 minutes to go. Counting it down here. There's factory Jeff Emig. Look at that. All that Gillette Husqvarna looking good there.
That thing was sweet coming through there.
The edge. Still solid is Carson and Walker, and Kurt Nickel rounds out your top 5. He's up to 4th now. He's gotten around Fosnak, so that is not right. None of these things are right. It's still Emig, and it is Keith Johnson on the number 16 Kawasaki. So just trust us. One of the few times I'll say John Daines is wrong. He's just below us. I know he'll fix it before he'll walk up these things. He'll walk up these stairs. All right, so there is Emig, the overhead shot there on the Husqvarna. You'll see the green Kawasaki just behind him. He's got a set of 30-pound dumbbells that when he's in the air, a lot of guys like to relax. He will literally do curls. He's a manager at a gym. I think he helps with some of the Planet Fitnesses up in the Northeast. He's got those stretchy bands. He's doing squats. He's holding those rubber bands as he stretches up on the bike. 2-lap board is out, Jason Wygant. It's go time for Keith Johnson. And Jason Wygant, speaking of dumbbells, head on down there. Working their way through lap traffic. 2-lap board is out. There is the 47. Fro Daddy. Keith Johnson's good in the sand, obviously. Here he comes on the inside. Let's do this. One bike length now. Dead center. You can watch them come right at us.
Did I catch a shoulder check by Emig? Did he glance over the shoulder there?
He's there. He knows Johnson is there. Keith Johnson is really pushing. Look at all the lap traffic they're going to have to work through. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys. So Emig has to really pick and choose his lines. They're going to go around the first of 5 lap riders as they work their way into the Bermuda Triangle of turns. Keith Johnson will follow him inside. Emig's like the fullback, cutting a hole for the running back behind him.
Yeah, he absolutely did right there, but was able to get a couple bike lengths. Johnson didn't get out.
Johnson can jump the triple.
Get out of the corner.
Emig can jump up and over that step up now by the billboards. Emig can look over to the left and see one of his portraits on that billboard, I'm sure. Not many guys race and can look and see themselves on the billboard.
Wow, Emig drifting out into some of that lap traffic. Johnson still hanging in there. He'll rough up some lappers, I'll tell you that right now. He'll park a lapper.
You'll have some. He's from the Northeast. He'll have concrete Alpine Stars, and you'll wind up in that pond tonight.
Exactly.
Good luck trying to swim with those on. There's the 47 of Jeff Emig. Johnson right in tow. Look at Johnson. He closes in on the turns there. He's right there into the 10 Commandments. Last lap, white flag. Johnson on the Kawasaki. In stereo, he's able to triple. He doubles now. He's right on top of the 47.
That's where some of that 450 power came into play right there, Kevin.
But then Emig's just able to work with style and precision in the turns, not making any mistakes, shortens the racetrack. Johnson goes right along with him.
Yeah, that guy's like a scalpel in the corners, man.
Yeah.
There's precision right there. There's technique. I mean, he just makes it look so easy. And believe me, that 150 is a handler to start with.
Sure, it's a runner for sure. All right, there goes Johnson here trying to do something here on this last lap. He's good in this part of the racetrack. That's where he's closing down.
Keep your eye out when the sand gets deep over here and they lay the throttle to it. That might be Johnson's last real run at him.
Look at him. He's there, man, over that step up. right down Main Street. Whooped out section. Here comes Keith Johnson. We got lap traffic. They both clear them. They got about 30 seconds of racing left. He has to brake check almost.
Nice move by Emig.
There is Emig. He'll clear some more lap traffic. They almost go out of sight in the ruts. They'll pop back into view around the Polysport sweeper. We've got riders everywhere. Holy cow, it's going to come down. Last turn. Johnson's going to choose a different line on the outside. We'll watch this last turn and see how it goes down. Emig follows the KTM rider. No bobble there. And that's going to do it. Jeff Emig will fight off the number 16 of Keith Johnson. There's Fro Daddy. The Fro's kind of thinned out a little bit. You know, he's gotten a little older. Was a very healthy Fro back in the day. It's,
hey, this is
with
going to be
age.
a caller for interview. I can tell you that.
He'll just grab the mic and interview himself. Hey, Jeff, tell me about yourself.
Exactly.
Oh, that was a good ride. Thanks for asking. Hey, you look really good out there.
How'd my bike work, man? My bike worked great, man.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Wygant, you don't need to do this interview. Let Jeff Emig
How did I
interview
feel
himself.
at the end of it, man? I was fresh.
Oh, I was great. The TV commentator will interview himself. There they are. It's Emig, not Barry Carson. It's going to be Keith Johnson, followed by Barry Carson. We'll toss it down to Jason Wygant, who's going to hand the mic to Jeff Emig for him to interview himself.
Man, good times down here. It's a really fun class. I think we're going to hand out the gold medal. Oh, he's already got it. This guy is too polished, too good, making me look bad. How about he's back at Loretta's 2006, the last time he won a title here, 15 years later. Looks exactly the same, hasn't aged a bit. Let's hear it for Jeff Emig taking your moto win. So first, just tell us what made you decide this is a year to make it happen again.
Well, I figure it's the plus 50, and that's as far as it gets, right? Once you're turn 50, you're only going to get older as you go. So, yeah, just I found, kind of rediscovered my love of motocross, and you know, I got to tell you though, it's a lot of work, a lot of people involved for me to race this, and so, you know, my hats are off to all the people that are here doing the same thing.
And then the 150 story. I know it's the bike you ride generally, so you're just sticking with it?
Yeah, it's just a bike that I'm comfortable on. You know, with this track, it's so short and choppy and all that. It's like, you know, I don't even really use what I have right now. But I was fortunate. I've got Enzo suspension on this thing, and I got Twisted Development. Jamie and Jimbo and everybody built a rad engine. I was just bummed that I didn't get out of the gate like I wanted to, because I think I can whole shot it on this 150.
Okay. How'd the rest of the moto go, bro?
I have a lot of nerves. Really? Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is like, it's been 15 years since I've been here and raced at a level like this, and I would say that the whole way through that I was just dealing with nerves. I kind of feel it right now.
Yeah, it'll get better as the week goes on. Who else do you want to thank, Jeff?
Well, my mechanic here, BJ Burns, helps me every step of the way, and couldn't do it without him. Of course, everybody that's a part of this, Shift, Fox, let's see if I can remember this, Rhino Power, Irenic, FMF, ODI Grips, and a whole host of others. Hopefully I get to talk about them next time. And, you know, we're doing a 3-part documentary on this with Verb Moto called Pro at 50, so kind of documenting the journey. So if you guys get a chance, check that out on Verb Moto.
You're making the story good right now. The 47's back, Jeff Emig. All right. He's not the only one back. Keith Johnson, one of our favorite players here at Loretta's. He's back this year as well. He takes second place. Guy working hard, running the Southwick, the Wick 338 track up in New England, and finding a little time on the side to ride and train and get ready for this. And he kept Emig honest down the stretch. That was fun to watch. So we got the silver medal. Good to have one of the legends of NESC back with us. Look at the bench racing. You got to love this part. Let's hear it for our second place finisher, Keith Johnson. Come around front, Keith. They got bench racing tails for days. Come around front here. That was a good battle. You had Foz knocked up there as well. It was a three-way battle. You kept Fro honest down the stretch. Are you happy with that moto?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's Jeff Emick, right? So, you know, a lot of unknowns coming in, but nobody comes here to lose, right? So, I had a busy month the last month getting ready for the Southwick National and kind of took some of my momentum away, but, you know, it's all about having fun at our age and walking out of here in one piece. It's fun to battle with these guys. I mean, Fro was next level when we were younger than me, and it's fun to come out here and battle. And you know, my whole family's here for the first time. All of my kids and family, everybody's here for the first time, so it's fun. I don't know if I'll be back, but you know, bring them down here and see what it's like.
Good memories that you're making. Who do you want to thank, Keith?
Yeah, there's so many people. Pilgrim Power Sports. I'm gonna forget half of it because, you know, I'm 50 now, but. My whole family for being here, Pilgrim Power Sports, Factory Connection for sure. I mean, they did so much to get my bike dialed in, and 60 and Garnet and FXR and 100% Pro Circuit, Mellow Graphics for last minute stuff, and man, I'm gonna forget a lot of people, but I'm sorry. But yeah, it's just a group effort to get down here. Everybody knows what it takes. I'm really thankful for it.
Awesome to have him back. Let's hear it for Keith Johnson, second place. And digging back out for third, we had Barry there for a while, then we had Kurt Nicole, and wow, enough sprint in the legs to run up here and stand. Look at this guy, the ageless, maybe fitter than ever. Grab that bronze. It's the last bit of exercise you've got to do. Let's hear it for Barry Karsten. Well, it's got the spring in your step. Is that how you got third place back? You're battling with Kurt.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. I got a good start. You know, we got a bad gate pick, but got a good start from the outside and got bottled up the first couple turns, so dropped back. And just slowly moved up. The track is gnarly. And you're yelling at your kid to go faster and go out there and walk it. You know, but no, it's good. And, you know, I got a couple good laps in, got by them guys, and then tried to sprint away, but, you know, nothing happened. You know, like I tried to go faster and it works. So I just kind of settled into a little pace, kept them honest behind me. Those two checked out front, and I had fun.
Hey, coming up to the number 2. Is it weird to look at your bike with the number 2 on it?
Yeah, I guess I didn't sign up in time. They gave my number away. So they told me to pick from 11 to 99. And I said, how come I can't take 2? I got second last year. And, oh, okay. So we rode number 2. I like it. It's good on my Suzuki. My Answer Gear, Rye helmet, Scott goggles, Dunlop tires, decal works, Twin Air, Rye helmets. Everybody that helps me, AMS, Action Motorsports out of York, Pennsylvania. The Arm Army, I mean, if you guys ain't locally riding Suzuki, you ain't making any money. Me and my kid kill it. It keeps us going every weekend, and then now we're, you know, start setting our sights on the pro classes for him, but man, it keeps us racing every weekend.
It's all about Barry Karsten's back. He finishes third. Let's hear it for Barry Karsten. That's a fun podium. Always good to see. That's my buddy. We got a whole shot award. Well, we had another player in this class. This family well known for going fast at Loretta. Let's hear it for Billy Fosnock with your whole shot. Hey, Billy, not just the whole shot, but you were keeping Emick, Johnson, all these guys behind you. It was shaping up to be a good moto.
Yeah, I made a mistake, and then my front end ain't working quite right, and it's sticking in about mid-stroke and caught in a rut and didn't follow through and just rode the ridge and put me on my head. And got up and was coming back up and went down again, and that kind of took the steam out of the old man.
You get that problem fixed, though. You maybe got a podium in you, you think?
That's what I come down here for. I didn't come down for a whole shot reward.
Here, I'll let you thank some people, Billy.
Yeah, I want to stay Stallman Power Sports, Mikey Olson, my engine guy, Race Tech Suspension, Andy Hendrickson, my mechanic, and X-Brand Goggles, and that's about it. You know? And everybody for cheering me on.
Made it fun. Let's hear it for Billy Fosnock with your whole shot from Stasek. Wants a little more than that. Here, I'm going to trade you. You take that one. I'll take this one. Thanks, Billy. Let's set it back up.
Jason Wygant, all 4 of those guys featured something that was just hilarious. And so Jeff Emmett comes up, picks up his own medal. Yeah, I got this. No worries. Keith Johnson says, then come out and get second, and come out and lose, bro. And then Barry Karsten jumps up onto the bike stand there, does a karate kick, and then says, he goes, if you ain't riding,
hey, one sec, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Hey, Billy Fosnock, you got a good idea here.
I'd like to have everybody that gets the whole shot reward donate that to Scott Sheik's family. They need it more than we need it, and prayers all go out to them.
They're definitely in our thoughts. Thanks. Good stuff, Billy. He's donating that.
Good stuff. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
And did you notice Jason Wygant? Look at that jersey he's wearing. He's wearing a Bull Taco jersey.
The Stitch
Bull Taco,
jersey,
are they back in the game now?
The
They
Stitch
back
jersey.
Sponsor.
Wait, I'm still not done.
Of course.
All right. Hey, we have a change in our whole shot award winner. 61, Tim Philippi has the official whole shot across the line. Congratulations, Tim. Good job. Stasic whole shot award. Hey, who do you want to thank? You get your chance, man. You bang the start. You get to talk about your sponsor.
World of Power Sports, MX Tech, the Yamaha behind me and under me, all the good Lord for keeping me safe and getting off the track, and all the family and the Moto fam.
All right, Philippi, good job. You grab that little one right behind you, and now I get to send it back up to the tower again. Thank you.
There you go. He was the whole shot award winner there. Fosnock finished up 6th. And let's go racing, the 125 12 to 17 class. I will give you the rundown as quickly as possible. The number 35, that's Colin Cookie Monster Allen. The 37 is Ryan Canaguar. 41 is Jordan Miller. 44 is Noah Smearden. Slave roll on the 45 machine. Landon Pepper is on the 49. Connor Bouchard, 50. Mark Finesse, he is going to be tough on the 51. Drew Thomas, 52. Dominic Felty, 53. Connor Lords on the 58 machine. Ryder Gwynn on the 62. Number 63 is Donovan Hansen. Cole Godfrey on the 65. Blake Gardner, 67. Ivan Aldama Jr., 71. Trevor Collop on the 74. Evan Ferry on the 75. Trip Rexroth, 78. Michael Corcoran on the number 80. Talon Zollers on the 82. Hayden Anzalone on the 83. Wyatt Creighton on the 84. Nathan Delaney on the 85 machine. Nicholas Israel on the 90. Landon Hartz on the 92 machine. Jordan Renfro on the 94. Logan Best on the 95. And Noah Stevens rounds out your field here in this 125cc 12 to 17-year-old B and C riders only. It's going to be a good one, loaded with good riders.
Yeah, just like all day long. I mean, the stage is set. All kinds of players, all the key players in the class down there on the gate for sure. And just one more time, we're going to see the best racing in the country here. We got the top athletes in every class. We've got the top track builders out here, track maintenance out here. We've got the best crew. Yeah, we've got the absolute best crew out here. So that's what we're going to get today is 100% great racing in all our classes, all engine sizes, all wheel sizes. It doesn't matter. We've seen the same type of results. Yep. Hey, real quick here while they're checking down the line, want to remind everybody again, go see our friends at the Fellowship of Christian Athletes MX booth on Vendors Row. They are always coming up with great ideas, great fundraisers, and this year you can stop by and see them. They're having a 2021 Kawasaki KX250X bike raffle. It's donated by Babbitt's. Only $10 per ticket, and 100% of the proceeds, Kevin, benefit the Fellowship of Christian Athletes MX department. Winner announced at Ironman GNCC on October 24th. And want to remind everybody that the FCA Kids Fun Zone is every night from 7 to 9, and it's next to Lake Loretta. So bring the kids over, and here we go. We're going racing now.
Yamaha rider. Oh, is that Colin Allen perhaps on the 35 machine? He might have gotten it. It is the EBR rocket ship out of North Carolina. It is the Cookie Monster, Colin Allen. Evan Ferry in the number 2 spot. Logan Best right there in the mix as well. The boys, all the boys, the top runners are in the house. Let's see what Colin Allen can do with clear track. There's Evan Ferry working on him already. Allen, Ferry, Best. Landon Peppard is 4th. We don't need no scoring, man. We got this. Colin Allen out of Texas by way of North Carolina now. Your leader, Evan Ferry, on that Husqvarna on the 75 machine right there, locked in. Evan's a magician on these 125s. He posts about 19 videos a day, so I know exactly what he's doing, how much training he's doing. There's the 51. That's probably the fastest kid in the class. Finesse is remarkable on this 125 bike, guys. You'll watch him. He is tough to beat. Oh, yeah. Allen, something happened. Ah, gives up the ghost. He'll drop back in the number 2 spot, and that gives Finesse a quick little pass here. Now he's going to go to work on Ferry. He's been wanting a piece of him. They don't get a chance to match up very often.
Exactly.
He's tucked in down there in Florida. Finesse is way away from there, and we are going racing now. Can't run now. We're going to do some battling here.
Neutral ground right now, Kevin Kelly. And this is what the whole idea is. Nobody's on their home turf. Nobody races this track during the year, and no matter what you do at home, doesn't mean a thing down here at the ranch.
Finesse trying to run down Ferry Allen in the number 3 spot, the 95, I believe that's who I'm looking at. That's Logan Best. So it's Yamaha's best against Husqvarna's best against KTM's best. They're all there. Where's Landon Peppard on that number 37 machine out of Alaska, the Fox Orange Brigade ride? Right now, Timmy Ferry is making hay while that Tennessee sun shines right all over him. There is a great shot of Finesse.
He was showing a lot of finesse right there.
He
brought that thing right through there,
nicely
drifting
done.
it. Yeah, drifting
Nicely
it
done.
on the wheel. Rear wheels, he come through there.
So Willock in the number 5 spot. It's Steven 6, Donovan Hansen 7, Landon Hart's 8. Crockett Myers, one of the fastest riders yesterday, laid down the best lap time, I believe, in this practice. He's got Peppard right behind him.
Noah Smearden in that 11th spot. Bryce Shelley. Wow, what's that tell you right now?
A bunch of studs there.
This
in
was
class.
going to be a slug fest, man, all the way to the end.
So Allen trying to hold it together and keep his Yamaha teammate behind him. The Blue Crew riders running 3rd and 4th. There's Colin Allen on the 35 machine. Logan Best right behind him.
Logan Best, we've kept our eye on him all through the season. Early in the spring, through the regionals, through the areas, putting in fine performances. He posts a lot of social media as well. Been keeping up with him, expecting good performances out of him, and he's delivering here today.
Hey, and you know Evan Ferry, that's all he's heard is, oh man, Mark Finesse, he's been doing work, he's doing this, he's doing that. He goes all the way to Mammoth and does work out there. The kid's everywhere. And he's like, all right, we'll see you at the ranch. That's where I'm going to meet you there.
And, you know, he likes that stuff. I noticed at Mini O's and stuff, I mean, he called out a couple guys himself, Ferry. He goes, hey, these guys are talking trash. But nobody brought it yet. And the evening show with Wes Kane and I, Evan Ferry sat right there. Danger Boy on the stage. Evan Ferry said, everybody does a lot of talking, but not a lot of riding.
Well,
that's what he said, basically. Yeah, basically what he said.
I like it. So
And
Logan
you know
Best
me.
has gotten around.
we encourage
Colin
that.
Allen moves back to the number 4 spot. Finesse starting to get a little ragged right now. The feet are off the pegs, trying to go after the number 75. And that's one thing we don't normally say about Evan Ferry. He is calm, cool, and collected. Always in control, great form. Obviously looks like his dad when he's riding. It's really, really shocking how similar they ride. So there is the 35 of Allen, now starting to get some pressure from Jeremiah Willott on that 17 KTM. All the while, almost 2 seconds separate Evan Ferry and Mark Finesse. A 157 for the both of them.
Wow.
Similar lap times for sure. And Evan Ferry, the one thing I can say about Evan, if you've watched him enough to know he is always in control. He looks
Yes.
great on the motorcycle.
Yeah, and there's never a reason for him to cross the line. You know, a lot of riders will hang it out. We talk about crossing the line to make the pass or bring it. There's never any reason for him to do that. The pace is normally there. If we're gonna pass for position, he has enough technique. He can find that place to do that without making a risk of it, without having to cross that line, as we say.
There he goes. He will jump the big infield triple, if you will. It's not even a triple, but they're making it one.
And he's always in the right position.
He stretched that
Always.
lead out, I believe, just a little bit. These are sprint laps. You are right, by Evan Ferry.
You never see the bike really kick out from under him, or you never see him maybe off to the side, you know,
He's in control.
out of position. He's just always centered on the bike, exactly putting both wheels
Look at
putting the
that.
traction. Look at it's
He opens
picture
it up.
perfect form.
3.5 seconds, 2 seconds quicker that time around for Evan Ferry. He is trying to demoralize him right now. Just check out.
Yeah, as you said, there's been a lot of talk about the matchup. You know,
like
we haven't been on neutral ground. He's been hurt. He hasn't been healthy. And right here, it's as fair as it gets. And both of these guys have a point to prove.
They're going so fast, the front number plate about to blow off the number 35 of Colin Allen. We'll get another one. Yamaha's got a whole slew of them back there. So fast with that hole shot, blew the front number plate off there of Colin Allen's bike. Yep, Logan Best up to the number 3 spot. He's worked his way into 3rd. Finesse going to have to dig deeper. Maybe he's thinking championship, stay in the number 2 spot. What do you see? What do you see, Miguel?
Well, I see Crockett Myers turning 201s when the guys ahead of him are 202, 203. Got to get back up to Best to hit those 201s again. And when you look behind Smearden's turned that 201 as well, and a good bit quicker than Stevens, so maybe he's picked up that spot. I haven't seen the pass take place yet. But
those are good calls because Myers was outside of the top 10. Now he's up to 6.
Yeah, there's some quick guys back here. And again, Pepper's on a 202 right now, so he's a good bit quicker than a lot of riders ahead of him as well.
That is Myers coming into the view there, I
there
believe.
You go.
Holy cow.
Yeah. And look
the
at
number
this.
6 is right there. It's a 3-way battle. 4th, 5th, and 6th right there on your shot. Crockett Myers is on the move.
With 12 and a half minutes to go.
He's got top 5 aspirations, no doubt about it, considering he was outside the top 10. His dad, man. Oh, there's a bobble by Allen. New life for everybody. Will Ott will go around him. I believe Allen tries to come to life and hold him off. Might still be able to claim that 4th place spot as he crossroads all the way out of there. Scrubs. Now they're both going to have to hit this big triple in formation there.
They
do. And Crockett Myers watching those guys slug it out. Crockett with the big number 6 on the bike. That means he finished 6th last year in this class.
Allen, I tell you what, he dodged a bullet right there.
He sure did.
Absolutely.
He's had a wild one here. He's had a couple of mistakes there, but Colin Allen in the hunt for sure. He looks over. He's worried all about Willott. Willott is all over Colin Allen. He's going to move something here. Going to go around the outside perhaps. That'll do it.
Yeah, you see Colin Allen got rattled. He dropped back to a 204 that time around. And
it doesn't get any easier because the number 6 is lurking behind him.
Things are just going to get worse right now.
Crockett Myers, here he comes. He's fresh off a broke collarbone or something. He's only been on the bike for just a month or so. So
right.
Props to Crockett. Crockett and Tubbs there. So going into the 10 Commandments, Allen goes outside. He drags Crockett Myers with him. They'll double, triple out. Maybe, yeah, you double and then double out.
I got to tell you, you're going to start seeing these guys move to that outside line. You know, you have to keep the track short, using as many of those insides as they can, but man, they're really starting to get beat deep right now.
Who's picking the bike up?
A lot of hooks, yeah, there you go.
Who was that? Was that Logan Best picking the motorcycle up? It is the 95 of Logan Best. So he will give up a few spots. So no one is immune to the bug here.
Can't say
the sickness.
Yeah, can't say for sure, but it could have been when he was laying in one of those big inside ruts. Did he grab a foot peg? Did we, lose the front end in there deep? So.
Dude, that is why you train on that stuff.
Wow.
You don't see racetracks like this back home very often. And if you do, you better embrace the suck, as they call it, because it's not fun. It's hard. And doing it out here and being successful requires those hot, long days back at the practice track with those ginormous ruts.
Yeah, you got to get to the suffer, Kevin. A lot of guys got in their ride, and but you got to get to the suffer. You got to get to the point where you feel it, where it hurts, and suffer a little more. That's exactly what it takes. Leaders.
So where's Crockett Myers? There is the number. Yeah, I lost Myers on that go-round. Not in front of us. So one of the fastest riders on the racetrack having a rough lap, slips back to 7th, and he's going to keep falling and tumbling down there until we pick him back up.
Ferry increasing the gap that time around 4.3, turning a 2.0.3 to the 201.2.
That's a statement ride right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't hear the noise. He doesn't listen. Not hearing it.
Smearden hanging right around that 5th position. I mean, look at him. He's turning a 202. Ahead of him, you've got 211s, 206s.
I can almost hear the thud of these motorcycles. If you could just hear them when they land over them. I'm not kidding.
No, it's the truth. No, yeah, absolutely.
Wow. And we're probably a good 150 yards from over there. You just hear the reverberation.
It's an absolute thud.
So there's Ferry. Picture perfect form there. Out in the number 1 spot. Greg Geisler peeking in here, checking on some of his guys. There's Finesse in the number 2 spot. Willott is 3rd. Colin Allen 4th. Logan Best is 5th. Crockett Myers back to 8th. So pretty rough lap for him. He turned to 2:15. So obviously something happened on that go around.
Kevin, we're right at these 2-minute laps. 8.5 minutes to go. 5 laps in. So it tells you, we're going to be right there at that 10 laps. I got to tell you, who's going to be able to maintain this pace? We've got several guys that look like they're still improving their lap times, sitting in that 6th, 7th position. Again, taking a look at Noah Spearden, a 2:02 last time around compared to the 2:11, 2:06 in front of him. So going to be interesting to see with 8 minutes to go, 2 minutes a lap. Plenty of racing left right here, and who's going to make the mistake? Who's going to feel the pressure?
Say it, Jason Wygant. So this class,
they've really matched each other. If you look, Ferry got that early gap. He got it to 3.4, and then since then, Finesse has basically matched him. Lead is 3.7 right now. Last time around, 0.3 quicker for Ferry. So he's just inching away, or they're matching each other, but he really got that advantage on the first 3 laps.
And look at their best lap times. Both of them 1:57. They just ran a matching 2, so he can do whatever he does.
I think the biggest was 4.1 was the biggest of the gap.
Okay.
And like you said,
So
Finesse.
it's a little bit smaller.
Yeah, and Finesse bringing it in.
Yep. Ferry trying to respond. There he is in that Rockstar Husqvarna. Evan Ferry getting away. See Finesse trying to keep him honest back there. Every time you see him, he's still close enough. If Ferry makes a mistake, it's not a huge lead, that's for sure.
Yeah, not big enough to crash, pick the bike up, start it back up again. Not an electric start 2-stroke just yet.
Ferry, a little look over the shoulder.
Caught that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Just marking him.
Yep.
Really cool hanging out here at Loretta. It's one of the traditions. I saw, Ryan Villapoto, as we know, was here. He was doing pace laps. He's been on the infield watching things. And Chad Reed is here with the whole family. Scouting, he said. Scouting. Might be a racing family somewhere down the road at this event, but Chad's hanging out now. And, of course, we don't need to say much about the Ferry family. They're all in with the racing these days.
Nick Way's here with his kids doing work. Josh Grant, I believe, out here with his kid.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wes Kane with a few of his kids out here.
Doesn't even know him yet.
He just met him.
Yep.
Hey, Dad.
They introduce themselves.
2005. I remember now.
They come up and introduce themselves. Ah, blonde hair.
There's Evan Ferry up and over. Speaking of the Tunnel of Love, he will continue on in here as we work our way towards the 5-minute mark.
There.
Yeah, who was that?
Bike problem. Didn't quite catch the number. Was it 22? Caden Smith, perhaps?
We'll just guess. We'll just scare his family to death.
Just a bike problem. He's not hurt. Just a bike problem. Next up on the gate, we're bringing some heat now. This class highly anticipated. The one on track right now, the 125 BC. But we'll have 250 Pro Sport and 250B coming up after this.
Let's do it. So Logan Best trying to recover from a radical lap there a few laps ago. He's back up to the number 4 spot. Noah Spearden 5th, Colin Allen 6th, Stevens, Nelson, and Blake Gardner, Landon Hart's round out your top 10. Crockett Myers all the way back to 14th now. Dang. So 5 minutes to go, and it's been a great moto for Evan Ferry. He got around Colin Allen and has not, well, he has looked back, but literally he's looked back, but figuratively he has not looked back from that position. Looking forward, working his way through lap traffic, checking in on his Instagram story when he's got a little time in the air. I've seen him pull out the phone. I don't recommend that. Got those new touch screen gloves that will help you. Yeah, got it on the dashboard there. The heads-up display on that Rockstar Husqvarna, really an advantage for him. And all the while, Finesse has got it down to a 2.9 second gap now around the big sweeper. So Finesse not out of this thing.
Oh, yeah, we are anticipating this battle between them. We might have it right now.
There is
and
Finesse.
yellow flags out.
He will drop down, going to work their way around that lap. Ryder, get out of the way. Here we go. So he's not going to make it easy for the 75 of Evan Ferry.
Woo! Ferry got a little sideways right before the face of that jump and a little mistake on the landing. So Finesse putting a hook in him right now.
He's close.
His last couple laps.
And there it is.
Ferry
That's
stalls.
the bobble. The mistake there, and Finesse will go around him. How about that? He didn't quite, it just hit a neutral and he had to put it back in gear, almost tipped over. Now we've got a battle. The heart rate up to about 230 now for Evan Ferry.
Oh, didn't stall.
Did not stall it. Hit neutral.
Heard some riders talk about that. You might come into that corner first or second gear, and that the shifter gets bumped by a rut. You go into neutral. So right now, Mark Finesse, this is what he needed.
That's why you keep charging. You put the pressure. You hope something like that happens. And now Evan Ferry comes up short on the triple. He tries to triple out. I have not seen him do that. So Evan Ferry pulling out all the stops. He's side-by-side lap rider, and he's in the number 1 spot. He makes the pass back around Finesse.
Unbelievable. What a comeback. Literally, Finesse got him and pulled away, and then Ferry reeled him back in, and this all happened in 1 lap.
Wow, Evan Ferry. What? Just immediately, that's what you tell a guy. You go right back at him. Don't let him get comfortable. Go.
That's the key, the response right away. It has to be immediate. You're not going to be any fresher than the moment it happens, okay?
And he is now pulling away. We might look at this lap. He might have the same lead that he had at the beginning of the lap, even though he stalled.
Even though he got passed.
Yeah, stalled, got passed. Or sorry, hit neutral and got passed. His lead is going to be the same by the end of this lap.
That's silly.
Look at this. He's increasing it by the corner now.
No chance of gamesmanship here, right?
No.
We don't do that, right?
This is not Bubba and Chad Reed.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, none of that. All right.
No, that's that would be Timmy and Ezra Luss back in the day here. Pair of Team Green Riders.
Look at this. This is impressive.
Cow.
I mean, absolutely impressive.
I don't understand this. Let's see. The gap was 2.4.
It's 4 seconds probably now.
It's going to be a bigger gap now. Now you have to wonder if Mark here in the number 2 spot, maybe he ran into some sort of problem, maybe with the bike or something. White flag is out, and Ferry's lead is, 2 seconds bigger than it was, even though he's hit neutral on that lap.
That's how you do it. You hit neutral, get past, and you can take a breath because your lead got bigger.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
But the real key, look at Finesse. Their best laps were 157s. He just ran a 206.
Yeah, so that was with all the
arrows. So once he got the lead,
couldn't do much with it.
It lost his rhythm or whatever it might be.
That was that.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
So they're going to go see that guy tonight, the mental coach, and let him break that down because that was wild.
Believe me, there's going to be a full house there tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. Colin Allen will be credited with the whole shot, but it looks like Ferry Finesse and Logan Best, who crashed and will still finish on the podium. Logan Best crashed and will finish on the podium. Finesse had problems. He'll finish on the podium. Evan Ferry stalled the bike, so that is the key. You either crash or stall the motorcycle. That's the keys to the victory. That's Grant Langston. Okay, you won't stole the bike, crash perhaps, and you'll finish on the box.
Matt Walker's going to have him throwing bikes on the ground next week.
Yeah,
he's going to have them dragging them to a stall.
Who's that? Who is on the ground? Is that Timmy Ferry?
Evan
Ferry is on the ground, stuck on the bike.
That is not.
Evan Ferry has crashed. He's lost multiple positions. Unbelievable last 2 laps. Evan's going to try to fire that motorcycle up, and now this whole thing has just changed. Jason Weiga, Evan Ferry just picked himself. He was stuck under the motorcycle. Let's have a look. Here's the replay. Into the left-hander. The front end just tucks. Just a lapse. I think he was looking at the number 11 in front of him, trying to change that line.
He was going to jump ruts, I believe, is what he wanted to do.
He was in the same line as him.
Yes,
Unbelievable last 2 laps.
And his head landed under the seat and side panel, Kevin.
So now it's Finesse, Best, and maybe Ferry, but perhaps it'll be smeared on the box. We'll have to see.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
And I mean, in the blink of an eye, when we say that term.
No, we were looking at each other, and then he was on the ground.
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
So the checker flag will fall for the number 51 of Finesse. Unbelievable. Mark Finesse will take the moto win. We'll look back, and it's going to be Evan Ferry will hold on to second place. Even though he was under the bike, Evan Ferry fell, stuck under the bike, still gets up in time to finish second. And we're looking for maybe the number 95. I don't know at this point.
That was absolutely incredible, Kevin. I want to say he was looking at his air filter.
He was.
He was underneath inspecting the airbox, man.
Adjusting the clutch with his mouthpiece.
His legs were kicking in an effort to try to get some momentum and get him out from under that bike.
You don't train for that.
I'm stunned by what we just saw, man.
You don't train for that.
No. Like that Walker's going to have guys laying under bikes next week.
Throw the bike on top of him, fight your way out.
Toss it on him.
He'll lay the parents on top of the bike, get out from under that bike. All right, the top 3, it's Finesse, Ferry, and Best. Unbelievable finish there. We'll get ready for Jason Weiga. I'm sure that's going to be lots to listen to.
What didn't happen in that moto would probably be an easier way to review it. Saw Evan Ferry's granddad up there, and he's like, I don't even want to look. I don't even want to look, because if I do, something bad is going to happen. And then I see Tim Ferry walk by, and he says, yeah, he just went down. So there you go. Evan Ferry had we think a neutral, Lost the lead, got it back, goes down the last lap, and you got to give credit. Yeah, making it happen, and that's why you put that pressure on. It paid off. Let's see if Mark's got enough in it to throw it on the stand. Wow, that was a wild moto, but I'll tell you what, when you don't give up, good things happen. He stayed in it. He took advantage. Mark Finnis is your moto winner. Well, it was a strange deal. You were matching or you were catching, then he lost the lead, then he got you back, then you end up with the win. That was a crazy moto. What was going on from your perspective?
Well, pulled the gate pick, 21, I was right by the box. Got a pretty bad jump, but I just was on the fender hanging it off, and I got like top 4 on the start, and then got into second, and about a half lap, and was trying to pace Ferry, try to stalk him, and then I just started catching him just a little bit, and then he fell, got around him, and I was like, oh my God.
It almost looked that way. Did it catch up to you all of a sudden, like, I'm in the lead?
Yeah, when I heard him behind me, I was like, oh, I'm in first. Okay. And then arm pump set in just right then. Been struggling with arm pump for a little bit now. But, yeah, I saw him stuck underneath the back. I was like, oh, I'll take it.
There we go. All right, should be some good battles throughout the week. Who do you want to thank, Mark?
My mom, my dad, Nate, KTM Horse Brigade, Fly Racing, Scott Goggles, Caleb Tennant, Alpine Star, Scott Goggles, Lynx Racing, Ethica, Dunlop, and everyone else I forgot.
First one of these golds?
Yes, and this is my 5th year of being here. So
stepping up the game, but you've really stepped it up. First ever gold medal to Mark Finnis. That's what you love to see, that progression year in, year out, making the gains, and it's an emotional win for him. An emotional second place, I'm sure, will bring Evan Ferry on up to take the silver. Had the lead twice in that moto. These guys are spent, not just physically, but that battle of going back and forth. We'll get Evan Ferry on up and talk to our second place finisher. And Logan Best had his ups and downs in that moto, and he was able to recover to finish up in third. I believe it was Colin Allen with the hole shot. Correct me if I'm wrong. Colin Allen, I think, had our hole shot, so we'll give him that award as well. Well, it was almost a perfect moto. Evan Ferry did what he needed to do. He got the early lead. He pulled away. He was maintaining it. Then we had some come around the front here, Evan. Saw some mistakes, hit neutral over there, and then I don't even know what happened to the last lap. So, silver medal, let's hear for Evan Ferry. Bro, what didn't happen in that moto? Everything happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good race straight from the start, and then, you know, me and him passed each other like once, I think, and then I got him back, and then it was a really fun race, and then just had some lap where some guy just came all the way from the inside and just took my line away, and I just hit the ground, and the bike was up to the just couldn't do much about it.
Silver's all right for the title. You okay, though?
I don't know, we'll see.
All right, fighting it back. Let me just tell you thanks to people real quick, buddy.
The whole Rockstar Energy Support Factory Racing team, and everybody that helped me get here.
All right, easy some pain. Evan Ferry digging deep for a silver. We'll see what that does for the week. Great effort, Evan. And Logan Best has a story to tell as well. Had him in the number 3 spot, lost a few spots, came all the way back for third. So let's give the bronze to the number 95 Yamaha man, Logan Best. Salvage a third, man. It was pretty crazy.
Salvage is right. I got a really good start, got a nice third place start, but ended up making a few mistakes and ended up falling, which is unfortunate. But got a top 3, so we're happy. And my trainers at south of the border really helped me out a lot, but we're really excited. So being a young kid in the class, we're happy about it.
Good things are coming. Who do you want to thank, Logan?
My mom and dad, Triangle Cycles, Yamaha, Thor, SOB, Dunlop, Rob Fox, and Jeff Cernick over there. They helped me out a lot. JMS Motors, GYTR, Factory Connection Suspension, ODI bars, 100% goggles for clear vision, Monster Army, Moto E, Alpine Star, Parts Unlimited, FMF, Asterix, MX Tire, and Watch Perfection.
All right, Logan Best, third place. Looking for Colin Allen, our whole shot winner. Colin. Here we go. Colin Allen also had his ups and downs in this moto, but it did include a Stasic whole shot award. Colin Allen. Yeah, good stuff, Colin. Who do you want to thank real quick?
Obviously, I got to take the whole entire EBR crew. They really hooked it up. I feel like I'm riding a nasty bike. My bike's a rocket ship. Tamer, I mean, they great whole shot device. I hooked up so good with my Dunlops, and I just got a real good start. And then obviously, I made some mistakes, but back to it. I got to thank my mom and dad for helping get me here. Matt Todd, Matt Michelia, the whole SLB crew, Matt Ogden, 100% Pro Taper, God for keeping me safe, Altus, Tucker, Answer, VP, Recluse, Get, Bill, Cycra, Matrix, EVS, and everyone else, thank you so much.
There it is, everybody. Colin Allen, whole shot award from Stasic. Good stuff. All right, that wraps up 125 BC. We've got two of the most anticipated classes of the week coming up back to back.
You are right. The 250 Pro Sport ready to roll. The number 12 is Gage Seberg out of Iowa. The 13 is Jesse Burkeen. 14 is Trevor Schmidt. The 17 is Gavin Bro. 18 is Brian DeRuiter. B-Ray, Brandon Ray on the number 19 machine. Jace Baldwin on the 20. Ashton Bluxham on the 21. Blaze Cromaldi 23. Tommy Rios 24. Evan Hamowitz on the 28 machine. Caden Amaron on the 32 ride. The 33 is Nolan Dickinson. Jack Rogers on the 35 machine. Pierce Knight on the 40. Cameron Default on the 41. Cullen Park rides the 43 machine. Andrew Hertzler on the 44 machine. Blake Hazen on the 45. Levi Kitchen on the number 47 machine. Jay Ryder Fox on the 48. Jace Kessler on the 51. Christopher Blackmere on the number 53 machine. Austin Black, the 55. Alessio Sasso on the 56 machine. Matthew Curler, 58. Nicholas Igo, 64. Jeremy Kowalski, 65. Brandon Walther on the 68 machine. Griffin Maxwell, 71. Luca Marsalisi on the 72. Brandon Scherer on the 73. Rylan Smith on the 74. Jackson Gray on the number 77 machine. Jet with 2 T's. Jet Reynolds on the 79. Preston Kilroy on the 80. Daniel Bortolini on the number 81. The 83 is Ethan Lane. Boston Boots on the 85 machine. Chance Hymas on the 86. Jack Chambers on the 92. Hunter Yoder on the number 95 machine. Wow, I should have put 2 more ticks by these guys. Jack Chambers and Hunter Yoder both will be in the hunt there as well. But I think it's Levi Kitchens, Chance Hymas, and Jet Reynolds race to lose.
Kevin, I watch with the announcer sheet. You always make the marks between the contenders, the guys you really know, the guys that have a really good chance. Well, you've got a mark by every name.
Yeah, there's 12 guys
on this class.
25% of them.
So, holy cow.
The very, very talented 250 Pro Sport class. Levi Kitchen, he's ready to make the move. This will be his final amateur race.
Yep.
He's going to jump right in there with the boys going forward in the Outdoor Pro Nationals. Jet Reynolds trying to make his case as to why he's done with amateur racing. He wants to do the same thing, jump right in there with the boys on the 79 machine. He has grown so much. When you see these guys after you haven't seen Jet for a little while, he's a big kid, big dude. It's going to be tough to beat. There is the number 77. My man Jackson Gray on the far end side. He's ready to go. All the media, all the hype down there on that starting line. Everybody wants a piece of these guys. The stage is set. We've got the drum quartet out there.
Got the cadence going. Feel like we should be roasting a hog or something right now. That's what I feel like.
The 2 card is up. There's Chance Hymas, 3 over from the box on the 86 machine. Let this one percolate.
Here it goes. One of the most anticipated motos. Who's it going to be? It looks like that is the 47 machine.
That's Troubles.
Yep,
Kitchens.
that's Kitchen.
That is. Oh, one rider goes down. KTM rider into the number 2 spot. There's the 68. That's going to be Brendan Walther, I believe.
And the 95
Walther, out of Texas.
And that's Hunter Yoder up there in that number 2 ride. It looks like. It looks like he put himself into second. Yeah, absolutely.
Where is Jet Reynolds at? Holy cow. Where's Austin Black?
Looking for the
Brandon
hitman.
Shearer.
Yeah, Luca Marsalisi. Yep, absolutely. Cullen Park, where's he at?
So Levi Kitchen picking right up where he left off at some of our spring nationals.
Yeah, having some injuries and much anticipated return, as you said, going to make his exit following this. Yep.
Exit stage left. One rider made the exit right there, stage left on the 27 Club MX ride.
Yeah.
Brandon Scherer. So Walther coming into contact with the number 95 of Hunter Yoder. Yoder will move into the number 2 spot. Another rider goes down the front end tucks there. So they are all in right now. 250 Pro Sport first lap now. That's what we're watching. Walther out of Texas, Yoder out of California. That's for second and third, the Honda and the Yamaha. But all the while, Levi Kitchens is dipping out. We'll try to get a visual on the 79 and the 86 of Hymas. There's our first Suzuki rider. Is that Austin Black? I believe it might be on the number 80 machine. No, that's Preston Kilroy.
Nice. Kilroy making it happen.
Where is Jet Reynolds?
If you're Levi Kitchen, this is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Oh, yeah.
Get the whole shot, have that clear track, put all that off time, coming off that injury, all that training to good use here. As we say, sprint in that early lap. And
there's Jet Reynolds in 7th, so it's a good time to be Levi Kitchens. You're right. Hunter Yoder 2nd, Walther 3rd, Austin Black 4th, Kilroy 5th, Trevor Schmidt 6th, Jet Reynolds 7th, Christopher Blackmere 8th, Brandon Shearer 9th, and Matthew Curler rounds out your top 10. Jack Chambers just outside the top 10. B-Ray and Amaron back in 16th and 17th. Wow. You got some work to do.
Going to be some tough passing up through there. I tell you really needed to start in this one. It's always critical in every race, but this Pro Sport, man, oh man, when you take a look at the top 15 right here, it's going to be tough to make a pass inside there.
Well, this is why Bobby
Jack
Reagan
Rogers
chose Levi Kitchen. It's a complete package. It's racing, it's sprint laps, it's getting starts, it's fighting his way through traffic. The kid's got all the tools, and he is proving why they invested in him.
That is absolutely 100% right. When we take a look a little further back in the field, you see guys like Jack Rogers back there in 21st right now. Bloxham, Sasso, Gray, all those guys, man, not what they were anticipating, having to put this much work in this early. Chance Hymas back there in 38.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Chance Hymas probably in the pecking order, the number 3 guy out here on the racetrack.
Jace Kessler, 41st.
Yeah. So here comes the number 80 of Preston Kilroy as he's working his way around Hunter Yoder. That might be for the number 2 spot. I think it is. There's Levi Kitchen. He will touch down first from about 1,000 feet in the air on the 47 Star Racing Thor Yamaha. And Kilroy, man, as he made some moves from 5th to 2nd in one lap. Yoder goes to 3rd. And here comes Jet Reynolds, folks. He's coming. He's going to work his way around Brendan Walther out of Texas, but you cannot spot Levi Kitchens 5 seconds on the first lap. Not going to work.
Absolutely not. No matter who you're going to pass in front of you, as Reynolds or anybody else, when you give Kitchen 5 seconds,
yeah, not going to work.
No.
So here's how this normally shakes down. If you're a talented guy like Jet Reynolds, you spot a guy 5 seconds, you're in 8th place. What typically happens is you override, and you wind up hitting the dirt once or twice. You get 3rd, 5th, or whatever, and it's just not. You're racing with guys you're not normally racing with.
That's 100% true.
We'll see if Jet's matured enough to not do that. Think championship, make the passes, take your time. You got plenty. You're not going to win this thing more than likely. It would take something really special for you to run down Levi Kitchens, but you can go down and pick off as many guys as you can.
Exactly.
And maybe hope for a mistake. There he goes. He's picking them off left and right, though. He's right in the hunt. Into the 10 Commandments. We're following right alongside the 79 of Jet Reynolds as he's up to 4th. He's got Hunter Yoder right in front of him, and then it's Kilroy, and then Kitchen.
I think that was Jack Chambers just a couple spots back trying to make some moves, trying to get up there and ride with those guys. Luca Marsalisi now has himself into the top 10 as of the last lap, so he's got his work cut out for him. Not the greatest starter in the business. The guy works hard on him, but I got to tell you, it seems like always fighting an uphill battle.
So there he is. Jet Reynolds is on the move. We knew he'd pass these guys. We knew he is right there. He's got the speed to match with Levi Kitchens. He would love nothing more than to come off the gate with Levi Kitchens. He has to look to his left and find him. What do you got?
Hey, we need Amanda Abbott. Amanda Abbott, please come to the MX Sports office. Shane Abbott is there. He got lost. Shane Abbott is at the MX Sports trailer. So, Amanda, please come to the MX Sports trailer. Shane is here, and he's in good hands. He's over there playing with Sophie the puppy, I'm sure.
Oh, he's good. He's good to go. Following alongside the number 79 of Jet Reynolds. He ate some snacks earlier over at Ryan Cunha's RV when I was having lunch with him. And now he's about to eat up Hunter Yoder right in front of him. Dude, he's sitting on a podium right now. One pass, and he's up into a podium spot after starting outside the top 10. Jet Reynolds says, Kevin Kelly, you can shut up. I can win this, so just shut your mouth. Shut your mouth when you talk to me.
And there it is. Reynolds into the number 4 spot.
And he's about to be third. There he goes right alongside the billboards. He's got Hunter Yoder right in front of him. He needs to make this pass as quickly as possible. And it's, and he almost goes down right in front of the mechanics area. That bike should have gone down. He defied physics, stayed up. He just went into the gas and said, we're going to fight this all the way to the ground.
It found an edge, and that's all he needed to keep her on 2 wheels was a small edge.
Slow down to go fast. Isn't that what they say, man? See, this is what I'm talking about. You get in your head, you get a little ragged there, and you make a mistake, and next thing you know, you're picking yourself up off the ground. So
that 100% was mental.
It was.
Right there. He was thinking too far ahead. Already had a pass made in his head.
This is a great battle, though. You've got Yoder right in front, and Austin Black, Brandon Walter, they're not going anywhere. Oh, Jet, a little off center there.
Kevin, what we wanted this thing as close to a national track as possible for these guys. Look at the ruts going in.
That is nasty.
To the Bermuda Triangle.
That is so nasty.
Look at the back section back here. It is just getting deep, steep walls on the side of those groups. What happens then? You know that. It grabs those tires, it grabs those wheels.
Look out, the 55 of Austin Black has latched onto the 79 of Jet Reynolds. He doesn't care what name is on the back of that jersey. Reynolds needs to make this pass right now, or Austin Black's going to get them both. He's going to do it maybe on the inside. No, and you got to watch out.
Oh.
That's it. That's 2 big mistakes. He gets past trying to make a pass.
Absolutely another one of those mental mistakes. He overthought that right there. He absolutely overthought it. He was in position to make the move, just grabbed too much brake, and now go back to work again. Hit the reset button.
Take a breath.
And get back to where we were and try to make the pass again.
Yeah, he's got some work to do now. Not making the passes maybe as quickly as he wanted to. A 155.7 for Levi Kitchens. He's only 12 seconds out front after 4 laps of racing.
With 4 laps in.
Jeez. So right past us here, our leaders have flown past. Levi Kitchens is already out of the mechanics area. He came in for a tire change and topped it off and ate a couple of bites of a hot dog. So Jet Reynolds has all the talent in the world. Just got to get it all together here, not get too frazzled.
And it's a common story amongst a lot of our top competitors, a lot of top athletes in both amateur and pro. You know, got to get it together, got to put the package together. It takes a little time.
Hey, there's an art to losing. It is hard to lose mentally after you've won so much. He spent 2 straight years here winning every moto he entered.
That's exactly right.
There's an art to being able to figure out how to handle a loss, and he is sorting all that out. He's coming back from 2 years worth of injury or more.
Right. And not a small nagging injury, different injuries.
Big ones, 2 or 3 big ones that kept him out of Loretta's for a couple of years. So last year we know he was right there in the hunt, tipped it over while leading. So we know what he's capable of. He was on his way to being the all-time winningest rider before turning pro, was Jet Reynolds. So he knows how to win. Levi Kitchens knows how to win. He is 16 seconds out front of Preston Kilroy on that Bar X ride.
His best lap, a 155.3 on lap 2. He just turns down a 155.7 on lap 4.
Sick. Here they come around the big sweeper. Yoder holding his own, man. Keeping Austin Black sort of, kind of, maybe behind him, not anymore. Austin Black will do it the long way, right around the outside. Austin Black will get around Hunter Yoder for the moment. Yes. And there's a bobble by Yoder, and I think Jet Reynolds will slip right past him.
There it was. Yep, Reynolds was in the same frame. He put himself back up into the position he was 2 laps ago. Yeah. So here we go again for the number 79 machine.
And all these kids you're watching on the screen here still have a chance at your second place rider, Kilroy, who's just clearing the turn they're entering there. So a long way to go here as we hit the 10-minute mark.
Exactly.
Cross flags are out. We're going 20 minutes plus 2 with our 250 Pro Sport class. There is Jet with 2 T's up and over the Tunnel of Love. He's got some work to do. He's settled in, though. He's kind of calmed down after those frantic couple of laps for Jet. He's now kind of figuring it out. Austin Black got around him after he made that mistake, and now he's zapped that lead, and he's going to catch him, it looks like.
Yeah, there was no question the rear end of the bike was just getting too loose. Whether in the whoops or the smooth corner, he was just overriding the bike a little bit. Like you said, I think he took a deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth, thought about it for a second. Now look at this. Back under control, back in form, and closing that gap right back up.
There he goes. He'll triple here. Triple again. Now he's getting the flow back. If you can find a flow here, it's tough, man. It's a rough, humbling motocross track, dude. If you can ride here well, you can pretty much ride anywhere in America. It's tough. Yeah, deep rut there. The foot off the peg, man. That thing keeps snatching his foot back. Have you noticed that? Well, does he need to get that leg up like Adam Cincerillo with the high leg kick? Back in the day, AC's foot was above the radiator in every turn.
That was the deal.
Jets, yes.
Right. That was the rule, though, was the knee brace was on the radiator guard. That was the rule. Yeah, absolutely.
But Jet seems to be the foot drags behind him every time he comes out of a turn. Doesn't even put his foot down that time, so shut up to me, so I get it.
I'm not sure I've seen that big move out of the waterworks there, to be quite honest with you, from the outside like that.
Hey, Brendan Scherer is coming on the 73, that Club MX ride. Look at him go. He gets around Hunter Yoder as well. He was lights out at his regional. I got the opportunity to call that race, so Scherer was the class of the field at the Southeast Regional. Gets around Yoder out of California. Both those kids out of California originally, but Scherer now calls Club MX home. Look at that. The bike just dances. You don't get a chance to relax.
No, absolutely
not. You're always fighting the bike, trying to steer it with your hips.
And when you're trying to make that time up, man, that focus, it's just going to be interrupted. Taking a look right here, Scherer, man, still under attack.
He's right going after him.
Yeah, right behind him and Yoder. Walter on that number 68 machine, quietly working his way up. The number 72, Marcelli, now taking over with that 7th spot from Walter, putting him back into the number 8 position. So Marcelli quietly putting himself in position here in Moto number 1.
So Bobby Reagan just enjoying his investment. He's like, that's my boy right there. Yes, he is. Wiley Coyote. Wow.
Big time by Black right there.
Kept it together. Look at that.
I've never seen mid-corner huck a buck leaned over.
You will out here, huh? So he's able to triple here. Black triples, comes up short, though. Great shot there. You guys at home going, why? What's the deal? Why do they look like they're so slow? That track is brutal.
Look at these ruts right here. And the ones they just exited in that last right-hander are absolutely insane. And when we say we've got the best drone operator in the business, there's no question. If you're watching that coverage on racertv.com, there's proof of it right there.
Yeah, you train for this stuff. Jet Reynolds continue. There's that triple there. It goes outside. Not sure it's any faster, though. Not able to make any time up.
If you come up short, it's not any faster.
Not at all.
6:30 right now, 6 minutes, 30 seconds left on the race clock.
Kilroy comfortable in the number 2 spot. He's 6 seconds now out front of Austin Black.
That's exactly right. He looks comfortable. Look at him. Over the center of the bike again. Doesn't look like he's spent. Looks like he's got plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, there's Kilroy there. And then there's Reynolds coming around with Black mirror on the 55 gas. There goes Kilroy right in front of us on the number 80. Wow. And Scherer is not going away.
Oh, absolutely not.
One problem there, and he will have the 79 of Jet Reynolds right there for the taking.
I remember years past, Scherer, no matter what position it was to the finish. It was, it was bar to bar. It was never a big gap with him in any position.
No, he'll go. Ah, well, we'll try again next time. Exactly. None of that business.
Oh.
So Jack Chambers trying to climb up in there as well. He's up to 9th.
Looks like some of our lap times have leveled out here a bit, Kelly. Looking at our top 10, Hymas now, Chance Hymas working his way up there. Look at him turning 2-minute laps. Chambers ahead of him at 2:04, Walter at 2:06, Marcelisi at 2:03. Has Hymas found something here? Does he have something left in the tank?
Well, heck yeah. He was in 34th, and now he's 10th.
Look at that, man. Are you kidding me?
Chance Hymas has come all the way from 34th to 10th.
We saw him work his way through the 20s there, and all of a sudden I look up. Yeah,
there he is.
Here this guy is.
We wrote him off.
Nah. Didn't write him off by any means, but I'm going to admit that we might have overlooked that position. And man,
oh yeah, he's 34th. Well, we'll talk about these guys. He's not going to be a factor. Man,
Well,
Christopher Blackmere fighting off Jet Reynolds the entire race. I am tired of watching this. It makes me exhausted.
you know, 5 minutes. Well, our clock has stopped here. I got to believe we're less than that right now. We were 6:30 about the last time around.
All right, Jet Reynolds is dangerously close now to Christopher Blackmere. Oh, and Jet almost went down. He had to dab there. They'll jump that big single to roller, and Blackmere knows the number 79. The 2-lap board is out. So 2 laps, we'll get the white flag next go-around. Here is your running order. Kitchen is 10 seconds out in front of Preston Kilroy. Austin Black barely holding on to 3rd with Jet Reynolds right behind him. Scherer is 5th. Yoder is 6th. Marcellisi 7th. Brendan Walther 8th. Jack Chambers is 9th. And Chance Hymas rounds out your top 10. Another little bobble there. Mistake by the 79. I don't think there's any way you can ride this track nice and smooth.
Listen, if you're going to ride that pace, okay,
it's going to get wild.
Listen, yeah, you're going to be in that one race line or not. And if you're not in that one race line, no, there's no way to ride this track smooth at that speed.
So lap traffic now. We're still watching Jet Reynolds try to do something with Christopher Blackmere on that gas.
You know, it's been an absolute blast to watch him ride, you know. But the small mistake, and look at this.
He's close. He's right there.
Every time he comes at him, I mean, it's just more action, more entertainment. I mean, this is racing right here. Now look at this.
Way around the outside. That rider just, he wheelies out of the left-hander there.
Yeah.
Whoa, rider
Who's
is down.
41?
The 41 is down. Not one of our leaders. So the white flag about to come out here, and all the while Christopher Blackmere actually opens it up.
That was Cameron Dufault. He was back there about the 33rd position having his issues.
Ooh.
Wow.
Comes up short again. He's all in.
Let me tell you something. You keep going to the well, you're going to come up dry sooner or later, man.
Well, he's still drinking a little bit of water right now. So
he's still getting a sip.
You smell what the Jet is cooking. He is coming, folks.
Go on.
What a battle. Best race on the racetrack right now. He's going to tuck in right behind him there, looking for a mistake out of Christopher Blackmere. Man, is he smooth. He came out of that rut and pulled 5 bike lengths on Jet Reynolds. I'm not sure what happened.
I got to tell you, Black absolutely just impressing me to no end right now. That number 55 machine, he's answering every time.
Every time.
He is taking the heat right now being applied to him.
And all the while, this guy here, the 47 of Levi Kitchens. Finally, we're going to show a little bit of Levi doing work out there.
The hitman up into the number 6 spot, quietly doing work, man, bringing himself up. That guy wants top 5.
I like
he knows. Hey, like you said, Regan's told him, hey, there's got to be a 5 on that thing or lower if we're going to win some medals. We're going to take some championships home.
There is the 47, Levi Kitchens, into the 10 Commandments. Knows them by heart.
And late in the race, here we go. Marcellisi, a 2:02. Hunter Yoder ahead of him, a 2:04. Jet Reynolds next on the list.
And the little things that Levi will do, he'll pick the front end up, drop it over some of the bumps there. He rides so light on the motorcycle. Weighs the same as just about everybody else, but you don't see the bike smashing down. He's only got a few more turns to go before he will see the checker flag. The white flag is out. There he goes, wheelies out of that one, didn't put his foot down. Are you kidding me?
And literally, when the bike rebounded, it bounced
right
out of the rut with both feet on the pegs.
Yeah. Those are the things that you can see. I was talking to Will Hahn at Freestone. He was talking about that very thing. That's what this kid does.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
There he is, jumps over that little braking bump.
Sets himself right into the correct angle.
Pop that tear off there, the first of hopefully 6 moto wins for that young man. Levi Kitchens salutes the crowd, blows a kiss to his girlfriend.
Number 1 tear off.
Into the left-hander, one more turn remains for the number 47 of Levi Kitchens. He will call this moto done, put a fork in it. Preston Kilroy will hang on for 2nd. And Austin Black trying to hold on to that number 3 spot. I was calling him Blackmere the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
but his name is Austin Black. I know that other kid is
better believe
Christopher Blackmere. It's Austin Black. And it looks like Austin Black has fought off Jet Reynolds.
Let me tell you something. Austin Black, impressive ride. I have to tell you right now, that guy, he put his head down. He charged when necessary, put on a mid-race drive, got himself into that number 3 spot. And then
well, one down and 5 to go. Levi Kitchen picking up the gold. Certainly he'll want more than just one, but so far so good. Already debriefing with the massive, or should I say Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha team. Apparently there are some falls that we didn't even know about. How about that? He still won pretty big. No, stay on up, staying up. Did you holy that one? Look that way to me. We gonna call that a holy? Look that way to me. All right. All right, quick debrief and bench racing session with the team. Levi Kitchen has the Stasic Holeshot Award. He has the gold medal. He has won the first moto of Pro Sport. Well, the dream continues. It started right here a year ago in the limited B divisions and on a 450, and it has gone 12 months now. Maybe the most hyped guy coming in, and you delivered. First of all, that start had to feel good to make your life a little easy, but it was maybe harder than it looked. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, very grateful to get off to a start like that. I knew I could do it. I pulled chip 2, so I was like, all right, let's go. And then ripped the start, and you know, I always like different conditions, but they watered like a lot before that moto, and I don't know, the track was just weird. I mean, it was hard to find a flow, and I'm not, you know, I like it. It's just different than years past. You know, I had to learn it, and I ended up falling, I think, 2 or 3 times. My bike, you know, it took a little bit to get started back there, but I just tried to hold my composure, man. It was tough. I tightened up pretty bad after I fell a few times, so happy to be up here and be safe.
Levi, who do you want to thank, man?
The whole Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha team, my mom and dad, my sister, Justin for coming out, and like just everybody for getting me up here. I mean, Bell, 100%, Thor, Alpine Star, FMF, Joel, he's the man, and just even Ed Torrance and Danny, you know, giving us a rig to pit out of and stuff, and everybody else. Thank you.
There it is, 47. It's number 1 this time, Levi Kitchen. How about that? A couple of falls and stalls. Thanks for making it interesting, at least from our perspective. We'll talk to our second place finisher, the RM Army man, and the, yep, grab the, we'll give you a small one right there. We will talk to the number 80. He's been up on the podium quite a bit over the last few years on that Bar X Chaparral Suzuki team, and he was solid throughout this one. Let's hear it for Preston Kilroy. Come on over here, Preston. Well, good job, man. You rode solid from what it looked like. Levi said the track was actually pretty tricky. What was it like for you?
Yeah, it was like grabby and like the bumps were big and the ruts were long and yeah, just around the track. So it was fun.
Yeah, considering that, you're okay with second for Moto 1?
Yeah, I didn't feel the greatest out there, so we'll take second and go back and see what we need to work on. And then,
Who do you want to thank, Preston?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Suzuki Crew, RX, Fly, 100%, EBS, Atlas, Pirelli, FMF, Twisted, just everyone. Thank you.
Preston Kilroy, the number 80, second place in Pro Sport. I think it should be the 55 of Austin Black, who took third in that one. And he was under some serious pressure the whole way. Like I saw Jet Reynolds hounded him for a while. Yoder was up there for a while. But we're going to hand out the bronze medal. Just turn around right there. There it is. Let's hear it for Austin Black. Good job, man. They were putting the heat on. You had to ride hard.
Yeah, man. I'm happy with the moto finish, but I'm really not happy with my riding. I had some nerves built up into that moto, but those are out of the way now, and I'm ready to really show what I'm made of. Put in a lot of work. Jay Whipple, Brock Tickle, and just my whole team just put in so much work in this week, and I'm excited to get on the podium in the first moto so I can set my week out good.
You did that. Who do you want to thank?
AEO, Research into Engineering Performance, Fly Racing, my mom, my dad, my girlfriend, Mechanic Joe, Scott Racing, Mika Metals, VP Racing, EMT Racing. Everybody, just thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for Austin Black, third place in Pro Sport. That'll wrap it in this one, but another highly anticipated class with our B riders who are on the gate now.
Hey, want to remind everybody a special event coming up at the Monster Energy Arena tonight. Dr. Elko with his sports psychology clinic he's going to have this evening. Going to have a big crowd over there. You want to get there early this evening. I'm going to say quarter till 7 o'clock. A few people showed up yesterday as we had the schedule flip-flopped, and going to be excited to make their way over there this evening and hear the maybe a different approach to looking at motocross, looking at the game, and mental health as well. So psychology sports expert, world-renowned sports psychology expert, Dr. Elko will be at the Monster Energy Arena this evening at 7:30. Dr. Kevin Elko.
.250B class on the gate. They just got treated to quite the race there, so we will have a look at our 250B class, and the number 11 is Brock Walker. The 12 is Travis Kaysen. 13 is Ty Lapierre. 15 is Gavin Towers. 16 is Miles Gilmore. 17 is Brock Bennett. 21 is Levi Campbell. 23 is James Momberg. 24 is Dax Bennett. 26 is Avery Long. The 27 is Travis McKean. Preston Baseflug on the 28 machine. Danny Perry on the 31 machine. Patrick Murphy on the 35 machine. Evan Stice, the 36. Gavin Tilford, 37. Benjamin Garib, 39. Gage Linville, number 40. Nicholas Romano on the 41 machine. Marcelo Leo Doricio on the 44. Brad West on the number 45. Charles Tolson, the 4th on the 46. Lux Turner on the 47. Brandon S. Teagues on the 48. Taylor Beckwith on the 49. Brady DeYoung, 51. Lane Allison, 53. Casey Pater, 54. Dylan Cunha, 55. Christian McCauley on the 65. Caden Switzer, 66. Michael McLean, 69. Sebastian Balbuena on the 70. Talon Hawkins on the 71. Devin Marr on the 72. Jackson Pascal, 74. Caden Braswell, 77. Kyle Petrie, 86. Tristan Moffitt, 89. Mickey Durden, 96. Thomas Welch, 98. 99, Jesse Jacobson. There is the dance on the gate. What's the hot setup? The half boot with the metal tip. Beat the crap out of the dirt there. Take all your aggression out on that Tennessee soil. Hello. Let them in. Come on in, man. The door's open. 250B class. Just come on in. Door's open. Door's always open here at the Announcer's Tower. They are having a look at the racetrack. 250B class. I put a check by about 12 different guys here as well. The usual suspects. I think some of the outliers may be Benjamin Garib and Brad West. Those guys are names that we're not super familiar with, but I think Garib will be a player. Gage Linville, if we can get off the gate, fell a couple of times last moto.
Yeah,
Talon Hawkins.
Those guys are all players.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I know, but then there's that couple of different tiers in my head of where I think guys are going to finish, and Romano leads the charge in my mind.
No doubt.
Gavin Towers will be there as well.
Yep.
Dax Bennett, Preston Baseflug, Benjamin Garib, Gage Linville, Nicholas Romano, Marcello Leo Doricio, Brad West, and Talon Hawkins.
There's a couple rungs in that ladder. You're exactly right, and some guys we expect to climb that ladder a little quicker here today.
Absolutely.
GT Money, man, we've seen his program change. Picked up, pulled up stakes, of course, moved out California from Pennsylvania.
Look at that, Dad. Says, get these sleeves off of me.
Sun's out, guns out.
I like it. Getting ready to go. There's KTM rider or Husqvarna rider rolling in. The 71, that is Talon Hawkins. He's kind of to the inside. There's the number 16 just inside of him, and that is Miles Gilmore on the 16 EBR Yamaha ride. There is the number 86 Kawasaki rider. I'm surprised he didn't just rip the sleeves right off his rider there as well.
Yeah.
You don't need any sleeves, son. I just did this gate, packed it up, ready. Spin the tire a little bit. Got you all
That
situated.
Larry the Cable Guy look going on there.
What was your technique down there on the gate? I always put a little dirt on the metal there, so whenever the gate hit, it wouldn't bounce right back off the metal. Because I've seen people stand the gate up, it bounces up high enough to you'll stand it up and hit it.
Oh, absolutely. We always tried to do a little ramp, just leading up to it. Just enough.
Dig
pack
out
it
to where
just a bit. Yeah.
Make sure it's flat as it can be.
Absolutely. Very basic. And then most of the time, I just rolled up. Took a look around, gassed it a couple times, spun the rear tire maybe once or twice. There wasn't a lot of preparation in my program.
Take a look at the Monster Energy viewing deck, one of 3 that we have here. That's
Incredible.
just to our right, maybe 100 yards to our right.
Incredible.
So you guys, you're on camera. You don't know it. Great shot there. They got you can get some fresh beverages right there. They've got the little bar set up, full of all the different Monster Energy products. Now, we're about to get serious. The mechanics will back away. They've said what they can say. All the training is done. All the homework's been done. Nothing you do now will let the rider and track have a little go here.
Become one.
Become one.
2-minute card is up.
Now we'll go to the one.
We're going to turn that thing sideways. When it does, 3 to 5 seconds, going to drop that gate. Revs are up. Gate is down. Here we go. Kevin Kelly racing into that first turn.
The whole shot push comes from the inside, maybe. Whoa! That bike goes flying down the racetrack with the rider on it. And it's Caden Braswell with a fantastic start, but he gives it up already to 41 out of Bayside, New York. So Star Racing trying to go back-to-back here with moto wins. Braswell back there in the number 2 spot, though. He's still in the mix. Braswell on the left side of your screen. No, that is the 24 on the left side of your screen. That is Dax Bennett, North Carolina rider, just a few hours away. So it's Bennett, Braswell in second and third, but your leader out of Bayside, New York. For the moment, we have a challenge for the lead.
Yeah, Romano got all kinds of sideways out there
and
to
it's
the
done.
outside of the track.
That's Braswell for the moment, has the pass made. Can he stick it? And Caden Braswell with the pass on Nicholas Romano. Can Romano counter? And here comes Bennett. He will challenge, and he will make the pass on Romano.
Look at that.
KTM's running 1 and 2. And there's Hawkins back there
He's
lurking
coming
in the number 3
wow,
spot.
Holy cow.
Whoa, take a breath here. If you're Nicholas Romano, Caden Braswell with the shocker.
Things happening in a hurry out here on lap number 1. I
like
promise you that.
Come on, let's Talon Hawkins get in the game, my man.
Let's
he
have
goes
a go.
after Romano. I think Romano might be going, what is happening? These guys are all over me. There goes Hawkins. Oh, and he almost taps him with the rear. We saw what happened with Cooper Webb a few weeks back.
A few weeks ago, for sure.
Woo!
Wow.
All right.
Who was that?
That was Hawkins and Nick Romano, but your leader is Caden Braswell out of Florida, and he's got Dax Bennett in the number 2 spot. Romano is 3rd, Hawkins 4th. So Braswell with the whole shot. Jason Wygant, when you head down to the podium to talk to whoever wins this thing, Lord knows who's going to be. Gage Linville with a great start. Preston Baseflug is 6th. Gavin Towers, that is like some of the top 6 guys we had ticked off. They're all up front. Very rarely does that happen. Like literally the top 6 guys that I expected are all up there in the mix right now. Look at this. There's a look. They almost touch very close there as we look at the replay with Hawkins and Nicholas Romano.
Was it Sexton and Webb? Yeah, came together like that. Yep. Rear tires touch, and man, just enough to send him flying. Cooper Webb took a beating.
Great replay there as we catch and check back in with our leaders. Caden Braswell kind of shocking everybody. We had him up there in our minds mentally. He should be there, and it is not Levi Kitchen. It is not the 250 Pro Sport. It is the 77 here in the 250B class of Caden Braswell. There's Braswell in the 77. The 24 of Dax Bennett, the Orange Brigade teammate. How about that? Romano now going to take a deep breath here, try to relax for a moment, get things all back in order. Romano on the 41 Star Racing Yamaha. Hawkins, there comes Linville on the inside of Hawkins. There's Towers right behind him as well. All the boys are in the house now. Top 6 comprised of the who's who of the OEM superstars. Look at him jumping out of the rut there going after Hawkins. That's Linville. Seen a lot of that. Here they come right in front of us. Braswell, he's not going anywhere. Bennett's right in the mix. The Bayside New York rider of Romano is 3rd. And Hawkins barely clings on because Linville is just all over him. If you don't watch out, Towers will get both of you. And Avery Long on the Honda sitting back there watching all of it unfold right in front of him. Jason, the who's who, the boys are all up front.
Yeah,
that rarely
people are
happens.
talking about Caden Broswell for sure. We already know Bannock and Romano, they've won a lot of titles here before. They're well established. And Talon Hawkins says, whoa, as we see Romano almost throw it away.
That's just every lap. That happens everywhere in almost every turn.
Yeah, we have seen, you're not going to get that rear suspension dialed on this track. We have seen riders swapping side to side all over the place. As we check in with the 41 of Romano in third, he had gotten close to Bannock. And the mistake, he's trying to go back after Bannock again.
And he's got
Hawkins, Linville, Towers, Base Flute, Long, Stice, Leo DeRico. That's your top 10.
There is Hawkins on the 71 Husqvarna. It's just, there's no clean, smooth area to just take a deep breath and relax. Romano now going after our second place rider, Dax Bennick. There's our leader, the 77 of Caden Braswell.
But Bennick actually a little bit quicker the last time around than Broswell. So I think we might have a three-rider battle for the lead soon as Romano is starting to stalk Bennick and Bennick is starting to catch your leader. This should be fun.
And I think Linville and Towers will push right behind. There you see Linville touching down just behind Romano.
Hey, Amanda Abbott, please come to the MX Sports office immediately. We have your child.
You're going to want this child.
We're entertaining. Everything's cool. Amanda Abbott, come to the MX Sports office.
Hey.
That is the gray mobile home office unit just off the side of the racetrack near our announcer's tower. Not the tower itself, not our announcer's tower.
Not Gavin
the
Towers.
gray trailer. Amanda Abbott, come on over. We have your child.
Liam Neeson is on the way. He has a special set of skills. I'm going to get your kid. So Cage Linville has a special set of skills, and he's right there behind the blue Yamaha. He's on a blue Yamaha as well. Gage Linville is all over this whole battle. So many talented guys. We could have three different winners.
Romano, side by side.
He makes the pass on Bennick. Bennick looks over, has to give it up.
So Romano to the number 2 spot. Bennick pushed back to third. Bennick going to try to come back. Gage Linville watching it from fourth.
Linville is right there. He had a rough first moto in the earlier B class, so he'd love to make up for lost time there. The 24 of Bennick now about to come under the attack of the number 40, Gage Linville. Towers has locked in on Linville as well. And just a 3-second lead for Caden Braswell, so this is far from it. What happened there?
Towers off the racetrack. Towers off the racetrack.
Oh, big mistake for Bennick.
Yeah. He cased inside the 10 commandments. Bennick. Oh, and a knock-knock, not on purpose. Foot came off the peg for Romano, so we saw a case of a jump for Bennick. Romano a foot off the peg, and Gage Linville taking advantage of this from fourth. He's right there.
Well, what a battle. 250B class, 6-7 different guys can win this. Caden Braswell would like to make sure he's one of them here in this first moto. Made the start and made the pass. Had a great start, but was able to make that pass pretty quickly. Pretty much shocked me. I did not expect him to zap the 41 of Nick Romano.
Battle continues. Romano here on the Star Yamaha, number 41, with Bennick and Linville right there. Wow, look at that leg swag. Throwing it sideways.
He's not quite 3 seconds now. I believe they might have caught Braswell.
Wow. While making mistakes.
Yes, while battling.
The
there he is. There's your leader right in that turn.
Oh, it's going to be good.
Let's see. No, Romano's leading. What happened? I thought I saw a KTM off to the side pushing the bike. There's no Braswell. So Romano will take over the point. I saw Braswell just flash by, but I was like, no, that wasn't our guy.
Yeah.
He was in the back of Storylands where I saw the KTM. Wow. So now a complete mix-up here as Romano and Linville has gotten around Bennick. What is happening here? There's Bennick. That's your top three. There's Towers now in fourth on the 15 Kawasaki. Preston Baysflug on the number 28 Honda. And still looking for Caden Braswell. We're trying to pan around and find him.
So Braswell might now be in salvage mode if it's even possible.
Yeah, he's got to go to work.
We got him in 6th place right now.
That's not terrible, but that flip, he was in first. He should have He was going away with this. It looked like about 3.5 seconds out front. Well, let's see what Nicholas Romano can do. We've seen guys with the lead have problems. $11 minutes to go now. Just about at the halfway point in this 250B class. Keith Johnson with 0 wrinkles on his face. He sits right in front of us. This guy right here, does he not have a wrinkle on his body? The ageless Keith Johnson. He hadn't had a tummy tuck on his head. I don't know what's happening here. Everything's stretched nice and tight like Dolly Parton. So there is the number 77 of Braswell, and he is going back to work. So Caden Braswell, like we said, having it go his way. And now he has got some work to do. And Braswell has a couple of riders right in front of him. He's got Bennick and Basefluke, so he's got a chance at a top 3 or 4 finish.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's definitely picked up the pace. Like you said, there's all kinds of time left. Basefluke and Bennick right ahead of him. They've got to feel the heat right now. We're about halfway through this one, as you mentioned, and they've had their own battle going on, and now they've got another member of the team to deal with right now.
I just love all the drama, the chaos back here. They're also evenly matched, and they know that.
Exactly.
So it's like you have to go when you get the opportunity.
Exactly, and I mean,
that creates mistakes.
And it's an absolute pride thing for these guys. I love it, man. I mean, there's ego involved, pride involved. He made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake.
Capitalize.
He crashed.
Now I gotta go.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, can Nicholas Romano respond to the pressure of being out front, although it's only 2.7 seconds in front of Gage Linville? So Linville absolutely in this one. Trying to figure out if
nobody's
Bennick's
safe
passed
right now in this top 5. Nobody's safe.
So Braswell has gotten Bennick. There's Bennick. He slips back a spot. Braswell now immediately goes to work on Preston Basefluke.
And just ahead, you could see Towers.
There's Towers,
There's Towers right there.
He's got a shot at a podium. Absolutely. There's Basefluke on the inside. That wasn't Towers, though. That was a different rider there. So Braswell's coming right along with him. The white balance off here on our screen, we'll call it that.
Yeah.
Our old eyes. There's Basefluke wheeling into that rut. That was cool on the 28 Honda. His dad did GPs back in the day. Pops Basefluke. That's what they call him. I call him Pops Basefluke because I don't know his first name. Mr. Basefluke, if you will.
Basefluke. Up and over the peristyle, as we call it, down into that deep rutted tree turn.
He was standing on the pegs and put his feet up to avoid the ruts there. Basefluke did. How about that? There's the 77 of Braswell. Not even jumping the big triple, not really into it, though. The risk reward not there for him. He's still making progress.
And didn't give up any time whatsoever by not doing it.
Not at all. There is, I say that's Towers. That is Towers on the 15 Team Green Monster Energy Kawasaki rod. Yellow flags now out over the Tunnel of Love, so you got to be careful on that jump. You're kind of blind to those flags, so you come up and pop up and see them. So hopefully all those riders coming through the mechanics area. That is Towers. He will look over and see his dad going crazy in the mechanics area, I'm sure.
Starting to see some of these shadows develop now, Kevin. Sun is definitely changing.
Look at the deficit now. Romano and Linville, 1 second separating them for the lead. We'll have to try to pick those guys up here.
Yeah, where are they at?
1.1 second. We're going into the 10 Commandments with Towers, so they should be out and headed towards Storyland. Our Yamaha leaders, Romano and Linville, they should be about to come out of Storyland.
Wow, Towers doing work there, as you mentioned, feet up, down in those ruts, gas on. He's definitely feeling the pressure right now.
Oh, there's Towers. There's a look. He went off the racetrack. A near-death experience there for Towers. This is happening every lap for these guys.
Wow.
That was Towers off the left-hand side of the racetrack. Barely keeps it in the regulation there, if you will. I think line is still in, like in tennis, right?
Right. Back to Towers now, live time, real time.
I'm trying to pick up Romano somewhere on the racetrack.
Towers coming through the beach right now, so Romano's going to be right here.
Where at? What is going on? So I believe there's Romano. There is Linville. There they are, up and over the big double
right
there.
On. Yep, there we go.
There's Romano. He's going to have Linville's on the inside dancing with him right now. So they are going to.
Really, Kevin? Mid-moto.
Mid-moto, he's dancing with him. He likes to dance.
Okay.
He's got rhythm. He's one of the few guys that has found his rhythm out here on the racetrack.
Have they brought Bennick with them? No, that's a lap rider right there. I was
Yeah.
looking for the KTM. There's Bennick a little bit further back because Towers has moved up. Bass flute, rough one for Bennick.
Braswell
2-6.
salvaging back in 5th, so that puts him in the hunt. So your leaders, though, back behind and popping out of the billboards there. There's a pair of Yamahas.
Wow.
Linville going after a moto win here. I don't remember the last time he's actually won a moto, though.
No. Always in position, always charging like he is right now. Romano, though, got the pressure on top of him. Like a vice just clamping down. Here comes Linville.
Where do you go? You follow him right through that line. Whoa, little bobble there.
Yeah.
But they all bobble, so it's just, yeah, whatever. No big deal. And there goes Linville. High speed there.
Took the same line, made the same bobble.
And Towers is right there now as well. I kept seeing a Kawasaki. There's Romano, Linville, and you're going to see Towers pop into the view. Yeah, he's on the Kawasaki right there on the 15.
Yeah, there's the 15, yeah.
Wow.
Wow, he picked it way up.
Yo-yo effect here. So the lap times were 2 minutes flat for the top three. Preston basically with a 2:02, Braswell with a 2:01. So this track, that tells you how rough it was.
Absolutely.
We were flirting with 153s, and now we're at 2 minutes, and that's a great lap time.
Yeah, just a few motos ago. 5 to 8 seconds better on a lap time.
Even our flaggers, our cameramen, the track's rough for them. It's kind of hard to follow there. It's getting rough.
Need to adjust the clickers on the camera.
The braking buffs on those cameras,
Need
man.
to set that sag.
So Linville trying everything in the books there, going outside, inside. He's got a shot.
Whoa.
He's ready to take a shot at your leader on the inside. We've got him right here. Can he make the move right now? Shortening up the racetrack. We've got lap riders now. We still have plenty of time. 4 minutes of racing to
Linville
go.
Tries to follow him through. He was going to try to go farther inside. Right now, Romano's splitting those lappers. Advantage Romano. He makes it through right there. Linville, they all go wide for him.
Wow.
Now there he comes back on the attack. Both riders clearing that group
They
of
did.
lappers with 4 minutes left on the clock.
This is the meat and potatoes of this race right here. This is like most of these guys can go good for 6 laps, but it's those 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th laps that the mistakes come, fatigue happens, you make all the big errors on the racetrack mentally and physically. But these guys have held tough. Romano has fought his way into the number 1 spot. Linville has charged to the number 2 spot. Braswell trying to salvage back there in 4th. He's picked up another spot. So Caden Braswell, who was winning this thing going away, back to 6th, now up to 4th as we exit the 10 Commandments.
2-lap card is out.
Okay.
2 to go in this one, I got to tell you.
All those laps down there in Cairo, Georgia.
Yeah.
Gage Linville.
Right.
Brian Johnson yelling at him. Pound out those perfect laps. Give me 20 perfect laps. Well, this is why they make you do that.
That's exactly why. And look at the deficit now, even closer than it was just 1 lap ago.
One bike lane. One
Linville's
mistake.
Got a move in his head right now. He's got a spot picked out.
I think you're right, man. He's watched him for lap after lap. He's got to know where he's a little quicker. Maybe a little help, little bobble here.
Still has to get just a bit closer to pull the trigger on any of those moves, though. And now look at this.
A risky move, but it worked out for him on the inside there. He is right there. The blue flag is out.
Time.
And you might be cooking right here with gas. He was super close, and there is the pass.
There
He just zapped him. How about that? The number 40 of Gage Linville rocketed right past the 41 of Nicholas. I did not see that coming
and pulled
at
over
all.
in front of him. We said he had something picked up. You could tell he had something he was working with.
It looked like they sped the footage up the way he went past him.
It really
and here
did.
comes the Bayside New York rider. He passes him back.
Answers.
Romano answers, goes back around Linville.
And
white flag lap.
The time you do it is immediately, as we said, and Romano knows that. Romano's schooled in that education.
Whoa.
And look at him. Pulls the trigger, puts that 41 machine back in front of the 40 machine.
The motos, man, it's been moto back to back to back motos of wild, crazy last laps here. So now Nick Romano gets back around Gage Linville. Linville's got to keep it close. Who is that?
Oh, we got all
That was a
kinds of
lap rider.
lap traffic coming up, too. Look at Linville. He set himself up to the outside.
Yes, he did. He's going to try to go outside, avoid any kind of problems with riders in front of him. He's got the leader right there in his sights. Different lines again. Romano now outside. Linville carves that racetrack on the inside.
I thought Linville was going to take the line from him. It looked like he had a shot at it, didn't it?
I think he might have another shot at him at that same spot.
Yep, he's going to use the same move on him. He might go the opposite side, to be quite honest with you.
Just break his ankles, make him think.
He might try to go deep.
You know he's thinking
around
about
that
it.
corner. So sure he is.
Look at this now. He goes right at him. We've got 2 lap riders now in front of the 41.
Here we go. Race is going to be on now.
Oh, and he clears it, though. The 41, Nick Romano, able to get around those guys quickly.
Linville still hanging in there.
Oh, he has to go super wide.
Oh, yeah, that cost him right there. Wow, that was 4 or 5 bike lengths.
Oh, yeah.
This is where he was able to put the move on last lap, and just not close enough. Too much of a gap there on this final one. Romano answered late. Romano got passed on the white flag lap, answered back immediately, and opened the gap up on Linville.
Wow, that's impressive. Those are intangibles. Those are Cooper Webb style moves there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dig deep. And he looks over. The checker flag, Nick Romano had to work for that. A fantastic, gritty, gutsy ride by Gage Linville. Gavin Towers finishes 3rd. Caden Braswell will salvage a 4th place ride. Preston Baseflug will finish up 5th.
Impressive. Romano goes from 2nd place on the white flag lap to a 3.2 second gap at the checkers.
All right, we're going to bring Nicholas Romano on up. Man, that was a great battle, passing each other as the white flags coming out. Gage Linville threw everything he had at it, and momentarily, I believe, had the lead. From the last lap, Romano was able to fight and get it back. They're still debriefing under there. Star Yamaha guys, we have plenty of time to talk about the motos when the moto's over. We're good, we're good. Let's get Nick Romano on up. So, young enough to stay in the B class this year. He was a top 5 runner with a couple podiums in B a year ago. So we knew he would be a tough customer here in 2021, and he has lived up to that billing. Gold medal. A rider who's no stranger to this podium here at Loretta Lynn's. Let's hear it for Nicholas Romano. Woo! All right, Nick, you've definitely won your share of motos here, but that was a battle. Gage Linville, I'm not even sure. Take me through those last 2 laps. That was good stuff.
Yeah, to be honest, my practice start wasn't good at all. I somehow managed first gate pick, which is the first for here. I was so pumped, and then practice start was all right. Race start was, and I think I came out second. It was just I was sleeping on the gate, and then I went to go into first as quick as I could, and then I got passed, I think, to 3rd or 4th, like within a snap. So I didn't have that intensity the first few laps, but then I got to an okay pace. To be honest, I rode like I don't know how to. I was horrible out there, but hey, it's all good. We're gonna regroup. That's Moto 1. I'm happy to get this win out of the way. Riding like that was horrific, but yeah, we're happy to be up here and ready for 5 more.
If it's a bad moto and you still win, that's pretty good. Who do you want to thank, man?
Monster Energy Stars and Yamaha, my mom, dad, sisters, Bell Helmets, 100% Goggles Store, Alpine Star, my trainer goes Swanepoel, team manager Seth, Drew, Trevor,
Everyone's sticking behind me. My new mechanic, Dalton Keevan, he's a badass. Happy to have him on board, and everyone else forgot. Thank you.
All right, Nicholas Romano's number 1 in 250B Moto 1. Good stuff. Definitely want to talk to Gage Linville. That was a heck of a ride, ending up in the number 2 position. We'll bring Gage Linville on up, and he's got nothing to be ashamed about. On that number 40, he actually caught Romano, and boy, did they put in a battle. Like I said, I think momentarily he got the lead just as the white flag was coming out, and ends up with the silver. Let's hear it for the number 40 of Gage Linville. I'll tell you what, I know you wanted the gold, but that was a heck of an effort. You caught him. Did you momentarily have the lead there?
Oh, yeah. We were battling pretty good, and I caught him past him, and he passed me right back. But, yeah, it was racing. Had really fun.
It's a bit of a confidence booster to be able to make passes and move up like you did.
Oh, for sure. Like I said, I mean, these are the top riders for sure, and to pass them it's good. Get ready for the next moto.
Who do you want to thank, Gage?
The good Lord for keeping me safe. My mom, dad, my stepmom, the whole NSA Yamaha team. 100%, Moose, Bell, Monster Army. MTF for everything. They've prepared us this year long, and I can't thank them enough. Rock River, Parts Unlimited, Yamalude, the Blue Crew, Alpine Star, and everybody else I forget. Thank you all. Help me out.
All right, there it is. Let's hear it for Gage Linville. Second place. And should be some great racing throughout the week for this 250B title, and it could include this man as well. We'll bring our 3rd place finisher up on the Monster Team Green Machine GT, bringing it up to the podium. And we will give him a bronze. Let's hear it. Here, turn around right there. We'll give you your medal. Let's hear it for our 3rd place finisher, Gavin Towers. How was that start?
Start wasn't good. I just had a little bobble off the start and didn't get my feet up fast enough to get the first shift. So people to my right and my left were getting all sorts of sketching. And so I just played it smart the first kind of, just the new section really up down that straightaway, and played it smart through there. Made some quick passes, had some given to me. But yeah, all in all, just gotta be a little bit looser. The first motos always seem to get me here, but another one on the box. I'm still just missing that one medal from the top of the box, so just got to get that one this week.
Started off strong, though, with 3rd. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, Cindy, the whole Monster Energy Team Green Pro Circuit Kawasaki. Been working with me out in California with Ivan Tedesco, and Darren Stockton, who's been my off-the-bike trainer. Get me in shape, because it wasn't for the lack of being in shape. It was definitely just trying to get loose. So, dumb up tires, hooking up great out there. I mean, that was just me off the start. That was not them. So. Pro Circuit, Mitch Payton, Mike from Monster, Dave, everybody over there, Nixon. Canvas, MX, Ryan, and Michael Lieb. They've been helping me get this gear dialed. It looks super good. So just everybody else, Ryan, Mohead, Jacob, who's Seth's Haymaker's mechanic, coming up here, keep me up to the start. Wes Kane, DBK, everybody over there, Twitch, and just literally everybody else who I forgot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I will hopefully get back up here.
All right, let's hear it for GT. Gavin Towers taking 3rd. I think Caden Broswell might have had the whole shot in that one. He had the lead for a bit, and then I think he went down and was able to salvage some points to stay in title contention. If our whole shot winner is around, we'll bring him on up, and we'll give him the Stay Sick Whole Shot Award. In the meantime, I'll send it back up to the tower.
Junior Plus 25, sorry to bring the party down here. I got to actually say the names, but we sure were having fun. I'll be honest, we were all up here dancing. Those cameras were on. You would have seen that. Junior Plus 25 class, the number 6 is Brock Peterson. Riley Bro on the number 7 machine. Paul Parabinos on the number 8 machine. Aaron Lampe on the number 11 machine. Logan Parks on the number 12 machine. Blake Copeland on the 14. Michael Carter, 17. Jed Dry on the 18. Mason Eck on the 19. Joseph Dretzka. That's Tom Dretzka's kid, maybe. Kyle Gills on the 21 machine. John Murray Barr on the 22. Corey Pennington on the 23 machine. Alex Waskob on the 25 machine. Jamal Porter on the 26 machine. Tracy Clough on the 27 machine. Jesse Bork on the 28 machine. Mike Brown on the number 33 machine. Eric Grondel on the 35 machine. Hunter Clements on the 37. Jake Beaumart on the 41. Heath Harrison 42. Travis Coy on the 43 machine. Travis Barrett on the 45. Dusty Humphreys on the 46 machine. Judson Wisdom on the 49. Hawaii 5-0, that's Sean Lepanovich. Donald Alford on the 51 machine. Tommy Flora on the 52 machine. Dawson Draycott 53. Matthew Hogan's Hoya. Now that name's I ran out of room. Sorry, Matthew. Aww. Drew Torrance on the 56 machine. Caleb Mitchell 57. Nick Peterson 67. Taryn Odell, the Arkansas Razorback, on the 71. Robbie Marshall out of Massachusetts, 74. Jeffrey Gorman 82. Dennis Stapleton on the 84 machine. 88. That'll be John Berry. Joey Olson on the 89. Jacob Berger on the 90. And Sean Cunningham rounds out your field here in this Junior Plus 25 class. Mike Brown says, you know what, I'll spot you 24 years. I'm 49 years old. This is the Plus 25 class. Let's bring it. What do you got? What do you got?
Each and every year, absolutely. It doesn't matter to him. The gap gets bigger, and he's still in contention for it. So, new group of youngsters.
What does Mike Brown say? Hey, and I'll say that he is going to have a good time. Mike Brown loves it. He loves it when it's rough and nasty out there. He'll be just fine. Here's Paul Parabinos ready to regroup after that 7:30 a.m. moto. I'll follow him on his little Instagram story. Said it was rough. It was a little bit wet, but he's back onward and forward. Mike Brown, yes, that is what he said. That is what he said. Mike Brown said that. 49 years old. Mike will be in that plus 50 class next year. So the path to Loretta Lynn's leads right through wherever Mike Brown's from currently, that home city. We'll just go with that. I can't get dramatic with this. I can get funky with this. Y'all ready for this? I wish Steve Carnegie was here. Hey, the number 37 of Hunter Clements out of Navarre, Florida, was our Moto hero earlier in the day. Wow, presented by Governor Lee in opening ceremonies. That is very cool. I feel like I should be in like a 77 Impala, cruising the mean streets of New York City, trying to clean things up. He's from the Air Force. That's our salute to the number 37 of Hunter Clements, our Moto hero out of Navarre, Florida. Beautifully done there. We'll see who grabbed our whole shot. Is
Stacy, whole shot winner. Holy cow! Side by side.
Check,
there.
what two? Is it working? I just can't hear myself now. But nobody wants to hear
Looks like it might have been the number 8. Actually, the 6 of Brock Peterson out of Delta, Ohio on that Honda.
All right, there you go. It is Brock Peterson. Looking for Mike Brown. Where is that young man at? That 49-year-old speedster.
49 years young. Coming out of Tennessee, Mike Brown, doesn't matter. We'll do a little bit of cross country. We'll do some hard enduro. We'll do some motocross, some GP. Doesn't matter. Amateur level, professional level. However you like it.
Brownie will be on the number 33 machine. A better start this go around for the number 8 of Paul Parabinos. He's third. Had to change his number for this one. So he had to swap plates. Was he number 8 earlier in the day as well?
I don't think he was.
I didn't think so either. I thought he was 18 or 16 or something.
Yeah, I don't think it was number 8.
So we're looking for the 33. There he is, Mike Brown. Now, all you got to do is just look for him. There he is. He is in first.
Yeah, when you look up front, you'll find him.
He now will make the move. I believe that is the number 74 of Robbie Marshall on the KTM. Marshall 32, Mike Brown 49.
Brown sending it just a bit further right there than Marshall.
Yeah, there's Heath Harrison on the 42 Phoenix Honda ride.
Nice.
He's got Taryn Odell right in front of him, the Arkansas Razorback.
Who we got in that fourth position or third position now?
That is going to be Heath Harrison, maybe on the 42.
Heath Harrison?
Yep.
Yeah, good
out of
deal.
Salisbury, North Carolina. This is a more Paul Parabinos-like ride here.
That was a nice move Harrison put on down there.
So it's Brown, Marshall, Harrison, Odell. Drew Torrance is fifth. Eric Grondel is 16th. Tracy Cloyd, 17th. Joseph Tommy Jetska Jr. the third, Esquire, is 18th. Logan Parks is 19th. Dennis Stapleton rounds out your top 10, or top 20, excuse me.
Looks like that might be Harrison trying to make a move on Marshall. Yeah.
Sure is.
Marshall trying to defend right now, that 74 machine going to the inside. Harrison trying to keep the momentum up. Tries to out-jump him right there, not able to make it happen. And look at this. Now we've got business starting to pick up just a bit. Going down deep to the inside. Marshall defending.
Feet were off the pegs, both of them. Marshall.
Harrison trying to make a run around that outside. And as you said, Marshall, feet off the pegs, going down and defending deep inside.
So Robbie Marshall trying to follow Mike Brown around this racetrack. Good luck doing that.
Yeah, Mike Brown, it's amazing. He looks like he...
looking over the shoulder.
A quick glance over by Brown.
It.
Yeah, it looks like he could have been riding that Open Pro Sport just a little bit ago. Could have been riding any of the classes out here today, let alone being twice as old as some of these guys he's racing against right now.
So here comes Brownie. This guy's touching down, jumps that big infield triple, for lack of a better term. It's a big jump.
Yeah.
They go a long way. They'll come into the finish line turn. It is the 33. Brownie looking over his shoulder again. His dad's going to be upset. Going to put some mirrors on that bike. Isn't that what your dad used to say?
Yeah.
Take that seat off. You keep sitting down,
Stand
son.
up. Stand up.
So there is Brownie with the 203. Marshall with the 203. Harrison with the 203. A 206 for Odell in fourth. Torrance with a 205 in fifth. Jamal Porter a 204. Beaumont with a 205. So all the guys pretty consistent up to about 8th spot in terms of lap times. 203s up to 205.
Parabinos slipping back into that number 8th position. I believe he started somewhere around 4th, didn't he?
I believe so. And this is a better moto for him, even though there are younger riders out there.
Yeah.
Than earlier in the morning.
Exactly.
Oh, one rider off the track there. You see the dust coming up there. He keeps it on 2 wheels.
And I got to tell you, that's the angle and the pitch of this racetrack in a lot of the spots. A little miscalculation off the track you go. Got to find that safe spot to get back on. Give up a couple spots while it happens. Marshall still feeling the heat right now. Harrison trying to come around that outside. Still trying to make that thing work. Still trying to make that pass work. Not going to happen. Still sitting in that number 3 spot.
So around that big sweeper, Brownie not pulling away. Mike Brown out front, Robbie Marshall out of Massachusetts. North Carolina rider Heath Harrison is 3rd. Taryn Odell out of Arkansas is 4th. Drew Torrance rounds out your top 5. Robbie Marshall all over Mike Brown now. Harrison right there with him. Right by the billboards, Mike Brown, Robbie Marshall, Heath Harrison, 1, 2, and 3. And then a great battle back there with Odell, Torrance, and Porter as they cross in front of the billboards. So your top 3 and then 4th through 6 all battling it out here in this junior plus 25. It's race number 14. Looking at our leaders heading in, it looks like Harrison has jumped into the number 2 spot. He gets past Robbie Marshall. So Heath Harrison, I'll say this, at the regional, Mike Brown had him covered. They couldn't touch him, but this is much closer for Heath Harrison than he was to Brownie at Lazy River.
Oh, absolutely keeping Brown honest right now. And Harrison was working that one, or Marshall was working that one. I mean, he's sitting back there for 3 laps. He was watching and had the opportunity, made it happen. Again, 203, 203, 203 for our first ride.
Wow,
they're all in
even.
the same second. So
your leader's way back in Storyland.
Whoa, Brownie made a big mistake right there. And look at this. Now that puts Heath Harrison all over him.
Yeah, he made the pass on Robbie Marshall.
Yeah.
And Marshall goes right back at Harrison, and they're going to be side by side.
That's awesome.
Another boring moto, you know.
Look at Marshall.
But we're not done. He's great in the sand, as we well know. Oh, he's trying to go a long way around. He goes inside, outside. But Harrison able to hang on. And, in fact, Harrison has drawn up to the side of Mike Brown. Oh, this is a good one. The plus 25 class. They're right in the center portion of the racetrack. Brownie goes for the big triple there. Not bad for a 49-year-old man who's going to get discounts on dinner at buffets all across America in a few months.
He'll be AARP in a couple months.
AMA and the AARP. I can say the same thing. I'm right there with him.
That's double dip and double discounts.
Free towing, free meals. All right, Robbie Marshall. New life for Marshall as he goes back after the number 24 of Heath Harrison.
He's going to get free trip ticks. Free travel planning, dude. All kinds of cool stuff.
Discounts to national parks.
Exactly. Dollywood.
Yeah. They come past the mechanics there. A little bobble there, and they are 3 wide almost. Oh. Mike Brown barely out front now. And I'm not trying to oversell this. Like, sometimes you'll listen to Wygan. He's trying to make something that's not even there. You know how that is when you're watching a Pro National. He's listening probably. Like, there's no race here. What are you talking about? There's a great race right here.
There's absolutely a great race. All 3 of these guys using a different line right now, but I noticed when they were working their way around turns 2, 3, things really starting to get rough up there. All of them definitely going to the inside, using that line. Not going to take any chances out there. Not going to make up any time for sure.
So there's no breathing room for the 33 Mike Brown. He's got Heath Harrison and Robbie Marshall just locked in on him. There is the Phoenix Honda Racing ride of Heath Harrison. He's fresh off the Nationals just a year or 2 ago.
Oh, yeah.
Doing some arena cross, some hill climbs.
Big, strong dude,
Wall
man.
of death.
Yeah.
Ball of death, whatever they call it. All right, so Marshall, again, he seems to really excel on this part of the racetrack. He zooms right up to the rear wheel. Here he comes around the outside of Heath Harrison. Look at him go.
He keeps running that line, that outside line.
Keep running that line, son.
This time cutting it a little bit closer inside.
Looky here.
Here we go, side by side again around the famous tree turn. Brown one more time, just
He'll
able
go
to
for the triple.
Drift out into that race line, and here he goes. He's going to send it.
Just about a bike length is what that thing gains you from what I see, because Heath Harrison's not jumping it. He pulls about a bike length. And it just looks really cool.
It does look really cool.
All right, the
Harrison,
crowd
here we go.
You can hear it. The crowd is into it. Mike Brown barely. I mean, barely. That's your top 3 up and over the tunnel of love.
Marshall.
This thing's not going anywhere. Robbie Marshall right there in the mix, bro.
Back up on the rear tire.
Keith
Harrison.
Johnson, Treadwell loving it. Sick. Here they come by the mechanics area. Robbie Marshall, he finds the sand. He goes to find the rough stuff. That's where he's comfortable.
Big mistake by Marshall right there.
Just as I said. Oh, I'm using the wrong one. That's why. Here, let me swap. That's the problem. This is the one.
Whoa, Brownie drops the front end way down to the inside rut. They're working their way into the 10 Commandments. Here comes Harrison. Harrison got a good drive. This is as close as they've been right now. Best opportunity Harrison's had so far throughout the moto, and opportunity just escaped. Working their way through lap traffic now again. Harrison trying to remount. Mike Brown starting to change the line up a little bit. Now going a little bit wider as they go into the waterworks. Harrison keeps pulling up on him, just cannot get close enough to make the move. Harrison continue to ride the short line, continue to ride to the inside, now out into the beach right now. Oh, Brown drifts over. Here comes Harrison. Harrison going to try to go to the inside. Brown gets a good drive. Still keeps that thing just about 2 bike lengths apart. But look at this. Now is it going to work? Finally, he keeps trying to slingshot. Harrison still can't get the momentum to make it around. Brown sends it out there, opens it up just about 2 bike lengths one more time. Coming up on 7.5 minutes to go. Junior 25 plus, Mike Brown continues to lead this one. And an intense battle.
Every time you think Robbie Marshall is dead, it's not over just yet. Marshall going after your second place rider. Sorry, Megalot.
Yeah, Beaumont up in there in that number 4 ride. Odell into the number 5 position. Porter rides in 6. Actually, Porter up into the number 5 spot. Torrance now in 6. Odell in 7th. Lampy in the number 8 spot. Wisdom in 9th. And your man, Hawaii 5-0, rounding out the top 10.
Sean Lepanovich from Hawaii. The number was 50, so we called him Hawaii 5-0. Only natural. One of the better nicknames you're going to run across. Oh, who is that? It was Marshall is down. Down goes Marshall. Here comes your 4th place rider. He should slip by. Marshall will lose 1 spot to Jake Beaumont.
Going to lose another spot, I believe.
Ah, bummer.
No, that's a lapper.
Okay.
Thought that was the 71 of Odell, but it was actually the 17 of Michael Carter. A little dyslexic on that one. Brown still locked in this battle.
He is being dogged by Heath Harrison. And Brownie just able to manage just enough of a lead where you can't run it up in on him. Harrison on the inside. Brownie's been giving him this inside line. I'm not sure if that's a smart move. It gives him the momentum here, but I think Harrison will make the pass. We just called that.
Yeah, he set that up about 3 laps in a row. Just wasn't able to get that drive, but right now Mike Brown going to relinquish that lead. I believe he understands that the second position right now is as good as the win.
So now Heath Harrison taking his shot now. Mike Brown trying to run it up inside. Oh, wow. He's going to go inside. You can't go any further inside.
Yeah, you're not going to get rid of Brownie. You're not going to dispatch him, but
5 minutes to go, so plenty of time for Mike Brown to now stalk you. Stalk you, bro.
Absolutely.
So
the hunted becomes the hunter here, and Mike Brown with 5 minutes to go. He's comfortable riding 2 bikes behind.
No problem.
Harrison. That's not a problem in his mind whatsoever, and when necessary, going to have plenty left in the tank, I'm sure, to pull the trigger in the white flag lap, last lap.
Well, what is happening there? Mike Brown finds real estate where there is none to be bought up. He's got a great real estate agent.
That was insane, yeah.
Very inside.
I'm not sure what I was even watching there on a lap or why it was necessary to do
I gotta
that.
get by this guy immediately.
Yeah. Coming up on 4.5 minutes. Harrison now opening up a bit of breathing room. Last time less than a second. I'm going to say about 2 seconds at this point. We'll see when they work their way back through into Storyland right now. Again, starting to see some of the shadows develop back there, starting to get a little longer. Harrison now out of the picture, going to be a couple seconds out front.
Not too far out front. Maybe a couple of seconds. There is Harrison rolling through the beach section. He's got Mike Brown in tow. Mike's still running the outside line. There is Brownie. And is that Marshall? Nope, that would be the not. 41 of Jake Bomert.
Wow, that corner just getting insane down there. Not only is there a hook at the end of it, but halfway through it changes radius. You know, it turns in on itself. Decreasing radius, absolutely.
So Bomer's got a shot at Mike Brown. There's Brownie. There's Bomert in third. There's Telly Savalas walking back there enjoying the race. Who loves you, baby? Getting that discount at the concession with the Diners Club. Up and over the step up.
Three minutes to go in this one. Junior plus 25. That is race number 14 in your program. 450C down in staging area coming up next.
So there it is. The pass is made. Bomert will get around Mike Brown. He will enter the 10 Commandments in the number 2 spot, and now he becomes a big-time player here with 2 laps to go. 2-lap board is out. White flag comes out this go-around for your leader, Heath Harrison. Best lap for all 3 riders up front, 2:03s. The white flag getting ready to come out here in moto number, not moto 1, it's the first moto for the plus 25 riders. It's moto number 14 in our race order. Plus 25 riders, moto number 15, the 450Cs coming up next. Rodney Tomlin getting those pipes loosened up. He's going to jump in here.
That's right, Pilgrim. I'll jump in there in just a minute as I begin to bring the esophagus up to temperature. I'll be back in 2 and 2. I'll be back tomorrow morning about 11.
So here is your running order. Brock Peterson in the number 10 spot. Lepanovich is 9th. Aaron Lampy is 8th. Taryn Odell is 7th. Drew Torrance is 6th. Here's your top 5. In 5th is Jamal Porter. On the Honda, Robbie Marshall is 4th. Mike Brown 3rd. Jake Bomert 2nd. Heath Harrison is your leader. He has led for about the last couple of laps anyway. And there is a look at the 42 of Heath Harrison on that Phoenix Racing Honda ride. A great question. I mean, I'd have to go all the way back to the dinosaurs. They died, they created oil, then the Arabs came, and then we fought for that oil, and leads us all the way around to Mike Brown being really good on dirt bikes.
Right.
So there is the 42 here on this white flag lap. 1/2 of a lap to go, I should say. Nice smooth racetrack for these guys to have a Sunday stroll on a Tuesday.
Well, I could say this. I would head down by the Honda pits where the Phoenix Racing riders are going to be pitting, and are pitting, I guess I should say, but there probably won't be room for me with Heath Harrison's head and everything after this win.
Unbearable. He's a good dude.
He is a great dude.
Cool guy.
And I'll tell you, David Eller, the owner of the Phoenix Racing Honda team, is another great dude too. Those guys right there. Is a checkers fly here for Heath Harrison, taking the Moto 1 win at Loretta Lynn's in this Junior 25 plus class. But I tell you, a great group of folks over there at Phoenix Honda. If you get a chance to get acquainted with them, do so. Jake Bowmer will finish up in the number 2 spot with Mike Brown. Looks like in that number 3 position. Robbie Marshall in 4. Jamal Porter in the number 5 spot. Should be seeing 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 going Drew Torrance, Taryn O'Dell, Aaron Lampy, and Sean Lepanovich in 9th, and Brock Peterson to round out your top 10. Few changes may be taking place there as we'll be heading down with Jason Wygant here in just a few moments. Race 15. Getting set to roll next will be the 450C class. What a great day of day number 1 racing here in 2021. Kicking off a new decade of amateur motocross racing here at Loretta Lynn's, and a long-standing partnership, 40 years strong, and from what I understand, a long-standing partnership that is expected to continue into the future for a long, long time as Heath Harrison makes his way down onto the podium. And Jason Wygant, is there room for you with Heath's head down there right now is all I gotta say.
Well, we now might be greeted by the fastest mechanic in the industry. Heath Harrison is now a wrench for the Phoenix Racing Honda team. Hey, but if you're going to go to the races, you might as well do some racing. And he has a moto win. Let's hear for Heath Harrison. Did you let it eat?
Oh, I let her eat, baby. The big dog was barking that moto.
Hey, what were your expectations coming in here?
I mean, obviously, every race you go to, you want to win. So, at the end of the day, that's the expectation, or goal, I should say. And thankful that David Eller, he let me take off some days of work for the past month and a half and put in some fun work, I guess. And thanks to him for letting me do that. And man, what a better way to say thank you than getting this gold medal.
It's good. And a battle, man. You had Mike Brown in there, Balmer. It was Marshall. It was good stuff.
Yeah, it's unreal. Those Marshall and Balmer I grew up racing with, and throughout our pro careers, if you want to call them. And then Mike Brown, man, that guy's a legend. He was doing what we all dreamed of doing when we weren't even born. So props to him for being the soldier that he is, being 48 or whatever he is. And man, it's incredible. We're having a blast out here. And I just got to give up to the whole Phoenix Racing Honda team. Hoosier Tires, Dean Baker with Baker Speed, Arma, FMF Vision, FMF Exhaust, all the sponsors that help us out. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. Heath Harrison's back in Loretta's, and he's got a gold medal. Heath Harrison, everybody. Woo! Phoenix Racing will race any series, anytime, any place, anywhere, making it happen. Good job. We're going to bring another old favorite from Loretta's back to the ranch and up on the podium. We'll bring Jacob Baumann on up here. Remember him making a run as a pro for a little bit and now back in the racing game. So let's bring our second place finisher on up. Still backed by the Crosley Radio. Yeah, you're good. Thank you, Heath. Still backed by Crosley Radios. Still got the black motorcycle like he did back in the day. Welcome back to Loretta's second place at 25 plus Jacob Baumer. Can't quite get the racing out of your system.
No, I took a long time off. I haven't been here since 2012, and my last pro race was 2014. So just out here having fun. It's really what it's all about. I'll always love motocross. It's given me so many good memories. So yeah, might as well make some more.
How was that moto?
Pretty gnarly for not training full time. I didn't get the best start. I was probably like 10th or 11th, and just tried to move forward. That was it.
Who do you want to thank, Jacob?
Crosley Radio, Ride Assurance, Shannon Nide MX Schools, my mom and dad, they still help me so much. My girlfriend Mackenzie, and what else I forgot? Thank you.
Good to see you back. Jacob Baumer, second place. And we'll bring our third place finisher on up. Is it Mr. Brown? Third place, Well, I thought he was going to do it. He's almost double the age of the class. Look at this, still sprinting on up to the stage. Let's hear it from Mike Brown. Are you 49 now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, almost double, 25 plus. And led, did you think you had it in that one? It was looking good in the early laps.
You never have it until the checker flag, but no, I look back and guys, I had arm pump super like half a lap into it. But no, that ain't the problem. Just a little bit box it up next time, and glad to get the arm pump out of the way. Hopefully, I'm good for the rest of the week, and these guys are on the gas, so a third place is like a win for an old 49-year-old guy.
Yeah, not bad.
But I'm still not happy with that, not one bit.
No, exactly. We know Mike Brown. Who do you want to thank, buddy?
No, Husqvarna, Rockstar, FXR, Dunlop, CTI 60, Oakley Goggles, all the people. I've been here around here a long time. They still support me, and I appreciate it. And looking forward to tomorrow, get the 45, and make some adjustments on the bike, and get ready for heat the next day.
Okay, he's going to come back after it. Let's hear it for the 33 of Mike Brown, taking the bronze in that moto. And we've got some track maintenance going on. I'll send it back up to the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason Wygant. Little Lakewood love going down on the racetrack right now as we're putting a little water down here, of course, and getting prepared for the 450C race number 15 on the race docket here today. And I'll tell you, folks, it's been one great moto after another, and I don't believe that we can rest much on this one as this 450C gets set to roll. 42 of the top 450C riders getting ready to do battle right here at Loretta Lynn's, including the number 12 of Gage Ripplinger out of Dallas, Oregon. Also the number 14, Kanoa Zimmerman out of Wellington, Florida. Number 15, Caleb Hale from Thornton, Colorado. Number 17, Chase Meyer DeHara out of Castro Valley, California. Number 18 will be Owen Nelson out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Number 19, Michael Pratt from Yale, Michigan. Number 20, Ryan Cook out of Harrisburg, Arkansas. Number 21, Connor Hand from Henderson, Texas. The 22 of Alex Sykes, he's out of Rincon, Georgia. Number 24, Whitefield from Windsor, Canada. The number 26, Noah McLaughlin out of Natrona Heights, Pennsylvania. Number 27, Brody Conkling from Effingham, Illinois. 31, Race Hernandez out of Golden, Colorado. Got a hole shot, I believe, in that 250 class earlier. 33 of Landon Powers from Corinth, Mississippi. Also the 34 of Austin Batzer from Broughton, New York. Number 35 will be Zach Kreider out of Republic of Korea. Number 36, Wyatt Navarro from Belton, Texas. The 40 of Dylan Grupa out of Redding, California. The 41, Caden Shaw from Canyon, Texas. Number 43, Brandon Bellino out of Essex, Illinois. Number 45, C.J. Pruitt from Mount Airy, North Carolina. The 47 of Jordan Bowen out of Dallas, Georgia. 48, Aaron Cape out of New Hudson, Michigan. The 49 of Brennan Schofield from Canada. Number 51, Drew Calloway out of Denver, North Carolina. 52, Caleb Hagan out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. The 54 will be Peyton Chris from Simpsonville, South Carolina. 56, Cade Miller from Kennendale, Texas. Number 858 is Thomas Ralston from Dalhart, Texas. Number 59, Caleb Adams from Hesperia, California. 64, Alex Kowalski out of Andover, Kansas. Also the 65 of Trevor Hazlett from Hamburg, New York. Number 68, Colby Ballou from Shaddock River, New British Columbia. The number 71 of Carson Johnnenmeyer out of Waukon, Iowa. I like how I just make places up. 79, Tommy Wicks out of Enfield, Connecticut. Also the 81 of Cody Cook from Valley Springs, California. Number 83, Jage Pope out of Selma, Oregon. 88 of Cooper Abbott. He's out of Esco, Minnesota. The 89, Eli Abereg from Fairmont, West Virginia. 92 will be Julian Wolczyk out of Landenberg, Pennsylvania. 96, Blake Grindstaff from Hickory, North Carolina. And the 99 of Jay Kinder from Fredericktown, Pennsylvania.
Hey, Rodney, just a quick note here. Last night, Dr. Kevin Elko was supposed to be here.
Right.
And we switched with Cobra because he couldn't make it last night. And tonight he'll be here at the arena at 7:30. And Dr. Elko is a world-renowned sports psychologist. So I think that he may have answers to some blocks, perhaps that you may have out on the track.
We've discussed. You're talking about those guys. I thought you were talking to me personally there for a
No,
second.
not you. But you know what I mean.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
There's some people that will have a great start and then all of a sudden out of focus, and next thing you know, they go from first to 10th.
Right. Yeah.
And so if you want answers to those type of questions, I think you need to attend this seminar. It starts at 7:30 at the arena. Dr. Elko will be here, world-renowned sports psychologist, and he may have some answers for you.
And that's one thing that we've been talking about. You know, we were talking about this this morning. We were talking about it some yesterday. The science of the sports has advanced so much over the years, and with that being said, you know, we've gone through the nutrition, we've gone through the training techniques and the physical aspects of it. The one thing that we haven't really focused on throughout the entire process has really been the psychological part of it. And once you get everything so finely tuned in all these areas, that's the one thing that you really need to have going. And the great thing about it, too, I believe, is the fact that it not only will help you, I believe, on the track, but I think it's an off-track thing that will also help you as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. So if you don't know about this, now you know. 7:30 at the arena. Dr. Elko will be here, and tell your friends, let's pack this place. Let's get a little more understanding about the psychology behind what goes on the track. And I would tend to believe that it would help you off the track as well. 7:30 arena. Dr. Elko, be there.
Yeah, I'm with you, Megawatt. I'm in agreement that I think that it's for everybody. I mean, you know, everybody to go. It's but you, everybody but you. No, I'll probably be up there. It's something that is going to be very beneficial. Like I said. Looking out over this track again, good drink of water going on the course itself, getting it prepared for the upcoming videos. All right, Miss Rachel coming up from Moto Tees, wanting to let us know if someone was waiting for a replacement bib. They are in now. You can stop over by Moto Tees and pick those up. And once again, replacement bibs are available over at Moto Tees now, so you can head on over there and pick those up. Race 15, 450C, taking their sight lap right now as we check around the race course. Like I said, some liquid love going down, a lot of sunshine. We have had a little cloud cover over this day today, but as we had talked, if you joined us earlier in the broadcast and have been watching, talked about it earlier today, you know, the temperature is not really all that extreme. Now, if you're in the direct sun, obviously it's going to be something that you're going to get warmed up. You're going to feel like you're obviously in the sun, but this does not feel, again, like a traditional Loretta Lynn's week. And, you know, the beauty of it is this is something that the last decade or so we've been able to say a few times, but not as often as what would be likened, that's for sure. But, you know, looking ahead into the week, we're going to see it get warmer and get more traditionally towards that Tennessee, West Tennessee sun and heat that we're used to, and Loretta Lynn's will show its true face here as we work through this week of the world's greatest motocross race and vacation. That's right. It's I don't know how many people look at it as a vacation, but I'm sure there's a lot that do as well. But again, folks, just so many opportunities for you here at Loretta Lynn's, and we hope that you're taking full advantage of everything as these riders in the 450C class work this specialized sight lap out. Of course, specialized bicycles, specialized e-turbo bikes. It's you only faster. If you haven't checked out the pedal assist units that they have now, they have the full-on regular normal mountain bikes, but they got these new things called pedal assist machines, and we actually race them in the GNCC. It's a pretty cool thing. It's called EMTB GNCC Racing. So it also brings, I think, a whole new experience to riding a bicycle. So thanks to Specialized for being a part of Loretta Lynn's as well, and our coverage here from the 40th annual running of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur Motocross Championship. It is the national championship finale. And you win this one, and you are going to win big. We got our riders heading over to the starting line. And, of course, with that, means they re-rack themselves and get themselves set for a big day. Again, novice class riders. These riders are first time here at the ranch. Now, several of these names we've seen and heard throughout the course of the day already today, so we know that a lot of the first race jitters will be out of the way for many of them, so we'll be looking for probably some more consistent racing in this 450C moto than maybe what some of the earlier C classes were bringing us. But again, we got some unknown variables as some of these guys haven't hit the racetrack yet today, and they might have something to bring to the program that we aren't aware of yet as Megawatt makes his way back in. Again, you know, watch these 250C riders come out here earlier in anticipation now for these 450C riders. I really enjoy these classes, and they have gotten so exciting over the course of time. You know, I mean, they're so consistently inconsistent sometimes, you know, the way it works out. I've seen guys never grace the podium, never get a moto medal, but get a national championship.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you know what? There's so many variables that you talk about. There's so many things that go into it. But we're late in the day right now, Rodney. When you take a look at this course out here, look at that entrance to the Bermuda Triangle through this window right here.
Yeah,
look at that entrance right there, bro. The same thing is going into Storyland there in the back. And now we add the shadows late in the day. There's just so much going into it. No, this is going to be 450C that we're about to watch, and these guys, as you said, we're going to see scores all over the place. Some more inconsistencies maybe in this class. I don't want to say less of anything, but some more inconsistencies because they are so equally matched.
Yeah, exactly. And you bring up a very good point with the time of the day. As we roll into this, the shadows are starting to get a little bit longer, and those ruts are a little deceiving sometimes, deceivingly shallow or deceivingly deep whenever you roll up on
and
them.
even length, believe it or not, Rodney, you'll think that rut is a little longer than it is because the shadow's extending past it, and all of a sudden the rut's gone, or you're in the rut before you realize the rut started because you can't see the entrance due to a shadow. So much going on with that. Goggle lens choice is critical. No question about that. But today, late in the afternoon, what I saw out of this 450C class yesterday in qualifying, there's plenty of guys that are ready to make that jump to B next week.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And you know, that you bring up a very good point. You know, you watch these.
I bring up lots of good points, Rodney. You just don't acknowledge them.
Well, I'll acknowledge this one for you. You bring up a good point. A lot of these guys are ready to move to the B class. And absolutely, you're 100% correct. But the thing we got to remember is they start the season out as C-class riders, and they just advance as the year progresses. And once they reach here at Loretta Lynn's this time of the year, all the way through the race season, basically toward the end of the race season, they have achieved that B status, but they're still C riders.
That's exactly right, Rodney. What happens if you're committed to this? You go through the areas, the regionals, the whole deal, you're following the program, you're going to the big amateurs, you're going to pick that speed up. It's going to happen. And over the course of the year, the bottom line is you're still classified as a C rider. You know, you are a C-class competitor, but the bottom line is the speed improves, the knowledge improves, the racecraft and experience improves, and it's the experience that takes you up that next level, not just the speed.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you got to come and do it three motos in a row. That's the beauty of this at Loretta Lynn's.
Well, again, we say the word survival. You guys are going to get tired of hearing it out of my mouth, but you got to survive down here. You have to survive the course. You have to survive the weather. You have to survive your conditioning, and you have to keep that motor. You have to make it survive, that machine.
Yeah.
So it's all about the survival down here. And as you said, nobody lucks into three of them, bro.
No.
You got to do her 3 times. It is the most fair, even, and level platform in all of motorsports, no question.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got our 2 car about ready to go up Megawatt as they are about ready to get this next moto underway, I believe, for the 450C. As I said, they've had a little bit of water go down, but they've had plenty of time to get back and re-racked, and they are re-racked. And love that monster green starting gate that we have.
I do too. I love it.
That stands out so beautifully out there. Again, a big shout out and thanks to Monster Energy. We're unleashing the beast here at Loretta Lynn's for the 40th running. You get it. We're kicking off a brand new decade of motocross racing here at Loretta Lynn.
That's right. And Mitch and Dave are right there with us, behind us 100%. They expressed the other night at opening ceremonies how they feel about the involvement and how they feel about the future. And a big thanks to those guys because they are committed.
No doubt. And when you get that kind of endorsement from those kind of folks, you know that they believe in what's going on here. And there is a good and fruitful program that is known as Loretta Lynn's, that is for sure. Scanning that gate. You know, we're sitting here waiting, wondering what's going on, and waiting for the gate to drop and wondering, what might be the issue. But what about these guys down on the starting line right now? They've taken their sight laps, and now they're just waiting for that 2 card to go up right now.
Yeah, the jitters are to max right now because that card is up. You see the position right now. All eyes on the card. You're going to see every one of these helmets shift to the gate here in just a moment. There we go. And there it is.
Gates down, and the race is off and rolling, and into that first turn. That 54, but we have a Husqvarna rider. Looks like
but gave it up.
Yeah, I think they did. Was it the 54 ended up grabbing that? That may have been Peyton Crisp from Simpsonville, South Carolina, on the Foothill Motorsports backed Honda.
Your race leader is number 47. After that hole shot.
Jordan Bowen out of Dallas, Georgia on a KTM. We'll get the official word on the hole shot coming up here, the Stay6 Stability Cycle hole shot. But right now we're sorting it out up front. That is the 54 machine.
Back. Yeah.
He is out front there. That again, Peyton Crisp. And Landon Powers, actually the 33 Honda from Corinth, Mississippi, actually getting credit for the hole shot out there in that one. Again, he's out of Mississippi on a Mean Street Racing, Taze Construction, Lefevre MX, Johnson Racing, D&D Body Shop, as well as Williams VP Race Fuels, backed Honda ride. We'll see where the 33 machine ends up here as we roll on, but a great start here as he picks up the Stay6 Stability Cycle Hole Shot Award.
Yeah, always good to get that hole shot. Always gets you a little extra confidence, gives you that track position. But immediately getting dispatched by that number 45 machine of C.J. Pruitt, I believe.
Rider going down there. I believe I thought that was a 62, but I don't think we have a 62 out there. So, but he's right back up at it and going, losing several positions, unfortunately for him. But up front, the race continues, and we may be about to see a battle shape up. If you're looking at what I'm looking at, I'm seeing 3 riders start to stretch out, which could be a 3-way battle for first, and then a 2-way battle, and maybe 3-way battle shaping up for that 4th place position as well as we round the final turn through the Bermuda Triangle. Nice turn, nice pass right there.
That was the number 96, Rodney. That was Blake Grindstaff. We know that name coming out of Hickory, North Carolina, stamping that first lap here with the lead.
There you go, Blake Grindstaff. Good job, buddy. Peyton Crisp, the 54 machine, in second. Brennan Schofield, the 49, in third. Chase Meyer DeHara in the 4th place position. Brody Conkling is 5th. Jordan Bowen in 6th. Cooper Abbott is 7th. Caleb Adams in 8th. Mitch Pratt in 9th. And Landon Powers, the rider who grabbed the hole shot award, back in the number 10 position.
Well, after one short lap, Rodney, these guys already starting to separate themselves. Grindstaff making that big move down in the Bermuda Triangle to grab the lead about 20 yards from the finish line. And sure enough, taking advantage of that right now as he sets out on lap number 2. Back into the middle section of the track right now through the Ten Commandments. Leaders already back into Storyland. Going to be popping back out of the shadows, Rodney, as we mentioned, into the bright sunlight. Going to be jumping that big tabletop into the beach now. Sun in your eyes, out of direct shadows.
Oh, my, that's not going to be good. They've got a great battle going on there. They're between the 17 of Chase Meyer and on that Kawasaki. I believe we see Brody Conklin and Jordan Bowen also back there as we make our way toward the Big Sandy sweeper here, the Rocky Mountain sweeper. Monster Energy sweeper, I guess that would be now.
Yeah.
Sweeper turn there in front of that Monster Energy viewing area. Thanks to Monster again for helping with those. We've got several of those around the facility as well, which makes our viewing a lot more advanced, I believe.
Absolutely incredible. And you know what? It's such a smart design and way to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That you're not taking up so much ground space and all that, but yet you're providing so many more people better viewing.
Oh, yeah. Grindstaff, Crisp, Schofield, Meyer DeHara, and Conkling are your top 5. Then Bowman, Abbott, Adams, Pratt, and Powers were your top 10. That was at the end of lap number 1. We got, more changes coming through the Bermuda Triangle. We have 5 guys through that turn at one time right there. Blake Grindstaff, though, he gets through. He's okay. He had about a 2.7-second lead over Meyer. And Brennan Schofield, another couple of seconds back there. Peyton Crisp in 4th.
Oh! Man off the course there, just saved it. Somebody about to step off over the front. Holy cow! I'm not sure who that is. Now we're going to have to question that.
Wow!
Re-entered clear over by the billboard there. Not sure about that one. Jeff Canfield going to have to take another look at that.
Well, I tell you, while they'd work that one out.
It was an accident off the track, but re-entered way over by the billboard.
Jordan Bowen, Michael Pratt, Cooper Abbott, Caleb Williams, Landon Powers, that 5th through 10th place position, man, are really going at it right now as they make their way down through the 10 Commandment section. You got Grindstaff and DeHara, Schofield, Crisp, Conkling, all those guys pretty much in their own positions. And I mean, they got some battles, but not like what we see going on 5th through 10th and maybe about 12th right now.
Listen, that's insane, Rodney. The moment you said it, hey, Weege, listen, all 6 lanes taken through the Bermuda Triangle a moment ago, okay?
Yeah,
and that resulted in a panic rev over the non-tunnel of love, so believe it.
So that, I mean, they're still kind of close, but not like they were. I mean, they're still.
That's insane.
That is. You know, I was looking down through, I was trying to find some of the riders that we saw in the front of the pack in the 250 class. You know, Brandon Bellino back in the number 20 spot. We saw him do well in the 250 class a little.
Yep.
Race Hernandez, 22nd place. He did well in the first moto of the 250 class earlier today. Caleb Hagan, Gage Ripplinger, also another rider. He's back in 40th place right now. So this first moto of 450C, if we were expecting it to look anything like 250C, which I may have been a little bit, completely turned upside down right now.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at names like Jay Kinder. Unfortunately, sitting back in 38th, a bad start for him. Eli Abrek, 27th. That guy normally up front contender, normally gets good starts. That tells you how stiff this class is once you make it down here, man.
No doubt. And then you see the battles on the racetrack, and you see just how stiff things are. Grindstaff, DeHara, Schofield, Crisp, and Conkling have already come through. Well, make that Mitch Pratt now into 5th place. What happened to Conkling? Conkling might have been a rider that had some issues going off the track, but Pratt now is 5th. Caleb Adams in 6th. See what I'm talking about? It's changed so much. Cooper Abbott in 7th. Conkling 8th. Wyatt Fields in 9th. Julian Wojcik is 10th place. Those riders, many of them weren't even in the top 10 last lap around.
It's crazy. Both of us standing here pointing at timing and scoring instead of we're both pointing in amazement at what we're seeing here at the shakeup in this thing. And we're looking at 207 for our leaders, Grindstaff and Meyer DeHare. And sure enough, 209, 210, 210. These guys starting to really separate themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But what we saw in the middle of the pack, look at this, 217, 217, 217, 217, 240. Those guys are going to be in this thing for a while together.
Brandon Bellino up from the about 22nd place position, I believe it was, or was in the 20s there. Bellino anyway up to 15th now. Race Hernandez, he was running 22nd. He is now 20th, so he's gained a couple of spots out there. One rider I think we need to watch is the 24 Yamaha, Wyatt Fields. 211. Everybody else is 222, 217, 216. That rider's making some ground out right now as we speak and dissect these times on the board.
The next couple laps for him are going to be critical because the next 211 you see is Peyton Crisp in that number 4 position.
Exactly.
So each one of these guys is going to get harder to pass as he makes his way up. But there's 4 more spots to the next guy running a 211, so he's got a good shot and plenty of time.
Yeah, we got some riders getting things discombobulated out there and resorted themselves on the track, so we'll sort them out coming through here in a moment. Man, I tell you, it has changed a lot in the last lap and a half or so, but lap 4 wrapping up for Blake Grindstaff right now. That's the kind of lead he has. He had a 2.5 second lead over Chase DeHara at the end of lap number 3. At the end of lap number 4, Grindstaff has opened that up to 12.5 seconds. Oh, that might have been our rider that went down. Crisp.
That could be.
Yeah, because Crisp is now up in 4th place. Brennan Schofield checking at 12.5 seconds. So that explains it. So that was Crisp, I guess, that went down. And then Chase DeHara moves up to 3rd. Peyton Crisp is back to 4th. Michael Pratt in 5th. Cooper Abbott in 6th. Wyatt Fields now 7th. with a 2:14. So he's kind of hitting that wall. It's getting a little bit tougher to make passes, but we'll keep an eye on him. Where is Bellino? Up to 11th place now. Is he still in the 2:16 range? He's got a 2:19. Julian Wojciak just ahead of him. Actually, I'm going to put Brandon Bellino already in the 10th place position on board the 43 machine.
That's going to be a safe call right there. He's got the pace right now. And looking at time, we're about 5 minutes left in this thing. So it's going to start becoming a message right now. You're talking about 2:10. We're going to call it 2:15 lap time. Only a couple laps at that rate left. So going to see exactly how the white flag and two-lap card and white flag come into play on this one. Is it going to be 3? How many laps is it going to be? Because it's going to be a big difference to these guys running 1 second apart.
No doubt. As we pick up the action, here's a cluster of riders that we're keeping an eye on and trying to pick up on the numbers there real quick and so I can get you the right positions. The 22 machine, Alex Sykes. Yeah, this is the 8, 9, 10, and I believe 7th place positions that we're watching right now with Sykes, Wyatt Field, Zach Kreider, Julian Wojciak, and there's Brandon Bellino in the mix of that one as well. Now, Bellino, again, is that 43 Yamaha that we're watching out there.
Yeah, right behind them, I saw the number 65, Trevor Hazlett, was trying to make a move to the inside to get himself up there on the rear fender of Bellino, trying to get past Caden Shaw.
Well, 22, Alex Sykes under pressure now. I believe that's Kreider that may be putting that pressure on to make that pass on him. But there's been so many changes, I think, in this lap of racing amongst these riders. Again, it's just put them in the bag, shake them. Oh, little mistake there. That was the 92 machine of Wojciak making the mistake. So a few riders are going to get by him there, it looks like. So we'll reassess this top 10 for you coming up. It's going to be a lot different. Blake Grindstaff, DeHara, Peyton Crisp in 3rd, Brendan Schofield in the 4th place position. Pratt is still in the number 5 spot. Schofield's having some issues. He's laid out the anchor, it looks like, dropping to a 2:23 lap time. Wyatt Fields in 6th place. Cooper Abbott is 7th. Zach Kreider remains 8th. Trevor Hazlett now in the number 9 spot. Caden Shaw, the 41 machine, up to 10th. Brandon Bellino drops from 11th to 13th. Wojciak now from 10th to 12th. And Alex Sykes has been remaining pretty steady back there in that 11th spot.
Look at Johnny Tomkowitz. Wasn't he somewhere around 24th or 25th just a couple laps ago?
15th place.
Yeah, holy cow. Big strides for him. I mean, he was several positions back a little bit ago. He's dropped his time down to a 2:13 right now. Riders in front of him somewhere in that 2:16, 2:17 range. He's right there with Hernandez, who you just mentioned a moment ago.
Yeah, it looks like our whole shot award winner, Landon Powers, may be out of this one. He's all the way back in 41st place with only 2 laps complete of the leaders 5. So some craziness going on in this one. So we got Grindstaff, DeHara, Crisp looking like they're going for the Moto medals right now. We should probably be seeing a white flag maybe this next time around, or maybe it is the 2-lap board coming out. But basically what we're saying is, looking at this race coming to a close very soon here. Getting a look-see to see what's going on there as far as the call on the board today. White flag is what I've been told. And again, number 96, Blake Grindstaff, your leader. We're watching, I believe, here on screen now. That's the 18 machine, if I'm looking at that right. Owen Nelson there, the 39th place position, riding a KTM on that 18. Good to see Owen back out here out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. KB5 suspension, Mike's Auto Restoration, and Stacker MX bringing him along with Adrenaline Motorsports. Some memories being made. Man, look at those ruts.
Rodney.
That is gnarly, dude. I'm telling you. And like you said, those shadows have got to be playing havoc right now. Blake Grindstaff, though, they're not playing havoc any whatsoever on this guy. He's got a 16-second lead over second place. Another 10 seconds now back to the 3rd place position.
You absolutely read my mind. The exact words coming out of my mouth were, look at those ruts. And you absolutely said that. Look how choppy coming into the 10 Commandments right now. You see second place, I believe, working through. No, that's actually back to 3rd place. That's Crisp coming through. Wow, look at the the ruts on exiting that right-hand corner.
Yeah, those are deep. You know, remarkably, I mean, they seem to be pretty. I mean, you don't have a lot of hooks and stuff coming out of those lines. So I mean, they're very solid.
They're
lines.
pretty manageable. Yes.
They're very manageable. So
Absolutely.
if you know how to ride your bike, you can get in and out of them without much problem. That's for sure.
But let me tell you, that rut right there is hard to replicate all over the country with different types of soils, the hard pack, the sandy, the this or that. Man, when that thing develops like that, when it gets the walls that it has right there, that's a technique in its own. That's a specialized style of riding. And if you can't ride the ruts, man, I might as well save your money.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen lots of. I don't know. I tell you, especially for an amateur race, you don't see this caliber. And what it is, it's the result of the kind of racers that are racing.
Sure.
You got the first.
It's the caliber racer out there.
Yeah, and they make the racetrack what it is. I mean, the harder you ride on it, the more soil is going to be churned and the choppier it's going to get in each and every one of these classes. You know, it doesn't slow these. It's crazy. You see these 65 cc's out there. Sometimes looks like they're disappearing in some of those ruts, but they don't slow down any. We aren't slowing down any either as the checkers unfurl for Blake Grindstaff, and he takes the big moto win, the BP Fuels checkers here at Loretta Lynn's for the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. Chase Dahara, Meyer Dahara in the number 2 spot. Hayden Crisp in the number 3 position. Brennan Schofield checks in for 4th with Mitchell Pratt, the number 19, quietly in that 5th place position. I'll tell you what, man, he got out there. He worked for it early on. He got in that spot. He was never really challenged. He didn't challenge anyone too much, so he just kind of hung out. Now, keep an eye on him for the rest of the motos. If this rider can be good and consistent, you never know what this is going to yield for him. Wyatt Fields in 6th, Cooper Abbott in 7th, Zach Kreider in 8th, Trevor Hazlett in 9th, Hayden Shaw in 10th. And again, just keep an eye out. Just remember that name just for the end of the week. See what happens. Mitchell Pratt, 5th place in this 450C class.
And we've talked many times, talking about the championship chase, talking about what it takes in many of people's minds, and I might be one of those folks. I believe that number has to be 5 or lower in Moto number 1. I mean, if you're going to have a
Hey, we're ready down here, boys.
All right, let's take it on down to Jason Wygant.
All right, we got a win here for the number 96, Blake Grindstaff. Well, how was that one?
It's pretty good. I got off to a start, got to the lead, I think, end of the first lap or so, and just tried to be careful and ride smart and stay up the rest of the race.
Who do you want to thank?
All right, I'd like to thank my girlfriend, her dad, for helping me out and getting me here. Fly, Brewer Cycles, Works Connection, Total Control, Garnet, Scott, Mobius, EBC Brakes, and HPD Graphics.
All right, there it is. Let's hear it for Blake Grindstaff, everybody. Good job, Blake. Might need a hand with our podium speakers, boys. We had it going good for about 7 hours here. You never know. Looking for our 2nd and 3rd place finishers. 2nd place, come on up. Peyton Crisp was 3rd. Let's take our 2nd place finisher. All right, now we got it. 2nd place is Chase D. Herrera. Good stuff, Chase. Tell me about your moto.
Yeah, it was good. Got off to a pretty good start around like 5th. Made moves in the 2nd. Went down, got passed by 3rd, got the position back, and just rode it out to the end.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Mom, Dad, Black Hills Power Sports, KNC Environmental, CP Racing Team, Echo Landscape, 100%, everyone else, thank you.
All right, there it is. Let's hear it for Chase, finishing up in the number 2 spot and collecting the silver. Chase De Herrera. And Peyton Crisp will bring the Honda man on up for 3rd. I don't think our whole shot winner finished it. It was Powers, got the whole shot, but I think he did not finish the moto, so we'll send congrats out to him. He's got a whole shot award, but whenever he wants to go claim it. As for you, Peyton Crisp, you ended up 3rd. Let's hear it for him, Peyton Crisp. How was that?
It was good. It was rough.
Yeah, have you ridden tracks like this, or is there nothing quite like it?
Nothing quite like it at all.
Happy with the result?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Did better than I expected. I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, friends and family back home watching me, Foothills, Phoenix, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Peyton Crisp taking third in 450C. All right, we'll be right back. Check 1 2 1 2. They're on-ish.
Well, welcome back here trackside at Loretta Lynn's as our riders on the specialized sight lap for the women's class, as we've got 42 of the greatest, and Megan Watts said this is going to be good. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Number 12, Jessica Jeffrey out of Orlando, Florida. The number 13, Taylor Jones from Gray Court, South Carolina. Number 15, Brianna Sheltema from Caledonia, Michigan. The 16 of Nissa Ingersoll from Mexico, New York. Number 17, Hannah Hodges from Pearson, Florida. The 18 of Avon Silvestri out of Redwood City, California. 19, Lexi Dykeman from Forest Lake, Minnesota. The 21, Riley Castellou out of Lake Elsinore, California. Number 22, Cynthia McCowan out of Cheshire, Connecticut. The 23, Bryce Martinez from Bronson, Michigan. The 26, Maylee Lina out of Frederick, Colorado. The number 27 is Destiny Burgess from West Valley, Utah. Number 28, Katie Benson from Greer, South Carolina. The 29, Shanate Bergeron. He is out of Avon, Colorado. Number 31, Rayanna Mueller out of Coos Bay, Oregon. The number 34, Taylor Allred from West Jordan, Utah. Number 36 will be Jenna Schultes from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 37, Megan Gagnon from Orlando, Florida. 38 of Aurora Schmelian out of Fort Pierce, Florida. The number 39 of Hannah Bowl from Pollock, Missouri. Number 40 is Corey Steed from Beloit, Ohio. 44, Shelby Rowland from Blaine, Tennessee. 45, Samantha Peters out of Dallas, Texas. The 48 of Allie Welch from Westminster, Colorado. 49, Alicia Goggle from Asheville, North Carolina. The 51 of Melissa Broch from Thornton, Colorado. Number 52, Carrie Wilson out of North Chesterfield, Virginia. Also the 52, Kendall Miller from Dallas, Georgia. The 56, Sophia Phillips from St. George, Utah. The 58, Ashley Hall from Cameron, Oklahoma. The 59, Morgan Johnson from Indian Land, South Carolina. 60 of Lena Randolph from La Plata, Maryland. The 70 of Tressa Rao from Big Sky, Montana. 71, Madison Taylor is out of Emmett, Idaho. The 72, Jenna Jansen from Vail, Arizona. 77, Rusty Gates, love that name, out of Rainier, Oregon. The 81, Ignacio Riveras from Santiago, Chile. We got the 83, Brooke Whipple from Redmond, Washington. The 88 of Sienna Brown from Boise, Idaho. Landry Hazen, the number 90 from Bay City, Michigan. The number 95, Cameron Negrete from Lovelady, Texas. And the 99 of Brian Wolf from Franklin, Wisconsin. Now, I seen a name on here that Morgan Johnson, Indian Land, South Carolina. I know Morgan Johnson. I don't think that's the same one that races in the GNCC ATV and girls or women's classes out there, but it might be. Well, I thought she was an Ohio girl, but nonetheless, women's class coming up. We got big names in this one still. Whenever you look at down through the ranks, I seen Katie Benson's name out there. She could be a major player in this one. If memory serves me correct, I think she was here last year in this one. Corey Steed's out here in this one. Shelby Rowland. The amazing thing about this women's class and these three players right here, I say their names, and not because I know them as GNCC racers, because they are, but they are key players out here. Another rider I want to throw into that is Taylor Jones from Australia. Says here from Great Court, South Carolina, but she's actually from Australia. Yep. She is a Rockstar Husqvarna Moose Racing backed racer. She is a former WXC champion. Yep. That's a women's cross country champion. Now, she's been on the injured reserve. She's coming back from injury for the last couple of years or so, and she said, hey, you know, I want to do motocross, you know, things she didn't have. She's got a lot of focus on GNCC, but she wasn't winning the championship, so she says, hey, we're going for the moto side of things too. We're going to have some fun this year, and here she is out here ready to make things happen. So we got
outside that Saturday night, she's in our e-mountain bike race, right? Okay, out there pedaling these hills away and just taking it to them out there. Had some bad luck, I believe. Had a flat tire, was leading, I believe. And Taylor, just one of those gritty customers that is going to bring it 100% all the time. And conditioning, don't worry about that.
No.
Okay.
No, don't have to worry about conditioning. Gate down on this one, and we are off and rolling in this women's class here at Loretta Lynn's Moto 1.
Big hole shot.
Wouldn't be surprised. We'll see here. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
28, Katie Benson out of Greer, South Carolina. Triangle Cycles, Blue Crew, O'Neill, Monster Army, and FMF back ride. Remember last year, she had a really strong run in the women's class, and I can't remember. I think she may have come up short. She might have got it, but it was a tight one if she did. It was. Yeah.
Absolutely. A couple Kawasaki riders now trying to make a challenge coming through the outside of those 10 commandments. Caution flag down. A couple riders as you enter the commandments going down there early in that one.
So lap number 1 well underway, but look who's in the rear view mirror back there. The 34 of Taylor Allred. I seen her sneaking around out there. Allred out of West Jordan, Utah, is another factor in this class out of on a KTM Orange Brigade Monster Energy backed ride. So she's going to be a key player in this one, and getting together like this right off the start, this could bode well for us as race fans to get to see some great racing up front right off the bat.
Yeah, right away we got some key players, as you mentioned, up front. Each one of them is going to try to put in that sprint lap right now. Each one of them is going to try to get that early lead, put a little distance between them and the rest of the pack. But the problem is you've got about 12 to 14 women that have the same idea right now, Rodney, and they're all trying to make that same break as they come the first time. Look at this, a challenge for the lead right now.
Oh, yeah. Katie Benson out front. The 34 of Allred has already reeled in on that Orange Brigade KTM, the Blue Crew rider. And here we go. Kawasaki Team Green Riders coming up behind them. It looks like hard and fast. The number 40 being one of those back there in the number 3 spot of Corey Steed, Team Babbitt's Monster Energy Kawasaki Fly Racing XC Gear Racing Rider in that number 3 position, trying to chase him down. And I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to go ahead and say, ooh, Katie Benson, a little swap out there in front of the Blue Crew mechanics area, but she's still able to maintain the lead. 2 of the 3 girls that I said watch out for from the GNCC world are racing up front right now. Katie Benson being one of those. She's also an on-track school student, by the way. She is a star pupil there at on-track schools.
Look at Taylor Allred forcing that thing around right now, shoving that bike into the corners, making it stick in the rut. Coming through the Ten Commandments, tries to triple up out.
Man. Boy, Katie shut the door right there.
Absolutely. Benson had eyes on the back of her head, I can tell you that. Perfect timing. Just got the Yamaha in control of the race line, shut the KTM off. But here we go. Going to remount and come back at her again. Benson going to have her hands full in this one.
A literal Katie barred the door here at Loretta Lynn's as we head out into the Storyland as we exited the red zone. Now we're in Storyland and heading toward the waterworks. Katie Benson still out front. Looks like she's gained a little bit of real estate there through that section of the track after that pressure applied for Allred. Wow, she is launching right now.
She got on the gas so hard there, Rodney, that the front end literally pushed, or the rear end literally pushed the front end sideways. She was spinning so hard. That allowed Allred, though, to pull back up on her.
Well, I tell you, Allred very executed in every move that she's making out there. That triple out of the Ten Commandments was beautiful. And as we roll into this heart of this race course, she's pulling up side by side, coming into this big Thor sweeper around the Polysport pond. Let's see if she can close that gap up. Not maybe going to do it, but she's going to be in a good position coming into the Bermuda Triangle. See what kind of drive each one of these riders get out. Benson going to go to the outside. To the inside will go Allred.
There it is.
Yep, she threaded the needle, took the pass, and there you go. New leader, Taylor Allred out front, but can Katie Benson bounce back?
That was a calculated risk by Allred right there, and it paid off. Benson, as she got cut off, was not able to triple here just before the tunnel of unlove.
Sophia Phelps now into the number 3 spot. Corey Steed, the number 40, drops to 4th. Hannah Hodges, though, keep an eye on this gas rider, the number 17, up to 5th now. Ignacia Riveros is 6th. Brooke Whipple in 7th. Shelby Rowland in 8th. Alicia Gogol in 9th. And Brianne Wolf in 10th. And I got to tell you, was it Daytona ATV Supercross, if memory serves me correct? Shelby Rowland racing against the guys in the B class.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Should she been like 2nd or 3rd?
Oh, yes.
It was amazing. She had an amazing run there at Daytona. And we got one girl off hard there on the ground. I'm trying to look at the number on that one. That might be the 22, Yamaha of Cynthia McCowan out of Cheshire, Connecticut.
Look like she's up under her power right now. Yep.
She took a digger right there. There's no doubt that bike's all jacked up. I think her visor's missing up. She still got her visor, but wow.
They're trying to check her out. She's trying to get to that bike, Rodney. She's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Officials are talking with her off to the side of the track right now. She's telling them she wants to ride. They'll assess the situation here for a moment. Hopefully she's okay. But back out front, we're okay. Look at this. We got Hodges and Steed now going at it. This is for the 4th place position. Hodges on that gas machine making that pass, and now Steed is trying to fire back. So a lot of changes already taking place in the early part of this race. Katie Benson 2nd, Sophia Phelps in 3rd. The gap 5.3 seconds. Phelps running a 2:12. She was in some traffic. Benson was a 2:10, almost a 2:11. So Benson can't really rest on the morals there of 2nd place. She's got to try to keep on the rear wheel of Taylor Allred at this point and keep that gap between she and Phelps to hang on to that 2nd place position. But here's where a lot of the battle's going on. Steed and Hodges still going at it for that 4th place position as we head into the final turn. Steed going to keep that door closed on the inside line as we roll past the finish line here. This is for lap number 3 complete. Allred in, Phelps is in, Corey Steed up the 3rd. Benson dropping back to 5th. Hodges in 4th, and Katie Benson now 5th. So Corey Steed is 3rd, Hodges in 4th, Benson in the number 5 spot. And Don't count out Riveros either, the 81 back there in the 6th place position. I know she's coming gunning right now, looking to be a part of the action that's taking place just ahead of her.
Rodney, no matter where you look on the track, there is action. There is a battle of some kind. But I'm looking up here to this number 40, Corey Steed, Hannah Hodges behind her, and I'm thinking to myself, you talk about two hammerheads. You talk about two toughies that are going to just push themselves forward. Phelps about 8 seconds behind Taylor Allred right now. That is Benson.
Yeah, Benson is down.
Benson taking a soil sample right now.
She had an 8-second gap. I don't know if that's going to be enough to maintain the 3rd place position away from Steed. And with Steed comes Hodges and Benson as well. So that is to change the face of this race, I'm quite sure, as the 17 machine of Hodges. Has she gotten around? I believe she may have gotten around the 40 of Steed. Yes, she has gotten around the 40 now. So she is now into the 3rd place position, it appears.
What a great ride for Corey Steed, though. I'm telling you, she races many bikes. She's been part of the master of the Pit Mayhem. She was down at Ryan Sipes' place for some pit bike races. She does GNCC, Grand National Cross Country. She does amateur moto all over the country. Incredible ride here today for Corey Steed.
Yeah, I think it was really cool. We were at the Ironman Raceway for the Hoosier GNCC earlier this year. Travis Pastrana came out. Ryan Sipes was there. They were racing. They raced against the girls in the morning, the WXC class, which, by the way, the girls waxed them, which Becca Sheets was the points leader and Corey Steed. And then they loaded up in a transporter. Travis Pastrana had a transport ready for them. They loaded up in a bus, and they went down to Kevin Wyndham's place that began a week long of just craziness there that I believe has already been aired on television, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely, yep.
So that was really cool. It all started at the Ironman GNCC, though. I thought that was really cool. But right now, what's really cool is Allred, Phelps, Hodges up the 3rd, Corey Steed in the 4th place position. Ignacio Viveras gets around Katie Benson after the tip over. Benson now in 6th, Brooke Whipple in 7th, Shelley Brolin steadily in the 8th place position, Elisa Goggle in 9th, and Taylor Jones. There's Taylor Jones, former
in the mix.
GNCC WXC winner and champion, up to now 9th place as she gets around Alyssa Goggle there at the end of lap 4. Goggle dropping off to the number 10 spot.
I want to see this next lap time. Hodges, now that she's got around Steed, it looks like Hodges is really starting to really pour the coals to it, picking up the pace a bit. She was at 2:15 last time around. 2:13 for your leaders, Allred and Sophia Phelps. I want to see if Hodges is closer to matching that lap time, because it looks like she has definitely picked up the pace.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Taylor Allred's got a 2:09 at least in her. She had a 2:09.250 there on lap number 2 to give her that little bit of buffer, that 8.5-second gap back to the number 2 spot. So we'll see whether or not she's going to have to dig deep and run that kind of lap again. We'll see whether or not Hannah Hodges has that kind of lap time now that she's got a little free air ahead of her and able to stretch her legs and put her own laps down out there as we are working on lap number 5. You look at the race clock right now. I think the race clock is stuck.
It is.
So take 8. We're probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 7 minutes or so. So with that, 7 minutes, 6 minutes or so, we're just a few laps away from the end of this one.
Yeah, that thing's showing 4 laps on this side where the clock has stopped. We're 4 laps over here. Take another 2 laps off of that, or 2 minutes off of that, as you said. Going to be about 7 minutes. That's going to leave us with possibly 2.5 to 3 laps left.
Yeah, so we'll watch. And that is a lot of math.
That's the way I'm able to do it. I can't do math unless there's a dollar sign in front of us. So I just calculate laps as dollars.
And I got to have tenths and thousandths and things like that.
Yeah, I don't need all that.
Thousands, yeah. It's got to be like 0.00s. There's got to be 0.3 numbers after that. All right, 5 laps down. Allred, Phelps, Hodges. Wow, Hodges. A 2:17 with the free air ahead of her. Now, she might be in some lap traffic, so that could have slowed her down some. But Sophia Phelps still running a 2:14 without any pressure being applied to her right now. 7.2 seconds between she and Allred. She gains a little bit of time on her, not a whole lot, but the important thing is the gap that she maintains between herself and the third place ride of Hannah Hodges. Corey Steed still within striking distance, but here comes Ignacio Rivera's 2 seconds or so behind Corey Steed and nearly 2 seconds faster. So that battle for fourth place is going to get pretty interesting if this continues to be the pace that these riders are going to run. Katie Benson's still back in 6th, Brooke Whipple 7th, Shelby Rowland in 8th. No changes for her. Taylor Jones is up to 9th. She's looking at an 8-second deficit between herself and Rowland in the 8th place position, so we'll see if she can bridge that gap here in the next lap or two and maybe put some pressure on Rowland, which could ignite and excite a pretty good battle in the latter half of the top 10 of this women's class.
I tell you right now, I'm going to take a quick look. I still think we're a little bit behind on that race clock right there. Well, now it's ticking. There we go. So we are down about 7 minutes. I still got to wonder if that's correct. I'm going to take a look over the balcony here, see if we do see a 2-lap card or not.
So 5 laps down. Taylor Allred leading this one by 7.2. We should be seeing her check in for 6th lap here pretty soon. So probably be coming around. They might have a 2-lap board or so this time around, but we'll check as these leaders work their way into the final turn here. No 2-lap boards out yet. Didn't anticipate that, but I think they'll probably be coming out this next time around. And again, I'm not the mathematician that Megawatt is, but I do enjoy a good race, and we'll call her right down to the end no matter how long she rolls here. Again, Taylor Jones trying to keep an eye on that 9th place position. Our 6th lap have been completed. Allred, Phelps, Hodges. Hodges now 13 seconds back. Wow, Phelps is really keeping and maintaining a great pace out there. 2:13 that time around. She clips off another almost second off the time of Taylor Allred, 6.2. Now, Allred, if she makes a mistake, gets in some of this lap traffic, Sophia Phelps might be able to sneak one in there and close that gap up quicker than what Allred expects and anticipates. Meanwhile, Hodges 13.2 seconds back in 3rd. Steed is closing the gap up on her right now, so this is going to get interesting. We still might see Steed on the podium with a bronze.
She just looked pretty aggressive going by here a minute ago, Rodney, and I got to tell you, I was confused. I went out there and they had the halfway flags crossed over just a moment ago. It must have been lap number 5, maybe. I don't know if it's going to be a 10-lap race. We're still showing
8 or 9, I think. I think we'll be more in the neighborhood of 9.
I think we're going to be in the neighborhood, right about 9 laps.
So maybe the race clock is right. Maybe we just calculated wrong. You got the dollar signs in the wrong place, Megawatt.
Somebody down on the Yamaha Peristyle, and you know what? We might have, to be quite honest with you.
So, well, good news for the girls out there that are racing this, and especially riders like Taylor Jones and Katie Benson. What happened to Rowland getting up to 7th place? She makes the pass on Katie Benson. Benson having some problems. She drops to a 2:29 that time. Now, Jones about 4 seconds behind her, which puts her about 6 seconds behind Shelby Rowland when we look at the clock. So I'm still looking for a race to tighten up there. Landry Hazen's in 10th for the number 90 Gas. Brianna Sheltima back there in the 11th place position. It's starting to heat up there in the latter part of that top 10. And I'm telling you, before these checkers fly, that's where we're going to see some pretty exciting battling, I think.
You're 100% right. They keep the camera on Corey Steed right here. Corey got a good ride going on. Good solid position, sitting right there in that 4th position. And look, right ahead of her, you're able to get a look at Hannah Hodges and Sophia Phelps, I believe.
Yeah, Phelps Hodges about 16 seconds back of Phelps. So we're not seeing Phelps right now in front of Hodges.
We go, yep.
Corey Steed, 2.7 seconds back, 2:17 that time around. So I'm sure, having some traffic to deal with out there.
But that is Hannah Hodges just ahead of her.
Yeah.
So she's got her sights on that number 17 machine right now. That's what she's using as the pace. That's the next obstacle in the way.
There's Hodges right there going through the turn, headed toward the Kemetic Bowl turn and the 10 Commandments. Wow.
Look at those ruts, Jason. I mean, absolutely, there's no way to replicate that at home. Okay, you don't have enough friends to come over and ride your track and make it look like that. And the friends you do have aren't fast enough to make it look like that. I'm talking about I'm talking about maybe my neck of the woods or whatever.
We're talking about the weeds. He's got friends like Grant Langston and those guys.
Just dig me some ruts.
Yeah, but both of his friends are still not going to make it look like that. There's no way.
Wow.
He has to break a sweat. That guy's not doing it.
Jason, count me out, friend. Count me out.
I joke with my buddy GL.
No worries.
We have all these South Africans that are trainers.
Sure.
Living and dying on the fitness thing.
Exactly.
And there's GL. That's not his part of the game. Okay. He's been there, done it. He's my buddy. It's a pretty good battle here coming down. Hannah Hodges making a little threat. Corey Steedy behind her. Ignacia Riveros there in 5th. Katie Benson had the tip over earlier. She's back to 6th. Brooke Whipple 7th. Shelby Rowland, Taylor Jones, and Landry Hazen rounding out the top 10. Taylor Allred looking to finish this one off. Pretty cool. Taylor Allred's actually, she's been down under the tent all week. Working she rides for the KTM Orange Brigade. But she's also been doing some work for them as well. Trying to prepare maybe an industry role later on. Just picking up some experience and working with some of the other riders. So not just focused on her own racing, but already looking toward the future. But the most important part right now is to get some moto wins.
There you go. 2 minutes away from a checker flag. I think we'll probably be seeing, yep, white flag is out right now. So Jason making his way out and back down to the podium. He interviews him and comes back up and then turns around and goes right back. We need to put him a desk down there, I think. Allred in control of this one. It was pretty exciting, if you remember. Katie Benson. Ooh, Benson now.
If you remember clear back at the start of this one.
Yeah. Katie Benson had a good race going, and she had fallen back all the way to 6th place. Look at this. She's back up to 4th place. She's around Steed now. Steed dropping back to 5th place. Riveros now 6th. I don't know what happened there, but I would imagine maybe Steed and Riveros getting together. Brooke Whipple still in 7th. Shelby Rowland back to 8th. Taylor Jones is still steady in 9th, but she's less than a second behind Rowland for the 8th place position heading into this final lap of racing.
And Landry Hazen rounding out your top 10 of all things. You know, are you kidding me?
And what did I say? It was going to get exciting there in that latter part of the top 10, and that's what we're looking at. Less than a second battle going on between Jones right now and Rowland. Brooke Whipple not far ahead of that either, as Taylor Allred riding the ride the dreams are made of, we always like to say, as she has this first moto seemingly in the bag right now as she makes her way into the heart of Loretta Lynn's once more. And of course that Thor sweeper turn around Polysport Pond as she heads for the Bermuda Triangle, and the hard left hand turn that gives her the drive home and a Moto 1 win. Wow. Fist pumps in the air from the fans around the track. And Taylor Allred has done it. Taylor Allred is a Moto 1 winner here at Loretta Lynn's.
Impressive. Absolutely impressive.
Sophia Phelps was 1.7 seconds back. She was closing that gap up on her, but not enough. 22 seconds back would be Hannah Hodges on the gas. We'll keep an eye on that. Katie Benson, Corey Steed, Ignacio Riveros. And what's going to happen here at the checkers? We're still waiting. We had 20, probably. There's 30 seconds now checking in. Hannah Hodges hangs on for 3rd. Valiant effort, great ride for her. She had to really work her way up through the pack. She was on the gas, no doubt. Katie Benson, the 28 machine, holding on for a 4th place position. Corey Steed in 5th. Shelby Rowland finishes up in 6th as she gets around Ignacia Riveros, who finishes 7th. Brooke Whipple in 8th, and Taylor Jones. Will Taylor hang on? Yeah, Taylor holds on for 9th in Moto number 1, and Landry Hazen will hold on for the 10th place position. So that's your top 10 in women's Moto number 1. Taylor Allred, fastest lap time too at a 209.250, and we head down to the winner's circle here with Jason Wygant.
Hey, I appreciate the top 10 rundown, but do you know who got the whole shot in that one?
Yes, I believe that I do.
We'll let Rodney think on this. Meanwhile, while Rodney thinks, I will congratulate our Moto 1 winner of the women's class. It's here for Taylor Allred. Now, look, good job with the racing, but you've been pretty busy today, picking up some extra work.
Yep, I decided to help Nathan Ramsey out a little bit with the OB team. And, between racing and everything, it's fun. Keeps me going.
Didn't waste too much energy helping out the other riders. You're good?
Always.
How'd that moto go?
It went good. I got off to a decent start. I have a little bit of an injury going on, so I'm just trying to push my hardest and not try and overhurt anymore, but felt pretty good considering the circumstances.
Who do you want to thank?
The whole KTM Orange Brigade crew, my mom, my dad, Fly, Dunlop, Scott, FMF, and just everyone else. Thank you so much.
All right, Taylor Allred wins moto number 1 in the women's class. We'll look for Sophia Phelps to come up in the number 2 spot. And she has a silver medal. Come around front here, Sophia. Good to see you again. Second place, Sophia Phelps. All right, got some fans here. How was that moto for you?
It was fantastic. I had a great time out there. The track is really fun, and my bike handled great over everything. All of the shop, my factory connection stuff was great over it, and it was a spectacular moto. I'm just blessed to be out racing with these amazing people.
Is it possible for you to say something negative? Do you have anything negative to say at all?
Yes, I do. Like, I probably should have just gone a little bit faster, but everyone can do that, right?
Just that easy.
Just trying to keep it positive, trying to keep the vibes high this week. That's something I messed up before, so we're trying to keep the good vibes.
I can sense it. You got me pumped up here. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my parents and my other family that's here staying with us, and my goggle crew, Liz and Elle. I'd like to thank Kawasaki, Rocky Mountain, ATV MC, Fast Company, Fly, Fast Lane Precision, Blended Up, CrossFit Dixie, Scott, and ARC, as well as anyone else. Thank you so much.
Sophia Phelps, keeping it positive. Second place. Good job. It's good advice. Just go a little faster everywhere. Everybody, listen up. We'll look for our third place finisher, Hannah Hodges, on the gas. Here she comes. Good to see Hannah here at Loretta's. Been on this podium many, many times through the years. Let's hear it for the number 17, Hannah Hodges. Always good to see you. It's like anniversary time. If we have an official podium, if we get Hannah Hodges on it. How was that moto for you?
It wasn't ideal. We're going to go back and make some changes and try and come back better for the second moto, but it's a long race weekend, so third puts us up here.
Yep. Yeah, you're in position. Who do you want to thank?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe, my mom and dad, the Moto Shop, Jake, my aunt, Troy Designs, Alpine Star, Scott, Dunlop, Renthal, Power Band, and anyone else I forgot. Thank you very much.
All right. Hannah Hodges taking third in the women's class. And Rodney, if you ever come up with a whole shot winner, you let me know, buddy.
Yeah, Katie Benson, I'm pretty sure 28, that's what.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we did have Benson out front. She tipped over. Oh, they just gave her the award down there. She's good. Hey, Katie, if you want to come up and talk about it, come on up. Yeah, sure. So she got the award already, but let's let her talk about it as we fire it up for our next class. All right, little crash, no problem. She's all right. Let's hear it for the 28, Katie Benson, whole shot winner. Well, we'll let you thank some people real fast.
My mom, my dad, my grandfather, Jess, thank you so much, Heavy D, Blue Crew, Triangle, Yamaha, Dunlop, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
Stasic Whole Shot Award, Katie Benson. Take it away. Thanks, Rodney.
All right, thank you very much, Jason Wygant. As we go to the college 18 to 24-year-old class, you know, I think I have to say this may be some of my favorite classes in racing. There's such a variety of talent that you see in this pool of riders, narrowed down to 18 to 24-year-old riders, including 57 from Chester, Virginia, will be Corey Rogers. The 62, Jacob Ingram from Penfield, Pennsylvania. 63, Colton Gorby from Challery, Pennsylvania. The number 64, Nick Igo from Brooklyn, Mississippi. Number 70, Madison Booth from Bennettsville, South Carolina. 71, Griffin Maxwell from Jamestown, Ohio. Number 74, Ryland Smith from Sharpsburg, Georgia. Number 76, Micah Matthews from Saline, Louisiana. 77, Jackson Gray from Forsyth, Georgia. Number 82, Hayden Justice out of Chesterfield, South Carolina. The 85, Boston Boots from Far West, Utah. The 88, Eddie Norret Jr. out of Rockford, Illinois. 89, Noah Chambers from Oxford, Pennsylvania. The 96 of Preston Taylor from Hastings, Nebraska. The number 98, Wade Hoffman out of Clinton, Colorado. And McCoy Bro is the number 34 from Kaysville, Utah. The number 36, Luke Calatsian out of Sun Valley, California. The number 37, Grant Gaspari from Salt Lake City, Utah. Number 38, Rylan Munson from Oxford, Florida. Number 39, Justin Coquinos from Hanover, Massachusetts. The 41, Cameron Dufont from Pelham, New Hampshire. Number 42, Bryce Hammond from Pleasanton, California. 43, Brandon Mason from Lago Vista, Texas. The 47, Trey Fager from Raleigh, North Carolina. 51, Bryce Lizarraga from Kennerdale, Texas. 52, Alex Jorgensen from Cairo, Georgia. 53, Christopher Blackmer from Muskegon, Michigan. The 56 of Alessio Sasso from Poway, California. Drake Bailey out of Shawneetown, Illinois on the number 15. The 17 of Hunter Cross from Discovery Bay, California. 18 is Brian DeReuter from Escalon, California. The number 20 of Chase Baldwin from St. George, Utah. 21, Ashton Bloxham from Terrell, Texas. The 22, Jordan Fancher from West Blockton, Alabama. 23, Alex Panzarella from Partysville, Pennsylvania. 25, Spencer Winter from Waverly, Tennessee. That's a hometown boy. That guy right there from right here out of Waverly, just up the road. 26, Jay Sean Porter from Marietta, South Carolina. 27, Shad Alkelberger from Anderson, California. 30 was Riley Allen from Kennedale, Texas. 31, Taylor Grail from Fort Dodge, Iowa. 32, Brandon Gray from Lewisburg, Ohio. And 33, Nolan Dickinson from Cherry Valley, Illinois. Now, I got to ask you the question. You live in Waverly, Tennessee. Your address is within 5-10 miles of the Dude Ranch. Do you stay at the ranch during the week of the race, or do you sleep in your own bed?
I sleep in my own bed.
I'll
tell you that right now.
Isn't that crazy to think the Amateur National Championship, the biggest amateur motocross race in the world, you get to sleep in your own bed the night before the race, and you get up, and it's like driving to school or something in the morning, you know?
Absolutely. That's insane. I don't remember really the last time we saw Waverly. Of course, we see some really close stuff, 30 minutes or so. But Waverly address, like you said, let me tell you something. I'm going to have silence. It's going to be quiet. I'm going to be in my bed and going to get up and use my shower in the morning. And
I'm going to have my buddies out at the motorhomes of all my competitors.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding. But
we'll be driving by with fireworks all night, man. Absolutely.
But in all honesty, I mean, that would be cool to be able to do it. But, you know, I mean, you know, do you get the full experience that way? I mean, I guess if you're here for the order of business of racing, that's one thing. If you're here for the order of the experience, that's another thing.
You've got the campsite here. You have to have a pit. So you got a campsite. You're not bringing a bike in and out of here every day through the gate and this and that. So you have to have a place here to work on it, maintain it. So I'm not going to load it up each and every day and bring it back.
It's like staying at a hotel or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. But better. Home cooked
only better, yeah, for sure.
Home cooked meals.
Matter of fact, that sounds about as good as it gets. So.
Again, if you're wondering who we're talking about, it's Spencer Winter, the number 25 from out of Waverly, Tennessee. He's backed by Napa of McEwen, Graham KTM, Real Deal, and Jake Lowry. So those are his sponsors. 22
That's
years
awesome.
old. Yeah, that is. All right, from our wireless cable cam high above the starting line, here we go. We are off and rolling. And I did not catch a number, but I believe we may have that's the 36.
Yes, 36.
36, Luke Calatsian out of Sun Valley, California on the Honda-backed Honda. He is backed by Liat, also Dunlop, FMF, Factory Effects, Motul, Moto E, Clover Hill, and Mitchell Brothers Concrete, just to name a few. Luke Calatsian, the Honda rider from Sun Valley, California, the Stasic Stability Cycle Whole Shot Award winner.
Calatsian, don't want to say discovered by, don't want to say that, but Tony Alessi, a big impact on Calatsian's rise to success and his recent success. Want to send a shout out to old man Calatsian. Love that guy, dude. He's hardcore. That guy's a player for sure. Love him.
So here we go, getting it all sorted out. The 53 machine back in the number 2 spot there. I believe that is Chris Blackmer out of Muskegon, Michigan on the Moto X compound. Hayes Camp Transport Sheet Metal Workers local number 7 backed machine.
Wow, Calatsian just grabbing a handful as he lands, entering the beach back there. But I tell you what, he's got company.
There's reason he's grabbing a handful of it.
He's got company.
He does, and they're coming with a vengeance right now, right behind him. They are not relinquishing any efforts whatsoever as we roll into the heart of this race course, into the Thor sweeper turn around Polysport Plum. Man, they are all over the place. This track is brutal right now, Megawatt.
Absolutely cleared for landing, dropping that thing out of like the 4th-story window there behind the Polysport Pond, bringing lap number 1 to an end. Kalatian got his hands full. Kalatian gets the lead, actually had the whole shot, gets credit for the lead on the first lap there. But Christopher Blackham, man, he's coming, and so is Justin Kokinos.
Kokinos is going to be another one to keep an eye on the gas. These riders that seem to have gone into obscurity for a year or two, suddenly re-emerging, and so many of them on the gas brand, as Kokinos in number 3 spot, 1.3 seconds back. Hunter Cross, the Yamaha ride, number 17 in 4th. Jace Baldwin in 5th. Alex Jorgensen, the 52 in 6th. Spencer Winter in 7th. Riley Allen in 8th. Drake Bailey in 9th. Jordan Fancher rounds out your top 10.
Kalatian right now not getting a very big break here, not getting a lot of breathing room, but really starting to shape up the battle between Blackham and Kokinos, starting to tighten up. Look at this. Now we've got, it looks like Hunter Cross trying to get up there and put himself in that number 3 position as well.
Wow, so this is far from over. I tell you, these first 3 laps are going to be so intense. By the time we get to lap 5, we're going to think the thing is over, and we're only halfway there.
Exactly. Now look here. The 39, yeah, that's Kokinos. He's got his hands full. Looks like that's probably Hunter Cross on that Yamaha trying to make the move on him. Now he's going to go inside. Cross can't make it happen. But I tell you, now look at this battle back up front again. Blackham and Kalatian. Kalatian trying to guard that inside. Blackham, man, grabs a handful on that number 53 machine. Can't close the distance right there, but Kalatian knows he's there. Whoa,
Blackham down.
And Blackham catches a fork leg, I believe.
Yeah.
It was a fork leg, caught that inside rut, took the bars right out of his hands on the turf.
Just kind of just washed right out on him right there. So Blackmer dropping back a few positions. That should open the way and give me to Justin Kokinos. Hunter Cross now up to the number 3 spot. That should move Jace Baldwin up, and maybe Jorgensen as well into the number 5 position. I know Blackburn got back up pretty quick. We'll see if he was able to do that in 6th or better, or how far he did drop back. Kokinos is through. Hunter Cross is through. Blackmer, wow, got up a little quicker than what I thought. He's back up in a 4th place position by the time that's all said and done. Jace Baldwin now in the number 5 spot. Riley Allen in 6th. Spencer Winter in 7th. Alex Jorgensen dropping a few spots there to 8th place position. I saw Eddie Norrit Jr. in 12th a lap ago. He is 9th now aboard the 88. Drake Bailey, the number 15, rounds out your top 10. And checking through the rest of the top 20 for you real quick after 2. Jackson Gray in 11th. Griffin Maxwell, the 71 and 12th. Jordan Fanch at the 22 and 13th. Corey Rogers, the 57 and 14th. Alicio Sasso, the 56 and 15th. 47, Trey Fagert in 16th. 17th, the 23 of Alan Panzarella. 18th, the 76, Micah Matthews. 19th, Boston Boots aboard the 85. And 20th is the 21 of Ashley Boxham to round out the top 20. Justin Kokinos, your fastest rider on the racetrack on lap number 2 with a 2:01.673. He's got 2.1 seconds to bridge between himself and Kalatian in the number 1 spot, but that right there has been bridged.
It is absolutely less than that, Rodney. It's about 1/10 of a second between the two right now. Kokinos picked up the pace on lap number 2, closed the gap between he and Kalatian. Kalatian protecting that inside line again, but watch this. Here comes Kokinos. Whoa, follows him through on the line. Thought he was going to try the slingshot one more time. Not able to do that. Kalatian gets a big bounce, has to dog paddle through the inside line. Can he keep the drive? He looks over Kokinos. Kokinos going to rail this outside. Both of them send it down into the deep sand, Rodney.
I don't see how he's doing it, but I believe Kalatian, no, he's not going to. I thought he was going to. Maybe he did. Maybe he will. Nope. It's going to be Kokinos making the pass on him there. There for a moment, I thought Kalatian was going to be able to pull that one out of his hat. And I don't know how he's going to do it, especially after that little dog paddle coming through the turn over there. I mean, he slowed down quite a bit. But wow, the pressure being applied by Kokinos. He moves into the number 1 spot. Kalatian trying to late chase right now. But back there in the number 3 spot, the 17 of Hunter Cross, a 2:03.4 lap time. He's right there in the neighborhood. But wow, Kokinos just popped off. Look at this. a 2-minute lap time right there.
Right.
2 minute .756. That was a full 3 seconds faster than anybody else on the track, except for Chris Blackmer, who's trying to make up ground back and forth.
And we're at 20 after 5 in the afternoon, turning that 2 minutes. That track out there right now is rougher than a night in jail, Rodney. When you take a look at this thing, it is absolutely brutal. Look overhead going into that turn, that right-hander before the midsection of the course. Not a smooth line on this track left anymore. If you notice, Kalatsian and Kokinos both overriding that bike just a bit. You see the rear end kicking out. That top traction starting to go away, and you're down to that hard pack now, and it is slick as glass, Rodney.
Down to the church dirt, as they like to call it here at Loretta Lynn's. I mean, they bring a lot of things in. You know, in years past, we've seen the mixture of, well, it used to be sawdust, and then they started bringing in a little sand and mixing it with some sawdust, and then it was sawdust and sand. Then all of a sudden it was all sand they were bringing in. This year they brought back a lot of sawdust, so there's only a few sections that actually got treated with the sand this year. So there's still a sand consistency in some of the soil, but there's a lot of that sawdust out there. So, you know, this track's breaking down even differently this year.
Oh, yeah.
And I love it. I mean, I love what the different textures do, but like you said, once you get down to that chert dirt, it's all over, man. It's hard pack down there.
That's it, man. Get that bit of traction to wrap around those knobs. It's wiped off. Everything now, you're getting a rubber layer applied to it. You know, you're just getting in there spinning that rear wheel. And let me tell you, as you see, easy to lose the front end here a couple laps ago. We saw that happen.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the evolution of this race course here. Wow, man, look at this. That cutie has just launched it. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's got to be Jorgensen back there. Either that or Jackson Gray. I don't know if that was Jackson Gray. Maybe even Norred. These guys, these are names that I expected to see in the top 10 that haven't made it out there yet. So let's see what's going on there. That might have been Gray or Norred.
I think it was Greg.
Yeah, the 77 Husqvarna rider. I think that was the rider we just seen launch big time into that number 7 spot aboard the 77. Norred dropping to 8th aboard the 88. Jorgensen now 9th aboard the 52. So yeah, that was Gray.
Yeah,
Maxwell, the 71, rounding out the top 10.
When Nord and Jorgensen come through here a second ago, I think they were literally touching foot pegs. It looked like Kawasaki on Kawasaki crime, dude. It was awful, man. I thought both of them were going to hit the deck. Those guys were basically connected at the handlebar.
Man, a 5-rider shootout going on right now.
Still, those guys still connected.
Yeah, it's very tight. This is the battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th place position are battling right there.
And the intensity level is the same as the guys up front. The speed might not be there, the lap time might not be there right now, but the intensity is certainly the same for 13th place as it is the lead right now.
It is. It may be even a little more intense right now. Now, Kokino's in that 201 range right now. He's not looked, but I'm impressed. Kalatsian keeping him honest at only 2 seconds ahead of him. Hunter Cross another 2.9 back in the number 3 spot. Chris Blackmer 4 seconds back in 4th, and then it's 10 seconds back, and then of course back to that 8th place position where we're watching this battle going on right now. Ooh.
I tell you, man, that thing is absolutely brutal.
I can't tell who is where right now. Let's see if we can reassess this right now. That's McCoy.
That's 71 right there. So that's Maxwell we were talking about just a moment ago. And the battle is just in front of him with Nord and Gray.
So here they come. They're in the infield now, right here in front of the Polysport pond as they circle the way here.
So Kokinos, Cross, and Blackham already through.
Yeah, I think that's Griffin Maxwell. Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Kalatsian giving up a couple spots last time around. Baldwin making his way past, as well as Jackson Gray, and now McCoy Bro. Oh, man, Kalatsian.
See, I didn't know what happened. I thought I was completely off when I seen that 34, but that is McCoy Bro, or Bruff, and Griffin Maxwell. They're up to the 7th and 8th place positions now. They've gotten around Eddie Norrid, Alex Jorgensen, both. Kalatsian, what's going on there? He's dropped back.
That tells me that's the Honda I saw sitting off the side of the track over by the 10 Commandments. I couldn't get the read on it last time around.
Right.
But he was sitting there. That had to be Kalatsian. Absolutely had to be.
Kalatsian out of this one. He was keeping Kokino's very honest, only a couple of seconds behind. Now Hunter Cross checks in 5th, about 4.2 seconds back. about a second, half a second, 3/4 of a second faster. I don't expect to see a lot of things chipped away. But look at that. Chris Blackmer is now into the 3rd place position. Talk about a good, consistent ride for him. He was really stout at the beginning of the race, and then he just kind of settled into his pace, and it's all paying off. Riley Allen is 4th, Chase Baldwin in 5th, Jackson Gray up to 6th now, McCoy Bro in 7th, Griffin Maxwell in 8th, Drake Bailey in 9th, and Eddie Nored now in the number 10 spot with Alex Jorgensen in 11th. Spencer Winter is 12th, Alessio Sasso 13th, Jordan Fancher 14th. Brian DeRuyter rounds out your top 15.
Is it me, or is it just Blackmer working super hard out there, man, making it happen? Take a look at him sitting in that 3rd place. He's got the lap time to go with it. He's 4 seconds faster, 2 seconds faster than some of the guys behind him. But sitting there matching that time with Cross, and Kokino's slowing up. Look, there's a lot of time left.
Look, he just popped off a 2-minute .918. That's the 2nd fastest lap of the moto. Kokino's did that on lap number 3. He does it on lap number 6. Is only 0.2 of a second slower than what Justin Kokino's was.
I just got done saying it, man. Watch Blackmer. All you got to do is keep an eye on this guy. You could see the intensity level. You could see the pace increasing with him as we get later into this race right here. We're 6 laps in. I'd say this thing's probably going to go 9 is what I'm thinking. We're probably going to see a 2-lap card, maybe one more lap around.
Well, I tell you, Blackmer doing the math, and I think he's playing the odds out here, to be honest with you. Didn't get probably the start he was looking for, but found his place in position where he was, and knowing, this ties in with the sports psychology that we're talking about that's going to be coming up tonight. I think that maybe Blackmer might be using some sort of psychological mindset that he's trying to put himself into in this moto, and if that's the case, I mean, that's exactly, I kind of got that feeling in the beginning. It was way he was charging at the beginning, and then he just kind of settled into that pace and stayed right there, didn't let those guys get away, but also didn't overpush it either.
Excellent point, Rodney. I mean, that observation is spot on, and I have to believe that's accurate.
So, wow, good riding there, a smart ride. The word racecraft that is thrown around so much obviously applies in this circumstance, I believe. 6 laps into this one, Kokino still your fastest rider at 2 minutes .756, but again, a 2-minute .918 by Chris Blackmer at lap number 6 in this one. We're working on lap number 7. There is the 34 machine that we're watching, McCoy Bro, another rider that's making up some time. He and Jackson Gray working their way up into a top 5 position battle now. They got Riley Allen just ahead of him. Man, where's Gray and Bro coming from? I mean, those boys were way outside the top 10 in the early part of this moto.
Yeah, they were deep into the teens anyways, I can tell you that, if not into the 20s. There come the leaders right now. Blackmer, did he take a second off of it? Weren't we about 5.4?
Yeah, so 2:05. Well, Kokino slows down to a 2:05.
I meant the gap, sorry.
Yeah, and a 2:03 for Blackmer, so that does kind of close that gap up a little bit. Hunter Cross, a 2:14.
Definitely having a swap or missed a corner there, something on that one for sure.
Yeah.
But look at Riley Allen. He's stepping back up. Or look at McCoy Bro.
No, wait a minute. Blackmer's up to 2nd now.
Yeah.
He was 3rd.
Right.
He's 3rd.
So
he got around,
He passed Hunter Cross.
Yeah, so that's why the gap changed.
That's where that's what's going on with the math. That's what's happening with the math. That's new math.
That's new math right there. Hunter Cross is 3rd. McCoy Bro up to 4th. Jackson Gray in 5th. Folks, 4 laps ago, Bro and Gray were both outside the top 10.
Absolutely.
Both were outside the top 10. They are now putting themselves in position. Well, they're 15 seconds out of a top 3 position, but my gosh, man, with a ride like that, they deserve big pats on the back whenever they head into the tents here in a few moments.
Definitely a couple laps left. Bro, 2:02, man, that guy's got time right now. If you're that much quicker than the guy ahead of you.
Yeah, Cross especially, a 2:14 that last time. So if Cross doesn't pick his pace back up to race pace that we saw him there a little bit ago, then we may see a big change on the horizon right here once again. And what kind of story would that be for the 34 to tell about his ride here today, man?
Oh, yeah, when you talk about memories, when you go home and you talk about being in mid-20s or so, 20th position, and working your way up into that top 3 by the end of this moto in today's conditions, man, that's an accomplishment beyond itself.
Well, Chris Blackmer just ahead of this rider right here, about 10 seconds. Hunter Cross is what we're looking at there. McCoy Bro in the 4th place position. So honestly, I'm not going to say that Hunter Cross looks like he's slowed down, but he doesn't look like he's pushing it like he was. I think that 15-second gap is something that he's taking advantage of right now. Let's see, as we check back to third place position now, it was 10 seconds back to the number 17 Yamaha ride of Hunter Cross. He checks in now 16.8, almost 17 seconds back is McCoy Bro and Jackson Gray, 2:02, 6.9 seconds. So 7 seconds. He's 8 seconds faster. So in theory, next time around, McCoy Bro could be battling, if not in the number 3 position, unless someone gives Hunter Cross the board to tell him to pick it back up, because he just turned another 2:10 lap time. The gap is really tightening up here. McCoy Bro is not letting off the gas on this one.
I would not recommend you do that.
No, and I'll tell you, I don't know how much, I know you just stepped back in with us, Kevin, but if you've been following this race, McCoy Bro and Jackson Gray were outside the top 10.
Yes, I've been following those kids all the way up to the number 5 spot. Jackson Gray, one of my local buddies back home, lives down south just below me. Now he's about taller than I am, as are all the kids at this point.
Right.
Those kids are graduating high school, have a family.
Yeah.
He's got 3 kids to support here.
He's got to perform.
We got to win, Dad. We got to make the mortgage.
So coming around, where are we at? We got a white flag. No, we're still 2:13. We might be getting a white flag here soon.
Yeah, should be getting a 2-card board is out right now, so
Okay.
2-lap card is out. So
White flag comes out after that, then the checker flag, then the podiums happen, then you can go back, get some drinks, and get the creek. That's how it all works.
Get in the creek. Yeah. Speaking of which, I went and bought new creek shoes last night. I'm ready for the creek tonight. Crick shoes. Did I say crick?
No, you should.
Well, I normally do. I try not to whenever I'm.
I bought myself some crick shoes.
Crick shoes. You got what? Crick? What kind of shoes?
white flag is out, Rodney. Okay, white flag is out.
And Kakino's getting his creek shoes ready, and Blackmer as well. Wow, ooh, this is here. Look at this right here, coming behind the billboard. We got ourselves a battle. Kakino's under pressure from Blackmer. A 2:02.4. I don't know. I think Kakino's maybe resting on the moles that, I got this one covered, but somebody didn't give him the right pit board.
Oh, he better go. 33, a lap rider. There is Blackmer right behind Justin Kokino's.
Man.
Kokino's a long time. He runs a 4.44 traditionally on the KTM with the all-white gear usually. Kind of changed it up here on the 39. Gas. They're from way up in the New England area.
Yeah, Kakino is a rider, too, that I obviously grew up here at the ranch, and many of the nationals across the nation, of course, are the premier events anyway. Kakino's right now trying to hang on to this one. He may have a little bit of break if he can get around that lap rider and keep him between himself and Blackmer, but I know Blackmer has been on a push the entire race. Kakino's kind of settling into he settled into a pace, so he's got to get back up into a race pace that he was racing early on. Remember, he was turning 2-minute lap times. Blackmer's matching those times, and he hasn't slowed down or even began to fade any whatsoever, so this could get interesting.
Yeah, he had a little problem getting around Nolan Dickinson there. I'm not sure if he wasn't seeing the flags or Dickinson was just trying to hold his line, but it took him a moment to get around the number 33 machine.
There's your leader.
Yeah, I don't see Blackmer. He must have had a
pace
problem.
Here. Yeah, he's nowhere to be seen now. There's the 39.
Yeah.
There's the lap Kawasaki we just saw. Where is Christopher Blackmer?
Oh, no.
That is
so
trouble
unless
for the 53.
he got tangled with the 33. Unless he hit him, was trying to make his way around because he has fallen back drastically, Kevin Kelly.
He sure did. So Blackmer will have to settle for a second. A great ride for Justin Kokino's. Hunter Cross will finish third. McCoy Bro finishes fourth. Trina Gray is watching her son, Jackson Gray.
Wait a minute. I don't know. We need to watch this battle between. But Cross and Bro haven't come through yet. That's the riders we need to watch out for. Bro's been pushing up. A 2:08 and a 2:02 lap time there, 0.4 of a second.
Bro will get third. You're right. He jumps into the number 3 spot. Races up to a third place finish, Bro. Sick ride, Bro. Bro.
Hunter Cross in fourth, and valiant ride and great effort there for the 77 of Jackson Gray. I believe he's going to take that fifth place position, if I'm not mistaken.
Jackson Gray.
Yeah.
Nice work, man. And there they go. That's how they'll finish in this college 18 to 24. Your top 10 on the screen. Coquinos, Blackmere, Bro. They're challenging me here. It's flickering. Cross and Gray. Man, that'll do it for College Boy. We're going to flip the script and change it up here with some 65 7 to 9s,
Huh? Yeah, I don't know. I tell you, we're talking about this track and we're talking about, the challenge that it presents for these big bikes. Can you imagine being out there on a 65cc? No, I couldn't
They
either.
don't do anything different. It's like let's just say you played Little League Baseball. And then we
That's
had a
enough,
tournament.
guys. That's enough. My gosh, cut it off. Let's get to a podium here.
We've been waiting on you.
Yeah, shut up, man. We'll
I'll
send
just
it to
cut
you,
you off,
bro.
then. That's what we'll do. Hey, you know what they do up in New England? They race all the time. This dude never stops racing. All that gate drop, it pays off. Only in the winter, yeah, you do have to stop a little bit. But by summertime, they're ready. Let's hear it for Justin Coquinos with the moto win. I know you love grinding it out. How was that moto for you?
It was unbelievable. I've never really gotten good starts here. I'll tell you what, if you get a good start, it makes it a hell of a lot easier to run up front. So finally got off to a good start, and Blackmere went down and was able to get into second, and I passed Luke. And then I think something happened to him. I didn't see him. I don't know where he went. So, but yeah, all in all, it was a good race. I started riding a little bit tight towards the end. I knew it was coming up, and I wanted it bad. So I rode a little tight, and then, but I was able to get it done. So I'm happy with it.
Who do you want to thank, Justin?
My mom, my dad, my sister. An absolute huge shout out to Factory Connection. My bike's handling awesome up there. We did a lot of testing. So Keith Johnson, Chris Canning, again, they helped me out, unreal, leading up to this. So I finally felt ready for it, and yeah, I mean, Southwick, Adept, Canning Speed, Fox, 60, everyone else, Hutch Motorsports, everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Wow, it's like Team New England here. Justin Coquinos. A popular win for sure. Team New England taking it. We will bring up our second place finisher. Good job. That was good stuff. And third place actually changed late in this one. Second place, bring him on up. Yeah, second place goes to Christopher Blackmere. Yeah. Was that a tough one for you to get there? Were you in a battle? How'd that one go for you?
Well, I pulled 37th gate pick, so I was out in the boonies over here. And then I ripped a third, fourth place hole shot, which I was really surprised with. I ripped a good hole shot, and I was working my way up. I was in second, about to go for the lead, and I ended up falling over. Regrouped, got back up, about to go for the lead again, fell back over. So next moto, we're definitely going to have to calm down a little bit and ride and just focus on what I'm doing.
Could be a good second moto. Who do you want to thank, Christopher?
I'd like to thank my mom, my whole family, everyone here that supports me. Can't thank them enough. I wouldn't be here without all of them. I'd like to thank Matt Walker from Moto X Compound, Hazy Camp Transport, Local 7 Sheet Metal Workers, Bruce for having the sick graphics. My bike looks so good. OGs, keeping my vision clear. Elusive Gloves, Troy Lee Designs, Dunlop, Platinum Power Sports, MTR, my sister, and everyone back home that supports me, and everyone here. I can't thank you guys enough.
All right, Christopher Blackmere, good job. Looking for third place. I think he had a flip there late in that moto. Good job, Christopher. It was Cross, I think, but we got a different third place finisher now. We'll bring up third place. Give me our rundown up there, boys. And also, was it Kaleitian that grabbed the whole shot? Here it is, third place, McCoy Bro. Digging deep. How did it come together in that moto for you?
Started bad, pulled 42nd chip, and then I crashed in Storyland on the first lap.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, so I came from all the way back.
Take a podium.
Yeah, I had no idea what place I was in. I was wondering if I was going to be an impound after the moto.
You got to be pumped. I mean, you're in title contention now, right?
Yeah.
What do you want to think?
First of all, RMX Series. That's pretty much most of my help. Flex Handlebars Fast Company. My girlfriend, my parents, my whole family. Fly, Scott. 891 suspension. And I'm sorry I'm forgetting some people, but thanks everybody.
McCoy Bro taking third. Let's hear it for him. I'm not sure. I thought Luke Kaleitzian might have had the whole shot there. I know he's an early leader, and that moto ended up having a tough one. Good job, McCoy.
Like
Rough. Got it. Yeah, there's how many bruffs we got out here? 3?
Yeah, my older brother Riley and my younger brother Gab. We're all in pro sports.
I didn't know if it was like a cousin situation. All 3 brothers. Have you been in a class, all 3 of you, ever before?
No.
It should be fun.
Yeah.
The Bruff brothers. Now we know. Thank you. All right. McCoy Bruff. And I did catch that there's 3 of them in 450 pro sport later on. I don't know if we have a whole shot winner or not. I think it might have been Kaleitzian. I know he's in the early lead. Then he had a bad lap, and he finished pretty far back. We'll get his whole shot award to him or whoever it might be. Meanwhile, I think we got a 65 class. Will be up next. Take it away, boys.
All right, Loretta Lynn's, it's time for a dance party.
All right, 65cc 7 to 9-year-olds getting ready to roll next as we get set for the side lap out here, and of course a chance for these riders to take a look at things. Number 72, Lane Willis from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. The 74, Carson Sanders out of Milan, Michigan. The number 77, Jake Hall from Linden, Washington. 79, Ryan Messersmith from Cary, Ohio. The 80, Tace Morgan from Lehigh, Utah. The 81, Trent Lloyd from Loxahatchee, Florida. The 82, Travis Schneider from Rhinebeck, New York. 83, Kylan Stewart from Belton, South Carolina. The 85, Bryce Danauer out of Orangeburg, Pennsylvania. 88, Bucky Karbasek out of Ventura, California. The number 91, Owen Malone out of Norman, Oklahoma. Number 94, Wyatt Tack. He's out of East Earl, Pennsylvania. The 99 of Ethan Thatcher out of Kinzers, Pennsylvania. 33 is going to be Chase Brennan out of Winchester, California. 34, Deegan Miller from Parker, Colorado. 35 of Carson Whitman out of Lakeville, Minnesota. 37, Jax Williamson from Miranda Ranchos, California. The 41, Camden Scoggin out of Lebanon, Tennessee. The 44, Nolan Ford from Fairfield, California. 47, Colt Martin out of Talladega, Alabama. The 50, Maddox Timmerman from Visalia, California. The number 51, Kiki DePino from Bensalem, Pennsylvania. The 53, Elliot Bauscher from Cornelius, Oregon. 55, Ryder DeRigo from Corona, California. 57, Zach Augustine from Two Rivers, Wisconsin. The 58, Hannah Jamison from Henderson, Colorado. 64, Nolan Murphy from Warrenton, Virginia. 67, Cash Kane from Amarillo, Texas. 70 of Jackson Vick from Highland Village, Texas. Number 4 will be Braden Comerford from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The number 6, Gage Brown from Cypress, Texas. The 11 of Easton Graves from Walker, Louisiana. The number 12, Lathan Porterfield from Commerce, Georgia. The 13 of Tegan Andrews from Lyle, Texas. 54, Braxton Mees from Temecula, California. 17, Blake Bradish from Columbiaville, Michigan. The 18, Sawyer Geik out of Alpine, Wyoming. Number 20, Tatum Michaels from Asheville, North Carolina. 22, Alex Campigli out of Valley Springs, California. 24, Eden Steinbrecher out of Fair Oaks, California. 27, Cohen Chilton from Centertown, Missouri. And 29, Brayton Craiglow from Panama City Beach, Florida, to round out your field of 42 riders. So, yeah, we're 65, 7, and 9-year-old on the specialized sight lap now here as these riders take a look at this one. The younger of the 65cc riders, these riders, many of them transitioning off of the 50cc. We may even see some doing double duty on a 50 and a 65.
Yeah, that happens every now and again, for sure.
So looking down through here, different
close
names.
to the end of day one, Rodney Tomlin.
Yeah.
Tomlin, how about that? I did it right.
You did it right this time.
I've only been working with you for 15, 16 years.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Braden Comerford going to be one to watch in this one, the number 4. He comes into this one. That's one of these stacked top 10. And Gage Brown.
Gage Brown, that number tells you something, right? Comerford's on the number 4. He's a returning top 4, finished 4th last year, so he gets to come back and run the prestigious top 10 national number. Gage Brown, the number 6. He was running the number 19 earlier on his Cobra. He gets to drop that number by, what, 13? Look at that. West Georgia math for me. Around the big beach turn there. Blowing kisses to all the fans as these riders make their way around. Rodney Tomlin blowing kisses to all his fans. You can follow Rodney on MySpace. He's still got an account there, still active.
It is.
A lot of activity there on Rodney's MySpace account. All right, so Sight Lab taking care of business right now for these little guys. This specialized Sight Lab.
Wow. I'm excited to see how this one all breaks down. You know, we could have some new players in this one. I'm going to be looking for Maddox Timmerman to be a
yes,
player.
He was tough. Defino was good. Colt Martin will be good. Ryder Dorigo, we've already said these names several times today. So
Elliot
they'll
Boucher,
be in the mix.
Boucher, I think
he was in the mix as well. Tace Morgan, he led for a bit. So this was a wild one earlier in the day. The wild 65, 7, and 9s. Yeah, they're pumped full of caffeine. They are ready to rock and roll here. It's late in the day.
They've been up to the big ice cream cone on top of the hill. Got
Big
the
ice
sugar
cream
rush.
cone. You know, big old can of SpaghettiOs.
The Rapici Italian ice still got my heart down here, though, man. I tell you, good stuff. That's a hint, by the way, if you're looking to get on my
Satisfy
good
Rodney and
yeah.
send him some of that right on up here.
Had a blueberry one yet, or blue, I guess it was blueberry. I don't know that my son brought it up. He couldn't finish it, so dear old dad got to do it. It was a horrible, horrible thing I had to do, but hey.
I just realized there was a Jumbotron above the starting line just now.
Yeah.
Actually realizing that. All right. It's about to get serious. Check that riff out. That's Rodney's homework there. He's been learning how to play the bass.
And announce at the same time. I love it. I love headsets.
Pointing these little guys off here. Are you good? Are you good, number 27? Are you good, number 6? He is good. Gage Brown is hyped up. You see him on the outside, the far right? Oh, that's trouble. Gage Brown was bouncing on that starting gate. He is feeling it. Keep an eye on him. He's going to be all yellow and the all yellow Cobra from the far outside. Can Gage Brown make it work? From downtown, it's downtown Gage Brown.
All righty, we'll see how that outside gate works. We talked about that outside gate and it pulling some pretty big favors for folks in the past. Will it do it once again here as the gate is down on this one? Oh, Gage Brown not getting a good jump out of the gate, but I'll tell you what, he's good line coming on the outside. Watch, see where he ends up at the end of lap number 1.
There's a lot of hair flowing from the back of that helmet, a la Damon Bradshaw, the rider out front. Brayton Craiglow out of Panama City Beach, the spring break capital of the world on that Yamaha. But the number 44 has other plans. Who is that number?
Nolan 44. Ford.
Nolan Ford. So Nolan Ford on the 44 in the 10 Commandments. But it's Brayton Craiglow, number 29. Brayton Craiglow with the whole shot. And Nolan Ford with the hair flowing, that blonde hair out of Fairfield, California. Making hay while this Tennessee sun shines right down on that blonde hair. They call them toe heads. As Rodney is eating mashed potatoes that have been there for a good 8 hours.
Nobody else is going to eat them.
Get in there, man. Don't eat anything. We were walking through the pits last night. Jason Wygant grabbed a funnel cake that was just randomly sitting out in the wet, damp air. 10 o'clock at night, just scooped up a piece of that, smashed it down his throat. Delicious.
No way.
Swear to God, that was a true story. He'll tell you about it. Randy from Michelin, he saw it go down. He goes, "You won't eat that?" And Weege goes, "Oh, I will eat that." And it was delicious. He sure did. I watched it. Nothing goes left behind. Still Nolan Ford on the 44 machine. It's a lot of hair for a young man. Very confident. Nolan Ford, 10 years old, been growing that hair for 9 of those 10 years. Cool name, Nolan Ford.
Yeah, I like that.
So there he is, up and over. The big tabletop clears it, no sweat.
Rolling Nolan.
Brayton Craiglow, yeah, he's rolling right now. Brayton Craiglow will be credited with the whole shot. He's not quite in the number 2 spot or number 1 spot now. The number 4 now has shown up. It's Braden Comerford now into the number 2 spot. Craiglow slips back a spot or 2. Nolan Ford, East Coast, West Coast. That's what you're looking at now. Comerford out of Fort Lauderdale, the old spring break capital of the world, and then Craiglow's Panama City has taken over that title. Galveston tried to sneak in there for a bit there on the Gulf Coast of Texas, but Panama City said, "Not today, bro. Not yet. As long as spring breakout's here, we're number 1." So it's the 44 of Nolan Ford. Braden Comerford is second. Some usual suspects. Tace Morgan, you talked to Colt Martin earlier in the day as part of Andrea Lieb's squad of riders that are in the on-track school program. There's your guy, the number 50 of Maddox Timmerman. Tegan Andrews in the number 6 spot. Elliot Bosher is 7th. Travis Schneider 8th. Brayton Craiglow slips all the way back to 9th after getting the whole shot.
I've seen that happen a lot today. You know, either you're leading it after the whole shot or you drop to like 9th or 10th place on the first lap.
You come from 10th and you win it.
Yeah.
It's weird how that works. So we'll see if Nolan Ford can fight off all comers. He's got Comerford and Tace Morgan vying for that number 2 spot. You guys better settle that because Nolan Ford's starting to slip away.
Comerford is right there, and 8/10 of a second is what it said, and then you got Tace Morgan, like you said, right there as well. So some good battling going on as far as the front runners are concerned. Here we go into the Storyland, out of the red zone, if you will, into Storyland now, and what kind of stories will be told in this one as Comerford is starting to see that gap open up. I mean, he was right there on the rear wheel, Kevin Kelly, but now Nolan Ford has really laid it down. Nolan is rolling once again.
Rolling. Nolan. He is cruising out here. Nolan Ford Fairlane out front. We can go all day here.
Elliot Balsher, we just got a glimpse of him on the gas at 53. That's a rider I think we might want to keep an eye on through this one. He was about 7/10 of a second behind Andrews in that 6th place position, and about 3 or so seconds behind Timmerman in the number 5 spot. So this could get interesting as he is rolling up right now on, I believe that is Tegan Andrews that he is putting the pressure on, but we'll see here as we get a little closer to this finish line as we head with our leaders now through the...
They're right in front of us, the 44. There's Ford. And then here comes the number 80 of Tace Morgan. He has gotten into the number 2 spot, so Morgan jumps up into the number 2 spot, gets around Braden Comerford. So Tace Morgan going to take a shot at Nolan Ford. Where is Tace from? The number 40 machine, is that what he's on? Number 80. Right there. From Utah. I thought he was from Utah. So Tace Morgan from Utah in the number 2 spot. On that Mormon back Utah KTM ride. High T's there. Nolan Ford, your leader out front. He's led it pretty much from the get-go. Didn't get credited with the whole shot, but he was able to get around Brayton Craiglow. I just combined his name. Brayton Craiglow. And found himself out front. A good ride for this young man. Nolan Ford through the 10 Commandments. He's got some style. He's a big, tall kid on the 65. Calls Fairfield, California home, sponsored by Flow Vision, California Paintworks Connection, CP Racing, Dunlop, Dr. Suspension, DRS Suspension maybe? Man.
Timmerman up to 4th place now as he might be working on Comerford's 3rd place position unless Comerford was able to get back on the throttle after the little mishaps there on lap number 2. Get them all sorted out here again as our leaders making their way by the camera heading into the waterworks. There is Comerford now, your 3rd place ride at last check, and there is the 47 of Colt Martin. I didn't see the 50. Was he just ahead of Comerford there possibly in that 3rd place position? But Colt Martin is right there in the mix of things aboard the 47, so that one's getting pretty exciting from back 3rd, 4th, 5th place positions. There's the number 4 again. 47 Martin, and I believe that's Boucher right behind them, the 53 machine as we head into the heart of this one.
And Gage Brown, remember, he was way on the outside, so probably didn't get a great gate pick, so he's having to do some work. Gage Brown just inside the top 10 has worked his way around the whole shot artist of Brayton Craiglow.
Nolan Ford, Tace Morgan making their way through. And I believe that is still Braden Comerford in 3rd. I don't know what happened.
Got a new leader, I believe.
Oh, is that what?
Tace Morgan has gotten around Nolan Ford.
Wow, I just seen Ford out front, and something must have happened. I just saw him there. So Ford now in the number 2 spot behind Morgan, and Maddox Timmerman is up to 3rd.
He's coming.
I keep missing Maddox somehow or another, but he's up to 3rd. Comerford now in 4th.
Just keep doing what you're doing, and he'll
just do his thing, right?
Opposite of the announcer's curse. If you forget about what he's doing, don't talk about it, then he'll be just fine. The USMCA coaches stand just chock full of coaches over there watching these riders. That's awesome to watch. The dead center of the racetrack, a designated area for all of the coaches and trainers of these riders. So Nolan Ford trying to track down Tace Morgan. He's right there with him, so it's not over just yet. In fact, he's zooming right up to the rear wheel of Tace Morgan. Morgan out of Utah, Ford out of California. Of course, he's from Fairlane, Nolan Fairlane, Ford, California. Fairfield, close enough. They're heading back now towards Storyland. And what's the story behind Storyland? I know you know it. I just wanted you to explain to them.
Well, there was a family that basically since the inception of Loretta Lynn's back in 1982 that worked here at the facility each and every year. And, you know, it was the mom, the dad, and then they became the grandma and grandpa as they had their kids, had kids.
Family of flaggers.
It was basically, they would camp out basically from about the red zone all the way out and around and through the waterworks. They controlled that entire area. It was all the family. They did their own thing. They brought their own food. They brought their own snacks. They relieved each other. That was it. That was Storyland, and they did an amazing job. And the family
So it's like
worked.
when you drive down the highway, it says this highway was sponsored by whatever they maintain it or whatever.
Yeah.
That's Storyland. They maintain. This is our area. You don't even have to come back here.
Don't even come back here.
Stay
We'll
away.
fill in the ruts. Don't even need the bulldozer.
Yeah, we
back
got our
here.
own tractor. I'm plowing and dozing back here. You guys don't worry about it.
But no, they were a big part of the Amateur National Motocross Championship.
Oh, your second place rider, Nolan Ford, was on the move. He goes down. He's picking the bike up. The front end just dug in and tossed him right over the bars. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. It looked like he was working on a pass on Tace Morgan, so he's now got to get back up and go to work. There is the 53 of Elliott Bolsher back in 6th. So, oh, and Ford goes down again, poor guy. The front end just tucks again. Does he keep it running? No, he's got to start that bike again. He's so tired.
Man, now this is one of those
the heartbreak.
situations. This is my summer right here.
That was a metaphor for your summer.
That was the metaphor for my summer. I get it. I think I'm back up.
And you went down again.
Went down again.
Well, let's hope his summer is better than yours, because yours has been awful. He's going to turn it around right here.
But I feel like I'm headed for a podium right now.
Oh, you're on the track. I can see it.
Yeah.
Let's don't wish him any more analogies with your life whatsoever in any way, fashion. There's the 53. That's who we're watching now. Elliot Bolsher finds himself in the number 3 spot. I mean, you got to be, and it's a used cliche or a tired cliche. You got to be in it to win it, but it's true.
Yeah.
Stay up on 2 wheels.
Right.
Things happen around you. There is an art to staying in the fight, staying consistent, staying on 2 wheels, keeping the bike running.
Exactly. Yeah, and we've seen that happen so many times, and it just paid off for riders throughout the course of today's motos. I've just seen it a few minutes ago, I think, in that college 18 to 24-year-old class, as a matter of fact.
So that's the number 80 of Tace Morgan, and I believe Maddox Timmerman is creeping into the shot there. There he is, the number 50. Just photobombing everything. Like Tace is trying to get his own single little shot here, and Maddox Timmerman keeps putting the peace sign behind his head every time. Woohoo, here I am. He's in every shot, photobombing. Tace Morgan, your race leader. There is your leader, and there's Timmerman right behind him.
And I tell you, Maddox has had his work cut out. I'm not saying the rest of these guys haven't either, but boy,
he's had to work. He's had to come from behind.
He has, and he's done a great job of just letting the race come to him, so to speak. We're looking at a 9.3 second gap between Tace Morgan and Maddox.
Oh, that
Timmerman.
is no longer that.
No.
You can see him in the shot. That's about a second to change. Timmerman's coming. He might make the pass before he gets here.
Yeah. So something going on there for Tace Morgan, which worked out in the favor of Maddox Timmerman. And there you go. You got to be in it to win it, keep it up. And that's basically what Maddox has been doing. A consistently fast lap time that has put him into this position.
So
right
that's
here.
literally the opposite of your life in a nutshell. Everything's been great for that young man, Maddox Timmerman. He's made all the right choices, doing all the right things, getting around all the right people. You need to go to that kid for some advice, man.
Exactly.
He's got this thing called life figured out. He's only 10. It's incredible.
It's sad but true.
Oh, man. I need some advice here, Maddox Timmerman. Tell me how you do it.
Yeah, and maybe Maddox has been one of those riders that's already been to this Dr. Kevin Elko's sports psychology clinics.
Great segue. Who is going to be talking tonight?
At 7:30 at the Monster Energy Arena. We encourage you to stop up and maybe start getting your seats about 6:45. It's going to be a full house, folks.
It will sell out even though it's not for sale. It's free. Wow. Ehab is the warm-up band. That's what we're hearing. Warm-up motivational speaker. So I just flew in, and boy, are my arms tired.
Oh, man.
All right. Yellow flags are out there through the 10 commandments, and we've got a race starting to shape up. Maddox Timmerman is 1 commandment behind. We'll just use that. He's 1 commandment behind your leader, Tace Morgan. A little slot car track now. You just got to get in that run. It's hundreds of feet long.
Look like little pocket racers. Did you notice how long the shadows, how far across the track that rider's shadow went? It went from one side of the track almost all the way.
That one right there, 3/4 of the way across the track. That's how the sun is starting to set now. So the right goggle lens could come into play here with the ruts. The sun's starting to set. It's in your eyes, and it's setting, and there's shadows.
Yeah, how do you
Kuzo
prepare for
and the guys over 100%, or Dave Janolfi at Scott or Oakley. Who knows, man? There's all kind of goggle guys. The Oakley guys definitely have it figured out. They got the big tractor trailer. You can go get any pair of goggles you want. They'll get you set up.
Get 3 pair of goggles out there. Figure it out during the race.
Around the big sweeper right in front of the Monster Energy viewing station, there is your leader. Tace Morgan has answered the call. Timmerman has been pretty close for now, about 2 laps.
Yeah, and like we say, I mean, I'm not seeing any senses of urgency out of Maddox Timmerman.
He needs to hurry now. He's right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a consistent push. Nothing changing out of his riding. No, not at all. I mean, his lap time, 2:25 has been his fastest lap time, and he's running at a 2:26. Those have been consistent lap times.
You're right.
And they have paid off huge.
He just sat there at the 2:25 mark, and that's as good as he can go, and it will be enough maybe to win, maybe not, but he'll stay up on 2 wheels and finish up in the number 2 spot. But we're not there yet. 5 more minutes to go. He's going to try to wait this thing out. Timmerman sitting behind Tace Morgan for now 3 laps.
Yeah.
The pressure.
So, and there you go. And if Maddox continues to ride like this, he might force Tace Morgan into a mistake because of again, just knowing he's back there at this particular point.
Anytime they start dabbing, they put that front foot out a few times, just about to go down. And Tace Morgan on the move. Past the mechanics area. Look at that packed Monster Energy viewing station there on the right. Good Lord.
Good racing going on. Good stuff to be watching right now as we check
Choose your
in.
poison.
Yeah, let's check in with our top riders in the 65, 7 to 9-year-old class. We're 6 laps into this one, and we're still about 5 minutes or so out from checker flag. We got Tace Morgan, Maddox Timmerman, Elliott Bosher in the number 3 spot, Colt Martin, the 47 in 4th. Braxton Mees, the 15 in 5th. 6th place is the number 4, Braden Comerford, 44, Nolan Ford now in 7th. Gage Brown, the number 6 in 8th. 9th place is Brayton Craigbelow, the 29. The number 10 spot is the 82 of Travis Schneider. Then 11th is the 11 of Easton Grace. Jackson Vick in 12th. Owen Malone, the 91 in 13th. Sawyer Geik, the 18 in 14th. The 15th place position, the 55 of Ryder Dorigo. Nolan Murphy, the 64 in 16th. Kiki DePino now 17th aboard the 51. Deegan Miller, the 34 in 18th. Pagan Andrews, the 13 in 19th place. And 20th overall, the 22 of Alex Campbell. Campigny. So if we look at this, there's Nolan Ford, Braden Comerford in the 6 and 4 spots, in the 6 and 7 spots, and then we got the number 6 back in the 8th place position, Gage Brown. Remember, he was the rider on the far outside.
He was hyped.
Yes, so he had to work his way up. So he's done a good job of getting where he is.
Check the battle out right now. Yellow flags are out, and there's the 80 on the inside, the 50 in that number 2 spot. So a sense of urgency now. You can kind of see it. Maddox Timmerman's temperament, if you will, in that number 2 spot. He is trying to ramp this up and go after Tace Morgan. He's taking a shot here and there, but the overhead view shows you just how rough this racetrack is, and one mistake and you're on the ground.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much to be forced into a mistake just from the gnarliness of the track.
Especially on a 65, man.
Right.
These bumps are huge.
Yeah.
This is a full-blown man's motocross track built just for me. I am capable of conquering such a manly motocross track.
White flag is out. Our leader's heading over the
You just laugh?
I did laugh. I was laughing with you, Kevin.
Yeah. Past the billboards, we go. One more lap to go for our leader, Tace Morgan. And Maddox Timmerman making a race up. He's not going anywhere. He's now on the inside by the mechanics area. It is so rough there. The Mike Treadwell face braking bumps there are just brutally ugly. The track is rough and ugly and tough and terrible, just like Mike Treadwell, hence the analogy that is consistent with the ugliness of his face. The Mike Treadwell billboard bumps are just, that's the roughest, ugliest part of the racetrack.
Is Treadway here this
Don't
year?
look down.
Is Treadway even here this year?
Yeah, Treadwell is
good.
Yeah, I was told by Jack Camilio to give it to him.
Give it to him.
Give it to him. He needs it. He goes, he deserves it. I don't know why. Treadwell's awesome. He's done nothing but be awesome to everybody, but Camilio's the guy you want to punch, right? That's the guy. All right, man. About a half a lap to go. Maddox Timmerman trying to dig deep. Oh, and he goes all the way across 45 runs. Was that him? And he stayed up?
I think so.
Holy cow. That's Elliott Bolsher right there.
Right there,
what
too.
What is going on? He's gotten around Timmerman.
Yeah, he has.
With that mistake, Bolsher was able to get around Timmerman, and now he is going after the number 80 of Tace Morgan.
He has got his sights set on. We might have a complete surprise here. This one coming. I mean, not taking anything away from, but I just didn't see it happening. He was 3, 4, 5 seconds back there.
Shot.
Yeah,
and here he comes.
Yeah, now he is right there with them. I guess we've seen those lap times drop to 2:27 and 2:26 from Morgan and Timmerman.
Here he comes around the outside. The smooth way around. The 53 has a shot now. Look at him throwing it over that single. Holy cow, we've got about 20 seconds left of racing, and that's the last thing you want to do is deal with some crazy kid on a 65. Elliott Bolsher is all over him. Right around the sweeper we go, Rodney. They're right there. Bolsher trying to go up on the inside of your leader. One more turn, Rodney Tomlin.
Ran as they head into the Bermuda Triangle. One final turn. Here comes Bolsher trying to put the pressure on. Chase Morgan trying to keep the pressure himself.
So close.
Wow, and Morgan will nail it down, taking the Moto 1 win here with all kinds of pressure. Bolsher coming in with a 2:20 lap time that last time around, pulling to within .668. Less
he was
than
4 seconds quicker than everybody. That's what pushed him past Timmerman and up into the number 2 spot, almost around Tace Morgan.
Yeah, Timmerman finishing third. Colt Martin will come across the line in the fourth place position. Then it's Braxton Mees, Braden Comerford, Gage Brown, Nolan Ford, Brayton Craiglow, and Travis Schneider we expect to see there in the top 10 as we look at that Monster Energy top 10 board there. And of course we're going to head down to the podium where Jason Wygant is readying these riders for the winner's circle. And of course, congratulations on a well-fought battle and a hard-fought battle, no doubt about it. Challenges, no doubt, they all stood up to it. Great job for our 65cc 7 to 9-year-olds.
All right, we got it. Tace Morgan taking the moto win. Step up front here so we can see you. Tell me about that moto. It got pretty close there at the end.
Yeah. I got a little tired at the end. I tried making more mistakes. And I still won.
Who do you want to thank, Tace?
My mom, dad, brother, my sister, Tyler Outre, Let's Ride, Fly, RMX, II Tank Construction, my motor builder, Factory Connection, Throttle Therapy, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
Tace Morgan taking the win. That was an exciting one there in 65. Good battle down the stretch. Here we go. There we go. Good job, Cole Beach, with our photos. We'll bring up our second place finisher, who I believe is going to be Bauscher. We'll bring him on up. Let's bring second place up to the stage. And Brayton Craiglow, by the way, was our whole shot winner. Brayton, if you're around, come on up. We'll give you a whole shot award. All right, second visit to the podium today for Elliott Bauscher. That got crazy there at the end. How was that moto?
Pretty good.
Happy with it?
Yeah.
Want to thank some people?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Real Deal Rob, Kevin, Wyndham, Car 14, JMC Motorsports, Fly, Racing, 100%, 16 helmets, and everything else.
Elliott Bauscher, second place in a very competitive 65 7-9 class. There you go, get some photos. Did Temmerman hold on there for third? I know that got pretty tense there down the wire. And again, Brayton Craiglow, if you want to come up and take your Stasic Whole Shot Award. Well, I'm looking for Temmerman, third place. And bronze coming your way. All right. Here we go. Here, just turn around. We'll get you. Here, I got it. Congrats. Let's go around front. Come on front so everybody can see you. Come around front. Let's hear from Alex Temmerman. Third place. How was your race? Tell me about it.
I got a decent start. I was able to pass a lot of people in like the first and second corner. Then I just kind of, I passed someone and then went on with my race, kind of just followed Morgan. And then last lap bobbled and I forgot his name, but someone got me and now I'm in third.
All good, man. Still up on the podium. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, my dad, Hoosiers, Fox, Flow Vision, and all the other sponsors I forgot. Thank you.
All right. Let's hear it for Maddox Temmerman taking third. Good job. I'm looking for Brayton, who took the whole shot, and that'll be a Stasic Whole Shot Award for him. Oh, there you go. Here, we'll go to the front. Thank you, Maddox. Come on out. Brayton Craiglow grabs your whole shot, 65 7-9. Thanks to the folks at Stasic for the Whole Shot Awards. How'd you pull that start?
Well, what do you expect when I put that Dunlop tire on the Yamaha? You know it's going to rip out the whole shot.
Wow. Yeah, that's how podium speeches are done. Let's see how good you are at this. Who do you want to thank?
First, I want to thank God, Mom and Dad, Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, Rusty Reynolds, Donnie Luce, Door Gear, Bell Helmets, FMF, Pro Taper, PR2 suspension, flow pegs, tamer, Atric knee braces, Performance Cycles, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Let's hear it for our whole shot winner, Brenton Craiglow. Thank you.
That was probably the best I've heard from the podium there. Job well done, Brayton. Hey, on a serious note, Amanda Abbott, if you know Amanda Abbott, if you know the family of the Abbotts, we have Shane Abbott waiting for you in the MX Sports trailer. Amanda Abbott or a family member, a friend of the Abbotts, please head down to the MX Sports trailer. We have Shane there. He is waiting for Amanda Abbott to please come and check in. Amanda Abbott or some friend, relative, someone in the Amanda Abbott party, please report to the MX Sports trailer. Please, Amanda Abbott, a friend or family member from the Amanda Abbott camp. We have Shane Abbott, your son, and we would love to reunite you two. Please. Here we go. We're
He's
getting
a great
ready
kid,
to go
but
with.
he's eating us out of our house and home up there.
Yes, we fed him 9 hot dogs, and he's fine.
A lot of soda pop, couple monsters.
But he would love to hang out with you, the mom.
Yep.
Here we go. Super Mini 1. This one is always this is the one. Like, we go back to Ricky Carmichael back in the day, who was out here signing autographs, or James Stewart back in the day, Michael Essie, Villapoto. This is the one. Super Mini 1, 12-15. Save some of the best for last. Super Mini 1, the rock stars here. Here's the rundown. The number 8 is Jude Smerlik. The number 11 is Jake Sisser. 14 is Russell Ucheri. Jackson Glethor on the number 15. Seth Shirley on the 16. Carter Malcolm is 17. Dylan Sullivan on the number 18 machine. Kyle Pelagos on the number 19. Mason Davis is 20. Enzo Timmerman, older brother, I believe, of Maddox Timmerman, who we just watched. Nolan Riley on the 23 machine. Christian Janik on the 27 machine. Trace Holland on the 30 machine. Cody Samples, 32. Matthew Caddick, 36. Hayden Bone, 37. Hayden Deegan, number 38. Ayrton DiLorenzo, number 39. Deegan Van Vriety on the 41 machine. Braden High, 42. Noah Viney on the 43 machine. He is good. Zayden Mason, 44. Hayden Edwards, 45. Robert Thomas, 47. Dylan Blecka, 51. Leo Tucker on the 54. Gabe Fink on the 57 machine. Logan Hilliard on the 59 machine. Connor Cook on the 60. Robert Susi on the number 61 machine. Ryan Hadley on the 63 machine. Casey Cochran on the number 66 machine. Kyler Rome on the 69 machine. William Canaguer on the 70 machine. 73 is Jace Allred. Cameron Gonsalves on the number 77 machine. Clayton Stockstill on the number 82 machine. Adler Caudle on the 86 machine. Trenton Wagner on the 91 machine. Owen Bills. I owe a lot of bills, Owen Bills, the number 94 machine. Oliver Camp on the 97 machine. And Randall Myers on the number 98 machine. That is your Super Mini field. We are going to get them locked and loaded on the gate. The who's who here in this Super Mini class. It's go time, boys. You remember some of the biggest hype goes back to the Chromoly machine that James Stewart and Ricky Carmichael raced, or it's Travis Pastrana, Justin Bucklew days, Ryan Villapoto, Mike Alessi, you name it.
Yeah, Super Mini's always been big, but as I said, I think it's even bigger because that jump now, you're going from a Super Mini, used to be to a 125, now you're going to a 250F, depending on what brand you ride. Some don't have 125s, so sometimes it puts a little more onus on this Super Mini division. It's definitely hyped up this year.
It is. It's extra. I'll go ahead and say it. It's Deegan and it's Casey Cochran. They met down in Florida, slugged it out, carried it on to the Texas rounds, and they're going to keep on punching each other, not literally, but out here on the racetrack. So there's been some mind games. There's been, hey, we didn't have a transponder. They did that. You know, I love it. I love all of it.
Did Cochran not have a transponder yet?
Couldn't find it.
They couldn't find their transponder.
Couldn't find it. They got a new RV. Couldn't find it.
Hey, I'm letting you know that if I said that, that's true.
Oh, like, yeah, you wouldn't know what. You don't know where a motorcycle is, or your kid, for that matter.
Like,
we got a lady still looking for her son right now.
Yeah, I'd be like that. Yes, I'd be like that note we just had.
All right, so there's Cochran on the number 66 machine. You can catch him on the gas ride. Yeah, about 10 over from the far left of the gate.
Not a good
best.
Good gate pick there for Cochran. Must have drawn a bad chip.
Yeah,
as they say.
Working our way towards the doghouse there. There's the number 21, the number 18. Looking for the 38 of Deegan. There is the center of the doghouse. You can make it happen from about this point forward for sure, even with a decent jump. kind of wonder where Deegan is on the gate. Didn't see him. That doesn't mean he's not there. Deegan on the far inside, just catching that number 38 machine next to maybe Adler Collar. He's only 3 from the inside, so opposite sides of the gate for Cochran and Deegan.
We're going to put 30 riders in between.
Let's see what happens.
Yep. And then someone else going to try to go out there and make a name for themselves, running against the established players here of Super Mini.
And there is someone out here that will do it. Could it be Dylan Bleckham, Noah Viney, Christian Janik? Those kids have run up front. There are some studs here in this class for sure. Enzo Timmerman on the 21 KTM. He is capable of running up front. Carter Malcolm can roll out with the boys as well. So who knows? Get in there. Get in between this thing. Mix it up. There's a great look at the start overhead. The Arma Energy boys. Fox Racing had Jeff Emig and Ricky Carmichael. The line was all the way past the official T-shirt merchandise stand that you see there, just 5 deep, waiting to talk to Ricky Carmichael and Jeff Emig.
Yeah, if you didn't see our whole show today, Emig did come out, won his moto today in
the story
50 plus on the 150.
And Ryan Hughes, where is Ryan Hughes at today? Not even on the property.
He's testing,
and that's not. We're not kidding.
Yeah, we talked to Rhino yesterday. Ryan Hughes racing in 1986 CR250. Got some suspension and a motor shipped in.
Worked on it frantically last night.
Yes.
Testing today.
Now he's not in the 50 plus. It's the 45. Where we'll see Emig and Hughes slugging it out. That'll be fun.
Brownie in that as well?
I guess not. Brownie was in the. Oh no, that's right. He is. He was in 25 plus and 45 plus. Mike Brown. That'll be fun. That'll be tomorrow. Right now, the focus on the kids in the Super Mini division. We just had a 65 class, and a lot of big stories today.
Today's been awesome.
Yeah, the racing's been
3 out of 4, 4 out of 5 motos have been just, I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. Tip the checker flag. And, and that. It's been great. It's been so good today.
We had a crazy moto earlier in the 125 DC. Evan Ferry had the lead. Started losing ground, stalled, lost the lead, got it back.
Mark Finesse leads.
Then crashed on the last lap.
Stays under his bike, gets back out, digs himself out. He's stuck. The bike's on his head. He's crawling like a turtle on his back. Yeah, he couldn't get out. Jeez. He squirmed out, got back up, took off, finished second.
Yep. He was on the podium literally in tears, injured, but I just talked to his dad, Timmy, and he said he's all right. Just hurt his hand a little bit, but they checked him out. So we'll see more good battles than that
Gage
125
Linville,
class.
the 41 of
Gage Linville rolling up in B class.
Yeah, he rode
out with
Nick Romano.
Here it is. Gates down. Stasic Holshot on the line here for the Super Mini class.
Oh,
Someone
is that
shooting
Deegan?
up on the inside. Is that Deegan?
I gotta think it is.
Oh, he drifts way wide, almost clipped a hay bale.
He's not in the lead now. Whoever that was swooped him on the inside. The number 15. There's the 44. That's Christian Janik out in the hunt there. There's Deegan on the inside. And I believe he will make the pass. And it is Hayden Deegan wheeling through the ruts, of course. Looking fresh there. But it's the 15. 15 of Jackson Glathar. Another Utah rider. Glathar with that whole shot. But it's Deegan now getting around and into the number 1 spot. Glathar on the 15. Utah Sports Commission backed Husqvarna. I just made that up.
The governor sitting here for one reason
to
only.
Win races.
Bring the number 1 plate back to
Utah. To the promised land. The big Utah Motocross Mormon compound there. They're all one big happy family racing. Where is Casey Cochran at?
Well, he had the terrible gate pick. We saw him all the way on the outside, the 66 gas. So going to be one of these scenarios where you got to, as Wes Kane, our buddy here, would say, got to be a junk man, got to make it happen in this moto without the good gate. Deegan already pulling away at an alarming rate.
There's Janik. There's Cochran in 4th. So Cochran now trying to go around the 27 of Janik. His father is a Olympic Polish downhill jumper, the ski jumper. I swear, I've seen the photos.
Battle on right now. Janik on the 27 and Cochran, you're watching him right now on Racer TV as they head to the beach turn. I think Cochran's got this pass made. If he can hang on through the inside, he does.
So now he is working on Glathar on the 15. Here he comes. Who is that challenging back around the outside? Who was that? That's Glathar, and then there's Cochran making the pass. Another rider jumping into the fray there. The 21 of Timmerman, maybe? Yes, Enzo Timmerman on the 21 KTM. Maddox, his younger brother, I believe, just raced.
Yeah, 65. So Cochran did the job from about, what are we saying, 5-7 gates from the outside to second place at the beginning of the second lap. So a good job by him. Salvaging. Watch Timmerman here making moves on the number 21.
These are 22-minute motors, or what we call them. They're good for 22 minutes. They are just designed to go run at optimum power for about 22, 25 minutes, and then just throw them in the dumpster. Get another one.
I'm going to call them tear-off motors.
Yes. We watched AC lose 4 motos, blew 3 or 4 motos left before the end of the week a few years back on his Super Mini.
Yeah, it was maybe not the best look. Could have come back and raced his second and third motos. Didn't do it after his motors blew. Meanwhile,
I guess they ran out of motors, maybe.
Is that it?
I mean,
okay.
Ask around. Hey, can I borrow a motor?
6-pack of motors.
Got the ring around. You got keep popping them off that little ring of like a beer.
Cut them up before you put them in the ocean.
So we don't
you
kill
don't want
dolphins.
anyone to get choked in the ocean. So now the question is, we'll get to see the lap time next time around and see if Cochran is able to close in on Deegan, who, like I said, was pulling away at an alarming rate. He put 4.1 seconds on the field on lap 1.
So you ever wonder where this kind of comes from for Casey Cochran? Both his parents were in the Navy, I believe. His father flew fighter jets. His mother was a mechanic on a carrier. When his father's taking off, he gives a salute before they met, flip the number out there, and off we go.
Really?
That's what Amy told me about Doug. They flipped the number out before he gave the salute, and she shot him off of that carrier.
No way.
She'll tell you that. That's what they told me.
Make sure this jet
is working good.
Working good. And I'll call you when I land.
Now he flies for FedEx.
So we're watching Cochran and Deegan here. They quickly got up to first and second.
That's Doug's story, so it's probably a little different if you ask Amy.
I mean, it's impressive, no doubt. It might not be quite down to the detail. Okay, both have naval experience. Here we go.
4 seconds was the deficit last go-around. We'll see if Casey Cochran can chop into. Oh, he's got it down to 3.3. He was a second quicker than Hayden Deegan, folks. Deegan goes by the billboards, wheelies into him. You like that move there?
Oh, it was awesome yesterday. Deegan in practice did that move. And Cochran trying to track him down. It's the battle we wanted to see.
A 2:02 for the both of them. Timmerman third, Glathar fourth, Janik fifth, Smerlik, Caudle, Conagura, Blecka, and Viney round out your top 10. Second to the last moto of the day. The track at its absolute roughest.
Yeah, you had a theory on why the track is extra rough now.
Yeah, I think we haven't ran the 50s, and typically when we run the 50s, we'll run the Pro Sports right up to that point, and then we just bulldoze the track essentially and flatten out all the ruts for the 4 different classes of 50s to get them through here nice and safe. I think you'd have big problems running a PW class through this racetrack right now. They would do it, but it wouldn't be pretty.
Oh, Cochran, a little mistake on the takeoff of that jump. And you see Timmerman, he's not going anywhere, back in third. Glathar and Yannick rounding out the top 5. So, yeah, because we didn't race 50s today, they never had to give the track a full flattening. By the end of this day, the track has gotten gnarly rough.
Man, I mean, it's pro-national level gnarly right there, right? When you say that, you look at them every weekend.
Yeah, that's right. My eyesight's terrible, though, so don't.
I don't think there are definitely more races on this racetrack than at a pro-national. This thing is continuously raced on from 7:30 a.m. till 7 at night.
Yeah, we don't do much track maintenance. Even when you do, it's not a full rebuild. Just change up a few sections, often make it racier.
They'll check a jump if a jump face needs to be looked at, but that's about the gist of it.
All right, let's see Cochran. He can air this out.
I think Hayden has answered this time.
Sometimes I get all the way to that hump after it.
It's still pretty close. There's Deegan down in the finish line turn, sets that KTM deep in the rut. The gas of Cochran right there with him. I think he's maintaining. The crowd is into it. There's a million YouTubers watching right now live.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they're streaming this.
And
2:02s for the both of them. 2:02.6, exactly the same lap times.
Wow, they matched. Cochran was 7/100ths faster that last time around. Unbelievable that these two matched each other absolutely. And we've seen a couple motos today. We're just trying to keep that pressure on. Is Cochran going to be able to reel in 3.3 seconds? That's going to be tough. But we've seen several motos today. We're just staying in the zone, keeping the pressure on.
One bobble and you're done.
Yeah, you're right there.
3 seconds easily. And I'll say that, you can make one little mistake that normally at your local racetrack, you just go rut and you straighten it out. You make a mistake here, you're in a 900-foot long rut. You just got to wait till you're out of that other rut that you didn't want to be in. And next thing you know, that's 2 seconds. So there's Deegan. Deegan, they kind of do their own thing. Cochran's down there with Ken Roxon, training with that guy down there at whatever compound they're at down in Florida. So,
and then Sandbox.
The Deegans kind of bounce around and just check in at different racetracks. And they've been over on the East Coast for a while at Bennick's place for the Orange Brigade camp.
Yep, I actually saw them at Moto 40, which is Chad Reed's track. Caleb Tennant, one of his trainers. Caleb was a pro a couple years ago and helping train him right now. Actually,
So there's one of the weird sections. He was cross. He was in 2 different ruts there.
Yes.
Never chopped the
really out
throttle.
of it.
Yeah,
Get that
still
front
made
wheel out of that situation.
No, he was thinking YouTube, make it look cool. Just
Look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this. Cochran continues to close. We're going to have a battle on our hands if it stays this way. And Cochran is letting it all hang out. We've seen a couple of mistakes, but it has not slowed him down at all.
Not at all. He is right there. Casey Cochran, fresh off a national championship a week ago in Ohio on a 74 RM 125. True story. He was at the VMD days. These guys are probably all like in cryotherapy or whatever they do, like Rocky Balboa, and he's on an RM 125 with his grandfather. They just love riding dirt bikes. I can appreciate that. They're into it. They want to see the battle. We do too. Trust me.
A highly anticipated super mini battle, and we've got exactly what we wanted. A lap time war between Hayden Deegan and Casey Cochran. That time, Deegan 2/10 quicker than Cochran.
They're still at the 3.2 to 3.4, that little bit of a yo-yo. But Cochran looks dangerously close as they come out of the billboard section.
At times.
He can see him. Someone was cranking their bike up.
Yeah, rider was backwards on the track, trying to get his bike refired to go back to Deegan, our leader here.
Ooh, boy, he got way out front. Did you see how far forward he was on that machine?
I think he had the feet up through that entire run. That is the new style, the new, okay, the scrub is a thing, keep the scrub. Now I really feel it's the, how long can you keep your feet on the pegs, and how quickly can you get them back on? That's become the new thing.
Right there, he's all the way, and he just sits down for a half second, pops back up on the pegs.
Yeah.
Same thing right here.
Fast feet, you'll hear people talk about it. You just dab and then get that foot back in the peg as quickly as you can.
No, I can appreciate it because you're loading the suspension. Every time you're on the seat, it's just slowing down and bogging down. Get up on there, let that thing work underneath you. These tips are free, doesn't cost anything.
Pegs, that's just getting that rear wheel to hook up that much more.
There's Cochran.
See that? Got the leg out, and then quickly, as soon as he possibly can.
Off of that seat as fast as you can.
Yep. And apply that pressure through the pegs. Both, you're going to see the new school riding style for certain with these two. See, I don't know if his foot ever came off in that rutted corner. Cochran and Deegan doing it right as we go through this beach turn.
Yeah, on that similar lines, they kind of figured out the racetrack. I mean, even back at Jack Chambers, they had video footage of different lines and how to break it down. I mean, it's crazy.
How much time, line choice, but how much difference that made. Just breaking it down. Yeah, we're watching some riders who are watching film from practice and how a different line could make a huge difference in a lap time.
Wow, the drone coverage is phenomenal here as we follow Casey Cochran in the number 2 spot. He can look to the left there and see Deegan everywhere he goes here. You know he's checking on it. He comes right in front of us. He looks over at you, texts you. A friend request. Oh, wow.
Moto, okay, on the handlebars.
Accept, confirm.
Yep. Mike, give him the thumbs up.
Casey Cochran checking in announcer's tower. He just checked in here.
Checked in safe. There's Deegan.
I like that line way over there by the billboards, way away from all the rough stuff.
That lap was the difference maker. A bad one from Cochran.
4.8 seconds now.
Yep. Deegan just put 1.3 seconds into him. So they match each other for about 3 laps. On balance, Cochran was a tiny bit quicker during that 3-lap flurry. But now Deegan pulling it back away. It's as large as the lead has been, 4.8 seconds. So Deegan on the 38. Trying to take control here.
Yeah, based on the first 3 laps, that's a lifetime now. Picking up a second is huge. Great battle back here, though, as we watch Christian Janik, and it looks like Adler Caudle maybe on the number 86 ride. There he is, Adler Caudle. I believe he's out of Ponca City, Oklahoma, or in that area. Janik up around the Chicago area, I believe. Oak Lawn, Illinois, there near Greg Geisler's crew. A former BTO Rides Unlimited rock star there. Caudle working on it.
Whoa. To the inside, he's got Janik.
Line choice was all it took right there.
Yep. Yeah, we see that inside work a few times. You almost think contact is coming. If they're able to avoid that, the 2 ruts come almost together,
almost, yeah,
but not quite.
You can't jump out of a rut. Those things will keep you. I think you have less takeouts with 4,000 ruts. You can't do it. You're stuck in that slot.
Yep. So Janik, let's see if we can get him back. Adler Caudle up to 4th. Enzo Temmerman has been running a great race back there in the number 3 spot.
It's so different now than it was even a few hours ago. Like the good line is now 40 feet to the left or to the right. And Janik now going to go back after Caudle now.
Wow. Right on him.
There's the inside line. There's some good line choices, obviously, for Janik as he's able to remount a charge on the KTM ride. Janik wants to get up into that number 4 spot again.
So we'll keep following this one. And behind it, you got Noah Viney, Jude Smerlin, Trace Holland, Zayden Mason, Dylan Blecka, and Jackson Glathar, who had the lead for a brief part in this moto. Randall Myers, Jake Sisser is 13th, Cody Samples 14th, Dylan Sullivan rounds out the top 15.
And look at that, your third place rider with the fastest lap that time around, a 2:04.5 for Enzo Timmerman. 2:04. Yeah, whatever, it's super close between your top three. It's Deegan, Cochran, and Timmerman all running 2:04s, 2:04 something.
Yeah, this last time around, Cochran a little bit faster than Deegan. So that one lap has made all the difference. The fifth lap, where Deegan put a little over a second into him. And that's why he holds a 4.6 second lead. Everything else was built up on lap one.
Janik adjusts mid-straight there to the inside, trying to make something happen. Here comes the number 43 of Noah Viney now wants to get up and dance for those three guys, those two kids in front of him. Caudle, and there's a look now at the 38 of Deegan, just trying to stretch it out. There's Casey Cochran. And the crowds there, it looks like a Pro National. Just loaded with golf carts everywhere you can jump up on the fence there. They are packed in. Cochran just cutting these lap riders down like a hot knife through butter.
You're watching Cochran, second place in the 66. Up ahead is Deegan. That's his nemesis. That's who he's focused on. We're down to about 5 minutes left in this moto. We'll have one more race today. 250C. There's Deegan, your leader. Got the new wheels. Just
the new
introduced
dubs.
those about a week ago. That's Method race wheels, known for trophy truck race wheels and wheels you can put on your truck. Just an experiment. They're not selling these things yet, but they do encourage you to check them out over at the Deegan camp.
Cochran was, what, 7/100ths quicker that time. It's just not enough. Little chunks, but he's managing.
He's trying to find something to take some confidence out of, and he can say that I think there's been more laps where he was quicker, but the laps where Deegan was better, it was a significant difference. We got someone way on the infield like smoking a ton.
That Rodney Tomlin over there just taking a break, smoking a heater out there.
The entire pack.
There is Rodney. That is Rodney Tomlin. If he were a motorcycle,
that's what he would
another
look like.
metaphor. And it would be sounding like this. Boom, boom, boom.
The ghost of Rodney is reformed inside that machine.
All right. I'm good.
Whoa, Deegan, look at that.
I thought he was going
standing.
down.
I thought he was going down.
Wow.
Unbelievable what he is doing in these corners.
Carving out new lines. Now that is dissecting a racetrack right now.
He slid the front wheel twice, and I'm not sure that was not on purpose. He might have done that for a reason. That
On
wasn't
the
an
edge.
accident.
Coming through that rough sand section, got the hand guards up, wheeling in there, elbows up. Sets it right into the left-hander. He is cruising now. He's feeling it. Rising to the challenge. The eye of the tiger, if you will.
Yeah, nice challenge there from Cochran, but Deegan looking to get this thing under control now. Should be looking at 2 laps to go as we come through here in our first Super Mini Moto of the week. Should be a 6-moto battle, 3 motos in 2 different classes. But Hayden Deegan firing first, unbelievable hole shot, but then he went wide in the first turn. He came in there with so much speed, lost the lead, quickly got it back, had a 3-second gap at the end of the first lap, and right now the lead is just over 4 seconds.
And here again, 2/100ths of a second quicker was Cochran, just not enough.
Yeah.
There's Deegan, there is Cochran. He's right there within 4 seconds, but Deegan has just been flawless. Nothing has rattled him. He's went through the lappers, no problem.
Yeah, tall order to make up a second or 2 per lap on Hayden Deegan. That's what Cochran was going to have to do here.
There's Deegan picking his way through that.
Wow.
Good Lord, the ruts are just outrageous. Into the 10 commandments. Triples again. Cochran, you can see him back there doing it as well. Standing up through the ruts, standing up all to the last second there, the last 10 feet of that turn.
All about getting that weight through those pegs. So Deegan putting on a clinic right now. Cochran giving him a good run, a nice little preview. If we get these two off the gate, remember Cochran had the bad gate choice. In this one, he was pretty far wide. Did a good job getting up to second at the very beginning of the second lap, and then it was a lap time war, and boy was it. I mean, at one point it was hundredths of a second per lap.
Yeah,
the difference between the two of them.
Several laps in a row. It's a dead heat here. It's who can make the least amount of mistakes for sure.
Just trying to keep that pressure on. All right,
Kevin Elko will help you manage that tonight at 7:30 over there in the arena. The mental aspects of racing at this level. That's the difference between winning and losing. A mental 2 100s here, a second there. Next thing you know, it's 4 seconds. Casey Cochran trying to manage that. We should see a white flag at some point, I would imagine.
I'll tell you, like you say, white flag going to be coming out, but very impressive ride, as always. I mean, from our top, I'm going to say the top 5, but especially those top 3. And whenever you look at Hayden Deegan and Casey Cochran, and Casey's been seeing those lap times. White flag is out, so one more to go. But Casey's been very consistent, and like Jason Wygant pointed out, I believe a few minutes ago.
Wow, getting a tip here.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Wow, tip your announcer, folks. If you like what you hear, it's 15% customary in the evening, 20% if you really like it. Give us a good review on Yelp. We'd appreciate it. 5 stars. I would use him again.
But, like Jason pointed out, all the work for Hayden Deegan was actually done on that first lap of racing. Whenever things started tightening up, he was able to dig in and get that 1.3 or so second that he needed to lengthen that gap back out and get that cover.
It's 4 straight laps that Cochran has been 1 or 2 100s, and that's just not enough.
Exactly. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, they are nearly identical. They check in this time. Hayden slows down to a 2:06. But
it's 3 100s.
Only 3 100s.
Slower. That's it.
Yeah, 3,000 tenths of a second on that one. But still, it's not enough. I mean, you're looking at still over 4 seconds that separates first and second place position right now. And just to say it, I mean, I think that, maybe Casey has a little more in him if he can get in the right position. But Hayden obviously has more in him as well. Sure. They both turned 2:02s. Actually, Casey Cochran's fastest lap was a little faster than Hayden.
Half a second quicker, but again,
he hasn't been pressured enough to know whether he needs to go faster.
Doesn't tell all the tell there for sure. Hayden Deegan is racing himself into the #1 spot. He's doing a check there of Casey Cochran. I believe he's got it handled here with about 25 seconds left of racing to go for Hayden. He will jump the center jump there, bring himself around the Polysport Beach there. Got a little squirrely there. And he's got one more turn to go. Down here to the Bermuda Triangle. Amelia Earhart waiting to pull him down. He's not going to let that happen. His compass says go right this way. There it is. And Hayden Deegan will bang out the Super Mini 112-15 Moto #1 win. Second to the last moto of the day. Casey Cochran, a strong ride in the #2 spot. And your third place rider, the 21 of Enzo Timmerman. Great moto there, Rodney Tomlin.
No doubt about that. That was a lot of fun to watch. Hayden getting out front early on. Like I say, just put that gap on and never looked back. Just kept his race going. But good ride for Casey Cochran. I anticipate some great battles in Moto 2 and Moto 3. Starts are going to be very critical. And again, gate choices are going to be a little better for Casey and for Hayden. So it'll be interesting to see what the second and third Moto gate picks will be like for those riders as we roll into those motos a little later on this week. We got another race coming up here in just a few moments. 250C Junior 12-17 Limited. Race number 20 is coming up in just a few moments, but we're going to head down and check in with Jason Wygant. Again, your top 10, Deegan, Cochran, Timmerman 1, 2, and 3, Kristen Yannick in fourth, Adler Cottle in fifth, Jude Smerlick in sixth, Dave Mason seventh, Dylan Blecka in eighth, Trace Hall in ninth, Jackson Clather rounds out your top 10. Jason?
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to make it easy here. Whole shot winner and gold medalist. One down, but it's going to be a long week with 6 Super Mini Motos on the schedule. Stavesik Whole Shot Award, gold medal. Let's hear it for the Orange Brigade KTM man, Hayden Deegan, taking the win. I don't know if it's possible to have too good of a start, but it was so good that you went wide in the first turn. I thought you almost were going to hit that hay bale.
I know, I just set to the end of the first turn, wanted to lead pretty bad, so I was like, oh, dude, why did I go so far? But
anyways, yeah, from there, just capitalize and then just try to cruise the whole race and maintain my body, try to make mistakes. It was rough, so my WP suspension was working pretty good, and we're going to go back and fuel up for tomorrow.
Who do you want to thank there, Hayden?
Agent Orange Brigade, my mom, dad, trainer Caleb, my filmers, Team Dunlop, 100%, 60, Monster Energy, Method Base Wheels, Alpine Stars, and just everyone else who's helped me. Thank you so much.
There it is, one down. Big moto win there for Hayden Deegan. All right, that's good stuff. We look forward to some more battles throughout the week. We'll bring Casey Cochran on up. He finished up in second in the moto, and it was a lap time battle and a lot of it lead between 3 and 4 seconds pretty much the entire time.
For my silver medal.
We'll get you a silver in a second. I don't know where they went. Well, we'll bring you on over here anyway. Let's go on to the front. Let's hear for the 66 with a hard-earned second place, Casey Cochran. Well, it was a lap time battle. First of all, you didn't have a good gate pick, I don't think, right? Quickly got the second, and then it was a battle of the stopwatch.
Right, yeah. A little unfortunate on the drawing there, 41, but man, the bike hooked up amazing off the start. I couldn't ask for anything better. Made a few passes early, tried to catch up to the lead, put down a few laps, so we're good. Got caught up in a little bit of lap traffic, but overall, pretty good race. I'm excited to start the week good and go into Moto2 with a good finish.
Here, we'll give you the silver, and then we'll let you thank some people. Who do you want to thank, Casey?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Vision Wheels for helping me out, sponsoring me. It's an amazing sponsor to have, and I'd like to thank Monster Army, Dunlop Tires, Fox Racing, Oakley Goggles, Bruce MX, Moto Sandbox, Kyle Cheeseman, Timmy Bador, and Jason Baker for really getting the Tracks Prime out there, getting me ready for this, and Pro Taper, Factory Connection, and everyone else out there who supports me on track school. I really appreciate each and every person, and it's great to be back up on the bus.
There it is, everybody. Casey Cochran, second place. Those guys were throwing down heaters the entire time. That's going to be fun to watch throughout the week. We'll bring up our third place finisher. He had to make some passes to get the bronze, and he puts this KTM up on the box. On the number 21, let's hear it for Enzo Temmerman. Right here. How was that one, Enzo?
It was pretty good. I got a good start, made my way to third, and just stayed there the whole race, trying to click off my laps.
Happy with it?
Yeah.
2 more spots I'm sure you want, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
The whole KTM Orange Brigade team, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my mechanic rider, Fox, Dunlop, DT1, and everybody else. Thank you.
Enzo Temmerman, everyone, third place. That's a wrap on Super Mini, and we got one more moto to go, and we'll be done on a Tuesday.
That's right, Jason. Race 20 getting set to roll next. I believe our specialized sight lap coming up here in just a moment for the 250C Junior Limited 12 to 17. Riders will include the number 11 of Zebediah Brimhall from Carlsbad, New Mexico, the 13 of Drayton Smith from Spicewood, Texas, number 15, Aiden Babin from Gonzales, Louisiana, number 16, Will Andrews from Hampton, Tennessee, number 18, Ezra Beckett from Anderson, California, the 23 of Colton McNabb from Santa Cruz, California, 24, Maxon Berenici. He's out of Mill Creek, Indiana, the number 29, J.J. Concannon out of Bellingham, Washington. Then number 31, Nico Long from Scottsdale, Arizona. Number 38, Cobbin Kimmel out of Elkview, Illinois. Number 39, James Grace from Sheffield, Massachusetts. 41, Caden Shaw from Canyon, Texas. The 44 of Jack Decker out of Poughkeepsie, New York. The 45, Paxton Lupinski out of White House, Ohio. The 47, Jordan Bowen. He's out of Dallas, Georgia. 48, Keegan Rowley from Shanahan, Illinois. 49 is Blaze Bruffman out of Wichita, Kansas. The 50 of Ty Miller from Hardin, Kentucky. Number 51, Drew Calloway from Denver, North Carolina. The 54 of Chance Kaiser out of Windham, Kansas. Number 57, Logan Forward from Balkville, New York. The number 60, Jesse James from Milford, Utah. Number 61, Brandon Ma from Umatilla, Florida. The 64 of Chase Gunderson out of Chandler, Arizona. Number 65, Trevor Hazlett out of Hamburg, New York. Number 66, Evan Webb from Powell, Ohio. 68 will be Kobe Ballou from British Columbia. The number 70 is Ezen Galarraga out of Austin, Texas. The number 72 will be Ryder Colvin from Las Vegas. Number 73, Chase Cananzaro out of Spanish Springs, Nevada. The 74, Brody O'Connor from Hampton, Minnesota. 75, Gavin Putnam out of Niles, Ohio. The 77, Preston Holloway from Cottage Grove, Oregon. The 82 of Robbie Donato from Scotts Valley, California. Number 83 will be Colin Burns. He's out of Thompson, Illinois. Number 87, Colin DeLarco from Lake Mary, Florida. The 88, Jacob Kraft from Crosby, Texas. Number 91, Gabe Holland from Winterville, Georgia. Number 94, Brady Ware from Salem, Indiana. Number 95, Connor Capetta from Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. The number 98, Braden Winstell out of Pickerington, Ohio. And the 99 of Jaden Wolf out of Franklin, Wisconsin. That rounds out your field of 42 entries. Getting set to roll in race 20, the 250C Junior 12 to 17 limited class, as they have repacked and racked here in the starting line. Riders anticipating this first gate drop. Again, 250C Junior Limited. There's a few names that I recognize from earlier. 2 card up on this one. Card going to the 1 will be there for about 10 seconds. Then the card will turn sideways. And a 2 to second count. The gate drops and racing action gets underway. Whoa. Gnarly action coming off that gate, but a great drop. One rider down on the inside there, but one rider up and far and away ahead of the rest of the field as Chance Kaiser out of Windham, Kansas on the number 54 takes the hole shot here in the Stasic Hole Shot Award. He is brought to you by Kaiser X. Also,
whoa, sorry. That Yamaha bounced left and right there. It was leading.
Well, Pelkey LLC and slip shot bar to bar. That Chance Kaiser out of again Kansas, I believe, is our early leader. So he's still maintaining this one as they head into the red zone now out of the 10 Commandments section of this race course.
Anytime I think of the Midwest, I think of Greg Albertson, Gain Training. He does all that, the training out there. I know that Kyle Regal over at Underground MX, they've got some training going on there. I know down in Texas, Cycle Ranch, Brandon Bebout's taking over that place. They're doing training. There's so many great places to train and ride your dirt bike year-round, like legit facilities. That's just in Texas and Kansas.
Yeah.
Or Oklahoma, Ranger's got a place out there.
Georgia and Florida's got a lot. North Carolina,
California's got a lot going on there.
And I tell you, it's pretty awesome to see what these facilities are doing. And
I got the opportunity to go down to Matt Walker's place. He did a Loretta's prep, a month-long camp where he built a Loretta's track, set the motos up, ran it on a schedule. Just crazy the amount of detail they put into these camps to get their guys ready to win championships.
Jordan Bowen moving into the number 1 spot now aboard the 47 of the Dallas, Georgia.
Hey, that's my buddy. His mom cuts my hair.
Speaking of Moto X compound.
He's a Moto X guy. Jordan Bowen,
yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
I go to their house like 3 times a month to get my hair knocked out. Look at that. He won Daytona. You announced him down there. He won a championship down there the last 2 years in a row. Jordan Bowen.
Wow.
Dallas, Georgia, my man.
Wow, who was that?
For you, man.
Colin DeLarco. Did you see him just launch into the screen?
He was airing it out.
Yes, he was. And they're in front of the billboard now. DeLarco back in third behind Gabe Holland.
Jordan Bowen.
Hey, let his mom know if she's here. I need a haircut.
She is here.
I need a haircut.
Kelly Bowen cuts great hair, and she's listening and watching right now.
I've got trimmers.
She's probably got it. It's Kelly Scissorhands Bowen. So this is 250C, this Jordan Bowen.
Yeah.
Barely been racing here for a minute in the C class, so great work, Jordan, to lead a full lap at Loretta Lynn's on this gnarly racetrack that Matt Walker got you ready for at the Moto X compound.
Colin DeLarco in the number 3.
He passed back. He got past, but now he's back in the number 1 spot.
Wow.
Bowen not going to give it up without a fight.
Well, that's what he's taught there at the Moto X compound. That's what it's all about right there.
Yes.
Bowen
back in the number 3 spot, I believe, as he slipped back to 3rd. Yep, on the 14 on the KTM. So new leader The 65 of Trevor Hazlitt on the gas goes from 4th to 1st, I believe. There's the 41 in the mix there as well. That's Caden Shaw. Look at that, the top 5. A madhouse. The number 91 of Gabe Holland out front. Hazlitt in the number 2 spot. The Kawasaki of Kalen Shaw is 3rd. And Jordan Bowen, my neighbor essentially, right down the road, is in 4th. Good for you, man.
Yeah, and his mom's going to cut my hair.
Yeah, there you go. Colin DeLarco, Kelly Bowen. We've got you a customer here. It's Rodney Tomlin, the other announcer.
The other announcer.
One of 4 announcers here. The head announcer, the chief, my boss, the lieutenant.
Yeah, that's
lieutenant,
me.
There you go.
That's
Whoa,
me.
Kawasaki rider off the side of the racetrack. And he rejoins us. Doesn't lose a position, doesn't gain one. We're good with that. He's got one.
Yeah.
Sure does.
Gabe Holland in the lead. Now Trevor Hazlitt in 2nd, Caden Shaw, DeLarco in 4th, Jordan Bowen, man, a big mix up there on that lap. That second lap, it's always been, it's all day long traditionally has been very exciting with a lot of changes and a lot of position jockeying, and the amount of lead changes that we've been able to see through the first 2 laps of racing today has been unparalleled, I think, if we look over the history of Loretta Lynn's. Bowen again dropping back to 5th. Chase Gunderson in the number 6 spot. Drayton Smith in 7th. Drew Calloway, the 51, in 8th. Zebediah Brimhall in the number 9 spot aboard the 11. And it's Keegan Rowley, the number 48, rounding out the top 10. Chance Kaiser, who got the hole shot back in the number 11 spot. There that goes. And that's been a tradition today as well.
Kaiser. Jesse James. Or the number 36. Or the guy in 36th place.
Oh, yeah,
Jesse
the number 60, Jesse James. Is that the same Jesse James? No, it's a different Jesse James. I was going to say, I thought Jesse was a little, yeah.
So there is the number 65 of Trevor Hazlitt trying to run down our leader, Gabe Holland. I don't know. Rusty Holland's kid? I don't think so. George Holland's kid, the former factory Honda rider.
So 250C Junior 12 to 17, final moto of the day. And as we say, the shadows are certainly long. Now, I always have to think, though, at this particular point, the sun is down enough that the shadows aren't really even casting much of an issue. The track is a little darker, but with eye adjustment out there, I don't think these riders are really having as much problem as they were maybe 15 or 20 minutes ago, even though there is still a little shadow in some of those ruts. It is working out into their favor, I think, here in the latter part of the day. As we wrap up lap number 3, Holland still out front, Trevor Hazlitt. Now Colin DeLarco back up from 4th into a 3rd place position. DeLarco turning a 2:14.238. That was the fastest lap of the top 3, but the fastest lap of the moto so far. And on lap 3, I guess in general, will be Keegan Rowley. Rowley turning a 2:12.4. Where is the number 48? He is in 6th place right now, turning that 2:12. Should be seeing him break the top 5 around Caden Shaw at that pace, and even knocking on the door to 4th place with Chase Gunderson, and we might see him challenging for a 3rd place position by lap's end on lap number 4, depending on how things work out. So the man on the move right now is that 48 of Keegan Rowley on the KTM. Was in 6th, but he's working his way up right now. Holland, Hazlitt, DeLarco still 1, 2, and 3. So late in the day, the racing is not any not any later. I mean, it is great. I mean, these guys are not tired. These guys are chomping at the bit to get on this gate and on this track, and it is proving positive right here. Look at this battle for second. Hazlett, DeLarco, Gunderson. Yeah, and here comes that
off the track almost for the Cowie rider.
Yeah, keeping an eye out for that 48 machine. That's the rider on the move from sixth place right now.
So the number 91 now, there's a theme here. This is a 125 two-stroke, again leading. You're seeing that more and more now here in the 250C junior class. The number 91, Gabe Holland on the 125. It's working, yeah.
So Holland, DeLarco, Hazlett, Gunderson, Caden Shaw, Keegan Rowley, maybe not able to make those advancements after that fast lap time. So he's now dropped to a 2:21, so he must have gone down on that lap. So he's got a lot of ground to make back up. Tough break for the 48 as he was really showing some masterful speeds out here. Colin DeLarco now down into the 2:13 range, just under 2:14, has pulled to within 1.6 seconds of your leader, Gabe Holland, right now. Chase Gunderson's another rider on the move as he has reeled in Trevor Hazlett to the 65 for that third place position as they roll into the 10 Commandments now and trying to make some gains here. Not as easy as one might think. Caden Shaw back there in the number 5 spot on that 41 machine, keeping them both in check as we head into the red zone and back towards Storyland here in just a moment out of that 10 Commandments section of this race course.
There's your leader on the two-stroke. That might be a 250. I believe you're right. That looks like a 250. Yeah, it looks bigger. It comes out, got a little bit of a hook to it coming out of the cylinder. But he's got company either way. Colin DeLarco on the Yamaha.
So watching the 250C junior class again, 1.6 seconds separating first and second as the 91 machine under that pressure and under the fire from DeLarco, the Yamaha coming in. He's pulled to within a bike length as we head into the closing moments of this lap of racing. Around the Thor sweeper turn, around the Polysport pond we go. The gap several bike lengths now here in front of the announcer's tower, but still DeLarco well within striking distance as we roll toward the midway point of this race. Actually, probably a little past that as we got 4 minutes. We should be seeing a 2-lap board come out. If not, then it'll be out next time around. And it is out right now, so 2-lap board is out. 2 laps to go for Holland and DeLarco. This is where we need to start getting things done. But look at the lap times, nearly identical. It was Holland with a 2:13.535.
Wow, it is dead even.
5.63. Yeah, I mean 3 100ths of a second separating him, and Holland was just a little bit faster, so he gains a little bit of time. So still under 2 seconds, though, still within striking distance.
Who was that just absolutely threw the biggest whip mid-pack over that tabletop? He just crushed. They're all doing it. It's the golden hour. They know the Votogs are out there like, bruh, they're all taking pictures on the beach. You're all wearing white like you do with your family on the beach. You're like, bruh, golden hour photos, boys. I mean, it's beautiful. The sun, that golden amber color there.
That is a beautiful.
They all changed to white linen motocross pants. Is that R. Kelly out there on the CR250? Those flowy slacks with the pleats in there. Whoa, I didn't know Alpine Stars made their pants like that. It's crazy.
Wow, check them out. Is that Hazlett? Oh, yeah, Hazlett, I think, is closing up that gap. It was 3 seconds back to that third place position.
There he is.
Looking like he might be a little bit closer himself right now.
There's our second place rider on the Yamaha, Colin DeLarco. There's your leader just in front of him, so this thing is far from over. We know how that goes. You don't write anything down until they cross the line there. Wygame's done that several times where they'll be like, oh, there's our winner. Nope, it just changed. Got to frantically try to figure out who your winner, second, third is. There's your leader, Caleb Holland, getting close to the finish line. And there's our second place rider closing in. Yeah, it's far from over. The Yamaha of Colin DeLarco is on the move.
So Gabe Holland still in control of this, and now 2.2 seconds as they pass the finish line. DeLarco settling into second. Look at that. That's Cade Shaw now up to a third-place position. He gets around Hazlett. Hazlett having some
big problems.
Big problems there, yeah.
So there's our leader. DeLarco still close. Not sure if we've got the white flag going or not.
Yeah, it's the white flag.
Is it? Okay, so
Yeah.
this is it. Last lap, last moto, last chance for DeLarco, and he's coming, folks. There's your leader, and you can see the blue fender jumping into view there on the outside. The 91, the 87. Way different lines there, going super outside on that turn was DeLarco. Holland went way outside, but he went from the inside to all the way to the outside. DeLarco's close.
Wow, some of our early front runners like Chance Kaiser there, the whole shot award winner, he's back in the 21st place position.
Man, we're going to need a paving crew out here, a road crew with a grader to come out here and smooth this racetrack out. Anybody work for C.W. Matthews want to jump on a dozer? Good Lord, this place is a wreck. That is a man's racetrack, Rodney Tomlin.
I don't want to have, I wouldn't even want to walk that course.
Blow that ankle, that old ankle of yours couldn't stand it.
My hip, I'd lose the hip for sure.
Yep. They'll put you down like a horse. You lose a hip out here, they just shoot you.
That's why I don't leave the tower.
Put him down.
Or don't go on the track.
No, do not do it. So not much time left for DeLarco if he's trying to put something together to get around this young man, the number 91 of Gabe Holland. Holland with his best lap on that 5th lap, deep in the moto. That tells you he's in shape. If he put his best foot forward 5 laps into the race. Not tired. So there he is on the KTM, Gabe Holland.
Wow. Impressive, even for the 250C junior classes today, man. All the classes have been very impressive.
Man, the race has been so good, Rodney. We've got treated to some good stuff.
I mean, is there any way that tomorrow can even be anywhere close as what this has been?
I hope so, man. Makes our job easy. It's great.
And that's what I've been, that's the checkers are out, and Gabe Holland takes the Moto 1 win here in the 250C Junior 12 to 17 limited class at Loretta Lynn's in his 40th annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. The final moto of the day. Colin DeLarco will finish up in the number 2 spot. And taking home the bronze in moto number 1 will be the 41 of Caden Shaw. James Grace in 4th. Keegan Rowley in the number 5 spot. Chase Gunderson in 6th. Trevor Hazlett in 7th. Drew Calloway in 8th. Aiden Babin in the number 9 spot. Actually make that J.J. Concannon in the number 9 spot. And Aiden Babin rounding out the top 10. As we head down to the podium for one final check with Jason Wygant from our Monster Energy victory podium.
All we got to do is hand out a gold medal, and we'll be wrapped up. That's our final winner of the day. We'll get our medals on up. Yeah, letting the 250 two-stroke bark. That is legal in amateur racing. 250s race 250s. You'd think you'd see more two-strokes. It just shows how effective the 4-strokes are, even head-to-head, 250 versus 250. Just looking for my medals here. Just got to find our moto medals. All right, we found our medals. So to make sure we get our whole shot award correct. Let's hear it for your gold medalist, Gabe Holland. There you go. We want to make sure we gave that to you the right way up on the podium. First of all, what's the two-stroke like, man? Is it fun?
Yeah, this thing is hard to hold on to, man. It's extremely fast. I love it, though. Cool. Definitely.
It hits a little bit, as they say?
Yeah, it definitely hits, that's for sure.
How is that? Here, take a drink. I don't know if that's a sponsor. That's a Yoo-hoo. You wouldn't mind if they want to sponsor you, right?
I would not mind. No, we got them on the bike right here. Trying to get them to sponsor us.
Is that your fave?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Best after drink. Best after moto recovery drink.
Awesome. Okay, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ, of course. Zach Leary, Maximum Power Sports. Troy Lee Design, Risk Racing, ODI, Aerotron definitely for helping us get here. Micah Metals, DT1 filters. Hold on, sorry. Ace Sabris, Scott Goggles, and AO1 Designs for getting us some sweet graphics for this race.
Looking good.
And Mr. Stevens, sorry.
Let's hear it for our moto winner, Gabe Holland. Good stuff. We'll bring second place on up. He was charging right down to the end. Thank you. And making it interesting. That's what we want to see. No giving up in these motos, and every point counts for a championship. You never know. Come on up. Yep. Colin DeLarco taking second place. Come on up front here. Making a charge for the win, man. How was that moto?
That moto was rough. That track is beat out there. You know, you're kicking around. You can't get any smooth spots, so it's just stressful out there, you know?
Yep. Happy with second, though?
Yeah, happy. Yeah, it's been a long time coming here. It was a hectic travel up here, you know. Last year I broke my leg trying to qualify, so it was just stressful. And I finally made it.
Yeah. Hey, that's an awesome redemption story, as we say. Who do you want to thank?
First off, I want to thank my mom and dad. They've done everything for me to get here. It's been crazy. My grandparents, my sister watching back home, my cousin, my uncle, Clover Hill Suspension, Nick and Steven, Jake with the moto shop. He got my motor good got it all rebuilt and everything before I came here. All my grandparents, just the whole family for just getting me here. It's been a whole family thing. Cycle Gear also.
All right. Colin, there he is. You got one more?
Yeah, Dean Diaz with Die 55 and John Sardina.
All right. Let's hear it for our second place finisher. Colin DeLarco. You got anybody? Oh, you just want photos. Okay. Good stuff, Colin. Looking for Shaw, who I believe is our third place finisher. Here it is, third place, Cade Shaw. Come on out here. How was that moto?
Dude, it was so rough. I've never rode a track like it. It was a blast, though. I love rough tracks. It always keeps it intense and fun. So, track's amazing, man. Y'all doing an amazing job prepping it.
Don't worry, I talked to a guy in the 40-plus class who said it's the roughest track he's ever ridden. So it's not just you. It's legit. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank, most of all, God for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, my Mimi and Papa Lewis, Robbie Smith, MX Training, Sofa Gear, Atlas, Mobius Braces, Chris Thies, Hamilton Auto Group, Paul Flat Construction, White Sands Construction, and anybody else that I forgot.
All right, let's hear it for Cade Shaw, third place. Yep. We got to get a whole shot award handed out here. If someone could grab the number 54 bike for a second so he can walk on up to the stage. Perfect. Good teamwork there, everybody. Kaiser, that's what it is. Let's hear it for Chance Kaiser taking your Stasic Whole Shot Award. Don't be shy. Come on over here. How'd you rip that start?
Well, it's actually thanks to Slip Shot. That keeps me going.
I heard about that. What does that do?
It releases your clutch for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Works good. Who else do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Micah, Hoosier. That's about it.
All right. Congratulations to our whole shot winner. All right. All right, thanks, Mr. Kaiser. That will do it for our podium today on a Tuesday. One day in the books here at the 40th Annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship here at Loretta Lynn's. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, 7:30. We'll drop the hammer, drop the gate, drop everything you're doing, and watch the racing starting at 7:30 on Wednesday morning.